Comes out and sweeps this endgame, gets the liquidation on his health. It's so close to a move. It swaps out.
So that's another KO here.
And he's going to go ahead and scoop the game. That does so much damage, but it survives. The Sucker Punch goes into the Gauntlet's elbow. Does he find it? Escape room. Switching card. There's the switching card. There we go.
Pokemon trainers, hello and welcome to day 2 of the 2023 Lille Regional Championships. And our players have had a fantastic day 1 already. Over 500 players competing to get into this all-important day 2 of the competition. My name's Ben Kiriakou, joined here on the desk by the wonderful Lou Josh Cromie. And Lou, what a day it's been so far.
Honestly, the whole weekend has been fantastic. I've been so impressed with the way the players have had this resilience and endurance to go through 9 epic rounds of Swiss yesterday. That's no easy feat by any means. And seeing the caliber of the players that we've got coming in today too, a lot of old veterans of the competition, but also some new faces as well. And nice to see the new Pokemon coming through in Regulation E. It was full of surprises, and I'm sure that day 2 is going to shape up exactly the same way.
Absolutely. We were talking a little bit less yesterday about, well, how trainers have been refining their teams, and we've had free tournaments in free weekends, free regional championships in a row, and that makes a big difference to what these trainers are using. But before we get into all of that, let's have a look at the calendar. Lou, take us through it.
Yes, there are plenty of events coming up on the European timeline here ahead. Coming through from here in Lille, you've got Sao Paulo with the International Championships in Latin America, as well as many regionals throughout Europe in Gdansk, Stuttgart, Liverpool, Dortmund, Utrecht, and the newly announced Stockholm as well, a very exciting one. And of course, more internationals in London and New Orleans as well. Incredibly exciting to see the top of pinnacle international play there.
It's always one of my favorite times of the year, the start of the season. Looking forward to all of those events yet to come and what our trainers will be bringing, of course, with the changes in the regulation sets. But this is what our trainers are fighting for here, those all-important championship points to make qualifications to the World Championships in Honolulu.
Exactly, it's very important in order to get that invite-only attendance to Honolulu. You need those championship points. Throughout the different regions, they do vary. Here in Europe, we're looking at 300 for juniors, 300 for seniors, but for masters, we kick it up a notch and they need 400 championship points in order to get that elusive invite.
Of course, that's not the only points that are on the line and the only prizes that are on the line.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of prizes, there is around $125,000 worth of prize pool for all of the games that are being played here this weekend. So lots on the line on that front, but also the winner of this regional championship will get their automatic qualification to the World Championships, no matter what championship points they end up on at the end of the season.
Yeah, it's an instant ticket straight to qualification. And I think the other thing that's lovely is all the packs that you get, regardless of what game you're playing. I always love seeing the juniors and seniors in particular of the video game getting all of these packs and just being so excited to open them and see what trading card game cards they're going to pull as well. So that's always exciting as well.
I love a good pack opening session.
Me too.
That's always a really good time. And, you know, there are so many Pokemon that these trainers have been using this weekend. We've saw some familiar faces, some Pokemon that we were expecting to see. Personally, for me, it was that Rillaboom that came into the fore in day 1. And just that ability for it to go for those grassy glides, now that it makes its return, I think we're all very happy that it's a little bit less powerful than it used to be, but still Aurelian Sula using it back in round 3 or 4, I believe.
Very early on.
With that grassy terrain, Grass Terra, Grassy Glide with that Miracle Seed as well, boosting it up, just reminding us all that Grassy Glide is a threat to watch out for.
That was one of the big changes that we did see, because Rillaboom has, I think, previously been a little bit more bulky, wearing the Assault Vest, kind of being able to come and switch in to take a hit to preserve one of the partner Pokemon, whereas all eyes were kind of centered on the offensive Rillaboom at this tournament as well. And I think as we see meta shifts happen, particularly as we've said, we've got these back-to-back regionals, that's where Pokemon like the Rillaboom here are able to maybe have those small adjustments. You need a strong and dependable grass type on your team. And with Terra, you can have any Pokemon as your dependable grass type in a way, but Rillaboom is really one of those kind of original strong choices. As you've mentioned, Grassy Glide, that move that has priority when grassy terrain is there, but let's not forget about the other key moves that it can have. Wood Hammer to deal even more impactful damage, and Fake Out for that amazing strategic switching.
Faking Out is a move that's been used all across VGC in every single year. It's always a common utility move, and Rillaboom is one of the best Pokemon being able to use it, especially since it can also U-turn on out of there and reset that Fake Out for later in a match. Woodhammer, you mentioned, Lou, a great call out there because it does so much damage with that grassy terrain. No power drop there, Lou. It's still maximum impact there for Woodhammer in Rillaboom's offensive moveset.
Exactly, and it's not the only terrain either that's really come into fruition. You have the psychic terrain as well that Indeedee is able to set up for often a partner Armarouge that can then benefit using Expanding Force, not only deal more psychic damage, but also hit both of the opponents on the opposing side of the field. And primarily, we get to see this in Trick Room, and the pressure is certainly on because Trick Room setters are out there. Indeedee and Armarouge being key ones we've seen previously, but Dusclops is the one I really want to talk about. I think one of my highlights from yesterday's game, if you haven't watched it, please go back on YouTube and watch the final match, Swiss Round 9 from yesterday. We saw a Dusclops come back in to try and set Trick Room up for a Blood Moon Ursaluna, but it was felled by the opposing Farigiraf. And that's where things got really difficult when Imprison was on the field. But this Dusclops was still able to put literally the pressure on with its pressure ability and bring the match to a standstill, stopping the opposing Farafrig from being able to go for any moves, and was able to close out the game with or without Trick Room.
Nobody saw it coming, Lou, and that was
amazing.
Such an exciting moment there. Definitely go back and watch that Blood Moon here. Its signature move, Blood Moon, in fact, Blood Moon Ursaluna, signature move, Blood Moon, is really powerful. And I think you said on the broadcast yesterday, so good you can't use it twice.
Exactly, it's incredibly powerful, terrifying to look at, but don't let that deceive you or put you off from using this incredible Pokemon, because in Trick Room at the moment, we are seeing these sweepers come to the forefront. If you want a really good special attacker, this is the Pokemon I would recommend at the moment. If you want something more on the physical side, Pokemon like the Ulla Ursaluna are very strong, being able to hit long with its facade move, and also its ground type moves are great. There are other good Trick Room setters, Torkoal being one as well, Ben.
Absolutely, Torkoal.
Not setter, but user, you know.
Absolutely.
It's good in Trick Room
abuser. It's great in Trick Room. Definitely paired with that Indeedee and Armarouge. It's a composition that we've seen all throughout the season. Alex Soto, most notably, being able to use that with Indeedee Armarouge. Set that Trick Room. The Indeedee goes for a follow me. That gets knocked out. Torkoal comes in for free, and then, hey, you've got this big Fire Terror boosted eruption, usually with a Choice Specs or a Charcoal as well, boosting that damage up. But we talked about some of the other Trick Room setters, we've talked about some of the other Trick Room Pokemon. Lou, would you like to expand a little bit more on Armarouge?
So Armarouge is one of these Pokemon that I really love to see in terms of its synergy. So being able to be paired up with that Indeedee, like I said, Indeedee sets that Psychic Terrain and then enables the Armarouge to be able to go for that devastating Expanding Force. Not only can it hit really hard, but it can be disruptive with things like Wide Guard as well to stop all the spread damage that we're starting to see come through. Things like Earthquake, even like the Surf Dondozo was around for a while, Dazzling Gleam, Hyper Voice coming through, so many different spread moves that can be felled by that Wide Guard. And if that wasn't enough, it can also set its own Trick Room if it needs be. And I love that kind of mind game that you get when you see Indeedee Armarouge on the team sheet. Okay, Trick Room might be coming, okay, I'm gonna prepare myself for that. Then your opponent leads these two Pokemon, and then suddenly it's like, which one's gonna set Trick Room? And that's the difficulty.
Absolutely, it's a really difficult combination. Certainly, talking to players that have been coming into this event, it's been top of the agenda for teams to be prepared for. You've got to make sure that you've got that Trick Room matchup. But without further ado, we're ready to get over to the desk, have a little bit of a chat with David and Charlie. But before that, we're going to give you a little bit of a recap of the day one competition. Take a look at this.
What a flavor of the action happening already here in Lille. Hello, Pokemon trainers. I'm Charlie Merriman. I'm joined on the desk by David Partington. How are you feeling, David, going into day 2?
Super excited, Charlie. Day 2 of the Lille Regional Championships, only the second regional so far this season for the European era. And we have so many great players already in day 2, and we saw so many of them in day 1. It seems like a lot of them have made it through with some really interesting teams.
Yeah, fantastically interesting teams, and so many of the interesting teams we were able to feature on stream as well. What with the Excalibur Mirror, Dusclops on stream. It was really exciting action, and if you missed it yesterday, where were you? Tune in, review that video from yesterday as soon as you can.
Yeah, please do, because there was a lot of action to have there, and it'll be really interesting to see how those players who were actually on stream still may fare in day 2. And because of the kind of new Swiss round structure that we do have here, that a lot of these players may even face each other again in these Swiss rounds. So we're just going to explain a bit to you about these Swiss rounds. So take a quick look at this video.
This This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon VG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All matches are best of 3 and will utilize an open team list format. This means that each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are available to the opponent. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until top cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single regional champion is crowned. Who is taking home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Yes, unlike the move Blood Moon, we can definitely play that Lille recap video more than once in a row because that music is just such a bop, isn't it, David? But thank you, Rosemary, for explaining how the Swiss tournament structure works.
Yeah, it's like a sort of a structure that I really do like when going into any sort of tournament, because it means that, yeah, you can take a loss really early, but it means that you could suddenly take a load of wins suddenly after that. And then doesn't that make for such a much better story if you've like taken a loss and then just had to win out to kind of get into that day 2?
Exactly, and we see it happening quite often. Players starting a day with 2 losses and then going ahead to turn around into 7 wins against those 2 losses and progressing to day 2. And why don't we take a look now at our Swiss rankings for round 11. We'll be heading shortly into round 12. Maurice Uteg at the very top there. He went undefeated yesterday, 9-0. He's now at 10-1, as is Taron Birdie, as is Jorge Salinas.
Yeah, there's plenty of other people there who we've still featured too. Marco Silva, who we saw yesterday as well, and Aurelien Sula as well, with the really bulky and hugely powerful Rillaboom with that Miracle Seed too. A few other notable players as well. Oh, Julio Tarlau as well, who we did not feature yesterday, but was the runner-up at Lille last year, back in May as well. So maybe he's vying for that title a little too.
Funnily enough, he is one of the trainers I spoke to yesterday who didn't have such a brilliant start to the day, and look at him now. He's turned it around with a 9-2 in day 2. And I want to call out Maxime Lebrun there as well, a newer player who was running a Excalibur with Alolan Ninetales team, doing fantastically well for one of his first outings here in the Pokemon competition. So it just goes to show you can achieve fantastic results no matter whether you're new to the game or not.
Yeah, and Eric Rios there, a very, very well-known Spanish player, an absolute veteran too, who's won multiple regionals too, including the Utrecht Regional Special event last season too. So he's managed to kind of avoid us on the stream at the moment, but it may not be too long before we see him at some point. But you can see now the notable matches and, of course, who we're streaming today.
And that's right, the people on top are who we will be featuring. First of all, it will be Javier Signorena versus Simone Sanvito. And look at those other matches there. An absolutely stacked leaderboard. Nils Dunlop versus Miguel Marti. Of course, we were able to feature Miguel yesterday. There's Taron and Maurice, another of the round 12 matches that will be going on too.
Yeah, like I've been hearing stuff about what Nils Dunlop has maybe got. An interesting Armour Rouge team I've kind of heard there. And Calvin Foster of the UK, who's been doing very well, especially getting top 8 at Worlds last year. He's there too. Maybe we'll get to see him a little bit later on as well. But in terms of the teams that these people have used as well, that we can kind of see a good representation of, it seems to be a lot of variety here in day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of variety. People experimenting in Regulation Set E, even though we're starting to see some Pokemon rise to the fore in terms of their usage stats. People still aren't afraid to experiment with all the new Pokemon that the Teal Mask has to offer, and I think that's such an important factor of this game, and one that's overlooked quite often. You know, we're all here to have fun and just build interesting teams and potentially try and catch our opponents off guard.
Yeah, and that's what I think a lot of players have been doing. And as we saw in like some of our previous rounds as well, right at the end of our day 1, we had Marco Maras, who was the runner-up at the Barcelona special event last month, who's come in now with a really interesting Dusclops team with that Blood Moon Ursaluna. And he was saying how he kind of, on an interview, he took it from a successful player over in the North American area who used it like with a weakness policy, but he put his own spin on it with a Life Orb and dished out a lot of damage. But here are our round 12 pairings.
Our round 12 pairings and a Mudkip riding a Hisuian Arcanine. What a way to start day 2 here in Lille. It's going to be Simone Sanvito running Chien-Pao, Full Auto Main, Rillaboom, Urshifu, Tornadus, and Hisuian Arcanine. Javier Signorena with Ogapon with the Half-Flame Mask, King Gambit, Amoonguss, and Urshifu of his own, Chien-Pao and Dragonite. So that classic Chien-Pao Dragonite core exerting a lot of offensive pressure, physical offensive pressure on the field as soon as it hits it. We'll be able to take a closer look at these players' teams very shortly.
Yeah, like these players are no strangers to success. I mean, look how chill they are there, up on this. Like, they know what they want to bring. They know they just want to kind of get right into this game and kind of get to that top cut. Javier Signorena, I believe, actually was the first person so far in day 2 to beat Maurice Uteg earlier today, who was previously undefeated until they faced each other earlier in today.
Give us a wave there, Simone. Lovely to see you. He was, of course, one of our featured players. That's a more committed wave there. One of our featured players yesterday, and it's brilliant to be able to have him on stream today. A player to look out for, I should say. Very shortly, we'll be able to look at these players' achievements, and I'm fascinated to see how their teams match up into each other. Interesting that it's only Javier who's running the Ogapon. There is no Ogapon on the side of Simone, as Javier gives us a lovely wave as well. Hello there.
Hello there, everybody, and to everybody watching at home, do let us know how you're feeling about it. You can tell us on Twitter with the hashtag #PlayPokemon, through X, with Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube as well. But if you're watching here on Twitch, do let us know in the chat as well. Who do you think is going to win this match as well? Because honestly, Charlie, I can't call it. These players are so good.
Well, I think as the competition goes on, it's harder and harder to call, especially when we see newer players rising to the fore, doing fantastically well against established opponents like we saw with Maxime Lebrun against Jorge Salinas yesterday, or in the previous season, 2023, Justin Tang claiming 2 regional titles despite being relatively new to the game. So really, really difficult to call, and I'm sure these players will not be underestimating each other as we take a look at their achievements.
So, Simone, on your left there, the 2023 Turin Special Event finalist, 2018 World's Top 16 EUIC champion in 2018. That was a massive event. I do remember that one. Dortmund regional finalist in 2017 as well. So a good few years behind him there.
And taking a look over the other side at Javier Senorena, EUIC Top 16 in 2019, with achievements stretching back to 2016 with that Italy national champion. I mean, look at these two trainers, David. They're no stranger to being in this position, doing so well at such a stacked event. And as you said, they're remaining such composure. And I think it's often underestimated how much of a mental game Pokemon is, and going in with the right mindset so that you don't find yourself tilting, clicking the buttons you're not meaning to click. And could be a real lesson for us all, I think.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and it'd be interesting to hear maybe from either of these players who maybe ends up winning here, as to what had brought them here, and like their motivations, and how they've got here, and how they've gotten to be the players who've got these achievements that you can see right in front of us here. Like, those are all incredible. Like, I remember EUIC 2018, like, it was absolutely stacked. I didn't do very well, but it was incredible to just be in the atmosphere there of all these legends of VGC.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. And I wonder if the trainers have faced each other prior to now. We're going to be able to take a look at Simone's team sheet as it comes up very shortly. It's going to be Chien Pao, Fluttermane, Rillaboom, Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Tornadus, and Hisuian Arcanine. Now, Tornadus and Hisuian Arcanine, they were my top 2 caster predictions coming into this weekend, because it can taunt setup Pokemon, tick. With Simone's Tornadus there, it can change the weather instantly, tick. Hisuian Arcanine coming in for an Intimidate, tick. Going for a Choice Band Extreme Speed with Terra Normal, like Dragonite can do as well, tick. So, as far as I'm concerned, Simone's in my good books, David.
All right, okay, I get it, Charlie. Yeah. All right, okay, so caster predictions are doing okay here, but like, we're just round 12, just you wait. There's going to be a Wo-Chien somewhere, I'm sure. And on Simone Sanvito's, Javier Senorena's end as well, he's going to have a very interesting team too. As we know, he's got that Chien Pao, Dragonite, Ogerpon, Half-Flame Mask, Amoonguss, Urshifu, Rapid Strike yet again, and the Kingambit, which has been really on the rise in day 2 compared to day 1.
Yeah, we'll hopefully get the team sheet back on screen very shortly. I like how your voice dropped there, David, when you said Amoonguss. If anything, slightly disappointed to see that stalwart of VGC back on the field. It's interesting to see it with that Terra Water type in the face of so many new Terra Dragon types that have been coming out. For example, like Javier's running on his Kingambit there, because of course it's really good resistance into Ogerpon. But Water, a Terra type on Amoonguss that we would have seen in previous regulations more frequently.
Yeah, I think we would have, but I think a lot of players were originally going to kind of fire Terra Amoonguss really early on to be able to take on Ogerpon Half-Flame in either respect. But I think a lot of players have then gone back to the water, because Amoonguss does a really good job, or is a lot of people's answer into Urshifu Rapid Strike.
Yeah.
And even if you Terra, a lot of players still definitely want that water resistance. So you can kind of see how maybe it's been quite useful here, especially as Urshifu Rapid Strike has also been on the rise in day 2 here compared to day 1.
Yeah, exactly. And as day 1 here in Lille showed, snow is on the rise, and obviously if you Terrestrialize into the Dragon type, you make yourself weak to any Ice type moves that could come out from a Baxcalibur or an Alolan Ninetale. So interesting to see that shaking up, but of course terrestrializing into water, you are still vulnerable to something like a Freeze Dry, which is still a move that is very threatening indeed from something like Alolan Ninetales. I want to call out the Assault Vest on Javier's Dragonite as well. That was a item choice for Dragonite that did very well for Miguel Marti yesterday that we saw on stream, and something that seems to be on the rise. It means you're not locked into the first move you choose, giving yourself a little boost to your special defense, and meaning that you can change up which move you're going for in the middle of a round.
Yeah, it's been really nice as well. Like, and interesting why it's been so nice too, because there's so many physical attackers in this meta at the moment, and Solvis obviously boosts your special defense.
Yeah.
But in the face of arguably one of Dragonite's main thorns in its side being Fluttermane,
yeah,
it's suddenly such a really nice option. And a lot of the Dragonites are dropping the multi-scale ability that they were often using in the previous regulations for that inner focus ability because of the prevalence of Intimidators we've seen a lot of. So many Landorus going around at the moment. Hisuian Arcanine, as you already mentioned, Charlie, you really, really do benefit from that inner focus. But then the multi-scale with that bulk that it used to provide is then much more traded away. So Assault Vest does make a lot of sense. It means you can actually don't even need to go for a Terror to be able to survive some of Fluttermane's attacks.
Yeah, exactly. It was certainly paid dividends for Miguel in that game yesterday, so we recommend you check out, I believe it was Swiss Round 8 yesterday in day 1 here in Lille as these trainers lock in their Pokemon. Now, bear in mind, they've already had 2 rounds of Swiss so far today. We're joining the action at round 12, so, you know, they will have had a warm-up, let's say, so hopefully coming in with all fires blazing to this Swiss round 12 here at the Pokemon Regional Championships of Lille 2024, and it will be the Amoonguss and Chien Pao being led alongside, and on the other side of the field, Tornadus and the Urshifu Rapid Strike.
Well, it is an Urshifu Rapid Strike, definitely a callback to Regulation Set D, where this was just such an oppressive duo where you needed to have an answer for it, because this Tornadus can go for a Tailwind to make your Urshifu faster, it can go for a Rain Dance to boost up the water damage even faster too. Bleak Wind Storm hits the grass types that Urshifu doesn't like, so this is a really kind of like safe go-to lead, and you can see why Simone's kind of gone for it, right? Because on Javier's end, he's got to really respect so many of the options here. Tornadus can taunt this Amoonguss, there's no Mental Herb on it there. The Chien Pao being Focus Sash can still go down to a Surging Strikes if it's boosted enough. So it's really on Javier here to be able to call what's going to go for here, and it could be a Rage Powder to maybe keep it a little bit safer.
What's it going to be? It's going to be, first of all, a switch for Simone with Hisuian Arcanine coming in for an immediate Intimidate drop onto that Chien Pao. Tornadus still in a prime position to set up something like a Tailwind, or otherwise, as Amoonguss is going for a Rage Powder, redirecting any attacks towards it. But of course, if Tornadus is going for a Bleak Wind Storm, that won't matter too much. And there it is, David, you called it. It's the taunt going into Amoonguss there. So given it doesn't have a Mental Herb, it will be taunted as Ice Spinner comes into Tornadus, very well trained. It does not go down this turn, and indeed the Rocky Helmet is able to break the Focus Sash on the Chien Pao. Really good turn there for Simone.
Yeah, and let's put this Arcanine in a really good position, actually. So even though Urshifu was in a really decent position to be able to potentially do damage to this Chien Pao, having switched out to the Arcanine really makes a lot of sense, because it gives you so many options now, especially with the Amoonguss unable to support this Chien Pao. And with an obvious Tailwind coming up, this Arcanine could do a lot of damage.
It could do a lot of damage indeed, as Chien Pao keeps itself safe with the Protect. Amoonguss is going to switch out for Javier to reset that taunt when it comes back in. That's that Telegraph Tailwind you were talking about there, David. Blowing from behind the team of Simone, and Rock Slide coming out from the Arcanine, and given it will be boosted by the fact that Arcanine is a part Rock type itself, it's resisted by the Urshifu, but doing far more than, for example, a Landorus would do.
So, Arcanine is now in, of course, but Urshifu in the back for Simone is looking like a really nice switch-in once again. Very much threatened by the Choice Scarf on that Urshifu right over there. And with that Choice Scarf, it may still actually outspeed this Arcanine, even though this Arcanine is in Tailwind here too. So it definitely is on the back foot right now, unless a Terror was to be committed into the normal type. But to be honest, if you're in this position right now, an Urshifu is looking like a really nice switch, because it takes the Water types well. It takes both the Ice and Dark type moves from the Chien Pao very well too, so wouldn't be surprised to see this way.
The dog in the face of the cat, but it's the dog that's the scaredy cat withdrawing for Urshifu coming in, as the cat also withdraws from the field. Chien Pao going back to Javier with Amoonguss coming back in, but with Tornadus on the field, it could just be able to go for another taunt, but not if it's taken out by a priority Aqua Jet from Javier's Urshifu, taking a little bit of chip damage from Rocky Helmet there as well. So Simone's Tornadus is down and out for the count. This means Amoonguss will be far more able to get up to its normal antics.
That was a masterful positioning, actually, from Javier there, because the Arcanine is not actually threatening you too much, assuming you get the Chien Pao out or you protect it. And the Tornadus is definitely something to get rid of, because it was the main thing that was kind of pressuring down this Amoonguss to be able to make it do nothing with Bleak Wind Storms or Taunts. So at the same time as getting it in, he also gets the KO on that Tornadus at the same time, which is actually a huge deal now, because Amoonguss is looking very free and still has a Terror option to Terror away from any sort of Fire-type weaknesses from this Arcanine, which you can see kind of Simone going for, kind of pressuring Javier to actually go for that Terra as much as he can. Thing is, on this Arcanine's end, sorry, on the Urshifu's end for Javier, it's now locked into that Aqua Jet, so which isn't hugely useful right now. So even though it's got great damage into this Arcanine, the Arcanine's not really pressured to Terra right now either. So Simone does have a few options to be able to deal with this Amoonguss, but if there's that Terra Water that we will see on Javier's end that he'll go for, most likely, then it's going to be able to take so many of these hits really well.
Absolutely, that Amoonguss is not out of the woods yet, but it is certainly into the fire in the face of that Hisuian Arcanine, as a Terra is going to come out onto Javier's Amoonguss for precisely that reason. Into the water type, able to take something like a Flare Blitz, so much better if that is indeed the move that Arcanine for Simone has locked into. A big Aqua Jet coming out from Urshifu. It's not enough for the knockout onto the Arcanine. Very well tried indeed, as another Rock Slide can be committed down. Perhaps going for a flinch into the Amoonguss if it's not knocked out, which it isn't, by the close combat coming out from Simone's Urshifu, taking that drop to its defenses there. Amoonguss is going to be able to recover a little bit using its berry, bringing it back up to the orange in its health. And Amoonguss is not going to flinch this turn. It will be getting the Spore off into that Hisuian Arcanine. Now, it still could passively provide some intimidates despite being asleep by switching out and back in. We'll have to see if that's what Simone goes for.
Okay, yeah, really interesting turn there. So Javier kind of takes the opportunity to just go for that Aqua Jet, goes, right, okay, this, maybe I don't have a safe switch in here right now, especially with that Chien-Pao in the back, like a Rock Slide. You definitely don't want to be taken right now because you probably go down instantly. Urshifu staying in at least gets guaranteed damage onto the Arcanine, which almost definitely wants to attack here, definitely being with that Choice Band. But now locked into that Rock Slide, it is going to switch out and save itself, and so a -1 Aqua Jet is probably not going to be doing too much to a Fluttermane.
Yeah, Fluttermane is going to come in. Urshifu on Javier's side of the field does not want to see that one bit, and the booster energy will be heightening this Fluttermane's special attack. So certainly a heavy threat on the field as Urshifu will withdraw for Javier, and now we have the reveal of his fourth Pokemon. It will be Dragonite coming in. Close combat landing into the Amoonguss. This time it will be enough for the knockout, so it will only be able to get off the one Spore this game as this Urshifu takes another drop to its defenses, leaving itself really quite vulnerable heading into the future turns if it does not switch out. And if the Dragonite over on the other side of the field, that is running the Assault Vest, of course, this new tech that we've seen coming out here in Lille. Tailwind expiring for Simone here. He's not going to be able to set it back up because his Tornadus is down. So really, really equal footing between these two trainers at this point in the game.
Yeah, it is actually, and the Tailwind down, that's still not bad for Simone because he's still got two very fast Pokemon. But with this Choice Scarf Urshifu coming on Javier's end, then with nothing to kind of stop the damage reduction, even with an Intimidate in the back, because Surging Strikes can always go for critical hits, it's looking quite scary into that Fluttermane there that can't even protect from it with either with that Unseen Fist. So actually for Javier at the moment, that's a really safe slot for him to go for. And with, but however, he doesn't have Terra as an option anymore, so there's no kind of increase for, like, the ability for him to increase his damage. It's basically going to depend on the bulk that Simone's kind of been training into on this Fluttermane as to whether it can take the Surging Strikes. Good news for Simone as well, though, is there's no Aqua Jet on this Dragonite, which they do often carry to be able to particularly hit those Fluttermanes, because otherwise Extreme Speed can't hit it. But yeah, Fluttermane is definitely going to go on the retreat here for that Arcanine.
Arcanine going to come back in the face of these two physical attackers, dropping the attack stat of Javier's Urshifu and Dragonite, but of course the Dragonite has that inner focus ability, so the Intimidate will not be effective. Dragonite is just going to leave the field immediately, deciding, no, I don't like the sight of that Urshifu, so it's going to be Chien-Pao coming in, reducing the physical defense of every Pokemon on the field, which could be absolutely cataclysmic in the face of all of these physical attackers. Just the one Surging Strike coming out of Javier's Urshifu into Arcanine for Simone going down, so he's down to his final turn. No switching potential available to him here. Surging Strikes will be landing back into Javier's own Urshifu, and it's going to be just enough to pick up the knockout there with the two Surging Strikes. So Javier also down to his final two Pokemon, but David is that classic Chien-Pao Dragonite core.
Yeah, and it's a great duo too, but thanks to the Rocky Helmet chip very much earlier on in this game from the Tornadoes, that Chien-Pao's Focus Sash is no longer very useful right now, because it's going to go down to kind of any one hit, really. Any Fairy move's going to probably take it down, any sort of Water, or even, maybe not the Surging Strike, but maybe definitely a Close Combat will definitely take this Chien-Pao down as well. So it's definitely looking in a precarious position, and it can't even protect from a Close Combat either. But this Dragonite is very bulky and should be able to take any of the attacks from Fluttermane, but can it take two?
Can it take two? That's the question on everyone's lips. Extreme speed is not enough to knock out the Urshifu's for Simone. It will be Dazzling Gleam coming out from the Fluttermane for Simone onto Javier Dragonite. Let's see how much damage this does. Dragonite is able to survive with just about half of its HP. Of course, you cannot protect in front of an Urshifu thanks to the Unseen Fist, and it seems that the Surging Strikes will be enough to pick up the knockout onto Javier's Chien Pao, and it is down and out. So Javier is just down to his Assault Vest Dragonite here. It could be a close one, David.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It's looking like this Dragonite could start to go down at the moment now. Like, Dazzling Gleam was spread damage that time, and now Moonblast is even more power and with a lot of damage. And yes, Simone takes game 1 in round 12 here at the Lille Regional Championships.
He does indeed, and he didn't even need to use his Terror just for style points, clenching out the end of the game there with his Terror still available to him. I definitely expected it to come out from the Fluttermane in the later stages, but of course then you leave yourself vulnerable to an Extreme Speed, which you would have been immune to before. It would have been a huge call from Javier if he'd gone for the Extreme Speed in the face of that Fluttermane. But still, with the Chien Pao on the field, potentially it could have been an option that Simone went for. So heading into game 2, how is Javier going to turn this around, David?
It's a great question, Charlie, and I think there's a lot he can do here. It was really interesting how both players were... none of them really went for necessarily the straightforward play. They were all kind of reading each other really nicely, and Simone, I think, really pulled it back at that last turn where he made sure he kind of got in his Arcanine there instead of his Fluttermane getting hit by the Sword of Ruin boosted Surging Strikes. If Javier had kind of called that and maybe gone into the Urshifu on Simone's end instead, then we would have looked at a very different game, because that Arcanine was asleep, not doing absolutely anything. And so it would have just been a little bit of a kind of a null and void slot. So up until that moment, this game was anybody's game at the moment. So right. Javier could definitely do the same thing. However, he could definitely switch things up as well. To be honest, I'd really like to see that Dragonite a little bit earlier in this time, because with the Extreme Speed and the ability to tear it into the normal type, and with Chien Pao boosting it with Sword of Ruin as well, chances are you might be able to take a knockout on the Tornadus. However, Simone could be forced to go for the Terror off his own into the Steel type, be able to take that very well, but at least Simone has to reveal his Terror at that point, you know, and that would be to be able to get up a Tailwind, and then that's kind of it, really. Bleak Windstorm doesn't do a whole lot of damage to Javier's team in general, especially if it's taking all of that damage so much anyway. So that could be something he may want to lean in here, especially as the Arcanine is something that has that Intimidate. It can't actually intimidate this Dragonite either, and with the Stomping Tantrum on Dragonite's end, it can deal a lot of damage back. So yes, Dragonite is my answer to your question, Charlie.
Yeah, fair enough. And Simone showed that he didn't need his Tornadus to deal with the Amoonguss on Javier's side. So yeah, it could well be a Pokemon that we see staying on the bench heading into this game. Will they have switched anything up? Let's find out. It will be Dragonite coming in earlier for Javier, alongside that Chien Pao, and then Tornadus and Hisuian Arcanine for Simone. So Intimidate will be dropping the attack stat of the Chien Pao. Dragonite, of course, not affected thanks to its Inner Focus ability, but Tornadus is brought again for Simone, David.
Yeah, so it makes a lot of sense, because Arcanine is that choice band. You really want to make the most of that damage and get off a multiple hit. So if you can make it faster than your opponent, then it's probably going to do just that. And Rock Slide does look really nice right now for Simone, just to kind of get a lot of damage just spread across the board. Yeah. And with that Tailwind, he is going to be able to guarantee that he can get that up. But the only thing is, he does have to avoid that Extreme Speed, so he's going to need to tear into the Steel type to be able to probably take this. However, Tornadus can be trained to be bulky enough, though, to be able to take on these Extreme Speed. It just depends on what Simone's done with his Tornadus. Is it a kind of a more bulky one? Is it more offensive? Does he want to deal damage with the Bleak Wind Storms? We don't know that yet, because even though we're at the open team sheets, that is still up to the players.
He doesn't go for the Steel Terror. Extreme Speed is going to deal about 50% to Tornadus, and it's able to set up that Tailwind. So very speedy side of the field for Simone right now. Rock Slide is going to take the Pokemon. Oh my goodness gracious me. That is a one-hit knockout onto the Dragonite, and it brings Chien Pao down to his Focus Sash. Absolutely incredible, David. If it weren't for that Focus Sash, Javier would have been down 2 Pokemon just on the very first turn of this game, and it's going to be a flinch as a result of that Rock Slide onto Javier's Chien Pao. What a terrible day at the office for this Snow Leopard.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is massive. Yeah, Chien Pao has a Focus Sash for a reason. It's a little bit squishy, has a lot of weaknesses, so having that Focus Sash means you know you're going to take any hit and then dish out another attack. But no, Simone's Arcanine really loves him a lot, and that flinch is going to be huge for Javier, because if that was something like a Sacred Sword that had been huge into the Arcanine, he may be able to pick up the KO on the Tornadus as well, but now the Tornadus is still here, and threatening Bleakwind Storms, getting a lot of damage to the other, and could potentially take KO the Champions turn.
It's going to be an Aqua Jet targeting that Tornadus on Simone's side of the field. That Rocket Helmet proving very clutch. The Sucker Punch is able to deal with the Tornadus for Simone with yet more Rocket Helmet check, and that means the Chien Power is going down as well. So Javier is down to his final 2 Pokemon already. That Tornadus has also gone down, but it's provided more than enough work for Simone at this stage in the game, as these two Urshifu are stirring each other down. Simone has the luxury of being able to switch in his Arcanine for an Intimidate drop onto the Urshifu on Javier's side of the field. So it's now all down to Urshifu paired with Amoonguss for Javier.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Javier is now locked into that Aqua Jet on that side as well, so that's not a lot of damage output that unfortunately is going to be coming out at the moment. The Amoonguss is in a position where it can start putting a lot of things to sleep. As the Tornadus is down, it can no longer be taunted. But yeah, Javier's damage options are severely limited right now. The Amoonguss, though, does have the Grass Knot, which is not a common move on Amoonguss, so it is actually got a way to deal some damage here. And if it can kind of avoid a Flare Blitz at this point, if the Arcanine is kind of targeting the Urshifu, then that could be something Javier can kind of lean into here and see if he can deal with a bit of damage.
Absolutely, it's going to be that Terra Normal onto the Arcanine for a massive extreme speed into Urshifu, and with a critical hit that might have mattered, that is a knockout onto Javier's Urshifu. Absolutely extraordinary to see that coming out from the Arcanine. Such a powerful move with Surging Strikes coming out. This is not an Amoonguss holding a Rocket Helmet, so Urshifu is able to get these Surging Strikes off more or less for free. Now, what is Amoonguss going to be putting to sleep here, if indeed that is what he's locked into? It's going to be the Urshifu, but is Amoonguss by its lonely self going to be able to see out the rest of this match against Simone's team? I think not.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough slog. Amoonguss is the GOAT in many people's eyes, to be honest. It's got a lot of bulk. It's got a Citrus Berry still, so it's got a little bit of extra 25% health it can unlock. It can put everything to sleep, and then everything could be sleeping for 3 turns maximum, while it kind of starts to kind of go for those Grass Knots, those Pollen Puffs, to be able to kind of... but yeah, Javier can see right on the wall.
He could have tried to see it out for another turn, but no, it's Simone taking a very clean 2-0 against Javier Signorena here in Swiss Round 12 in Lille.
Yes, congratulations to Simone Sanvito there. Absolutely, completely well played. Now he is at 10-2 going into the next round. So a really strong position right now to potentially be getting into that top cut. He's going to need another win, though, to potentially guarantee it. So he's not quite in there yet, but a very good start, though.
Yeah, a lot of potentials in there, David, but the surefire way to guarantee you make top cut is not to lose. So if Simone can just bear that down, bear that advice of mine, then maybe he will go far. But well played to Javier as well. I mean, going into that game too, taking that Rock Slide, knockout onto the Dragonite, brought down to the Sash for Chien Pao and a flinch, that's very hard to come back from.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Charlie. Like, it's really hard to call that necessarily too. You could kind of see what they were going for there, in that the extreme speed into the Tornadus was maybe covering for just to get that little bit of extra damage, and maybe like a Sacred Sword, maybe just kind of calling for that Terra Steel there, and maybe a little bit of defensive pivoting on the side of the Arcanine as well. Maybe because Javier was kind of expecting Simone to kind of respect the Stomping Tantrum option, but no, Arcanine just goes straight for it instead. And like, you might as well, if you're in that position, just try and get damage on the board as soon as you can, because at that point, Simone can make a little bit of a trade. Okay, maybe Arcanine goes down, but then I'll get my Tailwind up, and at least I've got an Intimidate on the Chien Pao, but it ends up just coming up trumps, and like, absolutely, like, yeah, as you saw, and on top of that, the flinch as well, which is absolutely salting the wound to Javier.
I think it's so interesting, back in Regulation Set C, when the Treasures of Ruin came into the meta, Dragonite Chien Pao asserted itself as one of those core physically offensive cores. And now we're in Regulation Set E, or indeed Regulation Set D, previous to this, you're able to use Hisuian Arcanine for those Intimidates. And this is what I was talking about with my caster predictions. You're able to combine the role of a Dragonite and a Landorus into one Pokemon in Hisuian Arcanine, throwing down those Intimidates, but also going for a massive choice band Terra Normal extreme speed like we saw there. And you could see how much damage it was doing to the Urshifu, and I'd love to see more Terra Normal, Choice Band, Hisuian Arcanines, that's a lot of words there, coming out as we get deeper into Regulation Set E.
Yeah, it's a really nice call, isn't it? Like, it kind of does the job of as Dragonite, as you were saying, Charlie. But it has that Intimidate just straight out of the gate as well, yeah. And, like, looking into so many of the physical attackers right now, it was really good. Because there's a lot of people seem to be leaning into, like, Urshifus, especially Choice Scarf Urshifus, to deal with the rise in Landorus,
sure,
which often go Choice Scarf, but with Urshifu's naturally faster speed, it's able to kind of outpace those and just kind of deal with them straight away with those Surging Strikes. But if you want an alternative Intimidate option, then Arcanine is, as you say, really nice as well, because as well as going for the Intimidate itself and terroring out of its, like, to be honest, terrible water weakness, it can actually deal so much damage back. As we saw here, Terra Normal, Choice Band Extreme Speed did so much damage to that Urshifu and can go before any of those Aqua Jets, and that's something Landorus cannot do.
Yeah, exactly. Hisuian Arcanine was, I would say, the MVP of that game for Simone. Not only the extreme speed, but also that rock slide at the start of the game. And right now, with so many Choice Scarves in the format, I think players, you know, they're hovering over that Tailwind button, but they're thinking, well, will I actually outspeed if I click this in the face of something like a Choice Scarf Urshifu? So really fascinating calculations coming into play there. And Simone showcasing why Tornadus, like Amoonguss, is such a threat in this meta and so many metas up to this point.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and you can see why the players are using the Pokemon that they are. Like, to be fair on Javier, I think he played really well.
Yeah.
And it looked very one-sided for, like, Simone with the 2-0 and how quickly he won that game too. But that is the nature of running a little bit more of a hyper-offensive team that Simone's running with kind of Tailwind and Go.
Yeah,
and the same with Javier's end as well. Gen-Powered Dragonite is quite a volatile double-up there, because if you get the right target, suddenly the game can be over.
Yeah.
But if you get the wrong target, it could be the game over for you in respect to that too.
Yeah.
And I think what really added to that actually for Simone's end was the Rocky Helmet on that Tornadus. We saw how useful it was in that game 1 to be able to knock away the Focus Sash with the Chien-Pao then. And we also in game 2 to be able to get the KO on it after Chien-Pao Sucker Punched it in that game 2 as well. So, like, passively, without clicking a Bleakwind Storm, like, Tornadus was picking up KOs.
Yeah, exactly. It's such a useful item, and I think it's always very tempting to put a Mental Herb onto your Tornadus because Taunt is so prevalent in the format, and if you're taunted and you're not holding a Mental Herb, then there's no Tailwind going up for you that turn, I'm afraid, or indeed a taunt of your own. But with the Rocky Helmet, because players are often going to be targeting down that Tornadus as a priority to prevent any Tailwinds, etc. in the later game, it really came in clutch for Simone here.
Yeah, it did, and I think he's going to go far, to be honest, like, as he has done previously, as we've seen, EU IC champion. This is just another drop in the pond for him, as you could say, really, here, with all of these amazing Pokemon. He was looking pretty chill there as well, so, like, congrats to Simone, and getting that a fine win here at round 12 of the Lille Regional Championships.
Yeah, very exciting stuff to kick off our stream today with such a fast-paced game as well. I was expecting maybe coming into day 2, we'd see some longer battles as these trainers know just what's on the line, and the competition just gets tougher and tougher, and so maybe they have to take more time to reflect on their choices. I'm sure we'll see plenty of matches like that later on in the day, but nice to have a match with showing just how much variance there can be in the length of a game of Pokemon, you know. You can run a hyper offense team like this. Fortunately for Simone, or indeed Javier, there was no Trick Room on the opposing side of the field, because once that goes up with such a hyper offense team, such a hyper speedy team, that could get difficult.
Yeah, they're very true. So it's interesting to see if, like, someone with a hyper offensive team can actually have tools for that. And as you can see from Simone's team, like, everything is just very fast.
Yeah.
And yeah, if a Trick Room does go up, it could kind of spell doom potentially. But Rillaboom is something a lot of players do lean into for that. And that's why we've seen so many of them. Because those Trick Room orientated Pokemon, or teams rather, definitely rely on Psychic Terrain a lot, or a lot of bulk, and relying on to have a lot of turns to be able to make the most of that, because the Trick Room only does last 5 turns. And Rillaboom, with its Fake Out, is really nice to be able to slow things down. And with an Assault Vest, it hits really well. You can Terror away from a Fire-type weakness, so a Torkoal, for instance, can't take too much damage. And I think we saw yesterday as well, I think it was the match between Marco Molas and Antoine Morel with the Dusclops, Blood Moon, Ursaluna versus more of a kind of standard kind of bulky team. we saw how Antoine was using the Rillaboom really well to kind of weather the Trick Room options that Marco had. And we saw it switch in on a Terra normal Life or Blood Moon from an Ursaluna, and it took it. And that's exactly why it's so good, because then it was able to sit on the field. I can then go for another Fake Out. It can go for a Grassy Glide, even if Trick Room is up. Those are both going first.
Yeah, exactly. As you say, David, Trick Room doesn't necessarily spell doom if you've got a Rillaboom. I'm going to try and popularize that saying. Maybe it'll catch on. But Fake Out, Grassy Glide, such useful priority. And of course now Ogerpon gets Grassy Glide as well. And paired with a Rillaboom, you can go for a double Grassy Glide, potentially just take out a Pokemon before it can even act. It's really such a useful move that we've seen coming back from the Sword and Shield era. Now, of course, it's slightly weaker now than it was in Sword and Shield, just to provide a little bit more balance into the game. But it's still a threat, and you know, trainers are still putting it on their Rillabooms ubiquitously. So absolutely something to keep an eye on, as Ben was talking about in the opening section today.
We might hear a little bit from Simone himself in a very short moment about that Rillaboom potentially as well. So and like how he kind of came to the fact that he's built this team here, and whether Hisuian Arcanine has been something he's wanted to use. So I believe like between day 1 and day 2 here, Hisuian Arcanine has actually kind of dropped off in terms of its usage from day 2. But yeah, a great showing of it here, honestly, and a really cool Pokemon too. I think the Hisuian Pokemon are like really good, particularly awesome. Like Wordeer, one of my favorites as well. Hisuian Bravery, I'm trying to make work, to be honest, but like, there's a reason I'm here and not in their position right now.
And we saw Hisuian Goodra on stream yesterday, of course, piloted by Yuki Zaninovich. But we now have our interview ready with the winner, Simone Sanvito. Lou, take it away.
Thank you, casters. I am delighted to be joined by the winner of that last round, Simone Sanvito, once again having an interview with yourself. You're doing so well this season. It's great to see you on top form. How are you feeling after that match?
Feeling pretty good, obviously. I mean, winning feels good, so...
Always does. And your team, I recognize those 6 Pokemon from Yokohama, Japan. Have you changed up the team much since Worlds?
Yeah, I put Castiglide on Rillaboom, and that's basically it. Also, Champo is not Terra Blast Grass anymore, it's just a regular boring Champo.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned the Rillaboom. The commentators were talking about it, but the key one I want to talk about is the Arcanine, the Hisuian Arcanine in particular. It did really well for you in Game 1. It's also your little mascot here. Can you talk us through how well that Pokemon supported you in Game 1 of that match?
Basically, I wanted to bring Arcanine because his team, like my opponent's team, had a lot of rock weaknesses, rather. And also extreme speed, Terra Normal extreme speed could have clutched me up out of a bad situation, mainly with that Carrefour shift if it was chipped enough. The extreme speed can just pick it up, ignore Rage Powder, because extreme speed and Rage Powder has the same priority bracket, are in the same priority bracket.
It also did really well in Game 2, particularly that turn 1. Can you talk us through what you were feeling at that point?
So basically, I was pretty confident my opponent in Game 1 was gonna lead the Champo plus Among Us, but I didn't, and I wanted to lead Arcanine Tornadoes. You can't really do that when there is a King Gambit that your opponent can just lead it. So I just wanted to test the waters, play it a bit safe. So Game 1 was a bit was a bit closer than Game 2. Game 2, I was like, okay, he's not gonna lead King Gambit. If he does, well, I still have a whole Urshifu in the back. It
was the Arcanine at the beginning with that rock.
Yeah, also when I saw Champo plus Dragonite, I was like, okay, let's go.
Yeah, it's going to be a good game at that point. After that turn 1, where you got the knockout on the Dragonite, took the Chi Power to the Focus Sash and got the flinch, were you worried at that point, or did you think, hey, I've got this game too?
I think at that point it was pretty sealed, honestly. I had basically a 4-on-2 lead into my opponent, because the Champo can't really touch my Arcanine, because at that point I'm in Tailwind. The only thing he can really do is Sucker Punch my Tornadoes, which has Rocky Helmet, so it takes out 1 HP.
Well, you looked so calm, cool, and collected in that match. How has the rest of Day 2 gone for you? Have your matches been as streamlined as that?
I'm 3-0 by now, so yeah, I'm feeling pretty good to this point. One more win to secure top cut, so that feels pretty good.
Well, best of luck in order to get into that top cut. I know the round will be coming up soon, but just before we go, is there anyone you'd like to give any shout-outs to at home who've supported you?
Yeah, sure. I want to give a shout-out to my friend Andrew Ding, which basically helped me with the team. I talked talked with him after he went 14-0 at Sacramento, and he helped me. He gave me insight on the archetype, how well it does in this regulation. Also, shout out to Julio, who convinced me to use this team. Basically, everyone who helped me to this point. There are a ton of people I need to thank, and given that the round is coming up soon, I can't really do that.
Well, I'm sure you'll be able to find a time to be able to thank them, either in person or online later.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I am sure. And I'm sure they'll be rooting for you, and we'll be keeping an eye on you and your trusty Arcanine throughout the rest of Day 2 Swiss. All right, Pokemon trainers, we will let Simone go and get rested up for the next round, but the Pokemon action will continue here on the broadcast. Don't go anywhere. We're just going to have a quick break.
Go.
He has done it. He has taken all 4 hemispheres of the globe, and he is the Latin American International Champion.
That was the missing piece. It's something I could only dream about. I'm absolutely speechless.
That is it.
JW Naldo is your first Latin American International Champion here.
It looks like that is a knockout. Yeah, Kovacic is your first ever Oceania International Champion.
Wow, what does? He is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
This win, I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best player in North America.
Like, honestly, no words to describe it. Like, this experience has just been absolutely amazing.
Eu ainda estou sentindo a sensação de ter vencido. Então, estou muito feliz. Ainda não caiu a ficha.
Piper Lapine closing out here, winning her 2nd regional of the 2023 season.
Justin Tang winning his 2nd regional championship.
The back-to-back champion, Luminion V, into Boss's orders, brings back up a Crobat V for the knock.
Definitely pretty excited. A little bit lucky for sure to win 2 regionals in the same year, definitely.
It feels really good.
It feels great, it really does.
We're kind of reaching like this culmination of old and new. We're seeing a lot of good players like Paul Chua, Nick Navarre hitting their stride again and again, like they just do it time and time and time again.
This is it. The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international. Being able to finally get past 2nd place feels pretty good.
But we're getting a lot of new players as well, like Justin Tang, who just kind of pop up, and they're incredible.
Justin Tang, your Knoxville Regional Champion. First regional competition that he has competed at, and he's taken down the entire thing.
I was confident in my skills to do well, but I now expect to take it all away.
This is my first play Pokemon tournament. I didn't think I had a chance at winning. And this is my first competitive regional. Winning a regional is undescribable.
Of course, there are competitors I'm worried about facing. The most notorious one is Sander. He's always bringing these crazy control decks.
I'm worried about facing Yuichi because he's really good. Kingsley, Prince, Edison, Robert.
I didn't face him in this tournament, but Valiant Bish, I have no idea how I'll hold up against him. He's definitely one I'm watching out for.
I'm always worried about facing Torrid again. That is always an experience and will be always difficult.
I'm not really worried about facing anyone, because I think I can beat everyone.
Rob and Emu. I'm definitely worried about facing Gabriel Agati.
I'd be nervous about hitting Isaiah Bradner.
Justin Bakari. Probably Luca. Justin Tang.
I think I'd be nervous going up against Caleb Gedimer again.
I'm confident in my abilities, but I know there's going to be 100+ of the best players in the world, so it's going to be really tough.
All the trainers have just scaled up their game. The competition has just gotten so fierce. This has made me so excited to get to Worlds.
Winning Worlds would mean the absolute world for me. After getting second in 2018, winning would absolutely be amazing.
Winning Worlds is everything to me. I really want to be the best player that's ever played this game. I think you have to be a little bit crazy to think that you can win the World Championships, but I am a little crazy. So
it would be breathtaking to win the World Championship.
I've won a regional. I've won an international. Worlds is the last thing I have on my list.
Winning Worlds means I can submit myself into the history of Pokemon Go forever.
Winning Worlds would mean everything to me, you know?
So I'm going to try my best at Yokohama to hopefully maybe win.
I just feel like I'm going to have so much fun.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. It is Lou Josh Cromie behind the desk once again, paired up once again with Ben Kiriakou. I think we're going to be sticking with each other all day.
Absolutely. Really looking forward to that, Lou, and looking forward to the match that we've got coming up in this round 13 of the Lille Regional Championships. Just a little recap of where we are at the moment. We're nearing the end of day 2. Swiss now. These players are battling it out to make it into that all-important Top 8 Cup, where we're going to be crowning our champion here in Lille.
That's the thing, the Swiss rounds don't end at the end of day 1. They then have to battle it out through a further 5 rounds in day 2 before the knockout stages with those top 8 places. That's always where I think the Pokemon shift changes a little bit. You start getting even more intense matches because if you lose your next one, you're completely out of the competition.
Absolutely, and you know, not only do the stakes change from day 1 to day 2, the Pokemon also change from day 1 to day 2, and we have the top 12 Pokemon in usage there now. Landorus Varian taking the top spot from Fluttermane.
Yes, it's doing a bit of swapsies there with the Iron Hands. In day 1, Iron Hands, Fluttermane, Landorus was the order, but the podium has changed. It's now Landorus, Fluttermane, and Iron Hands. There's not really too much to read into there. It just comes down to, I suppose, the numbers at the end of the day. Players opting maybe for a Landorus on more occasions. Maybe the Rillaboom would be the fake-up Pokemon of choice instead of Iron Hands on your team. But I think Landorus has really been a key Pokemon. It's been able to apply a lot of pressure with the flying Terra type as well. Terra Blast being able to hit all those grass types running around, even the ones that are just terrestrializing into grass type. And also the Intimidate is key when there are so many physical attackers out there at the moment. That has, however, also meant the rise of a Pokemon like King Gambit.
Gambit's been doing very, very well in this tournament, and speaking to a lot of players, I think early in Regulation Set E, we were kind of thinking, well, you know, is there a place for King Gambit? Lille is showing us that there definitely is. It's a very, very strong Pokemon. A lot of players opting for that more setup-orientated strategy, as opposed to the Assault Vest ones that we saw a little bit earlier in the Regulation sets, where paired with that Black Glasses, paired with that Terra Dark type, as well as getting a Sword Stance up, puts on so much pressure onto your opponent's side of the field.
Exactly. We talked a little bit in day 1 about the prevalence of setup moves at the moment, whether it's Dragon Dance, Sword Stance, or something like that, and it really is helping these players get themselves into an advantageous position. We also see manual setup in things like the weather and things like Trick Room as well, so those speed control options have also been swaying momentum into our trainers' favor. And I think that physical offensive pressure has been the key note throughout Lille so far.
And the ability to move targets away from, or move attacks away from particular targets there, because Lou, one Pokemon that's catching my eye at the bottom of the standings is that Amoonguss. Wasn't present in the day 1 statistics whatsoever, but we've been talking about it kind of quite a lot in the broadcast throughout yesterday, that it was a little bit of an omission there. We weren't seeing as many Amoonguss, but clearly those top trainers that made it into day 2 still value everything that it's doing for their team.
I'm going to be really nice to Amoonguss today. Yesterday I threw it a little bit of shade, and then it was able to really be the key MVP Pokemon for the trainer in the match. So I stood very corrected, and Amoonguss I think is starting to come back into the forefront, because although there are new shiny Pokemon to be able to look at, you know, Pokemon like the Ogerpon where you can go for that redirection, and Amoonguss is just sitting there like, hi, please don't forget about me. I don't want to go on the shelf, and it really is still so viable. So yes, trainers want to try new things, see if maybe new Pokemon are going to define a meta, but often you end up falling back onto those tried and trusted favorites.
Tried and trusted Pokemon generally have a place for a reason in this format, and one Pokemon here that's tried and tested, with 2 Pokemon in fact, is that Heatran and the Urshifu. They're making it to 4th and 6th position. Urshifu is a Pokemon I think did fall out of favor with the advent of Ogerpon coming into the fore, and especially because there's both a lot of grass-type Pokemon that are threatening it right now, certainly that Rapid Strike version, but also Follow Me into Water Absorb doesn't feel great, Lou.
It definitely doesn't, and that's where Pokemon Synergy really comes to the forefront. We've seen it a lot with key Pokemon like the Chimpao and the Dragonite, having that sort of ruin ability to lower the defenses, allowing the Dragonite to capitalize on the offensive pressure, particularly with a cheeky choice band that is able to exert on the field. We've even seen synergy, for example, with Simone just then going for the Urshifu and the Tornadus, because again, Tornadus has so much flexibility to give Urshifu what it needs. Do you need a Spook Boost with Tailwind? Do you need an attack boost with setting up the rain for those water type moves? And it is able to have that capability to support its partner Pokemon, and that synergy, I think, has been one of the key things. Speaking of synergy, Indeedee Armarouge again is another key core. We spoke about it a little bit earlier this morning, and although it wasn't on those top 12 usage stats, in slots 13 and 14, that's where you will find Indeedee Armarouge.
That's a really strong showing as far as Indeedee Armarouge goes. It's normally not a pairing that you see particularly commonly, except for those sort of breakout performances, players like Alex Soto using it in previous series. But it's such a strong combination. And speaking to a lot of players that were preparing for this tournament coming in, it's like, hey, what are you using? What's the team? It's like, hey, yeah, that looks great. What's your Indeedee Armarouge matchup looking like at the moment? It's like, hey, yeah, I'm hoping my Indeedee Armarouge matchup is to not face it.
Yes, and that's always a really risky dice roll, isn't it? Because you just know round one, oh, that's on the team sheet. I should have kind of got a matchup prepared against it. And I think that's the interesting thing about the current meta. You really can't count anything out, and you need to find a way to navigate around Trick Room. One Pokemon I was expecting to see a lot more of, and I think a lot of trainers would have prepared for following Sacramento, was Komodo and Tyranitar. Now, Komodo, I know there's only one of them, which is being run by Eric Rios, that has made it through to this day 2. I would have expected a lot more considering it was victorious across the pond.
Well, it's always great when a Pokemon gets a victory, and you definitely do see a little bit of a rise in usage. But Lou, it's a really difficult Pokemon to get into your team. I think Michael Zhang was really focused in how to make that Komodo work to the best of its ability, and he showed off why it was a great meta call. But it's not that sort of Pokemon that you can sort of pick up that team and you think, hey, yeah, this instantly makes sense. I understand what all of the decisions are, and you know, I think that's the real difference between using Pokemon like Tornadus, for example, where, hey, I need a bit of speed control. Here's a Tornadus. I've got that particular role covered, where Komodo needs a little bit of support.
So it might be an incentive to put it onto your team, but then still difficult to pilot, particularly into day 2. And day 2 is where the players currently are. So we can take a look at the standings and see how things are shaping up between our players in this competition.
Yeah, looking on there, Maurice Uteg, our 9-0 undefeated player from yesterday, still at the top of the standings with 11-1. Took an early loss, I believe, in round 10 there to his opponent, but has managed to stay strong, pick himself up, collect himself, and been 11-1. A very, very impressive record.
Some other players that are really being standouts here in Lille, Marco Silva being so calm, cool, and collected, able to get these key knockouts. Calvin Foster as well from UK at that X&2 record. Miguel Marti that we were able to showcase yesterday, one of my favorite interviews from day 1 as well. Nice to see him still having this great record going through into day 2. As well, on the other side of the slide there, we have got some of our X&3s still in contention to try and get through into that top 8. Players like Javier Senivera, who we just saw lose to Simone Sanvito. Players like Barish Akjosh as well, really trying to bring it through for Germany, as well as Alex Gomez.
Alex is a player that I really, really enjoy watching. We had him on the broadcast yesterday, so if you didn't see that, definitely go back and check out Alex's match, because it was a really back and forth game between him and his opponent, and it was really nice to see. All of these players are really getting to the point where we're seeing all of the best trainers that are having the best days as well. They are on form right now, and we have some notable matches where we'll be featuring on the broadcast Marco Silva versus Calvin Foster, a match that I'm really looking forward to seeing. But of course, Maurice versus Eric, what a match there.
It's very hard to pick at this point. Aurelian versus Taran as well, 2 veterans of the competition playing at the peak of their play, would be fantastic as well as as all of these notable matches. So I'm sure if you're out there in the arena right now, maybe spectating at the stage, you can always go and have a see if you can maybe spot these players in action in the arena as well. But for you guys in the broadcast, it'll be that top one that we'll be showing you. And I guarantee if you want to learn how to play competitive Pokemon in terms of not only the strategic elements of a team, but that chess element where you're thinking turns ahead, ball positions, moves and counter moves, you're going to see it from these two players.
There's a really good description of the match that Marco played on stream yesterday. We saw him play against Aurelian Sula, and we talked for a little while, Lou, about how it was usually Marco playing those more hyper-aggressive teams and Aurelian having a bit more of a defensive backbone. Let me tell you, we got that wrong with the match and how it played out there, with Marco playing a little bit more of a balanced team than we usually see. I'm really looking forward to seeing that coming back into the fore, because that terra-flying Landorus that we saw yesterday did so much work against Aurelian's team. We'll have to see if that's the matchup that he has against Calvin this time.
This was something we were talking about. Are you going to go for the tried and tested good stuffs coming into a regional, or are you going to pick up something a little bit more unique, maybe a favorite Pokemon or a Pokemon that's caught your eye, or even just a Pokemon that you've lost against that you're kind of like, that's actually got potential, I want to try using that. It's a little bit different, a little bit on edge, and it's whether you go for those more unique choices or you go for the tried and tested stuff that you know is going to be able to win. The consistent picks as per your caster predictions.
Oh, I'm all about the consistent picks, Lou. It's definitely Iron Hands, Landorus, Fluttermane all the way this season for me. But you know, the reason that they are so good is because they cover so many team options there. I mean, you look at Iron Hands, it's kind of similar to Incineroar in a lot of ways from previous formats, where it's able to easily switch in on many moves, usually carrying that Assault Vest, if not, usually a health recovery item, making sure that it stays on the field for as long as possible, supports the team with that fake out. But what it does way better than Incineroar is adds a lot of offensive coverage to a team. We see that Drain Punch, the Wild Charge as its same type attack bonus moves, but Heavy Slam being able to hit Pokemon like Fluttermane really give it a big niche, combined with its ability to go for a defensive terror.
Oh, those days of Incineroar don't seem so far behind us at this point in time. I mean, I think one of the key things I notice about those top three is between them, the move pool is incredibly diverse, and it gives you so much flexibility. Landorus, for example, can hit on those flying, ground, and rock types as well, throwing away those rock slides, whereas when you look at Pokemon like Fluttermane, it has so much flexibility. Things obviously with the Ghost and the Fairy, but also it can get a Fire-type move in the form of Mystical Fire, and it can still deal good damage through a Terra Blast of any other Terra it wants to be. And Iron Hands, we've talked about before with the Electric, the Fighting, and also sometimes that Steel typing with a Heavy Slam, that I think in a format at the minute where there's so many Fairy types arising just because of the defensive capabilities, having a Steel type move is a very good advantage. The issue is when the Pokemon is Heatran and your weight advantage isn't evenly distributed there, you know?
Yeah, both of these Pokemon are a little bit on the heavier side, which, you know, works out in that case, and especially with Heatran, as you mentioned there, Lou, going for a defensive Terra of Fairy type. Now that Ogerpon is there with its Mold Breaker ability, it can't go for those Terra Grasses that we saw in previous regulation sets with... Well, unless Ogerpon Half-Flame sort of drops off the usage charts, maybe they'll go back, we'll have to see.
It's not looking likely, though.
It's not looking likely whatsoever, but it also gives the ability for Heatran to go for that Fairy-type Terra Blast, which against Pokemon like Iron Hands that are naturally weak to it, and Urshifu, which we've seen a rise in usage of, I can really see that being an effective offensive tool as well as defensive tool for Heatran.
And I think Heatran as well is a really nice counter to the arising of the Kingambit at the moment, because you can hit it with, you know, things like an Earth Power, you can hit it with something like a Fire-type move into it, but then if it wants to change up its Terra-type as well, you need that flexibility. Fairy-typing is also quite nice to have on there. Maybe if you did want to go straight into the Dark-typing that we see quite often with the Black Glasses, for example, then having that Terra Fairy on a Heatran is a bit like, I've got this. There's no way you can escape Kingambit. I am your nemesis. And that's where, again, we see the meta start to change and have these little tweaks and changes.
That depends, Lou. How many Sword Dances can Kingambit get in front of that Heatran? In fact, I was speaking to one of our players yesterday evening after everything closed down, and they were talking about getting a +4 Kingambit Sucker Punch one-hit knockout on a Pokemon that resisted it. They did need the critical hit as well.
It was the Heatran.
Yeah, it was the Heatran.
Yeah.
Oh, it was the Terra Fairy Heatran.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. It needed the critical hit to take that knockout and the Terra and the Black Glasses and the 4 stages of increased attack. Not a lot. Pretty easy to set up, but you know, it still can put on that offensive pressure, and I think that's one of the really nice things about Swords Dance that you mentioned earlier, Lou, in this particular format where players are opting for a lot of defensive terrors. Sometimes you know, you're only a cheeky Swords Dance away from taking that advantage away.
That's the moment when all the stars align, isn't it, really?
Yeah,
where
it really
everything
is.
stacks
It
up,
really
you get
is.
all the boost you need and that critical hit in order to be able to get the knockout. But that isn't something we see every day, a Sucker Punch from a Dark type taking down a Fairy type, particularly a bulky one like Heatran. But that is where these momentum switches in order to gain more physical offense or more special offense is allowing the Pokemon to get these key knockouts. We see it as well on Pokemon like the Fluttermane with the rise in usage of Choice Specs,
yes,
for example, just allowing it to be able to deal even more damage, and then transitioning into the Fairy type, with dropping its Ghost type and getting that extra boost from Terra Fairy and then throwing a Choice Specs into the mix. These Dazzling Gleams and these Moonblasts are going to hurt, and generally speaking, there aren't a lot of Pokemon out there at the minute who are going to be able to resist those attacks. So 9 times out of 10, you're hitting neutral at best, you know?
And this is where my caster predictions come from, Lou. These Pokemon are just so strong there. One of the Pokemon that I'm really interested in how it's developed, and we saw it a little bit on the usage statistics earlier, is that sort of balance between Ogerpon Half-Flame and Ogerpon Wellspring. I think, you know, in the last couple of regionals that we've had over the last couple of weeks, we've seen more Half-Flame come into the fore, where they've been opted for as the easier Ogerpon to use. You go for the Terror, you get an attack boost from the Embody aspect, you launch an Ivy Cudgel into your opponent, and say that 10 times in a row, Lou.
It might happen today.
And it does a lot of damage. You don't have to worry too much about the weaknesses and resistances of your opponent when you're doing like so much damage, and like the Choice Specs on the Fluttermane. But we've seen the rise in usage of Ogerpon Wellspring in that more defensively orientated option there, and I think that's really interesting to see, both from a regional shift between 2 different nations that are, or many different nations that are playing up against each other, but also the change in mentality and approach to the game.
Yeah, I think with Ogerpon, I'm noticing that the Wellspring one isn't really terrestrializing as much as its counterpart. I think because it wants to keep that water absorber, keeping things action-orientated. Let's kick it over to the stage. We've got Calvin Foster on your left-hand side and Marco Silva on the right, 2 esteemed Pokemon trainers, have many victories behind them, and now they're going to try and want to get all the way into the top cut here at Lille.
It really is all to play for. X and 2 at the end of Swiss will absolutely guarantee your spot into the top 8, but 11 and 3 players will also be able to get in. So, you know, at this stage of the tournament, these players are really fighting. If they win this round, they're pretty much guaranteed to make it into the top 8 bracket, and that's what this is all coming down to. You definitely want the freedom to be able to go into your last round with a little bit of breathing room.
That's for sure. You want to make sure that you have that flexibility to take the pressure off your shoulders a little bit. We were talking about the Dusclops pressure yesterday, but there's also just the pressure of the event, the pressure you put on yourselves as a trainer in order to try and take it all the way. You want to come away with that regional champion title.
Definitely do, and these players could both make it all of the way. We saw Calvin Foster in the World Championships do very well. I believe making it into the top 8 this year, if I'm not mistaken. So a very accomplished trainer in very recent times. Marco, of course, is a player that we've known on the broadcast many times before, has came so close to winning and has won many regional championships in his past as well.
Yes, doing very consistently well. I've spoken to a few of his opponents throughout the course of Lille, and they've all just said what a commanding statement he is making with his team at this point. We can dive a little bit into the team, and I'm sure the graphic will appear shortly to kind of guide you through it a little bit more as well. But there's a key Pokemon I want to highlight before we recap the whole thing, and that's the Golden Go. This is a Pokemon I haven't seen a lot of as of yet this weekend, but a Pokemon that as soon as we dived into Scarlet and Violet, we saw everywhere.
It's one of those Pokemon that's been a little bit yo-yoing up and down in the usage charts, where you see a lot of it early, but it's kind of dropped off a little bit now. Good to see it on the return as we see the achievements from these players here. 2022 top 8 world finish for Calvin there. 2020 Pokémon Regional top 16, special event champion also in 2020 and getting another top 8 in the 2020 season as well.
Well, Calvin's been victorious in France before, and hey, that's where we are now, so who knows, maybe he's going to be able to get the double here. Marco, however, also at Worlds with a top 16 finish this year, Malmo Regional finalist that same season back in 2020. I do remember that Oceania International Championship win, as well as some other regional champion titles too.
I remember playing Marco in the Jönköping Regional Championships in top 4, where Marco was able to beat me there. A very, very good player. I think it was early in his sort of breakout year performance, so really good to see him staying consistent on the field. And in fact, I remember in the Sheffield Regional Championship sitting next to Calvin in one of the rounds, looking around, I was like, hey, how you doing? It's really good to see you up here.
I think 2019, if I think I'm right in saying this was Marco's first year in Masters, because I know coming in seniors he'd won previous regional championships like the Stuttgart Regional Championships, and then coming through to Masters has been able to keep that consistency, and that's no easy feat. A lot of the time when we see trainers level up, their consistency might fall away a little bit just due to the larger pool of players and the changing metas that occur there. Let's dive deeper into the team. So that golden go is here for Calvin. I'm really looking forward to see this, and again, speaking of these setup moves, Nasty Plot is a really key way for those special attackers to be able to get in on the action as well. Some key cool Pokemon as well. Of course, we've got that Landorus, the Chi-Pao, the Urshifu, 3 Pokemon that we've seen a lot in usage over the course of this weekend. That Amoonguss that has snuck its way back into the usage stat, and Tornadus for that ultimate speed control with both Icy Wind and Tailwind.
You know what I'm really looking at here? There's 2 items in particular on this team that really stand out to me. It's that Urshifu carrying the Life Orb. That's not an item that we see very often, but a really nice way of being able to power up that Urshifu, especially paired with that Rain Dance on the Tornadus. It's going to be doing a lot of damage. Speaking of damage, though, that Landorus is holding a Choice Band, which is definitely not the accessory of choice that Landorus tends to run at the moment.
It's going to be a big offensive powerhouse for sure. I think it's interesting you note the Life Orb, because if this had been a closed team sheet format, you might look at these 6 Pokemon and try and play spot where the Focus Sash is going to be. And I think Chi-Pao needs it a little bit more than Urshifu does. Taking a look at the opposing side, though, it's going to be a Landorus, Roaring Moon, Amoonguss, Iron Hands, Fluttermane, and Heatran. So on the right-hand side, those top 3 Pokemon are there, Fluttermane, Iron Hands, and Landorus, tried and tested combinations. And then the Roaring Moon is the one that really stands out for me. Again, able to apply some good pressure with something like the Dragon Dance. If that is able to be got set up, either by support of something like a Fake Out from the Iron Hands or some redirection from Amoonguss, it means that Roaring Moon is a very dominant threat.
And this is a really difficult choice for trainers to make, I think, between Dragon Dance and Tailwind as an option for both speed control and putting on offensive pressure, where Dragon Dance is definitely raising the attack of that Roaring Moon, making sure that it's put a more offensive presence on the field, but Tailwind kind of supporting the rest of the team and making sure that they're doing everything that they want to do. So I really like, with that Fake Out and the Rage Powder that you mentioned there earlier, Lou, the ability to go for those boosting moves. I think that really fits into Marco's playstyle, as does the Perish Song as the last move of choice on that Fluttermane. It's a really nice option. You get 2 early knockouts and then Perish Song.
Honestly, we normally see Perish Song with something like a Shadow Tag usage, something like Gothitelle, to be able to trap the Pokemon in. So like you say, they're stuck in early to knock out straight away. But it's a really interesting tech, and it's incredibly difficult as well to pull off successfully in a match. I think some trainers might look at Perish Song and be like, oh, I like what this does. Easy, I can just lead Gothitelle, or I can go for Fake Out and stall through. But it is a lot more intricate than that. You have to be really thinking turns and turns ahead. Like we were saying, Marco has done so well already this weekend, using those moves and counter moves to enable an endgame situation where he can close out the match.
And it certainly has an option against some of those players where, you know, we saw on the broadcast yesterday, Yuki Zaninovich was using that Goodra with the Shelter, Hisuian Goodra, should I say. And Pokemon like that in an endgame are really difficult to knock out. And Perish Song gives a good option for those kind of scenarios where it doesn't really matter what any of the damage calculations are. You've just got that Perish Song, you know in 3 turns that Pokemon's getting knocked out.
Exactly, and taking a closer look at this matchup, I think the leads, once again, are going to be critical here, Ben, in order to try and gain that advantage, because if you lead incorrectly and are forced to make a switch, that gives your opponent the opportunity to go for something like a Nasty Plot or a Dragon Dance and start gaining that momentum, so that, yes, you switch your ball position to a slightly more favorable one, but then suddenly it's looking like a very steep hill to climb in order to survive these KOs.
I think the big thing in this matchup that both players are going to have to be really aware of is the speed control options. Calvin has that nice, easy speed control option with the ability to go for that tailwind with the Tornadus. And Marco only has the Dragon Dance on his side of the field that's able to kind of change up the speed interactions of these Pokemon pairing up against each other. So like when we saw Marco play on stream against Aurelion last year, yesterday, in fact, a little bit sooner than that. Yesterday, it's going to be Marco that's, I think, going to have to play for that sort of end game scenario where, you know, you've taken a couple of hits and then you can reply back when you're in a little bit of a better position, maybe at the end of that tailwind.
I know we had that Dondozo mirror yesterday, but it didn't quite go on for a year, Ben. We have managed to make it through to Sunday. And as well, that Dondozo player did manage to advance into day 2 as well. I wonder how they're getting on, something that I'll have to go check after this phenomenal match has concluded.
Absolutely, yeah. That's nice to see Dondozo making it yet again into the day 2 of the regional championships. But we're not talking about Dondozo. That's not in our matchup right now.
Not to be.
Calvin and Marco have exchanged team sheets. They're going to be thinking about what they're going to be bringing. Lou, what are you expecting on the leads?
If I'm honest, I think Calvin needs to get the speed advantage straight away. So possibly that Tornadus could come out and then he can make that decision of whether Tailwind, to give the whole team on his side the advantage, is going to be more dominant going through, or whether something like the Icy Wind to not only lower the speed of the opposing Pokemon, maybe then forcing Marco to have to make some switches, but also do that tiny little bit of chip damage as well. You can see on Marco's side, there isn't actually a Focus Sash to be broken here, but lowering the speed of something like that Flutter Mane running the Choice Specs could allow the partner Pokemon on Calvin's side to be able to try and get a knockout before it's able to hit back with a powerful Dazzling Gleam, for example.
Absolutely. You know, speaking about Pokemon like Landorus that are present on both of these players' teams, I'm really wondering how that Choice Band on Calvin's side of the field is going to sort of integrate into this matchup in particular. Marco not looking like he's got too many ways other than that Choice Specs Flutter Mane, which looks like it's on the field yet to deal with that. We'll have to see.
It's all offensive powerhouses out here, plus in Amoonguss, there's going to be the Flutter Mane and the Landorus for Marco, throwing that Intimidate down onto the Urshifu that's surely not appreciating it, but the Urshifu in a position where it's got Amoonguss for support.
It has indeed, but Amoonguss is not going to be able to redirect away any Dazzling Gleams, but that Urshifu does have the ability to go for a Poison Terrestrialization. That's going to make it a resisted hit, and so the Flutter Mane's really got to worry about its position here, because carrying that Life Orb, Calvin's going to be able to knock out that Flutter Mane in one, but also probably going to be able to do significant damage to any Pokemon in the back. Marco, on the other hand, does have the opportunity here to switch in a Pokemon like Amoonguss in this situation. If he's brought it to the match, that's carrying the Rocky Helmet. I think that's going to be a key part of the puzzle here, as Flutter Mane does indeed switch out.
It's a nice way to get that damage onto the Urshifu passively. Amoonguss does indeed join the field for Marco here, and if that isn't going to be the Surging Strikes coming down into it, yes, it's going to be able to deal some decent damage to Amoonguss, but it is going to have to take a huge amount of recoil, because you take some Rocky Helmet chip for every hit you connect, and of course Surging Strikes is that 3-time move.
Poison Terror coming out here for Calvin's side of the field, making sure that Flutter Mane isn't going to be able to knock it out, but not on the present on the field right now. Definitely not going to knock it out here. A U-turn coming out from that Landorus. Another Rocky Helmet on the field, Lou, and Landorus taking a little bit of damage for its troubles.
I think it's worth it, though. The Landorus going into the back is a really nice switch up here for Marco. It gives him the utility to bring out a Pokemon from the back that's going to be able to be more positioned to deal with this opposing Urshifu, as well as keep the Intimidate primed for later on. The Photosynthesis is going to activate. It's going to be the attack boosted by the booster energy on this Roaring Moon, as Surging Strikes goes down into that Amoonguss.
It's going to be launching 3 attacks into that Amoonguss, taking 3 hits of its Rocky Helmet there. And what a way for Marco to position this Roaring Moon with a little bit of support and putting it in a place where it can maybe try to go for those Dragon Dances.
This is where the Intimidate, I think, was so important, because if it hadn't been intimidated, the damage onto, Amoonguss anyway, the critical hits, is not going to be affecting. It's doing a lot less than I was expecting. I honestly still thought it would, with the critical hits, be able to do a bit more to that Amoonguss, but actually Urshifu looks the worse for wear out of that tussle.
It certainly does. Clearly Marco has trained his Amoonguss to be very, very defensively capable as well. Urshifu, though, not liking this position one bit with that Amoonguss on the field. Getting back to Calvin, switching out for that Golden Go. A really nice switch in there, good as gold, making it immune to that Spore.
Honestly, love to see that switch in here, potentially trying to get a nasty plot in order to counteract what the Roaring Moon is going to do. It's not able to get the knockout on the Amoonguss, though. That is one bulky Mushroom on the field for Calvin. Calvin and what he needs right now to get that spore down in retaliation. This Amoonguss laughing in the face of the Roaring Moon that tried to get it off the field, but instead, Roaring Moon here to stay, but has to take a rest for its troubles.
That's such a big survival from that Amoonguss. The Roaring Moon on Marco's side of the field does have the ability to go for that knockoff, and knockoff Lu would do a lot of damage to this Golden Go, especially where Calvin has already committed Terror and is now not able to change its type to not take super effective damage. As it stands, this is a perfect opportunity for Calvin to get that nasty plot going and be able to, get himself set up. If that Tornadus is in the back with a Tailwind as well as the nasty plot to launch out some big make it rains.
That's terrifying, a Tailwind and a nasty plot, but you're right, this is the perfect opportunity for Golden Go to be able to go for it, and there we see it, the nasty plot boosting up a special attack by 2 stages. It cannot be spored, its good as gold ability will stop it being affected by those status moves, but Amoonguss going to go for the Pollen Puff instead, thinking, hey, I will get the KO on the mirrored Pokemon across the side, and I think that's ultimately the only thing Marco could do in this situation. You have to take that turn of sleep, try and burn through it so that the Roaring Moon can try and deal with the Golden Go later on, but Golden Go in a great position.
Certainly is, but now that Roaring Moon has taken its mandatory turn of sleep, there's a chance that it can wake up this turn. And I think that's a really clever way for Marco to play the turn, because knocking out that Amoonguss also takes away the ability for Amoonguss on Calvin's side to redirect that knockoff. And so if you roll those dice, get a little bit lucky with the sleep turns there on that Roaring Moon, that nasty plot is going to be for naught.
Yes, and Urshifu coming in here can now apply pressure with something like the close combat into that Roaring Moon, because yes, it's sleeping at the moment, but it is going to be on that ticker of when it's going to wake up, and you want to make sure that it's off the field. Amoonguss really isn't going to be too threatening at this point. Yes, it can try and put something like the Urshifu to sleep, but then you have the Golden Go that can easily remove it from the field at this point with a Make It Rain. So a wise protect there, I think, from the Amoonguss. Here comes a close combat. It is enough to be able to get the knockout. It is a very speedy Urshifu. Even though it's running that Life Orb, it could almost be a Choice Scarf by the advantage it had there. Nimble-footed Urshifu getting the KO, and now Golden Go. Can't go for anything here, but in a way that's really nice. You don't want to lower your special attack from the Make It Rain, so going into the Protect is a nice situation here.
That's such a crazy turn there going on. Normally, Roaring Moon is trained to be faster than an Urshifu naturally, and so, you kind of expect in this position that Marco's going to go for the Protect on the Amoonguss. Maybe you get the Wake Up on the Roaring Moon and you can do some damage, whether or not that's an acrobatics or a knockoff into either slot, it would still be a relevant turn. But as it stands, the Urshifu outspeeding that Roaring Moon is going to be great information going into the next game for both of these trainers to try and take advantage of. Fluttermane now coming in is going to be putting pressure onto that Golden Go. Choice Specs Shadow Ball is going to be easily enough to pick up the one-hit knockout there, so definitely something that Calvin has to be aware of.
I mean, who needs a Tornadus on the field setting up some Tailwind when your Pokemon is so speedy as it is? The Intimidate coming in from Landorus here, of course, if we're going for those Surging Strikes, isn't going to affect because of the critical hit chance, but something like a Close Combat will be affected by the Intimidate. I do like the switch out here from Calvin, like you mentioned. It was too threatening from the opposing Fluttermane, and you can always try and get the nasty plot set up a little bit later on. I think it's really done its job with the precedent that it's got. The Surging Strikes are going to go down into the Landorus and able to get the knockout. This is a speedy Urshifu, Ben.
It really is. That Landorus switching in there, not really enjoying the position it found itself in, but that does give Marco's Amoonguss a little bit of an opportunity to get a Spore onto the field. Wouldn't be surprised if this Urshifu is going to be taking a nap there as the Spore lands into the Urshifu.
Yes, the Amoonguss on Marco's side really trying to put its work in here, putting Pokemon to sleep on the opposing side to make Calvin slow the play down. You've got the Chi-Pow on the field. That's a Pokemon that the physical attackers are going to be able to benefit from the Sword of Ruin ability, lowering the defenses. So it's wise that the Urshifu's taking a bit of a nap. And now the threatening Pokemon has come in. This is a Choice Specs Fluttermane. You know that the Urshifu's going to have to take a turn of sleep. It doesn't matter how speedy it is when it is napping on the field. Fluttermane in a prime position to go for something like a Dazzling Gleam here. Get the Chi-Pow right down to its focus action. At the low HP, it could be interesting how much it's going to do to the Urshifu.
It's a difficult position, though, to be in, because that Fluttermane's got to decide if it's going to be locking into a Shadow Ball to do super effective damage to the Golden Go that Calvin has in the back, or if it's going to lock into a move like Dazzling Gleam to be able to put pressure on this Chi-Pow on Calvin's side of the field. So with that Terror coming out from the Amoonguss, it's going to be able to take some attacks from both of those threats that Calvin has on his side of the field. A really worthy Terror here as Chi-Pow just makes sure that it's not falling foul of a Shadow Ball.
Yeah, so going for the Shadow Ball to be locked into, easily going to be able to get the knockout on that Urshifu, and then can still apply pressure to something like the opposing Chien-Pao. And you also have that Amoonguss that can go for that redirection, help out the Flutter Mane a little bit, because the Chien-Pao doesn't have any spread type moves. So Amoonguss can be a worthy sacrifice for Flutter Mane to try and close out the game.
And I really like the locking in of Shadow Ball in this position. It's probably quite tempting in this place to lock into Dazzling Gleam, because you really want to be able to knock out that Chien-Pao that's likely going to be faster than Flutter Mane on Marco's side of the field. But what this allows with the with the water terrestrialization on the Amoonguss is for Amoonguss to kind of get into this end game where Pollen Puff is enough to knock out the Chien-Pao. And so, yeah, Shadow Ball is the move of choice to lock into here for Marco, because you really want to be able to pressure that Golden Go. If he gets a Make It Rain off here, it's all over for Marco.
Speeds are going to be interesting for sure, whether Make It Rain is going to be able to come first and get the knockout. The key thing, however, as you mentioned, is that Shadow Ball. It was great to lock into that as opposed to the Dazzling Gleam, because you're going to be able, with the choice bags, I believe, to get the one-hit knockout onto that opposing Golden Go here, unless it has been trained to be reasonably bulky, something we will have to see.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to the preparation that both of these trainers have made coming into this tournament. Not this turn, though, because that Golden Go is going for a Protect.
Yes, I think a wise Protect there. We're going to see the Shadow Ball come out. It was going into the Protect of that Golden Go, so a nice defensive play by Calvin here. Now it is time for the Chien-Pao to go for that Sacred Sword into the Water-type Amoonguss, not dealing too much damage, but of course will take that recoil from the Rocky Helmet, as well as being put to sleep for its trouble. So a little bit of a difficult situation for Chien-Pao at this point in time.
Really difficult situation. Chien-Pao going to sleep, and that's one of the great things about Water Terror Amoonguss, and one of the things that Marco's done really well, preserving that Terror until right at the end, not going for that, say, Terror flying on the Roaring Moon when the close combat from the Urshifu went into it that turn. But it's a double Protect coming out from that Golden Go. No more damage this turn. The Shadow Ball landing into that Protect, and the Chien-Pao taking another turn of sleep.
I mean, it's the play that Golden Go needed to make, right? Calvin identifying that it was still incredibly vulnerable. It needs his partner Chien-Pao to wake up to be able to apply some offensive pressure, but Amoonguss is the one actually switching onto the damage rolls, and it does a significant chunk to that Chien-Pao. One more of those Pollen Puffs is going to be able to get the knockout. It's not safe, Ben.
It's not safe whatsoever, and that Sacred Sword onto the Amoonguss, I think, could be quite big, because another Sacred Sword would be maybe enough to knock it out, and then Calvin might have a little bit of an opportunity there, but Marco kind of seeing right through that, going for that Rage Powder, and the Shadow Ball. No triple Protect on the horizon here. It's enough to pick up the one-hit knockout on that Golden Go.
The choice specs is just too much to deal with. It is a one-hit KO straight there on the field. Flutter Mane knows that it is in day 2, trying to get its trainer into that top 8.
Is that Chien-Pao going to be able to hang on from the Rocky Helmet damage, Lou? I didn't see the damage numbers on the screen before that Amoonguss went down, and it's going to...
Oh, it's just in. It's
just
still
hang
here.
on.
Still here, but the issue is that Flutter Mane is in such a strong position. Yes, when you are the Chien-Pao, you have the potential to go for something like a Sucker Punch at this point, but is it going to be enough? That is a full HP Flutter Mane on the opposing side. You have to get it in one shot. Chien-Pao giving it its best. Not enough, though.
Oh, would have been with the critical hit, but not this time. Shadow Ball landing into Chien-Pao, and it's going to be Marco taking the first game of round 13.
No, that was a dicey game. Lots of forwards and backwards, lots of momentum being thrown to either player's perspective. But Marco, once again, thinking many turns ahead, making those key moves in order to enable an endgame that was more favorable for himself. I have to credit Calvin, though. When the Golden Go was on the field at that point, was able to get that nasty plot off, he was in a very commanding position and had a lot of momentum going forward. But I think Marco, allowing that Roaring Moon to be able to go down so quickly, allowed him the opportunity to actually bring something else in from the back in the form of that Flutter Mane, and suddenly go, okay, yes, you have a boosted Golden Go, but you don't have the speed advantage right now. This is something that the Flutter Mane has against you.
That's, I think, the thing that Calvin's going to have to be thinking about going into this game too. We didn't see the Tornadoes from Calvin's side of the field. And you called this out in game 1, Lou. It didn't really need to be there for most of the Pokemon on Calvin's side of the field. But the one Pokemon it did need to be there was that Chien-Pao, because it was outsped by the Flutter Mane in game 1. And so, you know, given the training of both of these Pokemon, maybe the Tornadoes is the switch up that Calvin needs to make sure that he's on the front foot.
I think you make a good point. It wasn't just the Chien-Pao that needed that speedy edge. It was also the Golden Go in the face of that Flutter Mane. And I think, yes, the Tornadoes coming in would be great to switch things up. And I think if you're Calvin at this point, you need to think, who are you committing to at this point? Is your MVP going to be the Golden Go? Are we going to do everything to support that Pokemon, get the boost up, get some Make It Rain damage out on the field? Or is it going to be more like the Urshifu? Are we going to let that speak for itself with that speed and then have Pokemon that are able to support it a little bit more? Because I feel like in that game one, there were two stories. At one point for Calvin, it was the chapter about Golden Go, then it was the chapter about the Urshifu, and ultimately the end of the story fell into Marco's direction.
I'm glad you mentioned the Urshifu, actually, because one of the things that was really pivotal in that game was the early choice of Terra from Calvin's side of the field, going for that Terra Poison. But Marco kind of saw that coming and decided to switch out the Flutter Mane just in case Calvin was going to be able to go for that. And I think that gave him a lot of long-term advantage, where Calvin committed to the Terra early, so you know that the Golden Go is going to be locked into being a Ghost type. And then later in the match, we saw the Flutter Mane get preserved, but we're going to have to see whether or not this Flutter Mane will be preserved in Game 2.
Well, I can tell you it's here for some competitive action paired up with the Amoonguss for Marco. And for Calvin, it's going to be the Amoonguss and the Landorus once again. This time, not being able to get, and then there's the Intimidate flying down onto two special attackers, so really not going to be able to do too much.
I really like the choice band in this situation, actually, for Calvin, because one of the decisions that trainers have to make is it fast U-turn or slow U-turn, whether or not the Pokemon that's using the move is going to be able to switch out before or after an attack. In this case, it's going to give Calvin the opportunity to get a U-turn off after that Flutter Mane acts, whether it switches, whether it goes for an attack. That's going to allow the Golden Go from Calvin's side of the field to come in more safely and get into a position where it can maybe threaten to get that nasty plot up or to go for a Make It Rain.
I completely agree, and I think Flutter Mane's getting off the field saying, I do need to be preserved, Ben. I need to be here for the end game situation to allow Marco to have more pieces to play with as this game pulls out.
Landorus on the field means Landorus coming back onto the field, Lou. Intimidate coming out, but Landorus on Calvin's side of the field is going to ping on out of there.
It's like the hokey cokey of Landorus at the moment. They're in, they're out. They're probably shaking it about in the back of their Pokeballs, but it's the key switch up here for the Golden Go to come onto the field. As you mentioned earlier, it wants to be able to try and get that nasty plot up once again and apply a lot of offensive pressure. It's got the Amoonguss by its side that can apply a little bit of redirection, and it really doesn't have to fear the opposing Amoonguss at all. The one issue, however, is going to be the fact that the Landorus has come in now for Marco's. Something like the Stomping Tantrum is going to be detrimental, but that's why you have the Amoonguss to draw it away. I don't see any spread moves other than the Rock Slide that the Golden Go isn't going to worry about too much, except for maybe a potential flinch. That's going to be something you have to contend with.
And not going to have to contend with it, should I say, this turn as the Landorus falls asleep. A great spore there into Marco's Landorus on the switch-in. Both players having the same idea here. It's like, hey, the Pokemon on the other side of the field to the Amoonguss looks like it wants to take a nap. Let's spore into that slot. But having the option for Golden Go with that Good as Gold ability to be able to switch in this position is pivotal. You don't need to commit a Grass-type Pokemon to these kind of slots in order to be able to have a little bit of Amoonguss resistance.
The reason why it's gold, not silver or bronze, is the best at the end of the day. It's able to completely shut down what Amoonguss wants to go for here. And once again, Calvin has put himself in a position to go for this nasty plot really safely. Interesting to see the Roaring Moon come in here. This could have been a nice opportunity for the Amoonguss on Calvin's side to just go for a spore into that slot again and try and just apply pressure on Marco's Pokemon. It is going to be the nasty plot, so +2 special attack on the Golden Go, priming itself ready for a potential Make It Rain. One Pollen Puff into the other isn't going to do much, but this is a shake in the works. It's going to be the Sludge Bomb. We don't see that every day.
We don't indeed, and I really like this sort of combining of damage onto that Amoonguss. We saw in Game 1, Calvin's Amoonguss surviving on just 3 hit points, finished off by a Pollen Puff later in the game. Now that Roaring Moon doesn't have to commit Terror in order to be able to knock out the Amoonguss on Calvin's side of the field with an Acrobatics. But the one difference from that position now, Calvin still has his Terror available.
That's very true, and that gives you a lot of flexibility going into the next stages of this game. Yeah, committing to your Terror at one point often can be quite difficult to negotiate around, and potentially in an end game, you need it in your back pocket. So be interesting to see how it comes through in this particular set. The Roaring Moon, however, in a position where it can maybe go for a Dragon Dance or even something like a knockoff here to try and deal with this opposing Golden Go. But that's why the Rage Powder is in play. Acrobatics instead the move of choice, getting the knockout on the Amoonguss, leaving the Golden Go now more exposed to something like the knockout in that next turn. You see how fast the Roaring Moon is here. It will be able to outspeed that Golden Go that is making it rain on the battlefield. It isn't enough to get the knockout, though. Both of Marco's Pokemon Pokemon holding on, trained so well in their defensive capabilities. Amoonguss, again, you need to stop sporing into this Golden Go. It's not going to happen. And now that Roaring Moon is in a great spot, Ben.
Oh, it certainly is. I mean, wow. Yeah, I really like what Calvin was trying to go for there. It's like, hey, if I let my Amoonguss go down here, then I can get a Make It Rain, get a double KO. Then my Amoonguss has kind of done its job. We've got the nasty plot up. We've got some damage on the field. Marco can't maybe switch out that Fluttermane in the back. But in this case, where the KO doesn't get landed into both of these Pokemon, Marco still has the opportunity to Rage Powder away attacks, still has the opportunity for that Roaring Moon to go for a knockoff onto this Golden Go. And I think now it's a really, really good thing that Calvin hasn't yet committed his Terror, because that's the only way I can see that Calvin has a route to getting himself back on the front foot.
I think the big issue is particularly the Amoonguss survival there on Marco's side, because it can still redirect things where you might think Chien-Pao's there. It can go for something like a Sucker Punch, but that's not a safe play at this point in time. I like this adjustment, actually. The Landorus coming in saying that Chien-Pao was just here as a little bit of bait to tempt both the Amoonguss and the Roaring Moon to try and target it down. And instead now you get that Intimidate down onto the Roaring Moon. So even if it is able to connect that knockoff into the opposing Golden Go, it's not going to do too much, but no, it's going to go for the Dragon Dance instead. Really like this play by Marco, covering for that potential Intimidate and saying, right, next turn, I've got you. What are you going to do to stop me?
But Calvin going on the offensive, not protecting himself this turn, going for the Make It Rain. It's going to be easily enough to pick up the knockout there on that Roaring Moon. Golden Go going now down to neutral stages of special attack. That Amoonguss, though, is on the field. That Landorus has come in for free. There's a sleeping Landorus in the back for Marco, but also that's such a problematic Pokemon in game one. That Fluttermane is still on the field.
That's very true, and I really like the bold play by Calvin here, not going for the Protect on the Golden Go that I think Marco was thinking could happen there. Again, high risk, high reward, sometimes going for those Dragon Dances, but not to be. Instead, we're going to see this Fluttermane join the fray, and like you said, it's very speedy. We're not seeing the Urshifu on the field that has the capability to be faster. I think the Fluttermane is the speediest thing right now.
I think it is as well, and you know, the difficult position that both of these trainers are in at the moment is, do you switch the Landorus in to intimidate the Landorus on Calvin's side of the field if you're Marco? If you're Calvin, you know, you've got the ability to go for an Earthquake here with boosted by a Choice Band, probably would be enough to take a knockout onto that Fluttermane and would avoid the redirection, but it's a really difficult thing to do when you've got a Landorus in the back.
Yeah, very, very risky, to be fair. You could, you know, even bring in the Chien-Pao for the Sword of Ruin defense drop, but then you don't want to deal a huge amount of damage to your own Pokemon. That's only ever something that you want when you guaranteed to be able to take the victory. This time the Golden Go is going to go for the Protect, however, so maybe it is indeed going to be that Earthquake. Instead, we're going to see the U-turn, getting a cheeky knockout on that Amoonguss, forcing now Marco to be left with two Pokemon remaining. That Fluttermane will be coming back into that slot in the next turn, and now Calvin can bring that Chien-Pao back out to the fray.
Yeah, this is a really kind of nice turn. Marco's been playing the Fluttermane very, very well all game long, but Calvin has the opportunity to bring out that Chien-Pao. He's carrying a Focus Sash, so there's no chance that whatever Marco throws out to Calvin's side of the field is going to be able to knock it out in this turn. And again, we're in this position where you've got to choose, if you're Marco, between that Dazzling Gleam to do a little bit of spread damage, put pressure on the Chien-Pao, or lock into Shadow Ball.
I think Shadow Ball is once again the call. You need to be able to get rid of this Golden Go because it has the capability to go for that spread damage, and hope that maybe your Landorus is able to wake up, try and deal with the Chien-Pao a little bit, something like a U-turn. Yes, you're not going to be able to get off the field, but you can deal some super effective damage to that Chien-Pao in return.
And I think this is a really good position for Calvin to just go on the offensive with both of his Pokemon, because regardless of which Pokemon that Marco decides to lock into, or which move from which Pokemon Marco decides to lock into, it's going to be a lot of damage on the field that Calvin's going to be able to achieve. Terra Flying coming out there from that Landorus there, making it less weak to that Chien-Pao. And a Shadow Ball, the move of choice for Marco.
Yeah, able to get the solid knockout against the one-hit KO onto the Golden Go. Yes, you're still going to be dealing super effective damage with Ice Spinner, but it is at least not 4 times super effective as it was previously, but it's more than enough to be able to get the knockout. Now Chien Pao in a primed position, it can apply a lot of pressure to that opposing Fluttermane in that next turn that can only go for a Shadow Ball into either it or the Landorus, and I believe the double up from both of these Pokemon is going to be able to clean up the game.
It certainly will, and you know, Fluttermane in a position where it can only target one Pokemon at a time with that choice Focus Sash. Choice Sash. Focus Sash onto that Chien Pao. It's going to need at least 3 attacks to be able to knock out all of Calvin's Pokemon, and let me tell you, Fluttermane's not looking like it's going to be able to take a few attacks.
No, because the Chien Pao can just go for Sucker Punch twice in a row. We saw how much damage it did in the previous game, and 2 of those is going to be able to get the knockout, particularly as it is Choice Specs. It doesn't have the utility to go for any status moves anyway. It's forced to go on the offensive, and even if you go into the Chien Pao, you will be guaranteed to get the Sucker Punch off beforehand thanks to its priority, and then Landorus can pick up some damage, or if you try and KO the Landorus, then just 2 Sucker Punches are going to be able to deal with it, and it looks like we're going to be heading into a game 3.
I've got a question for you, Lou.
Yeah. Oh, there's no Sucker Punch.
No Sucker Punch there. Shadow Ball coming into the Landorus, not enough to pick up the KO. And my question will have to wait till the end of this turn. The Ice Spinner is going to launch into that Fluttermane. Stomping Tantrum, going to be enough to pick up the KO. Calvin taking this set 1-1.
I mean, that's another way to do it. At the end of the day, there were a few options you had to be able to close down and pin that opposing Fluttermane. But Calvin will be now taking a game, so we will see a game 3. And let's come back to your question there, Ben.
Did Calvin even go for a Terra in that game?
Nope, didn't need it.
Didn't need it.
Absolutely didn't need it at that point. I think potentially on something like the Landorus, you could have gone for it just to, I don't know. It doesn't even give you an offensive capability. I mean, it's all defensive.
More defensive.
I was honestly going to say for style points, but I really don't think that's needed at this point. There's no need to go for the flexing when your Pokemon are doing all that for you.
Absolutely. I mean, you've got to be doing the right things in the right scenarios. I think, you know, there could have been an argument there for going for the Terra Dragon on the Golden Go. You were pointing it out there for me. Thank you, Lou. Because that would have stopped the Fluttermane from being able to land a 1-hit KO. But I understand why Calvin didn't, because in that position, if it was the Dazzling Gleam that came out from that Fluttermane, there was a risk of it being knocked out, and you kind of make the read and kind of get it a little bit wrong there, and you have an opportunity to lose the game. So well played there from Calvin. Looking at this game 3 now, it's all to play for both of these players. Calvin didn't bring that Tornadus that we were talking about at the start of game 2 into this match. Do you think, Lou, that he actually needs that speed control or not?
It's one of those things. I don't think he needs it. He's a high enough caliber player to be able to have now identified from games 1 and games 2 the information that you don't necessarily get from the team sheet, where Pokemon are, you know, speedier or bulkier, the way that they've been trained. So he will be able to adapt around it. But personally, I think it would be a nice game 3 adaptation, just to be able to take that pressure off a little bit and start sweeping through. The other key thing you've got as well is the fact you've got the Icy Wind. That's something that the opposing Landorus doesn't want to take. You've got something like the Bleak Windstorm. That's a way to apply pressure to something like the Amoonguss and force that Water Terror.
That's a really good observation. We'll have to see if they come into a 4. It's a switch up, though, coming out from Marco's side of the field. Heatran joining the match.
Yep, I like to see the Heatran here. A good adjustment from Marco, shaking it up for game 3. Landoruses are both out front and center. Their Intimidate's not really paying off except for into each other. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some more U-turning Landorus in this game 3.
And a really nice, I think, adaptation for many reasons on Marco's side of the field. We've identified already through this broadcast, but also certainly in this match, how much of a pesky Pokemon Amoonguss is in. And bringing that Heatran into the 4 is a really nice way to be able to deal with that, while also putting pressure on that Golden Go. It's going to be really difficult for Calvin to get into a position where he's able to set up that nasty plot with the Golden Go, while that Heatran is sitting in front of it, putting a lot of pressure on with its Fire-type offensive pressure.
I think you're right, though. Heatran's actually a great call with the Golden Go and the Amoonguss on the field. Even the Chien Pao, it does apply a lot of pressure. The one thing you've got to work around, though, is that Urshifu that Calvin has liked to lean on as well. But that's why you have defensive terrors like Fairy typing and supportive Pokemon to boot. The Golden Go is going to join the field, though, as Heatran is going to go for the Protect. This is a little risky. Potentially both Pokemon have the capability to deal with some super effective damage. It's going to be the Landorus going for the U-turn, however. The Landorus on, I think, on Marco's side, first of all, is going to retreat.
using that choice scarf to make sure it's going to be late, getting out of there really quickly. Amoonguss joining the field there for Marco, making sure that this stomping tantrum can be redirected. Calvin making a brilliant read there, trying to, catch Marco off guard with that Heatran, but Marco catching it there, making sure that that Heatran that's going to be threatening both the Golden Go and the Landorus now on Calvin's side of the field. Really nice positional play there.
Heatran's a serious problem. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's Chimpao in the back for Calvin here, not the Urshifu. So all three partner Pokemon to that Landorus at this point are going to be vulnerable to the attacks that the Heatran is capable of giving out. So the Landorus really does have to try and target it down. Instead, going down into the Amoonguss here, taking a bit of a rocky helmet recoil. There is the Heat Wave. It does so much to the Golden Go, but it is able to hang on. It was able to get the nasty plot off previously. It's got a little bit of recovery with the leftovers, so there could be the potential make it rain going in the next turn. But Heatran doesn't worry about that, +2 or not.
That's such a great turn there for Marco, getting all of that damage onto Calvin's side of the field, and maybe tempted not to go for the Heat Wave there, maybe try to predict an Earth Power on the switch in there, or maybe try to get that substitute up that Marco has. And I think that's a really nice read there for Calvin. You can kind of see what he's trying to go for there, where both the Heatran and the Golden Go are able to set up, and sometimes they like to do it at the same time.
Yes, exactly, and that kind of synergy can then really boil down to the way that the trainers have trained their Pokemon in terms of their speeds. I do think Heatran going for the Protect is quite nice. You can allow the Landorus to not have to deal any damage, let the Golden Go for the Make It Rain and drop its special attack without really dealing too much damage to the Heatran. Of course, the Amoonguss will have to take this damage. It will be able to get the knockout against it, but once again, Heatran in such a strong position. It really just has to worry about this opposing Landorus, but now Marco has the utility to bring a Pokemon from the back that might be able to deal with it in a much stronger way. Something potentially like the Landorus could come in and throw another Intimidate down, or maybe even you've got something like the Fluttermane in the back that can try and clean up with a heavy-hitting Shadow Ball.
I mean, the story of this game, certainly in the early game here, is Calvin trying to make some reads, get into a great position. Marco's been able to call those reads turn after turn after turn, but now it's Calvin that's made the read, being able to knock out that Amoonguss with the Make It Rain, while the Heatran is on the defensive there. But now the Amoonguss has gone down, it's going to be not able to redirect, or Marco isn't going to be able to redirect any ground type attacks from that Landorus, but this is the opportunity cost of running that choice band. When that Fluttermane comes in, it's going to be able to outspeed that Landorus, probably going to be able to knock it out, and we saw that the Heatran is also faster than the Golden Go, so great read from Calvin, but still a tentative situation.
It definitely is, and we're going to see the Terrestrialization of Fairy on the Fluttermane this time. Golden Go, I think, wisely protecting from both Pokemon that can give super effective damage across the board. Instead of Shadow Ball, it's going to be the Dazzling Gleam, however, trying to get some good damage across onto this Landorus as well. I think the double spread options here of Dazzling Gleam and Heat Wave are going to be able to secure knockouts. Look at that, Landorus goes down, and the Pokemon that can be coming through in the back, something like the Amoonguss, something like the Chimpao, has the potential to just be swooped by spread moves, particularly when Heatran's hiding behind a substitute. You mentioned that Marco seems to be making all the right calls and predictions here. He did it from turn 0, bringing that Heatran.
That Heatran's been an absolute game changer, if you'll forgive me the pun there, Lou, because this game is completely different to what we saw in Games 1 and Game 2. That Chimpao that's in the back there that you called out a minute ago, Lou, for Calvin, is now not going to be able to pick up any one-hit knockouts onto that Heatran hidden behind its substitute. So when you're in a position where the Amoonguss has to come in front of a Heatran, you know that you're a little bit struggling in this game. Golden Go can't go for that Dragon Terror because there's locked in a Fluttermane has locked in a Fairy type move in that Dazzling Gleam with the Fairy Terror. So it's kind of all on Amoonguss to be able to sort of get some, go for its own terror, I think, get that Fluttermane to be taking a nap, and then if you can get that double protect with the Golden Go, you're like halfway there to coming back into this game.
Exactly, and Amoonguss now going for this Water Terrestrialization, going a little bit on that defensive, trying to make sure that it's dropping any of its other types. We are going to see, of course, the Fluttermane go straight for another Dazzling Gleam. It's very speedy on the field, gets the knockout on that Golden Go, and a significant chunk to the opposing Amoonguss. It might be bulky, but going and actually dropping that Poison type is a little bit detrimental for the Amoonguss at this point. The Heat Wave, however, can show why you have that Water typing. It's going to be able to take that much better than if it had remained with its Grass typing, and it now has the opportunity opportunity to put a Spore across onto that Flutter Mane. That is something that Chien Pao is going to breathe a sigh of relief about, because it does not want to take a Dazzling Gleam.
It really doesn't, but now the game's a little bit on a timer again with that Chien Pao in the back. I mean, you can maybe, if you're Calvin, go for the Heat Wave misses. Heat Wave's not, you know, perfect accuracy. It does have the opportunity to miss there, but you have to remove the substitute on Marco's side of the field, maybe follow that up with a Spore, assuming that the Heatran continues to go for those Heat Waves instead of going for the safe Earth Power to be able to knock out this now Water type Amoonguss. And then really, you've got to be waiting for that Flutter Mane to be waking up. If that's going to be 3 turns of sleep, that may give Calvin a little bit of an opportunity to come back into this game. There's its guaranteed turn.
It's difficult, though. I don't know how you get rid of the Heatran. You can get...
With the drums, like everything was beating, my whole body was into it. You've seen the show, you've seen the decoration, everything. Like it's definitely worse in Japan. Like it's everything I wanted it to be.
So exciting just to walk down the street and see all your favorite Pokemon everywhere, and to watch your children's faces as well when they light up as they see everything. Pokemon just brings such joy to everyone's lives when it's things like this. It's amazing.
Altaria, there's only some health left on the Azumarill, and its accent is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion!
It's Accent, the most decorated Pokemon Go player in history.
No. Are we there? Are we there? There's the second energy cycle we're waiting for. Now we can attack with the Kyogre. Aqua Storm is going to do so much damage. It's going to take out those bench Pokemon. And Xiao Chong'en is your Junior Division World Champion.
Pumpkin Pit! Pumpkin Pit can discard the stadium. There's a Lumineon V that can search out boss's orders. Bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your Seniors Division World Champion here in Yokohama, Japan.
He's got a ton of cards in hand. Power Tablet. Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card. Moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot. And Boss's Orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
Out here, it's only really got that Pollen Puff or the Clear Smile, but it gets the knockout. Sora Ebisaur is your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
Now, Arcanine's gonna avoid
I don't think that KOs. Gastron
survives.
That
It's just a sliver of HP.
It's a little Arcanine sled. That means Gastron gets an attack off. It should get a knockout here if it goes for Ice Beam. It's instantly Amoonguss. That's down. It's a 3v1 now.
The battle is just canceled, and Toya Ogawa is your Seniors Division World Champion in Japan.
Get any secondary effects. So as Pollen Puff will take out the Chien Pao, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。
ワールドチャンピオンになることは自分にとって目標でありました。チャンピオンになってめちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。
家族に恩を返せて、観客の人も盛り上がっていたので、僕的にもとても嬉しかったです。
It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to.
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time.
我赢下世界锦标赛后，我非常兴奋，也觉得不可思议，也很感谢所有支持我的人。
I'm feeling good to be a world champion. Something I'm gonna remember for a long time.
Pokemon trainers to the first ever Pokemon Sweep Run here at the Pokemon Center pop-up store at the North American International Championships in Columbus, Ohio. I am joined here by two incredible trainers, Trainer Polaris and Trainer Cyrus, as they will be competing for their opportunity to win as many unique items from this Pokemon Center as possible. Trainers, you have 60 seconds each to run through the Pokemon Center and pick out one of whatever item you fancy. It has to fit in the bags that are provided, but feel free to get a little bit creative as what fit actually means. And you have two incredible coaches to help you as well. So Coach Necra and Coach Spraggles, please use this time to coach your trainers.
Wait, this is actually a Pokemon Center.
Yeah, this is actually a Pokemon Center. This is it right here. All right, so remember our plan. We're small, but we're mighty, okay? We need to get in there. We need to get aggressive handshake. Let's do this thing. Boom, boom, boom. Nice, we got this.
All right, we've got the height advantage, so we gotta get all this stuff on the top shelf, right? All right, so it's TCG cards over here. We got our plush over here. Got the big Squishmallows in the bag. Oh yeah, I think that's a good plan. We've got the good plan.
All right, we have 60 seconds on the clock. Cyrus, Polaris, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, I love the energy. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, sweep.
All right, let's go. Let's do this.
All right, it looks like our trainers are hitting up the Pokeballs first. I see a Cherish Ball from Cyrus, very nice. Polaris going for the Funko Pops, very, very stylish. And now it looks like Cyrus has made a beeline for the plush. Polaris is not that far behind, picking up the Togepi Squishmallow. Oh no, Koraidon just fell on the floor, but Cyrus saved him and gave him a beautiful home. Trainers, the clock is ticking. There is 30 seconds left. We're skipping the keychains, it looks like, going straight for the Charmander, Squirtle, and Gengar hat. Oh, we got the Charmander hat and backpack from Cyrus. Now that is a very bold play. 10 seconds left. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Trainers, that is time. Please take your items up to the front. Trainers, congratulations. Polaris, let's start with you. What you get?
I got a bunch of play mats, deck boxes.
Oh, dump them all out. Let's see them all. Yeah, there we go. Oh, and a Cherish Ball, too. That's very special.
Got it.
Woo! All right, Cyrus, let's see your haul.
Incredible stuff. Look at that, 2 backpacks.
Wow.
We've been running this for about 3 months every other day, doing this run. So a lot of great stuff. We kind of knew what we wanted coming in.
Oh, I see that.
Really big. This was a big one for us.
Oh, is that Koraidon? Yeah, let's see it all. Look at all those plush.
I also got the Koraidon and the Koraidon.
You did? Are those your favorites?
Yeah, and this is how we were planning to win today.
Well.
Sorry, I don't know if we can still see you, bud, but it's huge.
Team Cyrus, you drive a very tough competition with that incredible Altaria plush. But Polaris, your love of the trading card game and Pikachu and Bulbasaur really shines through. Well, guess what? Everybody is going to be a winner today. So why don't you all pick out your favorite item, as you can get all of this exciting merchandise and more at the Pokemon Center.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Lille Regional Championships. I am David Partington, back on the desk with Charlie Merriman. Charlie, how are you?
Oh, it's very exciting, isn't it, David? We're about to be getting into our final round of Swiss. But, David, I know you were preparing your interview there for that last match between Marco Silva and Calvin Foster, but it was such an intense game, you didn't get to do it. So give us a brief lowdown. What went down?
Unfortunately not, yeah. So, yeah, we had Calvin Foster and Marco Silva as well, battling against each other. A really intense match, too. Went to 3 games, but Marco was just able to get that 2-1 thanks to that kind of Heatran switch up for his team that he hadn't brought to the other 2 games. And unfortunately, Calvin's Golden Go team was not able to counter it.
Well, there you go. What a summary it was. And if you want to see that game in full, be sure to check out the full video after today's event. But very shortly, we'll be getting into Swiss round 14, the final one. And the players we'll be featuring will be Barish, Akshosh, and Julio Tarlau.
Yeah, so these players are both 10 and 3. And therefore, with this final round to go before top cut, both players need this win to be able to get into that top cut. But of course, only one of them can get through. And these two players, to be honest, one from Germany, one from Italy, are both very strong ones too.
Incredibly strong, as we can take a look at the Swiss rankings after round 13 that we've just had there. Maurice Uteg still out in front with a 12-1 record. Absolutely incredible. Followed by Marco Silva, Simone Sanvito, who featured both of those players on stream so far today. Aurelian Sula we saw yesterday. It's really hotting up, David.
Yeah, it is. Look at all of those 10-3s, all of them vying for those top spots. Maurice Uteg kind of the only one who's guaranteed in, so congratulations to him. He did play on our stream in day 1 yesterday as well, with his kind of double grassy glide team with the Ogerpon Half Flame and that Rillaboom as well, which he did to such great effect. And obviously only taking a loss to Javier, who we saw earlier on today as well in our first match stream. So he's going pretty strong there. So he's probably looking down the rest of this list as well and going, right, who am I going to be facing?
Exactly. There's no hiding at this point in the competition, trainers. These are all familiar names to us all and players who are no strangers to being so far ahead in the competition. And I can't wait to see what Top Cut is going to look like, which we'll have after round 14. There's the match we'll be featuring, Julio Tarlau versus Barish Akshosh. And other notable matches happening in the venue at this point: Simone Sanvito against Aurelian Sula, Jorge Salinas versus Eric Rios, Bas van der Hegden versus Alex Gomez, just to name a few.
Yeah, many just to name a few as well. Yeah, Calvin Foster, who we just featured, is up against Maxime Lebrun, who we did feature yesterday, actually. And they're running a Baxcalibur kind of snowy kind of team, so it'll be interesting to see how Calvin fares against that. Up like a little bit higher, Aurelian Sula as well from France. They've been running an interesting team, particularly that Rillaboom, which has like absolute loads of attack, Miracle Seed, Grassy Glide stuff, Terror Grass. So into Simone's team, which could be particularly interesting, especially against those water types that he has been using.
Yeah, water, fire and grass have really been to the fore so far in regulation set E, even though the top 3 in terms of used Pokemon currently looking like they might be similar in terms of that Fluttermane, Landorus, Therian and Iron Hands, but with still Ogerpon running around the format, and I believe we did have at least one Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon coming to the fray this weekend. People are still experimenting, seeing what's going to be working for them here in this regulation set E.
I see you, Johnny, dropping in those little cast prediction names there for those Pokemon. I see you. Okay, I see. But can I just say, my #1 pick was Amoonguss. And
oh yeah,
yeah, and we do see a lot of those at the moment now, and I think there were both of those in the Marco versus Calvin game as well. So we're probably going to see a lot more of that, and potentially for our match coming up soon too.
Potentially, indeed. We shall have to find out which Pokemon these trainers are running, as they will very shortly be getting seated on the stage, ready to go into the match. Pace of the competition has really picked up now, David, as well, as these players know what's on the line. Fewer and fewer players left in contention for Top Cut, and so, you know, they have a wealth of experience coming into the game already from before this weekend, but then fighting through this weekend as well, knowing what's happening right now in the meta. And so far, it's actually been very different from what we saw just last week in Sacramento.
Yeah, it actually really has been. There's been a little bit of a drop-off of like the Landorus, Iron Hands, Fluttermane stuff that we've been seeing. I think less than 50% now of teams are running those. And generally everything kind of on those top 12 lists has just kind of dropped off really in general, which shows lots of people today here at Lille are running some spice. You know, like a little bit of extra little something, which we've definitely seen on stream as well. We've seen Gothitels, we've seen Baxcaliburs, we've seen Goodras, like it's all happening here over in Europe.
It absolutely is. EU region providing the spice heading into the later stages of this tournament. And what's brilliant as well is that the players who are doing very well are running some of those more interesting picks, as we might be seeing very shortly coming into this round coming up. But I feel for me, so far it's also been really the rise of Snow this weekend, with especially that Snow mirror match that we casted just yesterday, David, between newcomer Maxime Lebrun and Jorge Salinas, and Baxcalibur proving itself that it's back and it's doing incredibly well here in Regulation Set E.
I'm glad you mentioned snow, Charlie, because my second pick for my cast predictions is Ninetales Alone in Form. So yes, you're correct, right, they are back too. Yeah, and I think those two people you mentioned actually running those Snow Excalibur teams, which was a really interesting mirror, by the way, back in that round 7. They're both still into contention for this top card, actually. But here are our players now.
Here they are, and here we have that spice being provided by Barish with that Gothitelle alongside Urshifu, Fluttermane, King Gambit. That's a Pokemon we've been seen picking up recently, and Landorus. And for Julio Talau, it's going to be Urshifu, Fluttermane, and Moongus, Ironhands, Heatran, and Landorus. So that's one of the more standard teams that's asserting itself in Regulation Set E here in Lille.
Yeah, so interesting to see the Gothitelle for a second time here on the broadcast. That's something that definitely traps things in and just gives the player who's using it so many more options, just because your opponent has so little options, to be honest. Like, suddenly, both Pokemon can normally switch, suddenly they cannot do that at all.
Yeah, exactly. And don't tell Lou, David, but that is a pink Gastrodon on the desk there. That's a West Sea Gastrodon. Hopefully she's not watching this match, but anyway, moving swiftly on. So there's going to be some similar picks on both sides of the field, notably 2 Iron Hands, 2 Landorus Therians, 2 Fluttermanes, and those Pokemon are the top 3 in terms of usage statistics, or at least they were yesterday. So these players at this stage of the competition just proving that they are masters of piloting Pokemon like that, the Pokemon that have done so well. Oh, we don't want to see the close-up of the Pink Gastrodon, or at least Lou does not, but Pink Gastrodon fans rejoice.
There it is. Kind of give it a little bit of a side eye, like, yep, I'm here, that's right. And then Sylveon just kind of doing that support there. Love it. Yeah, so in terms of these two players, like, oh my goodness, they're so well known. And I've said it again, I still say it again, but Julio Talau was the runner-up of the Lille special events last year.
Regional Championships, I believe.
Yeah, the Regional Championships, indeed. Yeah. So he is definitely going to be wanting to get that again. And we may, there it is on the right there. But Barish's accolades are also pretty cool too.
Pretty cool indeed. 2017 Danish Open champion, 2017 Oceania International Championship top 8. And looking over to Julio's side, just this year, or 2023 season, EUIC top 8, and playing Barish at his own game, Oceania International Championship top 16 in 2023 as well. So Barish certainly a player who we've heard more about in preceding years. Julio, a player who more made a name for himself in the 2020 season of Pokemon, those couple of years there, rising up in online tournaments.
Yeah, absolutely. So, like, you've got a lot of time to spend kind of during those online tournaments to really do lots of team building and contact friends and fellow team builders over time as well. So you can see as soon as Julio hit those live events, he is coming in with a storm, with all of this stacked up prep. And Barish, the more veteran of the two here, kind of coming back with a very interesting team here, which you've got on your screen right now.
There's your team list players. It will be Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Fluttermane, King Gambit, Ironhands, Gothitelle, Landorus, as we saw before. Black Glasses on the King Gambit seems to be the most popular item for that Pokemon at the moment, with a Terra Dark and with King Gambit's impressive physical attack. It can deal a huge amount of damage, and Barish knows it with that cheeky little look to the camera there. Assault Vest, Iron Hand, and it's going to be the Choice Specs Fluttermane.
Yeah, a Choice Specs Fluttermane is the go-to for many players, but there's always that fourth move that kind of eludes players or seems to always change up a little bit. We've seen Perish Song, we've seen Misty Terrain, but here we have Charm on the Fluttermane, which is really interesting. And I was chatting to Barish yesterday, actually, and he was saying how it's really decent into Dondozo matches-ups, where you can just kind of lock into that, keep whittling it down, because Fluttermane is often faster than Dondozo, even after Dondozo's speed boost, which is really nice. But it's not going to be too useful or into maybe Julio's team.
It's going to be that single strike Urshifu, Fluttermane, and Moongus, Ironhands, Heatran, and Landorus. And on both of these teams, it's Choice Scarf Landorus and Choice Specs Fluttermane. So once you choose a move with those two Pokemon, you're locked into it. Without switching out the Pokemon, you cannot select a different move. So these Pokemon with that held item who need to be piloted incredibly well. You have to go in knowing your game plan, because you could be left in an end game where they can't do a great deal at all if they're locked into the wrong move. There it is, David. There's that Amoongus that you called out in your caster predictions, and it's running Leaf Storm.
Yeah, Leaf Storm, another offensive move. We've seen Grass Knot, we've seen Sludge Bomb going around as well. But yeah, Leaf Storm is another really option, like probably the most powerful option actually that Amoonguss can even go for. But of course you get that special attack drop afterwards as well, doubly so. But Amoonguss obviously wants to switch out loads anyway to kind of regenerate up with its regenerator. And therefore you're resetting those strap drops anyway. So it's a really nice option to have on Amoonguss, to be honest. And when you've got no other grass types you really want to hit water types for some super effective damage, or even other Amoonguss once they've teared into water, which is very common, Leaf Storm is very useful.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's not like Amoonguss is going to be angling to go for multiple Leaf Storms in a game. Its main reason to be on the field is not to provide that offense. So in many games, probably one Leaf Storm is all you'll need anyway, so the special attack drop not mattering too much in that sense either. I'm fascinated to see how these two players match up into each other as they lock in their teams for this Swiss Round 14. It's top cut on the line, trainers, here in the Lille Regional Championships of the 2024 season.
And either of these Fluttermane as well are going to be something that we really want to know how they're differently trained, because that's definitely something we can't see on the open team sheets. Which one is faster? Because Fluttermanes have the ability, especially when choice specs, to one-hit KO the other Fluttermane with a Terra Fairy Moonblast. And so if the one is suddenly faster for this entire match, that's such a huge advantage, especially when neither of these players are kind of running like a dedicated kind of trick room-like team.
Yeah, exactly. It's such an interesting item choice on the Fluttermane, and two different forms of Urshifu from these trainers. Which one is going to come out on top? Let's find out. It's going to be Fluttermane and Iron Hands for Julio, and it's going to be Gothitelle and Iron Hands for Barish. So there is that spicy pig, David.
Trap is on the field. Not for the Fluttermane, because it's a ghost type, so it can switch out around of that shadow tag. But yeah, like that Iron Hands over there is there to stay for now. But yet another speed kind of interaction is the two Iron Hands as well.
Yeah.
Which one is faster, which one is not. And that is going to also dictate a lot here too, when fake out is definitely a real threat. So one could maybe fake out the other here, potentially. The Gothitelle as well here does have access to Trick Room, however. And on Julio's side, there is not that option. But looking at what Barish is in the back, Trick Room is probably not what he wants to go for here. But yeah, being rightfully a little bit scared of a potential heavy slam, Fluttermane is out of there.
Fluttermane's gone, Landorus comes in, dropping the attack of Iron Hands on Barish's side of the field. Landorus, of course, the premier Intimidate setter at the moment in Regulation Set E, as Iron Hands too doesn't like facing down that mirror with the Iron Hands on Julio's side of the field, as Barish's own Landorus comes in to play Julio's at its own game, dropping the attack of both of the Pokemon on Julio's side of the field, as Fake Out will be coming out from the Gothitelle instead of the Iron Hands into Julio's Iron Hands there.
Gothitelle naturally faster than Iron Hands, and maybe even trained to be a little bit speedy too, so is able to get the fake out onto the Iron Hands, which is pretty guaranteed as well. As the Iron Hands on Julio's side is that a Soulfest that they so do often carry. Now, going to the rest of this matchup, as we saw, the Landorus on Barish's end switched in last, and therefore actually gets the Intimidate drop onto Julio's Landorus. So Barish's Landorus is actually looking really strong right now with that Choice Scarf and ability to hit really hard, but first, it's the U-turn on Julio's side.
Yeah, Landorus for Julio deciding, no, I don't like this either, and that's switching out just like the Fluttermane did on the very first turn. And of course, another benefit of running those choice specs is that you don't lose that booster energy boost when you do so. Stomping Tantrum, good damage into Julio's Iron Hands there, as a Psychic is doubled up into that slot. A super effective hit, but it's not able to pick up the knockout. Gothitelle not so known for its offensive prowess, as a Heavy Slam is able to deal a decent amount of chip damage into Gothitelle, but it's a survival for Iron Hands on Julio's side.
That is a big survival for the Iron Hands, but yeah, again, very safe targeting for Barish here, and there's no reason to do much different really, especially when that Landorus is at -1 attack from the Intimidate. It's not very threatening right now, and the Iron Hands is just sitting there waiting to be hit by some super effective moves. You might as well go for it. And the Iron Hands, again, can still not switch out at all thanks to that Shadow Tag. But with the Fluttermane in now, it's threading a lot of damage into this Gothitelle with its Ghost moves.
Yeah, it's a really good point, David. When Shadow Tag is on the field, you can make plays that are a bit safer because you know that nothing will be switching going in to take an attack. It's going to be that terror for Julio onto his Fluttermane that's just rejoined the field, threatening big fairy-type damage onto Barish's own side. A Stomping Tantrum will connect down. It's not enough for the knockout, but it's brought down very low. But crucially, Julio's Fluttermane is able to get off a big Dazzling Gleam into Barish's side of the field. They're able to hang on. Gothitelle is able to have a little snack to heal it back up somewhat to around 50% of its health. Psychic will connect down into Julio's Iron Hands, and that will be going down. So that is the first knockout of this battle, trainers.
Yeah, Iron Hands is going out here not having done a whole lot, honestly. Thanks to the Intimidate, Gothitelle's pretty bulky as well, so it takes the hits really nicely. Fluttermane, interestingly, now that has terrored into the Fairy type, can now no longer switch out, thanks to it losing its Ghost type. But with Amoonguss coming in, it can support a little bit here with a Rage Powder to keep the Fluttermane safe just a little bit longer. And because of Fluttermane's huge bulk, it probably doesn't go down to a Psychic either. So with Amoonguss's Rage Powder potentially coming out here, Fluttermane is safe enough to kind of go through another Dazzling Gleam, take out that Landorus, and do a heap of damage to that Gothitelle. It's probably going to be really close as to whether it does go down or not, actually. But obviously, Barish has all 4 Pokemon left, and Iron Hands is super healthy in the back as well, but probably doesn't want to come in on a potential Dazzling Gleam.
Probably not, indeed. And, of course, there is Taunt being run on the Gothitelle, so that might be able to shut down the Amoonguss on Julio's side. Stomping Tantrum will connect down into the Amoonguss, dealing a good amount of damage there as Dazzling Gleam will be coming out onto Barish's Gothitelle and Landorus. It's not enough for the knockout onto Gothitelle there, so it's still on the field. It's been there since turn 1 of the game, as there is that Taunt coming out into Amoonguss, so it won't be able to go for the shenanigans that Amoonguss normally gets up to.
No, it's exactly not. And yeah, shutting it down completely here is absolutely huge. And especially when the Gothitelle is still on the field, Amoonguss also can't switch out now, so it's just stuck into either Leaf Storm or Pollen Puffing. But yeah, we're going to see Barish actually bring in the Iron Hands at the moment now. Coming onto the field is going to be like a really nice option here too. You can either fake out Fluttermane and kind of double into it with a Psychic to kind of pick that off. You can do the same into the Amoonguss as well. Everything seems really nice and safe here. And Iron Hands, although it's weak to Fairy, can always take a Fairy Dazzling Gleam with that Assault Vest.
Testament to the low physical defense of that Pokemon Fluttermane that it took so much damage just from a fake out. And with a Psychic critical hit, the critical hit, of course, just for style points there, not mattering too much for Barish. Those Fluttery Feathers are down on the field for Julio. So Amoonguss now staring down both of the Pokemon on Barish's side. A super effective Pollen Puff will be able to pick up the knockout on that very low health Gothitelle, and all of a sudden, it's 2 Pokemon versus 2 Pokemon. Julio does have that Landorus in the back, will be able to drop the physical attack of Barish's Iron Hands, but then that's it. There won't be any more switching out to be done because he's down to his final 2 Pokemon as Fluttermane joins the field for Barish.
Yeah, so the main way to damage this Landorus now, if you're Barish, is obviously your own Fluttermane. And he does still have Terra on his side as well,
yeah.
so that damage can be really boosted up with a Terra Fairy here. Terra Fairy here. And Julio and Talal's end, the Landorus also seek Choice Scarf. So Julio could click into Rock Slide here, actually, and start fishing for those flinches to be able to dispatch this Fluttermane, hopefully, like, technically, pretty well, to be honest. And to be honest, because of the taunt on the Amoonguss, there's no Rage Powder to Rage Powder away a Moonblast, so let's see what happens here, Charlie.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so fascinating to see these top 3 usage Pokemon, Fluttermane, Iron Hands, Landorus on the field, and another eternally popular pick in the Amoonguss there as well for Julio. Stomping Tantrum onto the Fluttermane. It deals around 50% of its health. As Moonblast comes down into Landorus, it's enough for the one-hit knockout. Ring that bell as Landorus goes down for Julio, and now it is just Amoonguss that's taunted into only using attacking moves into Fluttermane and Iron Hands. And, you know, Amoonguss can do a lot, but what it can't do is provide too much offense, even though it can run something like a Leaf Storm, taking out the Fluttermane despite its fantastic special defense there. But, of course, Amoonguss is going to take that recoil special attack drop in a harsh manner, having used that move. So now its damage output will really be limited.
So I believe there's one more turn of Taunt left for this Amoonguss, so it has to go for an attacking move here. And Heavy Slam is actually a 2-hit KO now that we do see it, even despite the Rocky Helmet adding to that damage. Leaf Storm is probably not going to be enough. Yep, even with a crit there, I think was going to be okay. And Heavy Slam should do the same amount of damage in this following turn and should give this game to Barish Akjoyce.
It should indeed, and yes, Julio does see that that is it for him, and Barish takes the first game in this best-of-3 set in a really quite fast game there. And I think, for me, and I think for Barish, the MVP for him was Gothitelle. It just enables you to go with more confidence for the moves you want to, without any threat of something pesky switching in to take it in its place.
Exactly that. It was just so like oppressive and like such a good option for the Gothitelle to have. And it makes a lot of sense when you're the opponent who's facing down a Gothitelle team that, okay, like, oh, what's not going to be trapped in? Oh, my Fluttermane, I'll bring in my Fluttermane. But then it's so easy for Barish to just kind of pair it with something that can really threaten it, like an Iron Hands, a fighting type. But with Heavy Slam being such a common move on it, it's such a good option into all of those options. And it's really risky to kind of go all in if you're the Fluttermane player. Go for a like Terry Fairy Moonblast and try and KO the Iron Hands, because as soon as the Iron Hands terrors, Fluttermane goes down. And even if it does, you're then trapped in anyway. So it's really risky, honestly, even if you lead something that can't be trapped by a Shadow Tag. So Julio, I think, in this game has to really kind of call a little bit harder as to what Barish is going to be able to do here, and maybe call when he's going to terror or not to be able to get around it, because otherwise I don't see a huge option as to how he's going to dispatch this Gothitelle effectively.
Yeah, exactly. I think I love the call out that you made in that first game, David, about Fluttermane terrestrializing away from the ghost type, so then it is trapped on the field. Barish, I imagine, brings Gothitelle again, and that means I think Julio has to bring Fluttermane again, and that means that Barish has to bring Iron Hands again. All of this domino effect going on in Pokemon, so let's see what they've decided to go for. It's going to be Fluttermane and Landorus for Julio, and it's going to be Gothitelle and Iron Hands for Barish. There it is, being led as it was so effectively in Game 1.
Yeah, I quite like this from Julio, actually, because if you want to take the fairy moves from Fluttermane, you obviously need to Terror away, and that goes into a Terra Fire type on the Iron Hands. But then you're still weak to the Stomping Tantrum from Landorus. So actually, I kind of like this sort of little pin there. But we're actually going to see a straightaway lock-in now. No time to waste in this Game 2 here. Fluttermane goes straight out.
Yeah, these players know their game plan. They know what they want to achieve, as it will be the immediate terror on Barish's side. Heading right into that Iron Hands is going to be that Fire type. Like you mentioned, David, it's still quite weak to the ground type moves, or indeed rock type moves, that could be coming out from Julio's Landorus. And of course, it's taken that attack drop as well, thanks to the Intimidate. Fake Out coming out into the Landorus, so it won't be able to go for one of those super effective moves. A very wise choice of Intimidate there. Heavy Slam going into what was once the Fluttermane, and Iron Hands taking that very well. So this is incredibly interesting, David. A Terror has already been forced out on Barish's side.
Yeah, it is, and that's a really big deal for Julio, and he provided that bait really well, nicely as well. Like, putting that Fluttermane there, going, right, you probably need to deal with me at some point, because I can probably one-hit KO your Gothitelle if you don't Terror. I can probably one-hit KO your Iron Hands if you don't Terror, so you've got to do something about it, and there it was, the Terror plus a Heavy Slam and into a really nice switch-in. So great play by Julio there.
Yeah, it just shows how you can get around the use of Gothitelle should you want to, as Landorus is going to join the field. For Barish, it'll be dropping the attack stats of Iron Hands and Landorus on Julio's side. I wouldn't be surprised if you see a few more Landorus switch-ins for that very useful Intimidate ability later on in the game as well. U-turn, not very effective against Barish's. Landorus going back in, ready to provide an Intimidate later with that U-turn ability, able to get out despite the presence of Shadow Tag on the field, as Fluttermane comes back in, still a Ghost type, so would be able to switch out should it desire, even in the face of this Shadow Tag. Psychic, super effective hit into the Iron Hands. Not taking too much damage away, but it does get that special defense drop with a Heavy Slam going into Barish's own Landorus. So already in this game too, David, it's a far more positional state of affairs.
Julio's really kind of going more on the more risky offensive play here, actually, yeah, because he just Heavy Slammed an Iron Hands, right, as the Landorus came in, which is exactly what you want to be hitting. And that puts the Landorus in range of the attacks that Fluttermane will definitely want to go for. That Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam, for instance, is going to... Landorus is now going to go down to that. So it's a really good switch up. However, Barish's Landorus is still Choice Scarf, so it's still going to be able to do a lot of damage. Stomping Tantrum might be enough for this Iron Hands here as well, and it can deal a significant chunk to the Fluttermane, for which it's still not a safe switch, though, necessarily, because the Fluttermane can still switch out, back out, into the Landorus again to take a Stomping Tantrum very nicely and intimidate it again.
Exactly, it will be the Terror committed from Julio's side of the the field, and it's going to be going into the Iron Hands. It's becoming that water type. Julio thinking maybe I don't terrestrialize my Fluttermane this game, given that meant it was then locked on the field in that pure fairy typing. Stomping Tantrum will be connecting down into the Fluttermane for Julio, brought down to about a quarter of his health. Shadow Ball, super effective, coming out into this pesky Gothitelle. Is not enough for the knockout, brought down a very low health, and is able to have its berry just to stick around on the field for that little bit longer. So health looking decidedly more healthy than it was before, as another Psychic is going to come out into Iron Hands with that special defense drop. That's really racking up the damage. That Heavy Slam itself not able to pick up the knockout onto Gothitelle, so it's trapping at least the Iron Hands on Julio's side of the field for one turn longer at least.
Yeah, that's really big. Like, that Gothitelle is so bulky. Takes the Specs Shadow Ball plus double up with the Iron Hands. Incredible. But yeah, that Fluttermane is straight on out of there, as it could have gone down to a Stomping Tantrum.
Here comes Landorus back in, dropping the attack stat of Landorus on Barish's side of the field. And I'm thrilled to see Gothitelle doing so well in this matchup as the Stomping Tantrum connects down onto Julio's Iron Hands. The health bars are being slowly whittled away with another Psychic coming down. Critical hit, I believe, did not matter there, but the Iron Hands will be going down, and especially with the special defense drop as well. So that is Julio's Terra option down and out for the count, whereas Barish's Terra Fire Iron Hands is waiting in the back to come back in as Amoongus joins the fray.
Amoongus is in, but the Gothitelle here can still threaten a taunt. But obviously with that Landorus there, it is probably going to be able to pick it off before that is able to happen. As the Landorus on Barish's end is still not going to be able to dispatch with that Landorus on that side either. So it might be starting to whistle away. And unfortunately for Barish, he's already committed the Terra. So no Terra Flying, Terra Blast either as an option for his own Landorus to hit this Amoongus. So Spore is looking fairly likely right now.
It is indeed, with Iron Hands rejoining the field. It would be going to sleep if it survives the turn from a Stomping Tantrum coming out from Julio. Is good damage, but it's not enough for the knockout. That was a Stomping Tantrum going into Julio's own Landorus there. So Julio calling that switch very nicely as Amoongus is able to start getting up to its old antics, putting the Landorus to sleep here.
So we saw Barish there actually go for a Stomping Tantrum into the Landorus, which is really interesting actually, because one, he could have been predicting a U-turn, for instance, into the Gothitelle to then go back out into the Fluttermane. So Stomping Tantrum would have been great. Probably would have picked up the KO on the Fluttermane. But in this case, it still like would have gone then got the double power of the Stomping Tantrum going into the next turn. But unfortunately, Landorus was the target of the Spore, and now just go to sleep. So that's a completely null and void slot for at least this turn. And with the Landorus stuck into the Stomping Tantrum on Julio's end, that's exactly what you want to be going for when the Iron Hands are sitting there too.
Yeah, the Iron Hands that is now Terra Fire, and it was weak to Stomping Tantrum when it was an electric type as well. So Fake Out will be targeted into Julio, and here's Amoongus. What's it going to be going for? Is it perhaps a Spore? It was actually pinning the slot of the sleeping Landorus already on Barish's side.
Yeah, I quite like that there, because even though you could have put the Iron Hands to sleep, Barish is saying, saying the Iron Hands is there, yes, it's going to get a Fake Out, but it's not actually threatening a lot of damage at all across the board. And the biggest threat would have been if Landorus had switched out and say a Fluttermane, so catching that would have been really important.
It's going to be the Iron Hands going down for Barish here, so his Terra option is off the field now, exploding in those Terra Crystals as it returns to its Pokeball. So the action is really hotting up here, trainers, in this Swiss round 14. Barish has already taken a game as Landorus will be taking its turn of sleep. Amoongus just trying to pin that slot with another Spore coming out. So Julio is really making his mark in this game 2 after Barish took game 1.
100%. It's looking really strong right now. But yeah, you've got to lock into the Shadow Ball now if you're Barish to be able to dish out enough damage to this Amoongus. Otherwise, your entire team is going to sleep. And Barish better hope that Landorus wakes up as well, goes for another Stomping Tantrum too, to be able to deal enough damage. However, on Julio's end, he still has loads of options here. Even though there's no Protect on that Amoongus, there is still that Fluttermane in the back as well. You don't want to definitely switch that into the Shadow Ball, so it's definitely a target right now, but Stomping Tantrum is still so strong on Julio's end.
Very strong against the Fluttermane, which does not have such brilliant physical defense, as that Shadow Ball will be connecting down into Julio's Amoongus. How much damage is it going to do? Just over 50%, with Spore coming out into the Fluttermane on Barish's side. So yes, he has 2 sleeping Pokemon here on the field. Not the position any trainer wants to be in, but Landorus might wake up next turn.
Yeah, potentially next turn. We shall see. It probably will do. But again, the Stomping Tantrum probably isn't going to be enough really into this Amoonguss. It's just such a bulky Pokemon, and I must say, it's a really good Pokemon, to be fair, and like, it is why it's one of my number one caster picks. But anyway, the Amoonguss is switching out now, knowing it's much safer to go into this Flutter Mane, because that Flutter Mane can definitely not move on Barish's end. But Stomping Tantrum first picks up a KO.
Picks up a KO with a critical hit that will not have mattered. Amoonguss safely in the back now, regenerating some HP, and there's the wake up on Landorus. It's going to be that Stomping Tantrum into Julio's Flutter Mane, and it's enough for the knockout. So it's now 2 Pokemon apiece for these trainers, Landorus and Amoonguss, and Gothitelle and Landorus. But of course, that Gothitelle is not on the healthiest bar that I've ever seen.
Unfortunately not. Unfortunately, Barish's Landorus is stuck in now, going for Stomping Tantrums, and therefore cannot hit Julio's Landorus either. So it's only Psychics from this Gothitelle that's going to be able to do a damage, plus the last fake out of the game too. So Landorus just has to target down Gothitelle, and then like that could be the only thing that then stops it from winning this game. However, both of them are stuck into the Stomping Tantrum, so neither of the Landorus's can affect each other. So it could come down to even a PP stall if somehow Barish can deal with this Amoonguss first.
Yeah, is Barish going to be able to pick up the knockout on Julio's Amoonguss with this Stomping Tantrum? Of course, Stomping Tantrum for Julio is not going to be effective on the flying type Landorus on Barish's side. Stomping Tantrum into the Amoonguss is not dealing a huge amount of damage at all. Of course, Amoonguss is going to flinch here after the fake out, but it's there able to spore Landorus on Barish's side. He recognizes that he won't be able to clinch this one, and will be going to a game 3.
Yeah, certainly not there. Like, that game could have gone on like a lot longer there, but yeah, eventually Barish doesn't really have a win there, like, especially because you need to be targeting into that Amoonguss, and that Rocky Helmet's going to deal even more chip back, and because he's needs Stomping Tantrum even more, it's going to be to the point that he's going to take more damage anyway and eventually start struggling. So yeah, Julio completely turned that around, Charlie. I felt like he was in the driver's seat the entire way.
Yeah, whereas that game 1 was a real showcase for what Gothitelle can do, I feel like game 2 was a showcase of its limitations and how this Pokemon is just as balanced as any other. Julio really adapting there and able to target down the Gothitelle, sending it scurrying back to its Pokeball for Barish. Able to come out in the late game, but on such low health that it wasn't really able to achieve too much. So we will be getting into a game 3 between these 2 trainers. How do you think Barish will adapt here?
So I just think he needs to not try and terror too early. Yeah, like that's kind of what we saw on either end really, and we see in so many games as well. Once you've like revealed your terror or just gone for it, that suddenly makes it so much easier for your opponent to like work out what they want to do, because they know you can't terror again at some point. So, but up until that point, at any time, what you are attacking into could just change its type completely. Yeah. And so like it takes away so much there. And for Julio, that was also really huge, because he could target really reliable Stomping Tantrums into the Iron Hands that had even gone for the Terra Fire. And it didn't even pay off either for Barish, because the Flutter Mane was just gone on out of there.
Yeah, it was. Terrafire, a really interesting choice on Barish's Iron Hands. You know, it means that you can't halve its attacks by sending a Will-O-Wisp in its direction, which is a move that we've seen increasingly from Pokemon like Hisuian Arcanine or indeed Heatran. But in the face of a Landorus, which is such a common threat in Regulation Set E, Terrafire isn't the most useful at all, especially because you then make yourself weak to Rock Slides as well that the Landorus could be throwing out. But it's everything on the line here for these trainers who will be making top cut. It's going to be that single strike Urshifu and Heatran coming out for Julio, with Gothitelle and King Gambit for Barish. So it's completely changed up here, David.
Yeah, the dark types are here, bringing the night with them. But unfortunately, for like a one-on-one matchup here, close combat into King Gambit is looking pretty nice right now. So that's definitely something that Barish needs to worry about. However, he does have the Gothitelle there to be able to fake it out at least this turn, and Urshifu has to take that on the chin, whilst King Gambit can maybe do something here. Most likely kind of wanting to switch out, to be honest, potentially into an Iron Hands or a Landorus there, as we can see on the screen. King Gambit is going to be a lot more useful for whatever Julio has in the back, to be honest here. So yeah, we do see the King Gambit switch.
King Gambit is switching, is running that Dark Terror type like so many King Gambits are at the moment, so even Terastallizing will not save it from a super effective hit. Iron Hands joining the field for Barish as Fake Out connects into Julio's Heatran. It won't be acting this turn. He's leaving himself vulnerable to a massive wicked blow from Urshifu. That is a one-hit knockout onto the Gothitelle. It's already down and out for the count, and Barish will have to be bringing in a different Pokemon from the back. So Julio really asserting himself in this game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, Julio knows what the threat is right now. This Gothitelle has been so pesky, trapping all my Pokemon in, doing, like, just preventing me from doing exactly what I want to do. And what is a great answer for it? Wicked blow, Urshifu single strike, just getting it out of there completely.
Yeah, and you know, Barish, even though he had access to the Terra on his side, that was a Dark type. It would have been not very effective, but then again, you're committing the early Terra there, which is probably not something you want to do, given how Game 2 went. It's a little bit early to make that call. Have to see what the board state is like later on. Landorus and Iron Hands here, facing down Urshifu and Heatran.
Yeah, so we can see looking into it, maybe possibly a little early Terra on there. But yeah, the Heatran is a nice like switch up as well for Julio here. It is running that Terra Grass, actually. We saw loads of Terra Fairy last week in Sacramento and here as well. But it's the Terra Grass here instead, which is going to make it a little bit more vulnerable to, say, a Terra Blast, for instance. And doesn't mean it can take the Drain Punches quite as well from Iron Hands. But first, it's the Landorus coming in yet again.
Landorus coming in, doing what it does best, reducing the attack stat available on Barish's side of the field, and it will be a terrestrialization from Barish on turn 2 here. Let's see if it's going to pay more dividends for him here than it did in Game 2. It's going to be that Iron Hands going into the Fire type, celebrating with a chandelier on its head, with the big hands to wave in the air to boot. Heatran is going to be keeping itself safe at this turn. No damage will be going into that slot in the face of a Landorus that could provide such big damage into it, but instead, Barish's own Landorus is going to be getting out of there with a U-turn in favor of the King Gambit in the back. So the Landorus is going to be preserved for Barish to be able to switch in for an Intimidate later on. But this King Gambit is still facing down super effective damage from the Landorus, and it's not going to be able to terrestrialize away from that now.
He's made a really nice defensive play here, because Heatran has just gone straight for a Protect, because it definitely doesn't want to take a ground move from this Landorus. But at the very least, you get to see what Landorus locked itself into. And even more fortunately, it happened just to be a U-turn, and it kind of got out of there as well. So Heatran is now protected from the ground move, but the thing that was threatening the ground move in the first place is now gone. So it's in a really nice position now to dish out exactly what it wants to do. And although the Iron Hands has gone for the Terrafire to kind of avoid a Will-O-Wisp that this Heatran does carry, it is still weak to the Earth Power. And because it's gone for the Terra, the King Gambit can't go for a Terra either. So the Heatran's in a great position to just start dishing out the exact damage that it wants to. Only thing it needs to look out for is the Drain Punches from Heatran, which it's still likely to be able to get off here. Because it depends, though, if Iron Hands can survive Stomping Tantrum plus Earth Power.
Exactly, that Heatran is going to be going into the Grass type. It's now going to be taking less damage from something like a Drain Punch coming out from the Iron Hands. And it's going to be U-turn into Barish's Iron Hands there. Not very effective in that Fire Terra type. Going back to Julio, able to switch back in later on in the game to provide an Intimidate drop. As Julio will be switching out his Amoonguss. This Pokemon that didn't do so much from in Game 1, but was able to provide quite a lot in Game 2. But here we go, that's Will-O-Wisp connecting down into the King Gambit for Barish. So the physical attacks from that Pokemon will only be dealing half damage. Kowtow Cleave coming out into Julio's Heatran. Yeah, it's taking that much better than it would have done without the burn. Drain Punch double up. It's still not enough to bring Heatran down to the orange of its health.
Yeah, that is a bulky Heatran there, and with the leftovers as well, it's going to heal at the end of this turn even more as well, so putting it even further out of range of any sort of KOs this turn. So yeah, Julio's putting himself in a terrific position. King Gambit is burned, so it can't actually be put to sleep this turn, but it's really not offering a lot of damage. However, the Swords Dance is terrifically an option for this King Gambit to start piling on that offensive pressure a little bit more, now that a lot of its opponents in front of it now could take neutral damage from Dark-type moves.
Dark-type moves certainly a threat on the field, especially after Swords Dance, as Amoonguss is going to redirect any attacks away. King Gambit is going to take super effective damage from that Heat Wave, of course. The Swords Dance is coming out. It could only go for something really like a Sucker Punch here if it wants to get the most out of that attack boost, given how low it is. Drain Punch going into Julio's Amoonguss, perhaps predicting a switch there. Not taking too much damage at all, and the Rocky Helmet chip damage coming back out onto the Iron Hands. Heatran healing itself back up.
Julio, I think, has just generally called this whole game 3 really nicely. I think Barish was hoping to catch Julio off guard with the King Gambit kind of switch up, not really expecting the fact that this Urshifu and the Heatran with that Will-O-Wisp has also been a switch up, which has completely put a spanner in the works for Barish here.
Yeah, really quick locking in of moves for these trainers. They know what they want to achieve as Lander is rejoining the field, finding another Intimidate drop onto these two special attackers, so they don't mind that too much. King Gambit will be keeping itself safe, which also means it will be taking more burn damage for nothing gained at the end of this turn. Rage Powder coming out from the Amoonguss, of course, not going to do anything here, given there were no attacks locked into on Barish's side. But Will-O-Wisp going down into Lander as Barish giving Julio a little round of applause there, was saying that, look, you've recognized the right play in this situation. You're in the driving seat, and you know what? Even though I'm your opponent, I respect how well you're playing.
Yeah, that's a sign of like a great sports personship there, to be honest. Like getting the wisps on everything that you can and becoming like, okay, fair enough, and well done for hitting them too, to be honest, because we know Will-O-Wisp and fellow commentator Aaron Zhang surely knows as well how divisive this move can be sometimes. But yeah, Amoonguss going for a Rage Banner here, keeping this Heatran even safer.
Even safer, and someone like a Sucker Punch would be useless in the face of that. Barish's Landorus is able to lock into a Rock Slide, perhaps fishing for flinches. It could be a win con for him, but Landorus is now brought down very low, as well as King Gambit going down for Barish. Yes, he seems to be recognizing there's not much he can do in this situation, as Iron Hand will be rejoining the field. Heatran recovering that little bit, a frog amongst the flowers.
Yeah, exactly. It's a nice little moment there as we kind of approach into autumn or winter here, just to remind us of the animals that are out there, just kind of maybe trying to hibernate a little bit too. But yeah, Iron Hands coming in now, going for a potential fake out this turn, but it looks like Barish is not going to be playing this through. Oh, maybe he is. To be honest, if he keeps up those rock slides, Charlie, things can happen here. He'd need a good few of them, but it doesn't look like he wants to give that a go. No. And Julio Tarlau is the winner of that round 14, winning 4-0.
Congratulations to Julio Tarlau. Yes, Barish ultimately opting for the best fake out possible and just forfeiting the game there. Julio has made it into Top Cut, the finalist of the Lille Regional Championships in the 2022 season. So congratulations to him. It's got to feel pretty good for him to be there in that Top Cut, but really well played to Barish, and fantastic to see that Gothitelle being brought to the fray as well.
Yeah, honestly, really cool team too, and we saw exactly how you're meant to kind of pilot it there in that game 1, being able to just kind of pick those slots really easily, getting in that switch in exactly when he needed to, but Julio expertly recognizing from that game 1, right, I can see Barish's plan here at the moment, but Landorus can U-turn out of this stuff. Fluttermane is a great bait for Terra, right, I'm going to use these pieces to kind of force Barish to kind of give me something for a little bit of room, and it just seemed like from there, Julio was able to just pivot exactly what he needed it in, really using that Landorus to reduce the physical attackers of all the attackers that Barish had. And then for the King Gambit that can take and Intimidate rather well, he had Will-O-Wisp for it on his Heatran, so honestly perfectly played from him.
Yeah, we've seen a few Will-O-Wisps on Heatran this weekend here in Lille, and you know, Heatran is a special attacker. It doesn't like moves like Stomping Tantrum from Landorus, Drain Punch from Iron Hands. Both of those are physical attacks, so what can it do? It can just neutralize the damage with something like a Will-O-Wisp. So a really nice move of choice onto Heatran there.
Something that Julio Tarlau's team really speaks out to me is the fact that even though it's very standard looking, it is that Urshifu that seems to be really different. Yeah. Normally that would be an Urshifu Rapid Strike on that team, and that would be a really kind of standard solid 6. Generally you've got options into everything, but this single strike Urshifu seemed to be just a really key matchup into what Barish had there, because having a really offensive amount of dark type coverage suddenly puts the pressure so much on Gothitelle and all those trapping teams. So it could have been that Julio coming into this event felt like he really needed something for those sort of teams, or maybe for a Cresselia for the Trick Room teams, and that's such a much better option than a Rapid Strike Urshifu that only has water moves to kind of hit this sort of Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly. Gothitelle going down on the very first turn there in that game 3, you know, that's potentially a win condition that Barish was trying to work towards, immediately taken off the field. And single strike Urshifu, I don't think we'll expect to see a huge number of Gothitelle rising to the fore after this weekend here in Lille, but you know, in case that is an option that players can go for, perhaps something like a Pairings trap strategy, then Single Strike Urshifu is going to be your friend in those situations, and it's certainly a Pokemon that can really wreak havoc amongst your teams, and especially paired with something like a Fluttermane that could go for something like a Pairings Song. You know, you could lose the game without even realizing it, essentially, if you're not able to stall out something like a Pairings Song.
Yeah, like it's a really cool option, and we've seen Wolf Glick do very well with it in some of the previous regulations, winning a regional as well across the pond. Yeah. But yeah, we could see how Julio Talo's team was just expertly piloted, and I think this whole set, this 3-game set, was a really good example of how you can adjust across the games. Like, okay, you've taken a loss in game 1. That does not mean at all that you're going to win games, that you lose to games 2 and 3, because you've got so much information, not only about the team from game 1, but also how your opponent plays it. Yeah. And so Julio kind of really got into the head of Barish, I think, in games 2 and 3, and was able to kind of maybe even condition Barish to kind of think, right, you may want to switch up into King Gambit this time, because Fluttermane was a little bit of an issue and Moose was a bit of an issue, both of which can take heavy damage from King Gambit. But Urshifu, perfectly timed, perfect slot right on that lead as well, to be able to threaten so much into both the Gothitelle and the King Gambit. Barish had no choice but to respect it.
Yeah, exactly. That's all you can do in the face of an Urshifu, be it Single Strike or Rapid Strike. Given that Unseen Fist ability, you can't even protect in front of an Urshifu. I think, you know, looking at these two team sheets here, Fluttermane with that Fairy Terror type, choice specs, the only difference between them was, of course, that charm on Barish's side of the field, which, I mean, it would have been really interesting to see it go into the Single Strike Urshifu to see how that might have changed up the game in game 3 there. It was disappointing not to see the King Gambit achieve more in that game, but you're so right, David. Pokemon is a game of predicting what your opponent might lead, and therefore you choose your lead, but then they might be expecting that, so you change it up again. The mind games are real.
Yeah, they're very real here, and like after like a whole day 1 of Swiss as well, and a day 2 of Swiss now as well, these players must be starting to kind of feel the energy that they've been putting in here, and kind of like they're almost at that point now where they're kind of we're getting into top cut, and Julio Talo must be feeling pretty good now that he's pretty much secured that spot.
Yeah, exactly. That is the final round of Swiss that we've just featured there, trainers. So then, henceforth, it will be the top cut of the Lille Regional Championships of the 2024 season coming up. Commiserations there to Barish once again, but entering into top cut, David, we've got so many fantastic trainers. The leaderboard is incredibly stacked. What sort of things are you looking forward to seeing?
Well, we've seen just a lot of general spice coming out there.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'd really like to see Alola Ninetales Baxcalibur stuff coming through. And there were definitely at least 2 candidates that we saw in those notable kind of matchups coming up earlier before this match. Because it's a really great pick, and particularly because of Baxcalibur itself. Dragon type, you resist all the common calls that people keep running. Fire, water, grass, you can take on those really nicely. Fire, maybe not so much because you're obviously an ice type, but in the face of a half flame Ogerpon or a Heatran, you can either boost up with your own thermal exchange or threaten a lot of damage back as well. So, and combined with the Aurora Veil and the bulk that Ninetales provides, it's honestly, I think, a really great pick here, and I expect it to do quite well.
Yeah, we saw it do fantastically well yesterday, that Snow Core, Alola Ninetales with Baxcalibur, and so only Baxcalibur at the moment, instead of running that thermal exchange ability, what is a signature ability of Baxcalibur, opting for the Ice Body, and that means that in Snow it will be recovering a little bit of health at the end of each turn. You could give it something like a Leftovers as well to recover that health, and the Snow is providing a defense boost too, so it just sticks around on the field. It could get a Swords Dance up, threaten really big damage, so I'd love to see someone like a Baxcalibur heading into top cut.
Yeah, we'll have to see, but it could still be that Urshifu stuff that Julio Talo has also got, and we'll hear a little bit more from him right now with Ben over on the couch. Let's hear.
Thank you so much, David. We're here with the winner of round 14 of Swiss, the final round of Swiss, Julio Talo. Julio, congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
Thank you. I'm feeling so well. I think I played very well in this round. Now I'm 11-3, so there is a chance of top cut for me right now.
We'll have to keep our fingers crossed when the final standings come out for you, Julio. But let's take a little bit of a dive into the match. When you see that Gothitelle on your opposing team, on Barish's team, how are you thinking about how to deal with that as a potential matchup with that Shadow Tag ability?
Gothitelle is always difficult to compete versus because there are some coin flips in the matchup. So you have to think carefully if you want to go aggressive or want to go and keep your resources for late game. So game one, I was thinking he was going for aggressive play, so like heavy slam on the flutter main, so I keep out the flutter main, but he didn't pay. In game two, I win the coin flip because if he was thinking I was going offensive, all on offense, like Terra Moonblast, so he terrified the Iron Hands and attacked, and I switch out again.
And that heavy slam from his Iron Hands into yours did almost no damage at all.
No. Like 2 HP, yeah. And in game 3, I understood that maybe I have to get rid of the Gothitelle as soon as possible. So I lead with Urshifu and Itran. Itran was good because with Will-O-Wisp in the set, could have banned one of his Pokemon. So King Gambit or even Iron Hands, because if he Terra Fire Iron Hands for the burn, Wicked Blow just killed the Gothitelle.
Yes.
If he Terra the Gothitelle to leave Wicked Blow, I will Wisp the Iron Hands or King Gambit. Yeah. So in game 3, Itran was really the key for the winning.
And speaking of the Will-O-Wisps, that Will-O-Wisp into the Landorus on the switch in the end game. Yeah. Barish was congratulating you on the desk there for that play. It was a really great moment.
It wasn't really like a predict. It was pretty safe because he didn't have any damages on my side, and his only option was to try to keep Lando safe in and try to rock slide or something. So I didn't lose anything to do this play, and even if he attacks, I have the Rage Powder, so Rocky Helmet does his job, Yeah,
so great position for you, and you can just make those sort of reads that make your end of the game a little bit easier.
Yeah.
Let's zoom out from the game, though, a little bit, because you're the previous runner-up in the Lille Regional Championships from last year, and with a good chance of getting into the top 8 right now. Are you looking to go all the way?
Lille is my city. Because my first regional in 2022, where I got on the final, was my first regional. So it's a special place for me. I hope I can play in top 8 and go straight forward, and who knows, this time maybe win.
We'll keep our fingers crossed for you, Julio. Again, zooming out a little bit further, we're right at the start of the season. What are your plans for the rest of the seasons and the events that you're planning to go to already?
I'm planning to go to the most of European regionals. Also planning to go on the LAC.
Ooh.
So, but I was waiting for this result because I missed Barcelona because I had fever, something, so I was waiting for this result to decide if going. But let's see. I don't say a thing.
It sounds like it's a good possibility at the moment.
Yeah.
Well, we'll look forward to seeing you hopefully there as well. Before we wrap this up, is there any shout-outs that you want to make to friends and family back home?
Yeah, I want to thank 3 people in particular that helped me with the team. There are Francesco Gallu, Simone Watfi, and Alessio Fusca that helped me with the preparations. Yeah.
Great, I'm sure they are very thankful to be having that shout out there. Julio, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
There's going to be a little bit of a break before we get our Swiss standings up and decide on top 8. We'll let you go and collect yourself, have a look at those results. In the meantime, trainers, we're going to have a short break, but we'll be back breaking down the Swiss rounds in just a moment, so stay tuned.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to the 2014 World Championships to relive arguably the most iconic moment in competitive Pokemon history, Seijune's Pachirisu. It may be true that the Electric Squirrel stole the show at Worlds, but first let's focus on this story's true protagonist, Seijune Park. From South Korea, Sejun was known as an innovative team builder who performed consistently at the world's largest stage. 2014 was Sejun's 4th consecutive top cut of the World Championships.
Certainly one of the game's legendary players. I think that most people in the community around the video game would probably agree that Sejun is the best player who's never won a World Championship.
But if Sejun wanted to take home the title this time, he would need to utilize his creativity. Many people think Sejun's team was built around Pachirisu, but it was actually a team revolving around another uncommon Pokemon, Mega Gyarados. 2014 was a new era for VGC with Pokemon X and Y, and the first 3D installment of VGC introduced a very powerful game mechanic, Mega Evolution. Mega Kangaskhan dominated the 2014 metagame with its ability Parental Bond, and Mega Mawile was also picking up momentum before Worlds. Because of the prevalence of physical attackers in VGC, Sejun viewed Gyarados and its Intimidate ability as a great counter that other trainers wouldn't expect. Then once Gyarados Mega evolved, it became surprisingly bulky, and after a Dragon Dance or two, it would become unstoppable. Sejun's team of 6 Pokemon for Worlds is a quintessential example of how to properly team build in VGC. Whether it was Talonflame to hit first and hit hard thanks to its Gale Wings ability, or Gothitelle to endure almost any hit, or Garchomp and Gardevoir to provide valuable chip damage, each Pokemon had a clearly defined role on the team and a way to aid Mega Gyarados on its path to the peak. With those 5 Pokemon on the roster, how did Sejun decide on the final slot for his Worlds team? To answer that, we have to look back at Sejun's previous team at Worlds. At the 2013 World Championships, Sejun lost in top 8, but there were 2 major influences on his team, Marowak and Magmar. By no means were these 2 Pokemon staples in VGC, but they provided Sejun's team a specific type of support needed for success. Marowak had the Lightning Rod ability, which redirected electric attacks away his Jellicent and Tornadus. And Magmar used the move Follow Me, which was another way to redirect attacks from key targets. How could Sejun combine both Electric Immunity and Follow Me with only 1 slot left on his team? The answer was Pachirisu. Many trainers were aware of the support Pachirisu could provide to a team, but Sejun was the trainer who fully realized its potential as the ultimate teammate. As a bulky electric type, it only had 1 weakness, and with its ability Volt Absorb, Pachirisu was immune to electric moves, so it was the best choice to redirect electric attacks away from Mega Gyarados. Nuzzle was a new electric move that dealt a little bit of damage, but would always inflict the target with paralysis.
Sejun showing off what Pachirisu exactly can do. Nuzzle, I've never seen that move actually been used in competitive play, and now it comes out at the World Championships.
And Super Fang would deal half of the target's remaining HP, which helped the rest of Sejun's team secure knockouts.
Pachirisu just won't go away.
Now that Sejun had locked in his 6th Pokemon for Worlds, it was time for Pachirisu Mania to take Washington, D.C. and the Pokemon world by storm. In the finals, Sejun would face off against Jody Azzarelli. The VGC newcomer was the underdog, but thanks to his double mega team with Lucario and Charizard Y, Jody had multiple roads to victory. Jody wished to be the home country hero and give the US a 4th title in VGC's top division, but the crowd was rooting for the little Pachirisu that could to be the hero of this story.
Yeah, and we do see the Pachirisu on the field, and the crowd goes crazy as soon as Pachirisu makes it out.
In Game 1, Sejun's skills as a trainer were tested.
Ice Punch into that Talonflame. That's some good damage onto Talonflame, and the freeze! The Ice Punch gets the freeze onto Talonflame. It's stuck in mid-air.
An Ice Punch freeze onto Talonflame could have been disastrous. Normally, freeze wouldn't be a problem because most Talonflames use Flare Blitz and could thaw immediately, but Sejun's Talonflame had Overheat, which is not a fire move that automatically thaws. In order for Sejun to get back into this game, he had 1 chance to thaw out and successfully hit Overheat.
The thaw as Overheat comes out from Talonflame. Sejun is not playing around. Overheat gets the KO onto the Mo Rotom. Tyranitar is still out though. The Life Orb from Talonflame as Super Fang from Pachirisu, not dealing quite that much, but the paralysis. Tyranitar fully paralyzed.
With luck back on Sejun's side, once he was able to KO Jody's Mega Charizard, Garchomp and Talonflame had enough left to give Sejun the victory in Game 1.
With that extra damage there, you're going to feel very safe that even intimidated, Talonflame can finish off this. But we see the forfeit.
Yeah, Jody going ahead and forfeiting, and Sejun Park takes Game 1 of this best-of-3 set.
Jody needed to change up his strategy in Game 2, and Mega Lucario packed quite the punch. This, however, was exactly the situation Sejun's Gardevoir was trained for.
Yeah, Mega Lucario making its first appearance on the stream here. Going to go ahead and Mega Evolve, get a lot of additional power on the field for Jody. And Bullet Punch coming up from Mega Lucario onto Gardevoir. Not quite enough for the one-hit KO. Dazzling Gleam, the choice from Gardevoir. Super effective damage on Salamence. And the Earthquake, is it going to be enough? Is Mega going down? The Mega goes down. Turn 1 for Jody.
Once Gardevoir was knocked out, it was time for Pachirisu to show the world what it could do. On a field with some of the most powerful Pokemon in VGC, Pachirisu would shine brighter than them all.
The story unfolds and the lines are all drawn. The moment is now to claim your glory.
Salamence dropping a Draco and Pachirisu shrugging it off will go down as one of the most iconic moments in VGC history. With just one Pokemon remaining, it was time for the Prince of VGC to finally reign as king.
Pachirisu is not going to do any of that. It's going right on the offensive. Super Fang going to take away half of Bo Rotom's health. Dragon Claw right back after. Sejun Park takes down Bo Rotom. And Sejun Park is your 2014 Pokemon World Video Game Champion in the Masters Division. The crowd is on their feet. Let's hear it for Sejun, everybody.
Sejun Park and Pachirisu are forever tied together in the story of competitive Pokemon and have inspired countless trainers across the world to play VGC. It takes a well-rounded team of 6 Pokemon to become world champion, and Sejun proved that success is a team effort. Sejun's lasting impact is not that Pachirisu was the greatest Pokemon ever, but instead it was a great Pokemon for the role he was looking to fill. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Hi Pokemon trainers, my name's David Partington and I'm joined by our special guest here today. We have Thomas Govui. How
Hi,
are you,
David.
man?
I feel pretty good. Like, job is done. I played my very last tournament this weekend. Well, my run wasn't really great, but I felt pretty weird because I had no goal going to this event. I wish I did well, but I was fairly unfocused in my very first rounds, which is a feeling I'm not used to because I'm so dedicated and I always do my best and try to make people proud and myself, obviously. But this has been, not really good about the matches. But the preparation has been good, honestly. I prepped with Hippolyte, my partner in crime, and the team was good, but maybe a bit too honest. We should have played something maybe with a much more of an autopilot for free wins in case the opponent is not prepared enough. But that's fine. I did many things in many years. I came from the bottom, if I can say.
Yeah, tell the traders at home who may not know you so well, like a little bit about your history as a player and like what the successes you've had.
I started making Pokemon content back in 2014, and I started competing in the official circuit in 2015. And then I had mixed results at the beginning, and after the pandemic, when we came back into competition back in 2022, everything changed basically because I had a very good preparation for the Liverpool Regional last year, and I made it through the finals. I lost to Eric Rios, which was the very first top player that I faced in my career. I faced him in the last round of the German National Championship back in 2015.
Oh, wow.
So that was a long time ago. So that was really funny to face him in the finals of Liverpool.
Yeah.
And at this time, yeah, I was not really good playing against Rinja's son with the French train combination. And then I kept using this team that I played so much online before I went to events. And then I had great results in the 2022 season with a win at the Lille Regional Championship. So yeah, that's a special thing that I wish you can all live someday. But playing in front of your friends and family, people that are not even involved in Pokemon, that is so special. And yeah, I had the chance to win very close to people that are really important to me, and that was really special. That was the best moment in my career, obviously, and I will always remember that. And yeah, the 2023 season has been pretty good. Not as shiny as the last one, but Top Cut at the OCIC was really good because I was like, okay, I still can do it in other formats. I'm not just good in Sword and Shield Series 12. So I was really proud of that. I could have done better with a tricky top 8 match playing against this young Dondozo, but yes, that's life, and that's Pokemon, you know?
Yes. Speaking of Pokemon, can you tell us a bit why you're holding a Shedinja here?
Yeah, Shedinja has been the best Pokemon I ever played, because I mentioned Hippolyte before, and he built the French train combination that's called by the community, with Shedinja being the star of the team. And I made a great season in 2022 with Shedinja being on the team, and even if I did not use it in the finals against Judo Taro, he's been such an important Pokemon, and players are so scared of it. It makes a huge difference.
Yes, I think players who may know of the move Ally Switch are probably very familiar with its effects and how it can really kind of mess with your head a little bit when you're kind of facing it. And obviously Shedinja with its Wonder Guard ability, quite incredible at just being able to switch into attacks and take absolutely no damage, which, yeah, you and Hippolyte seem to do very well.
Yeah, it has been special, and I wanted to play something special in 2023, and the combination of Mausol and Annihilate is really different from playing Shedinja, but it's still a very specific archetype, and so I've been used to play crazy stuff, maybe? We can say this way, maybe? I don't know. But then 2023 went well, and yeah, I think I've done so many things. I think I had enough. I wish I could have done good at the Worlds. I did not, but that's okay. It's so long to have another chance to play at the Worlds. It's only once a year, so you know it's a hard dedication to play Worlds once again. So that's why I wanted to retire. I have another ideas of what I want to do in my life, and yeah, Pokemon competition have been the most important thing in my life for many years, and it has to end at some point. And obviously I'd like to thank so many people, all the staff involved at TPCI, the casters, the judges, scorekeepers, and all the staff in the events. Obviously all the players, the friends I made along the way from all around the world. Many French players, of course, but players from everywhere, from every single continent. It has been incredible. This journey has been great because of all of you, and I wish my journey can be inspirational and many of you can live things that I had the chance to live.
That's some really noble words there, Thomas. Thanks very much for sharing that with us. To add, before you kind of go off and go to your retirement and do the in real life kind of stuff that you really want to get on with, is there any sort of advice that you'd give to kind of players who want to kind of get into the Pokemon scene that you've kind of learned along the way?
Today we have the chance to have many very good content creators. Many top players are making content. Some are making it as a job. So they are really dedicated to make content, and the community is great for that because you can always find help to improve. We have many community tournaments to play, so we can train online before we go to events, and so you can prepare very well. Now we see players that are really good for their very first tournaments. The level at X2 in tournaments is becoming really good now. So it says a lot about the level of players. And yeah, you can find good resources online thanks to the top players sharing a lot of stuff. So yeah, it's fairly easy now, I think, to improve and make a good team and be prepared for your first events. And then you can meet people and travel with new friends. And I think that's what Pokemon is about.
Thank you so much. That's really insightful stuff, really, honestly. And coming from like a terrific player like in yourself, Thomas, thank you so much for sharing that. Anything final that you want to say?
There's no good word to choose as a final word. That's so hard. I want to thank everyone, and yeah, I'll miss you.
Okay, thank you so much. A pleasure. Thank you so very much. And we'll probably see you around if anything. And please do keep in touch and let us know how things are going on. We're going to cut to a short little video, but then right after that, we'll be back with the top 8 of the Lille Regional Championships. Thank you very much.
Been fun meeting everyone from all around the world, people we haven't seen for years, and well, every year that goes through, the presentation is even greater.
I'm excited. This is a huge international. Tons of great players are going to be here. The excitement is, through the roof. The hype is through the roof, and the pressure is on.
I am quite in love with this event. The people have been amazing. The judges have been very helpful as well. This is truly a good Pokemon event, and most of these events are like this.
I think once you start sort of trying to go into competitive, you might feel nervous, but there's a lot of communities and friendly people out here. They're just so, I can't even say words. It's just so incredible, really.
What an incredible play so far. This Ice Punch connects, and now a swap out, a little combination play, a blast burn on a low health Stunfisk for the 3-0 sweep.
All hail Tung Batuz and his Shadow Charizard. He is your European International Champion 2023.
Tyranitar V. And that is wild here as we see the retreat into the Tyranitar, and that means we have ourselves a winner at the European International Championships. Remy taking things down here. This is going to be a pretty fun one. Use these energies to retreat this Pokemon, and you have plenty to choose from as you load up for the Brainwave here. You can take a huge knockout, and that's going to be the game as we see Rune take down the European International Championships.
I think we're here, Joe. The Arceus goes into the discard pile. Drapion goes into the active. Alex is double-checking the weakness.
Weak to dark?
Yes, he is. Down goes Boss's orders, and Alex Szymanski breaks the curse and takes home the European International Championships.
As it does get caught with the freeze dry, and it does wrap up this set. A brisk 2-0 from a very offensive team. A fantastic performance, move perfect across the set. Pietro is going to be your junior division international champion. Now, Stomping Tantrum in response, doesn't need much, takes down the Fluttermane, and Kylan has just his Amoonguss against a multitude of Pokemon available for Mattia.
And Mattia is our 2023 European International Champion.
Really where we see the Palafin now, maybe getting the Pala win here for Paul, as it's able to go for the Wave Crash, and it lands it into the Amoonguss, getting the knockout. See if it can wake up here, but I think Gabrielle knows this is it. The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC was pretty good. Definitely a lot more than what I expected, so I'm really happy about that.
I'm really happy for winning this top one. It amazed me. It amazed me.
It feels great just because I won OCIC. I feel like renewed to be a two-time champion.
This win really means a lot to me. Winning a tournament feels really great. Having a title under your belt feels amazing.
It feels amazing to win UIC. I didn't really expect it, and it's my first win at a major event that wasn't 25 people, so it's very exciting.
Mi sento molto bene perché non ho mai vinto uno e l'ultima volta che ho giocato era in finale.
Significa molto perché comunque non era un buon match-up, non era facile, quindi sono felice di aver vinto. Welcome back to the Casting Desk, Pokemon trainers. It's time to advance into the third stage of the competition. We've gone through day 1 Swiss, we've gone through day 2 Swiss. It's now the top 8. 8 players have been whittled down from the hundreds that signed up for this tournament, and I cannot wait to see who is going to be our champion out of these 8.
Absolutely, we're getting down to the crunch time of this tournament. Before we were playing in the Swiss rounds, that means you've got guaranteed more Pokemon yet to play, but now we're in the top 8. It is going into that single elimination knockout bracket, where if you lose, that is the end of your tournament run. A great tournament run to be sure, but not the tournament run you want all of these players vying for that championship spot.
I mean, the fact that you've already made top 8 is something you can put on your accolade roster, right? That you got top 8 at the Lille Regional Championships. But you're one more win away from getting to top 4, then a finalist, and then who knows, you could be the grand champion of the Lille Regional Championships.
And that championship comes with a lot on the line here. Not just 200 championship points, not just a load of prize money as well, but a guaranteed invitation to the World Championships in Honolulu this year, regardless of how much championship points you are left with at the end of the season.
I think that's the lovely thing as well. We're so very early on in the season, yet we already have some regional champions who have thus then got their invite to Hawaii. And I think that makes it a very interesting concept that we have coming into this season. Before it was only about the championship points, but now you do have, if you win a regional, you're guaranteed ticket. And I think that's a really nice incentive for our players to have coming into these competitions.
Definitely ups the stakes at this late stage in the tournament, and of course it ups the quality of the players that we're going to be seeing at the World Championships this year. So yeah, that's all the way in the future, trainers. We've got a long way to go before then. International championships and of course more regional championships on the way.
Exactly, and those international championships as well, they're only one step down from the world stage. And I always think those events have such a high caliber amount of players as well. Players coming from all over the globe to try and pit themselves against the best to be the very best. And I think at that level of competition as well, because there's only 3 of those a year this season for the video game, of course, in Latin America, North America, and Europe. They're very elusive titles to be able to get. We do have a bunch of regionals, which are very exciting, but to be an international champion, where there's only 3 events a year, is another great title.
Yeah, those spots were already difficult enough to be able to achieve such high levels of competition going on there. And of course, being an international, we get trainers from all across the globe in all of their various rating zones coming to the fore there, battling out against each other. And it's really fascinating to see how these trainers from different places around the globe are able to, pit themselves up against each other, because each specific area of the world that you look at when you're talking about video game championships has some different preferences and different team styles and different approaches to the game.
Exactly, and if we take a focus back down to the Lille Regional Championships, where we currently are and the competition is still going on, I want to pick your brain a little bit here, Ben, because you are one of our seasoned Pokemon players. You've won many titles yourself back in the day.
That's much more complimentary than I usually get there. Usually it's a granddad Lou, but I'll go for seasoned this time.
I hadn't quite finished, you have been around since the dawn of time, but in that time you have been able to achieve a lot in terms of your competitive prowess. Coming into a top 8, how does the mindset of the player change?
It's a really difficult one to gauge because it's so different for every player. For me, it was a lot more of the same. At this point in the tournament, I've already been having, when I've been competing at this level, I'd already had a really good day 1 in most of the tournaments that I played in. Having a good day 2 and kind of feeling like I knew exactly what my team was doing. And the focus for me was always trying to keep that mindset fixed. It's not about where you are in the tournament, it's about what you need to achieve achieve in any individual game. That is knocking out the 4 Pokemon that your opponent has. I remember, I must admit, I can't remember who gave me this advice because it was a while ago. But I remember one of my friends telling me, is like, hey, you know, it's 4 Pokemon against 4 Pokemon. It doesn't matter who you're playing, that's what the game is. And so being able to sort of take away all the distractions going on around you, all of those things that are at stake, and just be able to focus on the game that you really know how to play. And all of these players are showing us, you know, why they've been here. They are very, very good at this game. Just got to keep your eye on the ball there.
So wise advice to not get too far ahead of yourself, one game at a time, and then slowly, you might get all the way to that grand final. Well, let's take a closer look at the standings as well of how the Lille Regional Championships have shaped up. You can see here we have our incredible roster here, a lot of 12 and 2s and 11 and 3 finishes. And if I want to focus on those 12 and 2s first of all, Maurice Uteg, Aurelian Sula and Marco Silva, 3 trainers that have been, I think, already coming into this tournament, favorites to keep an eye on, particularly Marco Silva, that international champion, being able to be so cool, calm and collected throughout this entire tournament so far, as well as a French favorite in the form of Aurelian Sula.
Aurelian had such a good game on stream against Marco early on in day 1. Wasn't able to take the win in that match. Marco took the victory there, but only one other player has been able to take a win against Aurelian in this tournament, showing why they're one of the most consistent French players that we have in the game right now.
Exactly, and again, Maurice as well, a previous regional champion, wanting to try and go all the way to get another regional title on his trophy cabinet, or I should say medal cabinet now. That's what we've got going on. And again, taking a closer look at some of the other players here, we've got Miguel, Taran, Miguel as well, who we featured yesterday, Maxime and Simone, key players who have just been on the top of their game, playing with such precision, not letting anything fluster them, a bit like you were just saying as your key bit of advice there, Ben. Cut out all the other distractions, just focus on the Pokemon in front of you and trust that they are going to be able to take you to the next stage of the competition. We can take a look at the rest of our top 16 as well, because these players have also earned themselves some championship points and some prize money.
Julio Tarlau on the top of that list, bubbling out in ninth. We got to see a little bit more from Julio in the last round of the Swiss, and he was saying he wasn't sure if his resistance was good enough to be able to make it into the top 8 cut, but the difference between Simone and Julio, their resistance was the same. They actually differentiated themselves on their opponent's records there, which is a very, very tight margin. So, yeah, I mean, even if you go down from the top 8 to the top 16, such quality in there as well.
Exactly, again, some key players in there. Eric Rios, the only Komodo player in day 2, not able to get Komodo into the top 8, but still a commendable performance to be able to make it into the top 16. And some other trainers we've been able to feature, players like Alex Gomez, Jorge Salinas, Calvin Foster and Barish Akjosh as well, all players who've been featured on the broadcast, and you can see how their stories has wrapped up here in Lille.
Very much so, and 10-4 is a very, very good record to be going through 14 rounds of Swiss and being able to achieve. And of course, the top 16 players are going away with a fair number of championship points to their name in this early part of the season. Often it can be not just about the how deep you go into a tournament, but how consistently you get CP in these regional championships when we're trying to get to this 400 championship point bar on the road to Worlds.
And that's why we also have these amazing, you know, more local events at a regional level. We have mid-season showdowns and Premier Challenges happening as well at the event today. So even if day 1 didn't exactly go too well for our players, they could have competed in the mid-season showdown that happened today, and there were over 200 participants in that event. I believe they had to play 8 rounds, best of 1, however, because we don't quite have time for another mini regional at this event. But it does just show that these players have all the opportunities to try and get those championship points to get to the world stage.
Best of 1, best of fun is what I like to say there, Lou.
I love that.
It's you know, it's great to have an opportunity, although these mid-season showdowns are completely stacked with all the fantastic players that we have wanting another go at getting some championship points. And in fact, many of them finishing day 1 with a 6-3 record will have taken home either 50 or 30 championship points, by making it into the top 28, or top 64 and top 128 of the tournament. So yeah, again, you know, we're not seeing them here at this stage of the tournament, but that doesn't mean that their tournament hasn't been a success.
Exactly, and all the amazing memories you get to make at these events too is something you can keep forever. But let's take a deeper dive and a focus on our top 8 players, the final 8 players remaining in the competition to battle out to become that champion. You can see how the pairings are going to stack up here. At the top of the roster, Maurice versus Simone. That is going to be a showdown, I can guarantee it. Fantastic play from both of these players. Second up, you've got Taryn and Miguel. Taryn, we got to see at the beginning of today, or yesterday it was, just kicking off our broadcast and has been able to continue that winning streak to bring it here to top 8 against Miguel as well. This is going to be a fantastic match.
On the other side of the bracket, we've got Marco Silva versus Miguel Marti. And that's going to be a fantastic game to watch. We've seen Marco a couple of times on the broadcast already. If you missed Marco's masterful play in both of those games that he was on stream, do go back and have a look at that, as well as Miguel, being able to see him win on stream. And certainly, as a player that I played back in the 2012 World Championships and has been around for as long as me, Lou, it's always a pleasure to be seeing him do so well.
I think Marco and Miguel as well, they're both international champions. They know what it takes to go all the way to that stage. So you have got such a top caliber of players being able to duke it out here in top 8. Our final one, however, is the French Spectacular between Maxime and Aurelien as well. So that's one that I know the local community here are going to be hoping to catch later on.
And certainly guaranteeing a French representation in the top 4, giving the opportunity for them to make it all the way to the finals here in the Lille Regional Championships. Fantastic matches all across our top 8, but the one that we're going to be focusing down on is Taryn versus Miguel here, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how Taryn's playing now that, you know, we haven't seen him for a little while on the broadcast. You know, it was back then he had a little bit of a difficult game 1 against his opponent and brought it back in games 2 and 3. We'll have to see if he's kind of a little bit more on the ball earlier on in the set, or whether, you know, he has to fight back from a deficit.
I mean, one thing I found very interesting about Taryn's team was the Urshifu on that set, because we've seen a lot of the rapid strike Urshifu. We're running those water critical hits, and we've actually recently seen a little bit of a shift from the previous match and now going into this next match for the single strike Urshifu, being able to hit hard with those dark time moves, get the critical hit on Wicked Blow instead of surging strikes. And I think that's been the interesting thing that's come to the forefront, because in my caster predictions I did have the rapid strike variant, because water types are really, really strong. We've seen how effective they've been. A lot of players picking them up in usage. But then the single strike variant, although it may not have been the most popular choice to bring to the event, it seems to be the most dominant at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we saw in the day 2 usage statistics that Urshifu was really high up, and if I'm not mistaken, that was that rapid strike variant. Yes. But it's not just about the Pokemon that are at the top of the usage charts. It's about the Pokemon that are right for the teams that these trainers are going to be taking to this tournament. And you know, when you need to bring single strike, should I say, Urshifu into the 4, it's usually being very, very effective in this metagame, especially with psychic type threats that we saw, that we've been seeing more recently. Pokemon like Cresselia, Pokemon like Gothitelle, yes. Pokemon like Dusclops that we featured in round 9 yesterday of our Swiss rounds. It's a really, really strong Pokemon into all of those new threats.
I can honestly see little Dusclops quaking on its ankles there in the face of a potential critical hit Wicked Blow. But to be honest, I think it's why it makes this Urshifu so formidable, because you also have the application of Sucker Punch. And we've talked a lot about the priority that our trainers are having at the moment, things like Dragonite with the extreme speed, things like Grassy Glide on the Rillaboom. And actually we have to remember that Sucker Punch is kind of that original dark type priority coming through. We see it on Chienpao, for example, but also on the Urshifu. And it's a really nice way with the Unseen Fist ability to bypass all those potential protects as well.
It's one of those funny things, isn't it? Because, you know, you use Unseen Fist as a way to break through Protect, but of course Sucker Punch just fails if it lands into a Protect.
So you can just Wicked Blow straight through instead.
Just Wicked Blow straight through instead, and that's a mind game that our trainers have to play. Another Pokemon that we've seen coming into the forefront in day 2 is that King Gambit as well. That's a Pokemon that really does like the ability to Sucker Punch, and like Taryn's Urshifu, is able to boost itself up with those sword stances and make itself a really prominent threat.
Yeah, we saw the King Gambit in our final Swiss game there. Barish bringing it into the game 3, trying to catch and intimidate from the Landorus that Julio kept bringing. But the story was actually there, the Heatran that came through really strong. And Heatran's a Pokemon we've spoken a lot about over the course of this weekend, because it's often running that fairy territory type to give it a nice defensive advantage. But the Heatran that we actually saw on Julio's side was running that Will-O-Wisp, and that was the key thing there. It was quite literally on fire. It was able to catapult burns left, right, and center, and I think that was the critical thing. And speaking to Julio afterwards, quickly after the match, he said that one adjustment, bringing the Will-O-Wisp, completely changed the game for him in that game 3. And this is something we talked about with Rillabooms, for example, changing it to that more offensive type with the item boosting up the grass type moves. And again, now we maybe see it with the Urshifu, just changing which Urshifu you've got. Those small adjustments can completely change a game.
Certainly can, and that's really, I think, a lot of the story of this tournament here, where we were expecting, looking at the regionals over the past couple of weeks, quite a similar metagame. Maybe those niche picks like Komodo coming back onto the fore, Eric not managing, as you said, to make it into the top 8 using that. But we've seen a lot of players really adjust the Pokemon that they're bringing and use sets that were different. Aurelian is definitely a player that I've been shouting out a lot over this weekend for running that Miracle Seed, Grass Terra, Grassy Glide, Rillaboom, boosted by the grassy terrain. So much grass going around here. It's so powerful and so effective at getting those priority attacks. And one of the things that we were talking about a little bit earlier is that those attacks are so effective in a metagame that was dominated in the last few weeks by Tailwind.
Exactly, and speed control, I don't want to say it's gone out the window, but it definitely hasn't been something that I have seen as dominant in this particular tournament. It's really been about the offensive stats of the Pokemon, like you've just said, about everything stacking up with the Rillaboom. We see it with the Kingambit with Black Glasses, but we also see it with Fluttermane. I've seen a lot of choice specs, Terra Fairy, Fluttermane in this tournament. Just being able to apply such extensive pressure with something like a Moonblast or for that spread damage to the Dazzling Gleam has been really swinging momentum into trainers' favor. And I think that's where the shift in the meta is going at the minute. These more balanced teams that we see, yes, they're still out there. They're very consistent and very strong. But even those trainers that do opt for a more balanced team are kind of leaning to maybe having 1 or 2 Pokemon that are just that hyper offense mode for when it's needed.
And I think that's the balance that these trainers, we're talking about balance, have to be aware of coming into these sort of events is, you know, how much do you lean into that aggressive play style? How much do you risk? I mean, you know, looking at a player like Marco Silva that's made it into the top 8, usually we see Marco playing that hyper-aggressive play style. We've talked about it quite a bit already on the broadcast. But this time, opting for a little bit more of a defensive strategy, knowing that that's actually more of the play for this stage in both the tournament scene and the metagame at the minute.
Exactly, and I love seeing how the metagame develops, not only from, you know, a new format. We're in Regulation E, for example. It's been a couple of weeks, but things are still changing. Things are very dynamic from one event to the next. And what we saw in previous events, like, for example, Sacramento, all of the weather that was running around, we haven't seen that as much in Day 2, for example. Yes, Day 1, we saw all the Alola Ninetales. That was delightful to see shaking the snow around on the field. But coming into Day 2, the consistency from that Pokemon has not been as strong.
Indeed. Our players are getting set up and ready to go, but there have been, you know, a few little things on stage that need to be dealt with. So while we're waiting, Lou, I think really looking at the bracket, who's your top sort of maybe 2 or 3 picks that you're thinking from the top 8 that may make it through to that champion spot?
That's always a difficult question when there's, I want to say when there's only 8 left, but then that should make it more straightforward. But I think because they've all really proven that they deserve to be there, it makes it very difficult to call. For me, I think just based off the storyline and seeing the pure joy, and I love seeing the joy of Pokemon and trainers, from Miguel Marti coming back into Pokemon competitively, feeling on top of his game, and just being able to perform at such a high level that I haven't seen him perform at since, you know, the European International Championships, the first international we ever had back in 2017 season. I think it's really nice to see that story come to fruition. As much as I love seeing the new faces have their breakout season and do really well, there is something very humbling about these older players who come back and can show that they can dust themselves off. Yeah, maybe one day, Ben, we'll see. We'll see if we can tear you away from the commentary desk.
There's a lot of dust there.
I love being able to see that potential from a trainer, that they haven't, you know, just burnt out on the competition. They still have that high caliber play, and to do it with such spirit and joy, to me, is one of the reasons why we play competitive Pokemon. As much as it is about the winning for him as well, it's about that good feeling he's getting inside about it, and I love to see that continue.
That's such a nail right on the head there, Lou, because Miguel is such a great player and a great person to be around as well. And Miguel is a really interesting player to look back at the history of. As I said, playing against him in the World Championships back in 2012. He's a player that kind of goes away for a couple of years, does some other things, maybe drops into a local event or, keeps up with the community throughout the seasons. But then, comes back in 2017 season, wins an international, has another little bit of a break from now, and now we're seeing him come back yet again, time after time. You just can't keep Miguel away from Pokemon.
Definitely not. And another player I want to highlight is actually Maurice, who has done so well, previously a regional champion, but kind of to build a bit of a story from Maurice, I believe it was in 2017, he turned up to his very first regional 2 hours late, not knowing the start time or something like that. Was like, hey, I'm here to play a little Pokemon. And although obviously that tournament didn't exactly go to plan, that's what got him hooked onto Pokemon, got that joy that we've been talking about. And now when we look at where he's at, it just goes to show that that joy can carry you all the way into a top 8. And speaking of top 8, looks like the players are getting ready on the stage.
Maurice somewhat more well-versed these days, but Taran Birdie and Miguel Paquette on the stage there. Taran on the left, Miguel on the right, and we're going to get an opportunity to have a little bit of a sneak peek at their teams.
Do you see what I see there, Ben?
I do see what you see.
It's a Dondozo and a Tatsugiri. I honestly love this combination. I haven't been able to commentate it throughout this weekend, although we do know that Dondozo and Tatsugiri have been making a splash out on the battlefield, having a couple of stall matches here or there, but also it's just such a lovely synergetic combination from the two of them. That commando ability of Tatsugiri allowing it to jump into the hungry Dondozo's mouth and boost up all of its stats respectively. Even though it is balanced out by the fact you're then forced into this 2v1 situation, I think it's something that as a player, if you let Dondozo sweep you, it will do so gladly. And if you are Taran on this situation, you have to make sure that you are playing around this Dondozo. You cannot let it get up any momentum.
Not at all. I mean, Dondozo Tatsugiri has been a common threat since right at the start of Regulation Set A when it was introduced. And it's been sort of slowly declining in popularity, but those trainers that have stuck with it and are able to use it to its full potential, both with the choice of Tatsugiri that they bring into the fore, but also with the partners that they use to pair with it as we change regulations and new Pokemon, new partners, new toys are available for these trainers to use. I think a player using Dondozo at this stage of our regulation sets is a very strong contender.
It certainly is, and we'll be able to dive a little deeper into the specific move choices and Pokemon builds our trainers have got once they're actually set up and ready in the game. But a Pokemon I just want to kind of recap a little bit as something that we've seen in the format before is that Glamora on Miguel's side of the field. I remember Emilio Forbes using it to great success over in America. Why is it such a good Pokemon?
It's really just a combination of its type. We saw Pokemon with that type in Nihiligo in previous formats, and it was always a really offensive powerhouse. Rock and Poison are both good defensively, but also good offensively. And I think that sort of balance is what makes Glamora a Pokemon to watch out for. Also, in combination with that, it's got this ability to go for lots of different coverage options. So it gets access to moves like Earth Power, but also you can do lots of different things with it, right? If you don't want to play offensively with those big Rock, Poison, and Ground type attacks, you can switch it on its head, go for a Mortal Spin instead.
Exactly, it does have a lot of flexibility, and I like the throwback to Nihiligo of previous formats as well. That typing was so unique. Yes, you are actually vulnerable to quite a lot of different things, but in a format where you have terrestrialization, that isn't such a problem. And so one of the losses to Nihiligo is kind of the gain to the Glamora, for example. It's able to completely counteract that one weakness or chink in its armor, let's say. And it's nice to be able to see it coming through so strong. Another interesting thing is you can see that there are two Urshifu on the field here. Both of them are actually running that single strike variant, something we were just talking about being kind of raised towards the end game of this competition.
Yeah, it's one of the more niche choices for these trainers, but we're seeing why it's effective and why it's a really relevant choice for these trainers to go for. That's going to favor Taran, I think, in this matchup more, where Dondozo Tatsugiri really likes seeing single strike Urshifu, because typically those free hits from the surging strikes are not going to be very effective against Dondozo, where single strike Urshifu is going to be able to get that critical hit through those defense boosts and be able to land neutral.
I think you make an excellent point there, Ben, and now the players have got their headsets on, we can dive a bit deeper into what their match composition will be like, and to kind of follow on from exactly what you were just saying, if it is the surging strikes coming through, going into either, let's say, the Dondozo on Miguel's side or the Ogerpon on Taran's side, it's really going to be null and void damage. Not going to be doing too much to Dondozo and obviously nothing to a water absorb Ogerpon. However, if you switch to that single strike, yes, you're going to still get the guaranteed critical hit, and you are going to be able to actually deal damage to both these Pokemon respectively.
Absolutely. We're going to be seeing a little bit more of a deep dive into these trainers' teams in just a moment. But I think in the meantime, we've got to dive deeper into the Tatsugiri on Miguel's side of the field, because not only is it that curly form, which changes the type of stat boost that Dondozo gets from its order up, it's also carrying that ability shield and a response to some of the new threats that we have in this format at the moment, most notably Weezing there. It's a Pokemon that we haven't seen really too much on the broadcast at all, but speaking to players out on the field, it's really been sort of doing the rounds, so to speak, in Lille here, and that ability shield just making sure that that Dondozo is always able to be set up.
Exactly, because if the Weezing is on the field already and neutralizing gas is already in effect, if Tatsugiri switches in, Commander will not activate. So that's why it's important you have that ability shield. Let's do a quick recap of our players in case you missed it when Taran was on the broadcast earlier. Malmo Regional Top 8, followed up by a Perth Regional Champion title in 2023. A fantastic season for him. Prior seasons as well, NAIC Top 8. That is an incredible achievement to be in this Top 8 position on the international stage, as well as Top 16 at the European International Championships.
Absolutely, and no achievements there on your screen for Miguel at the moment.
At the moment.
But this is the first one when Miguel next goes on to the broadcast. You've got to start somewhere, and as a player that maybe is a little bit newer to the game, or maybe this is the first regional championships that they've even been able to attend, what a great result and what a start to a player that we could be seeing many times across the season.
It is the newcomer versus the experienced player, right? We've actually got one of those matches on our hands. Taking a closer look here at the team list of Taran. Again, some really key Pokemon choices on here. We've talked a lot about that Urshifu, but I want to touch a little bit more on Pokemon like the Fluttermane. That Choice Specs has been so dominant in the tournament here, but it's a Choice Specs with a Trick Room.
A Trick Room as a way to sort of change up the game, where Taran does have an opportunity to go for something like a Tailwind with his Tornadus, but sometimes your opponent just has that little bit more speed control than you, and Fluttermane has a great opportunity to twist those dimensions and kind of flip those sort of matchups on its head. The other utility there is if you're against a Trick Room team, you can Trick Room on a Trick Room and make sure that you're still faster.
The one issue, however, is you can Trick Room a Trick Room, but then you're stuck still going for Trick Room, so you have to find a way to either shut down the Trick Room setter in that turn or find a way to switch out Fluttermane, or else you're going to be setting up the Trick Room for your opponent. And speaking of opponents, we're going to take a look at Miguel's team now, and the first thing that I see is that Dondozo. It is big and it's blue, but Ben, there is not a water type move on that Dondozo. Instead of running something like Wave Crash or Surf, we've actually got a substitute. Some more classic moves on there, like the Order Up. Of course, it can then allow the Tatsugiri to give it a cheeky boost. I think it is the attack stat on the curly form. So it's going to be able to get an attack boost for every Order Up it's able to get out, and Earthquake for some really decent spread damage.
We saw Substitute in Regulation Set A, I think, in the Liverpool Regional Championships, and it was really, really effective. Key Pokemon like Amoonguss aren't able to just freely go for a Spore, which allows you to go for that Dragon Terror type that Miguel has on his team, and a really nice sort of combination there with the Tatsugiri also running the Taunt. So lots of good options there on Miguel's side of the field. Urshifu, though, carrying that Life Orb is going to be putting a lot of damage on the field. And one thing to note is when Urshifus match up against each other, Taran's has Sword Stance and Miguel's has Close Combat. So while Urshifu single strike is great against the Dondozo for Taran, the Urshifu on Miguel's side of the field might be causing Taran a few issues here.
I think that's a great observation, that those little niche changes again with the Urshifus could come into fruition here. The Swords Dance has been so dominant. We've seen it on King Gambit, for example, in the past, but now actually seeing on that Urshifu, meaning if there are any Intimidate setters out on the field, Taran has the utility to be able to boost that up. Taking a look at Miguel's team, obviously you don't have to worry about that too much, but it does mean that you can then even steamroll further if you get a Swords Dance setup. It's not about negating Intimidate's boost, it's just about going on full power mode.
Now, one of the things that's always prevalent in a Dondozo matchup is the lead combinations here. Does that Dondozo come straight out into the fray, or does Miguel choose to kind of leave it in the back and maybe, you know, whittle down Taran's Pokemon? We'll have to find out as game one of your top 8 starts now.
It's going to be Glamora and the Tornadus facing off against the Tornadus and a Fluttermane on the opposing side of the field. No Dondozo in sight as of yet, Ben.
Not at all, and that Glimora looks like it's in a fantastic spot in front of these two special attackers, known for its special bulk, but also with that poison typing, isn't going to be taking super effective damage from the Fluttermane. So even though Taran has that choice specs and all of the damage that comes with it, the Glimora on Miguel's side of the field is definitely putting on more pressure.
Just going to be a straight-up protective for the Tornadus on Taran's side, as the Tornadus on the opposing side goes for the Tailwind. This is something Tornadus on Taran's side can get up on the next turn and try and just match it a little bit. Nice to be able to protect against that Power Gem as well. That would have been dealing some good, super effective damage into that Prankster Pokemon on Taran's side. However, the Shadow Ball will connect from one Fluttermane into the Glamora. Not enough to be able to pick up a KO, but a significant amount of damage dealt.
This is a really great play here from Taran, protecting the Tornadus. Tornadus on Miguel's side of the field doesn't have access to that taunt, and so now that the Tailwind's up on Miguel's side of the field, Taran's just going to be able to match that, and with the natural speeds of Fluttermane and the Glimora, Fluttermane is going to be going first. That's why he's going for a Spiky Shield.
I honestly think that is a wise choice here. Instead of a Tailwind, it's going to be a Sunny Day. I love this synergy because you're now going to activate the Photosynthesis of this Choice Specs Fluttermane. It is now going to get a speed boost as well. If a Tailwind is following up in the next turn, that is going to be a very strong play. So I like this Icy Wind adjustment from Miguel, not only boosting up the speed on his side of the field, but lowering the speed of the two partner Pokemon, kind of negating that Photosynthesis boost. The Choice Specs Fluttermane is going to be locked into Shadow Ball. It is enough to get a one-hit critical hit KO on that opposing Tornadus. It is out of here.
One-hit knockout on that Tornadus. So much damage coming out from that Sunny Day, boosting up. In fact, no, boosting up the speed, not the special attack. Yeah. So yeah, the Fluttermane definitely needed the critical hit there to land the knockout on the Tornadus with that Shadow Ball, but now Taran has all of the speed advantage on his side of the field. The question is, now that Dondozo's landed on the field, is Tatsugiri going to be shortly following? And therefore, what slot does Taran have to lock into? If you lock into attacking into that Glimora and it switches out to Tatsugiri, Tatsugiri is just going to jump on out of the way, and you're not going to land any damage off onto the field. Equally, Miguel can take advantage of that. He can protect the Dondozo, get a cheeky attack off with Glamora, and maybe put a little bit of pressure on the field, and next turn, switch it out to that Tatsugiri.
Yeah, Glamora has a choice. Does it switch out, which it looks like it's going to be doing, and possibly Tatsugiri is joining the field, or do you think that's an obvious switch, and maybe you could utilize the Glamora? But instead, Tatsugiri is going to join the fray. We're going to see the Commander ability activate. No problems here at all. The Dondozo is going to be able to get a boost in all of its stats as well, making it a very formidable pressure on the field. You don't even have to worry about your water type moves being depleted by the sun because, hey, Dondozo's not running any of them here. So it is in a very commanding position. The issue is a Choice Specs Fluttermane is still going to hurt. We are going to see the Tailwind set up by the Tornadus this time, just gaining any more speed momentum and to kind of counteract those Icy Wind drops that have happened previously. But the Glamora was the target of that Fluttermane. So Dondozo getting off a really nice Earthquake here. Obviously not going to connect onto the Flying type Tornadus, but this is something that Fluttermane is going to have to take the brunt of.
Yeah, that's a really nice play there by Miguel. Just playing it straight, you know, not actually trying to predict what Taran was going to be doing. Instead, just deciding that the lowest risk overall play was to get that Tatsugiri in and the Dondozo set up. Once it's set up, you can see the damage that that Earthquake does, nearly knocking out the Fluttermane in one. And Taran's in a kind of awkward spot here because the Earthquake is the only way that this Dondozo is going to be able to put damage onto this Fluttermane, and so Tornadus is kind of stuck not being able to switch out because anything that Taran switches in is going to take a lot of damage.
You're right here, and the Shadow Ball is going to connect down into that Dondozo. Even with the boost, you can just, it only does about a quarter of damage there, which is fantastic. We are going to see the Order Up go, however. That's going to not affect a Fairy type as it is a Dragon type move. We are going to see again the Bleak Wind Storm come through. Now, this is really the only move that the Tornadus has to be able to touch the opposing Dondozo, and at the same time, Order Up is the only move that Dondozo has to be able to touch the Tornadus, but instead, it went into the Flood Domain. I think, obviously, Miguel predicting a switch there.
Yeah, I think it's a wise decision to try to catch whatever Pokemon that Fluttermane could switch into, but Taran content to carry on going for those Shadow Balls, just putting damage on the field and putting Dondozo in a place where it's not feeling in the most comfortable position. A speed drop, though, onto that Dondozo could be key for whatever Pokemon Taran has in the back, as Miguel playing it straight, going for that Earthquake.
Yeah, Taran going through the motions here. Shadow Ball, Bleak Wind Storm again, really putting Dondozo in a precarious situation, but this time Dondozo doesn't try and make a risky play, goes for the Earthquake, knocks out the Fluttermane, and now it doesn't have to worry about these choice specs, Protosynthesis, speed-boosted Fluttermane coming its way. However, it does give Taran the utility to bring in a Pokemon from the back, and one Pokemon that is really not going to care about the boost that Dondozo has is that critical hitting Urshifu.
Yeah, it looks like Urshifu is going to be able to pick up a knockout here on the Dondozo. There was the opportunities for Dondozo to go for a Protect in the last turn, maybe just get a little bit of leftovers recovery, but I think Miguel was probably worried that Urshifu was in the back and wanted to just make sure that damage was going onto the field every single turn. As it stands, that Tatsugiri is going to be left as a little bit of a weak slot when Dondozo goes down to this Terra Dark Wicked Blow coming out from this Urshifu this turn, and Tatsugiri is going to be left there taking potentially a Bleak Wind Storm.
Yeah, Tatsugiri could be in a vulnerable spot after this. The powerful Dark Terror boosted Urshifu going for that Wicked Blow with the guaranteed critical hit, able to secure the knockout, and Dondozo has been fouled by the relentless onslaught from Taran's Pokemon. Little Tatsugiri is going to be the single target Bleak Wind Storm taker here. It does look like it's going to have to take another one of those in order to be able to get the knockout as the sunlight fades, and this is actually a really good position here for the Tatsugiri that has access to a move like Muddy Water that has the potential to be able to lower the accuracy of both Pokemon, and with the sun gone, it's going to be at its full potential.
One thing that this Tatsugiri is really going to struggle with here is that most Tatsugiri that we see in the video game championships do carry that Choice Scarf. As we mentioned earlier, this one's carrying an ability shield, and that's going to mean, depending on the training, the Tatsugiri is actually going to be slower naturally than this Dondozo. But Taran, with the ability to go for a Tailwind this turn as it's just expired, kind of has no reason not to, with the Urshifu supporting it. Just go for that Tailwind, go for the Wicked Blow, and get one at least knockout this turn.
Exactly. You know as well that the Focus Sash has been broken on that opposing Glamora. One Wicked Blow is going to be enough to be able to get the knockout. There it is. And now you just have to face down against this little Tatsugiri. The only kind of hope the little fish has at this point is to go for those Muddy Waters, try and get the accuracy drops, and just keep your fingers, or I should say fins crossed, that's going to be able to carry you through the rest of the game. But it's a very tall mountain for the fish to climb. Even the Draco Meteor isn't enough to be able to get the one-hit KO on the Urshifu. It's going to be able to just go for a Wicked Blow on this next turn, and of course Tornadus can go on the offensive too.
Yeah, really interesting game overall there, and I think like a lot of reads that both of these trainers really have to make in this matchup, both in terms of what you lead, but also how you deal with this speed control. The fact that Miguel hasn't got ability to go for a taunt and put a stopper to Taran going for the Tailwind as well, kind of makes this a little bit of a difficult situation for him, where Taran doesn't have to go for that Tailwind straight away, instead can maybe make Miguel kind of trade while he's setting up and take a little bit of damage, and then later on pop that Tailwind and, you know, get back on top.
I think you make a very valid point, and I understand the ability shield is there to protect the commander ability, but it really was Taran that was in command of that entire set, going through in that game, and just like you say, being able to apply pressure with the Tornadus, whether it was through Sunny Day or Tailwind, or then being able to hit through with those Bleak Wind Storms, having a tremendous accuracy, being able to get all the connections it needed to, and even a couple of drops there as well.
And I think looking at, you know, adjustments for Miguel to be able to make in game 2, the one thing that I'm looking at is that single strike Urshifu that didn't come to the last game. You know, it's carrying a Life Orb, it's not carrying a Focus Sash, so that puts it a little bit more under threat from something like Fluttermane that Taran brought into the front in the last game. But you've got that Terra Poison option available, and that sort of turns off Fluttermane's offensive capabilities there. We'll have to see if it coming out this turn as the same leads from game 1 coming out from Miguel and from Taran.
Yes, I would almost like to see Miguel leave the Dondozo combination at home and try and match up a little bit more with Taran, with the Fluttermanes and the Tornaduses, for example, as well as the Urshifus. I think playing a little bit more of the speed control, particularly as you have the Icy Wind option to really try to gain an advantage, could be how Miguel could pilot out this game too more strongly.
And we'll have to see if Glamora is going to be taking another Shadow Ball in this game. I think that was one of the key parts from game one in this lead matchup that really put Miguel on the back foot in the late game, where that Glamora took so much damage right from the get-go while Miguel was getting that Tailwind set up. I wouldn't be surprised to see a target from Taran into that Glamora again, because Tornadus on Miguel's side of the field isn't putting on too much offensive presence. It really is the battle between Fluttermane and Glamora right now.
I mean, Taran quite quickly committed to the Terra Fairy there, but was really flitting between Dazzling Gleam or Moonblast. Which one does the Choice Spec Fluttermane want to lock in for? I think it went down for the Moonblast there, really trying once again to get that one-hit KO onto the opposing Tornadus. It is once again going to go for Tailwind, very standard, just to enable the speed up on Miguel's side of the field here. As the Tailwind is matched this time by Taran, not opting to utilize it a little bit later, wants to get it matched straight out of the blocks here, as the Fluttermane is able to go for this Choice Specs Terra Fairy Moonblast into the opposing Tornadus, and will once again get a one-hit KO against that Pokemon.
What a great KO to be able to get. Now Taran has all of the speed control options, but this time Power Gem is going to land into that Tornadus, and it's also a one-hit knockout. These trainers trading blows.
Absolutely fantastic to see Glamora actually come to the forefront a little bit, finally land that Power Gem onto the opposing Tornadus and get a big, bold KO. To be honest, both the Tornaduses were a little bit lackluster here in the sense they've just set up the Tailwinds and then both been knocked out. It's almost been a 3v3 Pokemon match as opposed to a 4v4.
And Choice Specs only allowing the use of Moonblast there, Taran, onto Miguel's side of the field. A nice little reminder for us all. But with these Urshifus coming in, with Taran already committing to the Terra Fairy, that's going to make the Fluttermane match up a little bit better into that Urshifu, but a lot worse against that Glamora, and especially if the Urshifu on Miguel's side of the field goes for that Terra Poison, Fluttermane is going to be in a tricky spot. But it looks like Miguel is leaving that Dondozo that you didn't want to see in this game at home.
It's not that I didn't want to see it, I just didn't think it was the call, let's say. One thing that I do love is this Terra Poison on the Urshifu. As we've already identified, the Fluttermane is locked into a Fairy-type move, so being able to switch from being 4 times weak to a move to being able to resist a move is nice. But let's see, that Sucker Punch was so much damage, over a third. Is Moonblast still, even as a resisted hit, going to be enough? Yes, it is! It gets the knockout on the Urshifu!
That is a key knockout there for Taran to be able to take. That Sucker Punch is going to be neutral effectiveness after the Terra there. But a Sludge Bomb following up. It's a one-hit knockout on the Fluttermane. KOs for KOs for KOs, Lou.
Pokemon trainers, this is a top 8 match, and you can see that both trainers are pulling out all the stops to try and advance into the top 4. Big, bold KOs from that Glamora. It is 2 for 2 on the Okos here in Game 2.
And wow, with Terra committed for both of these trainers, it is going to be all of the types that we expect to be seeing on the field here for the Iron Hands and the Fluttermane joining the field. I think Taran is probably on the back foot here in this game, where Fluttermane, being its fairy type, is going to be able to launch a Dazzling Gleam out into and do quite a lot of damage to both Iron Hands and that single strike Urshifu. And of course, we have the Fluttermane on Miguel's side of the field not going to be able to Terra into Fairy type, so there's not going to be any fake out coming out from that Iron Hands either, only able to be going into that Glamora, so maybe a little bit of a telegraph play here.
I don't think the fake out's even worth it at this point. The Iron Hands on Taran's side is running that Heavy Slam as well, so that has the potential to be able to deal big damage to the opposing Fluttermane. The issue, of course, is your Urshifu. You're going to protect it and try and go for the Heavy Slam. You know that the Fluttermane on the opposing side has the capability to protect, and there it is. It isn't choice locked into anything, so it can preserve itself from a potential Heavy Slam. Instead, it is indeed going to be the fake out. I guess that does indeed break the Focus Sash. You do set the toxic debris around the field, but that doesn't matter. There's no more Pokemon switching in and out.
Oh, it's a wicked blow.
Goes for the wicked blow, not enough to get the knockout. Of course, the unseen fist ability will completely cut through that protect. So really nice play there by Taran, but Fluttermane's still in the game.
It's a really safe wicked blow to be able to go on Taran's side of the field, though, because that Urshifu on Taran's side is carrying that focus sash. So one attack with Fluttermane won't be able to knock it out in one. Instead, it's going to have to rely on that Glamora to finish off that last HP point remaining. And so you get this great position there for Taran that we see with, if the Fluttermane does go for the protect, great, thumbs up there. If it doesn't, then you get the wicked blow off. That's going to be followed up by a sucker punch. It's a Fluttermane going down, and only Glamora is standing between Taran and getting into top 4.
I mean, Glamora is trying its best. That was huge damage with the Sludge Bomb, but it is going to be felled by the one-hit KO. Well, it had already a little bit of chip, but Iron Hands follows up with what it started earlier, the fake out into the heavy slam, meaning that Taran Birdie will be advancing into top 4 in Lille.
What an incredible match between these two trainers, and masterfully played by Taran there. I was thinking this was going to a game 3 when that Fluttermane came out onto the field, but Taran found a way to navigate through that turn, and especially being able to knock out that Urshifu in one.
You know, one wrong move from Taran here, particularly with the way that Glamora was getting knockouts left, right, and center, would have easily spiraled this into a game 3. But I think the fact that Taran was able to also get those critical KOs, and like you were saying earlier, just trade Pokemon in order to keep the field at a level pace, but still give him that potential advantage with the priority of Sucker Punch and things like that, I think enabled him to be able to push through in that game 2. But neither of the players were messing around at that point. Such big damage early doors in game 2.
And it was so close where, you know, in game 1, Miguel was using that Dondozo really, really well, making some great reads that, you know, in other games would have definitely paid off. The order up into the Fluttermane,
yes.
Where Taran decided to, you know, stick to his guns and keep it onto the field, going for those shadow balls and making sure that he was putting more and more damage onto that Dondozo. In another game, that Fluttermane would have switched out. The Dondozo would have got an attack boost, and it would have been a totally different landscape.
It definitely just gave the Dondozo one turn less to be able to have some impactful damage on the field. Possibly if it had been the Earthquake that turn and got rid of the Fluttermane already, or even gone for the order up into the Tornadus that was on the field next to that Fluttermane, could have been a very different game from Miguel there at that point. But like you say, that's the way it happens with the predictions sometimes. He did make some incredible ones to get through into that game, but there was just no way of bypassing Taran and the offensive pressure that he had on the field.
Speaking of offensive pressure, it was really nice to see both of these trainers going for Pokemon like Tornadus and seeing that do really well. We've seen, you know, a lot of it in previous events, and certainly coming into this one on the broadcast, certainly we haven't seen a lot of Tornadus, and to see it here in the top 8 doing so well is really, really nice.
I also like seeing it being the Sunny Day variant as opposed to the Rain Dance variant, and it really is nice to be able to mix up with the, you know, photosynthesis abilities that we have on these prehistoric Pokemon. The Fluttermane, for example, being able to get that speed boost, I think was so lovely when you've got the opposing Tornadus, for example, going for Tailwinds and Icy Winds. When the speed is being manipulated by your opponent in such a way, you have to have another trick or card up your sleeve in order to try and gain that speed momentum back. And being able to get a speed boost on the Fluttermane is a really nice way to be able to try and do it. Of course, you can slow things down as well with things like the fake out, being able to gain a little bit more momentum onto your side of the field, but it can be a very difficult thing to do, considering the fact that you can only use fake out on that first turn. You can't utilize it another couple of turns.
Absolutely not. And excuse me,
Are you
I've got
okay
a little bit of a throat thing going on now, so.
That's okay. I can waffle on about Dondozo a little bit more because it was a Pokemon that I think in that game 1 we were both very excited to see, but we knew it just didn't have the capability to carry on through the set. And particularly dropping it, I think, was an incredible decision from Miguel. Sometimes it can be difficult because if you do drop the Dondozo, then you're kind of forced to drop the Tatsugiri as well. Sometimes you can bring them on their own, but it can be very difficult to pilot them. And in this match, you needed the synergy if you were going to be able to bring that Dondozo. So the fact that you didn't have them in play meant that you're forced to bring the other 4 Pokemon, and sometimes that's not always the strongest of matchups, but it managed to work out.
It certainly did. I think I'm nearly back up and running there, Lou.
Have you got a Tatsugiri lodged in your throat, Ben?
I think I might have a Tatsugiri lodged in my throat. I think, you know, really great points across the board there, Lou, and, you know, looking at that sort of ability to fake out, I'm really trying to hold it together here.
That's okay. I think we should go for a fake out and cut to a little bit of a break, and we'll find where Tatsugiri's got lost here. So don't go anywhere, Pokemon trainers. We'll be back with some more epic action in just a moment.
My name is Riley Factura. I'm from Orlando, Florida.
Iron Hands now has to take at least one turn of sleep, and this Cresselia is in good position to start picking up KOs. Wolf doesn't want to run out the clock. Looks like this is going to be Riley Factura taking the first regional championship of the 2024 season. It is now our first world qualifier in Honolulu.
Yeah, Wolf's matchup was definitely the hardest this weekend. He played really, really well, and there were multiple turns where I had to make a risky play, or it could have been risky, and there were so many options that he could do that it was hard to cover for every single option that he could do. My strategy was to check my opponent's team, see what holes they had, and utilize either Urshifu and do a fast mode either with that and Chen Pao maybe, or go of a more bulkier slow mode with Cresselia, maybe the Amoonguss and Heatran. This event played into my overall Pokemon journey because I haven't won a regional since 2018, and I took a long break. And then coming back, I felt like it wasn't as good at it as I used to be. So it really boosted up, my confidence. Am I winning Worlds this year? Yes. But there are a lot of good players, so it's going to be very, very difficult, and I have to work really hard in order to do so.
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I'm from Logan, Utah in the US. It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to. I'm just so overwhelmed and so just happy to be here right now. My family pushed me to keep on going, to keep competing, and I eventually was able to push and get the World Championship. I'm definitely going to be at Worlds next year.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. It still hasn't really set in that it's real. It's was really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspire to, but it's really a dream.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。なんだろうな。まだ実感が湧いていないです。頭を使って考えることがこのゲームは大事だと思ってます。でその練習をすることが一番大事だと私は思ってます。次の大会も参加して、もう一度2度目のワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
He's not a newcomer. He's played on Smogon for a long time in singles, but first regional.
Sure, okay. Hello, Pokemon trainers, and welcome to the interview with our winner from that previous top 8 match, Taran Birdie. Taran, how are you feeling?
Oh, amazing. Can't stop smiling after that. I was just happy to be on stream in top 8, happy to have made it. I didn't think I was going to when the standings came out, but the match went almost as expected completely, so, very happy. Happy to be in top 4.
Interesting, almost as expected completely. So were you expecting to see a Dondozo Tatsugiri here in top 8?
When I saw the Dondozo in the team, I was like, I've got a Dark Urshifu. As long as I sequence my Pokemon right, I'll be fine. I got a couple of reads right early in Game 1, and that made the end of Game 1 really easy. Game 2, I was quite surprised because the Glimmora kept knocking out my Pokemon, and I wasn't expecting it to. But, I got the turns right at the end of the game this time, and it, once again, went fine. Very happy.
Yeah, I was going to highlight that first turn of the first couple of turns of the first game, really, because you were calling, for example, on that second turn, the Protect on the Glimmora. I don't know if you know this, but you do a cheeky look to camera whenever you get one of those.
Do I?
Right, not quite to camera, but it's sort of,
just to the crowd.
But you called, for example, you were able to set up the Sunny Day with Photosynthesis on your Flutter Mane. A really cool tech. Can you talk to us a little bit more about that?
So I was really struggling with a Flutter Mane spread before the tournament. I wanted it to be bulky, I wanted it to be strong and fast.
Yeah.
And I couldn't really get all of them, but I figured out, I can be just about bulky enough, still just be strong enough, and it's felt strong enough during the tournament, and then set up Sun to be faster than other Pokemon because I don't have a Choice Scarf Pokemon on my team. So being able to set Sunny Day to outspeed Urshifu and Landorus is really good. And in that turn, I knew he was going to protect an Icy Wind because then under Tailwind, his Glimmora can start attacking. And so I just tried to get up to Sunny Day preemptively so that I got the speed boost, because if I set it up after an Icy Wind, I'm going to get a special attack boost and still be slower. So set it up early, make sure I'm faster for the rest of the game, and, we saw how it went. I was just able to keep Shadow Balling, and then Urshifu finished off the game.
Yeah, that's such a crucial thing to bear in mind, actually, and I'm really glad you called it out. You take that speed drop, and the Photosynthesis is emphasizing a stat that maybe you didn't want to emphasize in the first place. So really good that was set up early. Now, in that Game 1, your Flutter Mane survived the +2 Earthquake from that Dondozo. Is that something you were expecting?
I never really know about Dondozo. They can be super strong and also, just super frail and really fast as well. But I'm bulky enough that I would have been surprised if I'd fainted. Okay. Let's put it that way. I didn't expect to live it so comfortably, and I don't think it really mattered if I lived or not. When I saw the Earthquake, I was happy because I knew if it knocks out, Urshifu's coming in. If it doesn't, more Shadow Balls.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then heading into Game 2, that was sort of knockouts left, right, and centre.
Yeah.
Coming into that game on the early turns. It came down to the Urshifu on the other side, on Miguel's side, going for that Terra Poison.
Yeah.
And you targeted it with the Moonblast. It had already taken a little bit of damage. Is that a knockout you were expecting?
Yeah, so I was really scared. I thought he could protect as I double it, but I decided he was going to Terra Poison. It was a read I was happy to make, and that's why I went for Sucker Punch Moonblast, just so I could get the extra bit of damage before he potentially got to Wicked Blow me. That would have been a problem, but once I got that read right, I felt very comfortable.
Sure, yeah, and your Urshifu was holding that focus touch.
Absolutely.
In that endgame, that could have proven close.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
100%. So, fantastic. Congratulations on your win here in top 8. How's your season going so far?
So Barcelona was really dreadful. I went 2-3 and then dropped from the tournament.
Okay.
Using a really similar team to what I'm using this weekend. But yeah, new regulation and the tournament's been going super well. I felt you're really happy with all my sets. Even the ones I've lost, I felt like I was at least giving a bit of a fight. So happy to be here with an 11-3 record. It's always a bit iffy as to whether you're going to make it, but now I'm on 140-ish CP, so really happy. I'm going to LAIC, and this will pay for it. And then we'll see how it goes from there. I'm just looking for a Worlds invite, and then we'll go from there.
I see, fantastic. It's good that you've got your eye on the prize there. It just goes to show as well how crucial mindset can be in a game like this, right? You're running a very similar team in Barcelona. Yes, it's a new regulation set, but we were talking just before the interview and you were saying how those comfort picks, playing with what you know, can be the difference between getting a great result like this or getting a result you're disappointed with, like in Barcelona.
Yeah. When you're like really struggling for results or teams as well, what I like to do is go back to the previous results I've had that have gone well and see what did I like about it, what can I take on forward. So I was struggling in this format and I looked back to Malmo earlier this year, saw that I had Merc-Pro with Sunny Day and Tailwind, still Flutter main, GU, and I just decided I could change it up a little, so get the Tornadus, which is a bit better, Heatran, which is feeling a bit better, and work around that. And then it was just a matter of using the last couple of slots to patch up certain problems I was facing and really make the team feel like it was something I could work with. And so Ogerpon and Iron Hands, they do that perfectly. They're the best two Pokemon in my opinion. So.
Well, there you go. Worthy advice indeed from someone who won the Perth Regional Championship in the 2023 season. Stick with what you know. There's no shame in doing that. It could work out for you in the end. And finally, Taryn, any shout-outs you want to give?
Yeah, so I gave most of them yesterday. Friends and family at home, shout out to them for continually supporting me. My friends here who I've met, everyone who's cheering me on today. And then also a special one because I forgot yesterday, but Will, for helping me get all of my Pokemon, and particularly the Sunny Day TM, which clearly came in clutch in that set.
Absolutely brilliant, yeah. So many people you meet along the way at championships like this who, might give you that little nugget, new friends that you make, and then you take forward that into your team building processes. So thanks so much, Taryn. We're going to let you get ready for your next match. Fingers crossed for you. Let's see how it all pans out.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for joining us, trainers. We'll go to a short break, and we'll very shortly have our next top 8 match for you.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. This was the first World Championships held in the Alola region with Pokemon Sun and Moon. Our classic battle took place in the top 4 match between Tomoyuki Yoshimura and Ryota Atsubo. Japan was guaranteed to have a representative in the finals, but who would come out on top? Tomoyuki had experience playing in multiple World Championships, and this time around he made the right call on the metagame. With Ultra Beast on his team like Nihilego to deal with the Tapu Pokemon running rampant in the format, and Buzzwole to handle Snorlax teams, Tomoyuki was in a prime spot to claim the championship title. But Ryota was not to be outdone. As the reigning Japanese national champion, Ryota wanted to solidify his claim to being the best player in the world. With a twist on the common double Tapu core, Ryota brought a team to support his choice specs Tapu Fini. But the real star of his team was Celesteela, the launch Pokemon. Many trainers feared Celesteela's ability to single-handedly bring back games from the depths of defeat, and Ryota would need a heroic effort out of Celesteela to win this set. In a game that lasted over 30 minutes, Celesteela showed just how unstoppable it can be thanks to Leech Seed recovery. If Tomoyuki wanted to keep his championship hopes alive, not only did he have to win game 2, but he needed to do it fast. There wasn't enough time left in the round to play another slow game against Ryota, so Tomoyuki would need to be on the offensive. But sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and Assault Vest Salamence was just bulky enough to keep him in the game.
That is a big boy Salamence, taking a Choice Specs boosted Moonblast from a Tapu Fini of all things. And I know it's not known for its really big special attack, but it's still one of these Tapu Pokemon. As the trainers actually round out the game, shaking their hands, Tomoyuki will be the victor.
The clock was ticking, and 50 minutes wouldn't be enough time to finish this epic set. This meant our trainers would be concluding this match in the most dramatic way possible, +3 turns. If a match exceeds the round timer, 3 untimed turns are to be played, and whoever has more Pokemon remaining at the end of the 3rd turn will be the victor.
Time was just called in the round. We are a couple of seconds out, so this is turn 0 in the game. And in this turn 0, Metagross taking so much damage, but after the Intimidate, it's not enough.
Rounds don't commonly go to time in VGC, especially not in top 4 of the World Championships. Only 3 turns stood between these trainers and their destiny. What would ensue could be considered the most intense +3 turns in VGC history. A climactic 50-minute set came down to these final turns, and only one of these worthy trainers would be victorious. Celesteela wasn't the only Ultra Beast to show up big in this match. While the Fighting-type Buzzwole faced off against a Fairy-type and a Flying-type, Tomoyuki made an incredible read with his Z move to try to make Buzzwole the hero of this story.
All out pummeling from your boy Buzzwole. It's not your boy Guzma like it is in the trading card game. In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing some pretty sizable damage. It would like to get that on Celesteela, I think. A Pokemon that sometimes people try and bust through the defensive of with all of these fists.
But instead, the Crocodile is going to get knocked out by this all-out pummeling, leaving Ryota down with just 2 Pokemon on his side of the field as we go into the final turn of this game.
With a 3-2 Pokemon advantage for Tomoyuki going into turn 3, Ryota could see his hopes of victory slipping away. This was Celesteela's last chance to launch Ryota into the annals of VGC history.
It's been so close coming down to the wire, but Buzzwole doing what it does best with the Z move. No, it protects from Tomoyuki. Instead, Sludge Bomb into that Tapu Fini. Not going to knock it out. Instead, Moonblast into the Buzzwole for the knockout. Ryota's clawing his way back. He still has a chance. The Heavy Slam from the Celesteela into the Nihilego. Will it knock out without the Intimidate?
A critical hit!
Critical hit!
It does it at the last second!
Ryota gets into the finals thanks to a critical hit from his Celesteela in the final turn of this game.
Tapu Fini hung on with 1 HP, and they crit from his trusty Celesteela. Ryota won an unbelievable set against Tomoyuki and would go on to leave Anaheim as the VGC 2017 Masters Division World Champion. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Pokemon trainers, welcome back. I'm Charlie Merriman, and I'm joined on the desk by David Partington for our next top 8 match. David, how's it going for you?
It's going really well, honestly, Charlie. Like, we've had so many great matches. I did watch that match with Taron, and my goodness, what an incredible player. Like, commiserations to Miguel, obviously, but like, and what arguably probably his best showing so far, getting that top 8 there for him. But yeah, Taron really convincingly showing like how even when you don't have something as obvious for Dondozo as like a haze or a clear smog, there's still lots of lines and like plans you can kind of go through to be able to deal with that archetype.
Yeah, exactly. Especially something like an Urshifu that's able to land a critical hit and cut through all those stat boosts that Tatsugiri provides. But I just think it's so cool to see those Pokemon back in top 8 alongside something like a Glimmora providing those toxic debris on the field. It wasn't so crucial in this particular game that we just saw, but maybe it will find a niche going forward.
Yeah, going forward, exactly. Well, as we're already going to go into our top 8 of the second match that we're going to be featuring, let us know how you're all feeling at home. Like, you can post on X, Instagram, Facebook, and of course watch us on YouTube too, and all the previous broadcasts and stream matches that we've had over the course of day 1 as well. So do follow along, and we may be able to feature some of your posts at a later date.
perhaps, yes, do get involved in the conversation on stream, trainers. There's so much action going on, so many friends to make here online or indeed in the venue. So the action is intense this weekend, and we are nearing the end of our time here in Lille.
Oh, but like it's kind of bittersweet though, Charlie, because like it means though we are nearing to finding out who is going to be our Lille regional champion and the second regional champion of the series here in Europe so far.
Yeah, absolutely. We had Barcelona last month, and here we are in Lille, ready to crown another champion here in the EU scene, ready to hand out another Worlds invite, indeed, to whoever takes the win today. Let's take a look at our stats for this weekend, the usage stats of the Pokemon here in Lille for day 2. And it's going to be that Landorus Therian on top and Fluttermane in second place, Iron Hands there in third. So those are the 3 that we've seen fairly commonly take the top 3 spots in recent weeks.
Yeah, so top 3 still there. Iron Hands, I think, was in the Landorus position. Landorus was in Iron Hands position, I think, at some point. But all of those 3 out there have actually decreased in usage. All were more than 50% in our day 1 here, and now they're all less than that completely. Along with a lot of the other Pokemon there, which does go to show there are so many players out there who are just kind of picking up some spice from somewhere and really getting really creative and kind of picking some Pokemon that are like a little bit off meta.
Yeah, that might not look like the spiciest top 12 there on screen, trainers, but trust me, we've had some very spicy matches that we featured on stream that you'll want to check out from day 1 yesterday, and we may well be able to see some more niche picks coming into our top 8 match that we're about to feature. King Gambit there, a Pokemon that's risen in popularity over recent weeks, and Amoonguss as well, just the stalwart of VGC on that usage chart once more.
Yes, exactly, my number 1 pick. Eking its way into that top 12 now, and you can see why as well. We've seen it a lot, but so many Pokemon to sleep. Landorus is on the switch-ins, Fluttermane as they go for fairy moves. Like, it makes a lot of sense why it's such a common Pokemon, especially now where you're expecting maybe as a team builder for Ogerpon to be really popular as a grass type, and therefore you may not have room for a second grass type in Amoonguss. You don't want to kind of double up on weaknesses, that sort of thing. And so that's why we've hardly seen anybody using the safety goggles item, Charlie.
Right,
and that is an item that is exactly what you want for Amoonguss. And if with not many people using that, Amoonguss rubs its hands, or at least its mushroom.
Mini mushrooms.
And with a glee.
It really does. It's a really good point, David, the lack of safety goggles there. I think, that's also partially a symptom of the terrestrialization phenomenon that's now available to trainers, because you can go into something like that grass terra type in order to keep yourself immune from not only spores, but also rage powders. But you're right, David, maybe in future weeks we'll have to see what mischief Amoonguss can get up to if people are continuing to not use those safety goggles. And let's take a look now at our top 8 bracket. Let's see how that is shaping up, trainers, here in Lille. So, as we just saw, Tarabedi has managed to beat Miguel Paquete. Maurice Uteg was beaten by Simone Sanvito in 2 straight sets. Very disappointing for him there. Maurice went undefeated on day 1 yesterday.
Yeah, but we had seen Simone Sanvito with arguably something that's a little bit more standard, just do really consistently well. So it's no wonder he is here next to Taran there. On the other side of our top 8 bracket, it is yet undecided. But we shall be featuring Aurélien Sula versus Maxime Lupin.
Exactly, the French showdown here at the Lille Regional Championships of the 2024 season. And Maxime Lebrun is another name that we've hardly seen at all here in the Pokemon community, just like Miguel in this stream match that we just featured. It's so exciting to see these new trainers coming to the fore. And on the other side of that bracket, it's going to be Marco Silva versus Miguel Marti, 2 trainers who we have featured multiple times today and yesterday.
Yeah, and Miguel Marti is one of those players who does have that Gothitelle trap kind of stuff going on their team, which he used to like such great effect, especially combined with kind of that Urshifu with that Choice Scarf being able to just pivot it in exactly where it needed to and like hit things with the surging strikes, particularly all the Landorus and the Arcanines going around. It made a lot of sense, and yeah, like to be honest, if there was anything against Marcos, like if he was against anybody except Marco Silva, I'd be like, well, surely this team is going to go even further. Marcus Silva's also such a great player too, and like we've seen him kind of turn games around completely as well throughout the course of this whole weekend.
Yeah, Urshifu riding that tidal wave of usage here in Lille this weekend, but this is what you get when you're in top 8. There are no easy matchups. All of these trainers have come with all their fires blazing. They're ready to claim the victory. And you know, it was so charming to just bump into Miguel after that previous game that we just streamed. He's just thrilled to be here. You know, he's just thrilled to have made top 8. And why wouldn't you be? Such a stacked competition that we have here this weekend. And I think it's something that we don't talk about enough in Pokemon. It's the personal goals that you set yourself. Yes, there'll be the people who are going for that World Championships title, but, you know, for example, for me, I'd just be thrilled to make day 2, you know, and there are players here today who will have their own things that they're trying to achieve, and you know, they shouldn't feel any shame in not going any further than what could be a result that another player could find disappointing.
Said it better than myself, Charlie. That's some good motivation right out there. I might just kind of leave and start co-competing now, actually. That's pretty cool. But we do have Aurélien Soula and Maxime Lebrun for you here for our second top 8 match here at the Lille Regional Championships. You can see a little sneak preview of their teams down there below. But there's a little Farigiraf there on Aurélien's end, and a bit of a Baxcalibur snowy sort of thing going on Maxime's end.
Yeah, we were able to feature both these trainers on stream yesterday. David, you and I were casting over Maxime Lebrun versus Jorge Salinas. They are both running that Snow Mirror with Alola Ninetales and Baxcalibur. Maxime took such a convincing victory early on in that game by setting up a Swords Dance, going for that Terra Fire on his Baxcalibur, making it a real threat on the field. On the other hand, Aurélien Soula is running that Grass Terror, Miracle Seed, Rillaboom, able to threaten some massive grassy glides.
Yeah, incredibly powerful grassy glides especially, and those will be pretty useful into the Ogerpon particularly, as well as that Landorus too. So here are our achievements. Aurélien's end. Okay. Utrecht Special Event finalist, Bochum Regional Top 4, OCIC Top 16 in 2023, and the World's Top 8 in 2022 in the Seniors Division, and probably many more.
Absolutely phenomenal. And then over on Maxime's side of the field, this seems to be his first achievement, and it certainly is an achievement. Top 8 at the Lille Regional Championships of the 2024 season. Absolutely staggering, and you know, what an honor just to go up against a player like Aurélien.
Yeah, even that as well, exactly. But like, nothing to take away from Maxime's kind of ability here. Like, looking back at their kind of tournament success from this weekend, he defeated Calvin Foster in round 14, who we featured on stream, defeated Julio Tarlau in round 12, and defeated Elva Eskelin of Finland as well in round 11. So they've, like, there's no means have... It's not been an easy path for Maxime here. Like, defeating so many, like, very good players, and Aurélien is no exception to that.
Yeah, what a strong showing from Maxime. As we take a look at Aurélien's team, it's Heatran, Farigiraf, Rillaboom, Urshifu, Chien-Pao, Dragonite. The Rillaboom we've mentioned there with its Miracle Seed. We've talked about the Farigiraf, and here is that Water-type Urshifu that you were talking about, David. The surging, the Rapid Strike form of Urshifu with that Choice Scarf, a Pokemon that we saw more commonly in Regulation Set D, but seems to be piloted incredibly well by Aurélien here, and Heatran with the Assault Vest.
Yeah, so there is that Heatran with the Assault Vest, giving it the ability to like take on special defensive attacks much better, but obviously can't use Protect. So Terra Blast is the choice of move for Aurélien there, and it's going to be that Terra Ferra. This is such a theme. I didn't even...
Do your tongue twisters, David. Here we go.
Terra Ferry.
There we go.
There we go. Yes. A little bit too late, but anyway. So Aurélion's, like, that's going to be a really nice option, especially into the Baxcalibur that is on here and right in front of you right now.
In front of you right now, and also if that King Gambit goes for the Terra Dark, it's going to be the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, Baxcalibur, Rillaboom, King Gambit, Ninetales, and Landorus for Maxime. The Terra Water type on the Ninetales, as opposed to something like a Ghost in order to get around those fake outs. Just a nice defensive tech. Clearly, Maxime wants his Ninetales to be sticking around on the field for a little bit longer.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense too. Like, you want to really give out that bulk in the Ninetales if you're going to like start to put a little bit of speed into there as well, to be able to use Icy Wind, to be able to then make sure your allies a little bit faster as well. But thanks to that snow boosting the defense of the Ninetales as well, it can take a lot of hits to be able to then like bring that up too. And on Aurélien's end, there's no kind of Landorus there that can threaten Rock Slides or something that could hit this Ninetales for super effective damage. So this Ninetales definitely looks like a really good option, and Aurélien Aurelion doesn't really have any other way to change the weather either. So I think we're definitely going to have a chilly top 8 here.
It's a really good point, David, because of course that Baxcalibur is Terra Fire as well. So Rock Slide would still be super effective into it after it terastallizes, as these two trainers give each other a little fist bump ready to get into the team sheets that they'll look at here. And that's what this game is all about, the camaraderie between the trainers. It's also worth noting that as soon as Maxime's Baxcalibur terastallizes into that fire type, it will no longer receive the defense boost from being the ice type under the snow condition.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. And that's going to be something that they're going to really have to consider, because Aurelion's team is very physical. Yeah. Rillaboom, Urshifu, Chien-Pao, Dragonite, and the Sword of Rune ability kind of boosting the damage of all of that in some way as well. So, like, definitely very scary. But I think that overall, the Baxcalibur is definitely going to be a really good bring for Maxime here, especially, like, looking into Dragonite. Obviously, an Icicle Spear is, like, huge right there. Yeah. Obviously, it does have to watch out for the outrage this Dragonite can go for, but Baxcalibur might be a little bit faster, and especially after a scale shot, it will definitely be faster too, and then faster than the Chien-Pao as well. And so be able to go for those multi-hit moves like the scale shot and get around the focus dash of that as well. So I think a huge win con for Maxime here, so it'd be really interesting to see how he pilots it.
Yeah, it'd be really also interesting to see this Dragonite is not running the multi-scale ability. It's going to be that inner focus. So if Maxime can get it into a position perhaps where he can threaten doubly super effective ice-type damage onto the Dragonite, he would have to go for a Terra or a switch out in order to take that damage much better. It's not like he has the saving grace of a multi-scale, but then again, in the face of a multi-strike move like Icicle Spear, the multi-scale is only good for that first one.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a lot that can definitely happen here, but we are going to get straight into the game, and here are our leads.
Here are the leads. It's Ninetales and Ogerpon Wellspring for Maxime, and it's going to be that Dragonite and Heatran for Aurelion. The veteran against the newcomer as the snow hits the field and Dragonite's feeling mighty chilly.
Yes, it is, but going for a Terra might mean it might want to stick around a little bit longer, because a big extreme speed looks very strong right now, and especially to a Ninetales. Yes, it's got that snow boost, but it could be a very strong attack coming out.
It could be. It's going to be Heatran going back to the ball for Aurelion. The fire type not liking the snow, and I tell you what does like snow much more. It's that Snow Leopard. Chien-Pao dropping the Sword of Ruin on the field, lowering the defense of everything around it. It's going to be an immediate terastallization coming out from Aurelion into that normal Terra type on his Dragonite, so keeping itself much safer from ice type moves, as we were talking about, David, just before getting into the game. Dragonite shining, leading the way here as Ogerpon keeps itself safe with a spiky shield, just scouting out what Aurelion might be going for. It was extreme speed into that protected Ogerpon, so it will be taking a little bit of recoil damage as a result of that move. And it will be Aurora Veil able to be set up from the Alolan Ninetales over on Maxime's side. So now a really good amount of bulk available to Maxime on his side of the field.
Yeah, absolutely, Charlie. So Maxime has done what he set out to do in this first turn. Start to set that up, and with that, the Light Clay is going to be around for another 8 turns. However, this Ogerpon, even though it's protected from that attack, there's still nothing stopping this Dragonite from going for an extreme speed yet again into that slot. And there's no kind of ghost type to kind of speak of to be able to switch into this. Only the King Gambit will be able to take this very well. So let's see if that's it.
Is it going to be the King Gambit going in? No, it's going to be the Rillaboom instead. Hitting the field, setting up that grassy terrain. Ogerpon getting in on out of there in the face of the Pokemon on Aurelion's side. Another extreme speed. Of course, this Dragonite is choice band locked into that move. Hitting down into Rillaboom, down to about a third of its health, but with the Icicle Crash hitting, that is Rillaboom down immediately from Maxime as soon as it came in. So Rillaboom hit the field, set up the grassy terrain, and out it went as Dazzling Gleam connects down into Aurelion's Pokemon. So an unfortunate early loss for Rillaboom there.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate early loss, but it does mean that a little bit more chip has been dealt with here. And now that Chien-Pao is a little bit lower too, it's going to be right in range of that Dazzling Gleam right now. So suddenly the Ninetales needs to be a little bit of a focus here if you want to keep your Chien-Pao around. Baxcalibur now being in the snow as well, should be able to take on a lot of these attacks from Chien-Pao. And there's been no Terra on Maxime's end either. So with the ability to Terra into the Fire type, it can take on those potential Ice type moves a lot better. The Sacred Sword a lot better as well. So, and it can set up either with attack or with a speed as well. So I think we're going to see probably a scale shot from here to be able to outspeed the rest of Aurelion's team.
I wouldn't be surprised to see the Terra coming out on Excalibur, the Snow Frolicker, and it is in the snow, the conditions it desires to be in, with Icicle Crash connecting onto Ninetales on Maxim's side of the field, perhaps fishing for a flinch, which it does not get. Another Dazzling Gleam is able to pick up the knockout on Chien Pao, not dealing a huge amount of damage in the slightest to Heatran on Aurelion's side of the field. Excalibur will be going for that Icicle Spear into Heatran, so it won't be raising its speed and dropping its defense at the end of this turn. It's just a bit of chip damage into the Heatran on Aurelion's side.
Yeah, just a little bit of chip. Even if it's going to be 5 hits, then that's still not but yeah, and the critical hit is something that is definitely more likely to happen, especially if you're running a multi-hit move. Now, grassy terrain. Rillaboom's presence is still being felt right now, thanks to the bulk being able to heal up a decent amount. But honestly, Chien Pao is definitely a big KO there for Maxime, because with that Sacred Sword, it's able to kind of hit through any sort of defense boost. With its sort of rune ability, it boosts up the Urshifu and the Dragonite here, so they no longer have that ability here. So Excalibur's in a fairly decent position, and still with that Terra option, it's still looking really strong. The fact that he hasn't gone for it just yet still will keep Aurelion guessing as to what moves are actually that effective into this Excalibur, because at the moment you can Surging Strikes into it expecting the Fire Terra, but if it doesn't happen, then it takes it really well. So I really like Maxime's kind of preservation of this all at the moment here. It's going to be really effective. And Aurora Veil, though, being up, it is a type of screen, and therefore critical hits do go through it. So Surging Strikes can still be very effective here. And Ninetales could be a Pokemon that definitely wants to get rid of at the moment too, because Urshifu does not want to take those Dazzling Gleams either. So Aurelion has a lot to think about, but as we're looking at it, Heatran is definitely a win condition for them, because this Excalibur and this Ninetales can hardly do any damage to it right now. So Maxime needs to really consider conserving this Ogerpon, but I think it's coming in now though, Charlie.
Is Ogerpon coming in now, and the frog that was in Ben Kiriaku's throat in that previous game is on the field in the form of that Heatran, with a super effective U-turn coming out into the Ogerpon that's just hit the field. A really good call there from Aurelion, going back to its Pokeball, with Dragonite switching in, landing on the field. Terra Normal already with that Choice Band, so maybe Aurelion will be looking into a different move here. We'll have to see, as Dazzling Gleam is going to be taken very well by the Pokemon on Aurelion's side. Heat Wave connecting down into both of the Pokemon on Maxime's side of the field, so they're both incredibly low health with that Excalibur in the back. And if I were Maxime, I'd be having all eyes on this Heatran. How is he going to deal with it? That Ogerpon is certainly going to be a crucial part of the puzzle.
Yeah, but unfortunately, this Dragonite is just not being in any sort of way being threatened with a KO. It can always just hit extreme speed into that Ogerpon slot very safely. Then this Ninetales is going to need at least 2 hits to be able to take it down. But in the meantime, the Heatran can kind of follow that slot with the Ninetales as well. So Maxime's got to really pivot things around to be able to deal with this Heatran properly.
Yeah, exactly. Excalibur is not going to be able to deal a huge amount of damage at all to it, with the Spiky Shield coming out from Maxime's Ogerpon, perhaps hoping for a little bit of chip damage, but unfortunately, we have a disconnect. So while that's being sorted out on stage between these two trainers, let's just have a little review of what we saw there, David. So it seemed that Aurelion was perhaps in the commanding position there.
Yeah, I think definitely so. Rillaboom going down as well, absolutely huge, to be honest. It did have the high horsepower, so definitely a really useful tech for Heatran itself. But yeah, with it going down at the moment, that's going to be like a real problem. And when Ogerpon is your only option with that Ivy Cudgel, and you're switching it in on a Heatran that just has no reason not to go for Heat Wave, it's really dangerous. So Aurelion played it really nicely, to be honest, like from turn 1, being able to effectively deal with all of the threats that Heatran has been. So I can imagine that was probably going to be the outcome of that game, really, where Heatran would just kind of be able to sit there really nicely. Grassy terrain that was set up from the opposing Rillaboom would just be healing it up as well. And with the Dragonite just being able to pick off that Ogerpon at any point, there was kind of a little bit of a pin there.
Yeah, it really was. Extreme speed, Terra Normal on the Dragonite was really threatening into Maxime's team. I mean, the only thing that would resist it would be something like that King Gambit, which Maxime did not bring to that particular matchup. So some really useful information for both of these trainers. And I think, you know, if you're Maxime, you need something to deal with that Heatran, and I think he was trying to position the Ogerpon so that it would be able to do just that, go for a super effective Ivy Cudgel into that slot, but the way that game was playing out, it looked like it wasn't going to be able to get that off in the face of another extreme speed from Dragonite.
Yeah, 100%, exactly. It was a little bit of a tough situation where you've got Maxime trying to put all the eggs in the Baxcalibur basket. Yeah. That's something to the main thing that they want to be setting up. And Aurelion, on the other hand, they're really wanting to try and preserve that Heatran, which looks so good into the rest of the team here. Maxime, I think, really needs to consider bringing the Landorus for any sort of like future new game here to be able to effectively pressure this Heatran, to at least go for a Terra into that Fairy type. And at that point, suddenly Baxcalibur's really good. Yeah. You can start hitting it with Icicle Spears very effectively. And when you've Terra'd into the Fire type, you don't mind it too much either.
You don't mind it too much, but then, of course, before that Fire Terror, this Heatran, as you called out earlier, is running that Terror Blast, so it would be super effective damage onto the Baxcalibur. But then, you know, if Maxime forces out a Terror from Aurelion's Heatran, then the Heatran might force out a Terror from Maxime's Baxcalibur in return. So both trainers then on more level pegging. They're forcing out the Terror from either side of the field. Such a useful mechanic to be able to see how to approach the rest of the game, especially when you force out that Terror early on.
Yeah, and it definitely was forced out earlier for Aurelion with that normal type Dragonite, but made a lot of sense with that extreme speed. And maybe Maxime also then considers maybe not Landorus necessarily, because Intimidate doesn't affect with the inner focus in play on the Dragonite.
Sure, yeah.
But something like the King Gambit here looks definitely really good. Like, that's the Black Glasses, Dark Terror, like Swords Dance stuff that we've seen on most King Gambits, to be honest. And it's another kind of supporting option that Maxime can go for rather than the Baxcalibur. And looking at the team that like Aurelion kind of brought there, it looks really decent. Terra out of that Steel typing, so you're no longer weak to Fire or Ground. And like Heatran is gonna definitely want to Terra into that Fairy type.
Yeah. And then in the Fairy type, though, is it worth bringing the King Gambit? Because once it's terrestrialized into the Fairy type, the King Gambit can't really touch it. It only has Dark type moves available. Yes, it could go for a Swords Dance, but realistically, how many of those will it be able to set up? And even once it's set up a few, will it be able to deal meaningful damage to the Heatran? So yes, you could bring the King Gambit to force out a Terror, but then you have to conserve it for anything other than that Heatran. Then you have a Fairy Terror type Heatran to deal with for other Pokemon on Maxime's side of the field. But one thing's clear, David, and that is the fact that Heatran is the key element of this puzzle that we're talking about here.
Yeah, Heatran for sure, I think, needs to come to every game here because Ninetales and Baxcalibur can barely touch it with anything. Which is like, it is unfortunate. But Baxcalibur does get access to like high horsepower and Earthquake and that sort of thing. So there are potential options for it, but obviously with Maxime's team, they obviously felt like they want to kind of focus on what it's really good at, which is making the most of the loaded dice item to be able to make those multi-hit moves in the Scale Shot and the Icicle Spear to hit only 4 or 5 times. And it's arguably like the best Pokemon like in this current format for that item, because it's really cool to see. And like both of its same type attack bonus stats or like types benefit from it.
Yeah, absolutely. Scale Shot is a newly introduced move for the Teal Mask in Scarlet and Violet, and it's brilliant to see it get more play. It was introduced in the previous generation for Sword and Shield, but I didn't see it very commonly at all in competitive play. So it's fantastic that we now have a Pokemon and an item that enables the maximum usage out of a move like Scale Shot.
Yeah, like it's definitely a decent move, but being with Dragon and Ice only, yeah, Steel types is obviously going to be a huge resistance into that. So there's not going to be a lot of options into that. So looking at the rest of Maxime's team, you definitely want the rest of it to deal with Steel types. So Ogerpon with Water moves can definitely hit decently into Steel moves, but Landorus is kind of mainly your only option there in that Ground type. And as soon as you've got Terra in play, those Sun Steel types can get out of that situation. So Heatran has probably been a big thorn in Maxime's side, but as we've seen, Maxime has defeated quite a fair number of very good players, so who knows?
Absolutely, yeah, clearly. Heatran will have been something he's been up against before because it's so common here in Lille this weekend. Let's take another look at our bracket now of how things are shaping up in the top 8 because while these players get sorted on stage, so that's the match we're featuring at the bottom there with Maxime, LeBron and Aurelion Sula. We know that whoever wins this match will be facing Miguel Marti in the semi-finals with Simone Sanvito and Taran Birdie locked into their semi-final match at the top there. So what a fascinating leaderboard, David.
Yeah, really interesting now. Like Taran Birdie and Simone 72, that would be a great game for us to watch potentially as well. And there's plenty of other Pokemon action as well, especially when we find out the winner of this round too. Like facing up against Miguel Marti will be an incredible match to see as well. I really love the Gothitelle stuff that he brought to the day one stream. So if you've not watched that already, definitely check it out.
Yeah, Gothitelle, such an interesting pick coming into this tournament. Another player that we saw using that Gothitelle was Barish Akshosh, who was able to claim a really convincing Game 1 victory in his opponent earlier in Swiss round 14. He was up against Julio Tarlau, I believe. And then Julio was eventually able to come out on top. But, you know, being able to have that confidence going into the plays you're making with Gothitelle on the field, you know that Pokemon on the other side aren't going to be able to switch out, so you're not going to have any nasty surprises in terms of things that could be taking a move that you were hoping would not be taking a move. So really interesting tech, and one I'm excited to experiment with.
Yeah, Miguel has done that very well too. What I really liked about Miguel's team as well, it'd be interesting to see how it goes up against either of Maxime or Aurelion's team, is that they kind of like how Maurice Uteg had on his team, the combination of the double grass type, the Rillaboom and the Ogerpon Halflame with the double gliding ability that both of those Pokemon had. That is also on his team, on top of the Shadow Trap stuff that's going on as well. So there's definitely two modes that can happen here. And Ogerpon Halflame is such a nice option, like especially if you're in the right position. If your opponent plays defensive, suddenly your Sword Stance goes up. And if they go on the offensive, you can turn up the offense as well and attack at the same time, thanks to the embody aspect of the Halflame Ogerpon, boosting its attack.
I wouldn't be surprised. So currently the day 2 usage statistics show that Ogerpon with the Wellspring Mask is higher up than Ogerpon with that Halflame Mask. But I wouldn't be surprised if after this weekend we see that balance starting to be redressed a little bit, with the Halflame maybe coming out on top over the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. As you say, David, you know, you can terrestrialize that Ogerpon Halflame and get that immediate attack boost, and obviously the only moves you're going for are those physical attacks, whereas with the Wellspring, you're boosting your special defense, but with so many physical attackers in the format, who knows if it's gonna work out for you?
Yeah, like honestly, who knows? Like it's really hard to call when you're like kind of building into this format at the moment as to what you're gonna go for, really. What can you call? I mean, like I think we've seen a lot of players kind of prep for Weezing, for instance, where like Miguel in our top 8 had Ability Shield in his Tatsugiri, which was really cool to be able to ensure that those commander abilities still works even against those Weezing teams. But it's something that we've just not seen like hardly at all here. So sometimes a call like that can kind of be a little bit wasted if you kind of over prepare for it on your team.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Weezing coming into this weekend was my number 3 caster prediction, I believe, because, you know, it provides such interesting tactics. And just in that previous stream game, we saw Miguel's Tatsugiri holding the ability shield just in case he went up against something like a Weezing, because of course, if Weezing hits the field, Tatsugiri hits the field with Commander, and it can no longer hop into Dondozo's mouth and provide all those really useful boosts that we normally see Dondozo getting. And fantastic to see a newer item like the Ability Shield getting some usage because just of the threat of Weezing. And when you have an item being used just because of one particular Pokemon, it goes to show that it can really turn things on their head.
Yeah, exactly. And like we've seen a lot of players just turn things on the head in terms of the whole game itself as well. Like, and a lot of these players have done that throughout day 1 and day 2. Now, like I want to talk about a little bit about Miguel's team actually as well. Now we know he's in that top 4, where he's also got that Chien-Pao Dragonite as well. But unlike Aurelion, who's got the choice band on their Dragonite, Miguel has the Assault Vest on the Dragonite instead. Now, that's something I think we've seen a lot of players start to kind of veer towards at the moment, thanks to the ability to obviously change the move that you want to pick, which is like something that is definitely quite good. And it maybe lends itself to a team where you ideally use Dragonite more as a pivotal piece. So if you want to kind of switch it in and then be able to take an attack and then dispatch of whatever is there already, another Pokemon is obviously going to come in from that. And Gothitelle needs to keep that on the field too. And instead of having to like bring Dragonite back out again for it to send it back in because you're choice locked, Dragonite is able to then sit on the field and deal with it with a second move that it's got. And with Inner Focus, no amount of switching out of Intimidate is going to affect that too. So I really like the Assault Vest call all, to be honest. But fair play to Aurelion for putting the choice band.
Yeah, clearly Dragonite with the Assault Vest was a really good meta call coming into this weekend. We just had an update on that match. We were just streaming there, and in fact, Maxime forfeited game 1, as simple as that. So Aurelion took the victory there, and we'll be heading into game 2 between these two fantastic trainers very shortly. And to turn our focus back onto this game, David, we were talking about how pivotal that Heatran was for Aurelion. So we're hoping to see some more answers to that coming out from Maxime.
Okay, yes, I'm very excited to get back into this, Charlie, because this is a really hype matchup right now. So many and really interesting teams as well. That Ninetales Excalibur stuff is so cool. And
Excuse the pun.
Excuse the pun. Honestly, not even intentional that time. And I'm pretty guilty of a few intentional ones. So Maxime really needs to think about preserving this Ogerpon and maybe considering bringing the Landorus as well too with this Heatran. And being able to set up the Aurora with the Ninetales is definitely going to be a priority, I think. And that definitely keeps them safer, but there may be a question as to whether to actually bring the Baxcalibur at all. What do you think, Charlie?
Yeah, it's interesting because, I mean, the game we cast between Maxime and Jorge yesterday, Baxcalibur was the MVP. It was the star player being set up. But ultimately, Maxime did lose that game, and he brought Baxcalibur to all 3 games, I believe. Jorge eventually able to claim the victory. So there's an argument for maybe not indexing too heavily on that Baxcalibur. It would be a really interesting call because I think Aurelion at this point is conditioned to expect that Baxcalibur coming out. So it would be a bold call and one that I'd be fascinated to see if it does indeed come out from Maxime. But you know, he does have the tools to be able to deal with the Heatran, even if he does bring the Baxcalibur.
Yeah, it's something that can really set up as well. So we've seen a lot of King Gambits, which Maxime also has, that just go for sword stances and then terrors into the dark type. And even into resisted hits, with Succulents and Counter Cleaves, King Gambit still does so much damage. I think I was talking to Barish yesterday, and he was saying how he used his King Gambit at +2, Terror Dark, and went for a Sucker Punch, and then one-hit KO to Chi-Yu, which resists to Dark. Just to show the power of that. And this Baxcalibur is doing the same sort of thing here. Once you get enough boosts up, and with that astronomical attack stat that Baxcalibur has, even resisted hits are no longer safe.
Yeah, it's a good point. I guess it's worth noting with Chi-Yu that it doesn't have the highest HP stat, it doesn't have the highest physical defense on that Pokemon, so perhaps Sucker Punch into a Pokemon like Chi-Yu, even though it's a resisted hit, is going to be a more likely knockout. But you're right, David, it could pay dividends for Maxime here. I remember he brought his King Gambit to Game 3 yesterday, and he still wasn't able to claim that victory against Jorge, so if that is the call, he'll have to be very careful about using it, and I think, if you're bringing it, you don't want to fall into the trap of over-indexing on it straight away. It might be a tool that you want to preserve, especially if it forces out a terror from Aurelion's side of the field.
Yeah, when you get that Terror, though, that does open up your options to other Pokemon to be able to dispatch of it a little bit better. Yeah. But yeah, on Maxime's end, there's no obvious Poison type, there's no Steel type either, so Heatran has got to be a bring for Aurelion every single game here. And with the Assault Vest, it does take on the special attacks a little bit better. That's not going to be as useful with Maxime's team, as most of the threats that it's going to be facing are going to be physical. It's only going to be the Ninetales, really, that is that special attacking one that it can hit with. But having that Terror Blast option as well, I think, is really cool, because then if King Gambit, say, does come in, does end up going for the Terror into the Dark type to be able to take the Fire and Ground moves a little bit better, a Terra Fairy Heatran, suddenly the Terra Blast is super effective. Yeah. So it's a really bit of a catch-22 here, and Heatran obviously it's looking so strong in this matchup.
Yeah, it's looking really strong. I mean, turning our attention to some more of Aurelion's team members there, he does have that Farigiraf there. Would there be any motivation, do you reckon, David, for him to bring it out in this matchup? I mean, it seems like it's a Pokemon that's there just to reverse a Trick Room if it gets set up, but who knows?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. It can, obviously with the Armor Tail, it can block priority moves really nicely, but I don't think that's Maxime's kind of go-to here. The Grassy Glide is obviously really interesting, but I think with the Heatran being the win condition, Farigiraf is not essential here. Definitely could be used though, like Sucker Punch on King Gambit. Yeah, true. Grassy Glide on there as well, and the Fake Out too. Definitely has a place a little bit, but if you look at the damage it kind of offers there, it kind of sits there a little bit and doesn't really do a whole lot with either Psychics or Dazzling Gleams, really. Especially when you've got probably quite a bulky Baxcalibur on the other end that can just go into Terra Fire and take those fairy moves even better.
Yeah, it's a really cool Pokemon to see here in the top 8, though, and clearly it's been putting up work for Aurelion, perhaps in different matchups. We do have that Ice type on the field in the form of Chien-Pao for Aurelion as well, and it's something that perhaps Maxime has to have in the back of his mind, bringing his own Ninetales into the fray, setting up that snow, because it will give Chien-Pao a defense boost. Now, Chien-Pao is not the most bulky Pokemon, but with the Snarl, it could just about make what was once a 2-hit KO into a 3-hit KO, and, you know, that can always turn the tides of a battle.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Charlie, actually. And something like with those little kind of lower damaging moves, say like a Grassy Glide from Rillaboom, for instance, or a resisted Icicle Spear or something. Yeah, I think if you can suddenly turn that into a 3-hit KO, that is ultimately quite big. So it is a good bring for Aurelion in this matchup. Now, something that could help support the Heatran a little bit better for Aurelion is the Rillaboom of their own as well, to be able to dispatch of the Ogerpon particularly effectively. And that is the downside of running only grass and water moves, say, on one Pokemon in that Ogerpon, where both grass and dragon are like resisting both of your attacks, which are fairly common in all the formats. So it's quite easy for Ogerpon to just kind of get walled a little bit.
Yeah.
So like that's why Rillaboom I think is a really good option. It's not only great into kind of psychic terrain Trick Room shenanigans, but also into Wellspring Ogerpon, which is still consistently the most popular Ogerpon form.
It is still consistently that most popular form, and you know, I think there's a lot to be said for a Wellspring Mask Ogerpon going for a move like Swords Dance, because all of a sudden you're very bulky and very offensively threatening. That's not a set we've seen so much this weekend. It's tended to be more all or nothing plays from trainers, with more often those Hearthflame Mask Ogerpons running the Swords Dance, so really going hard on the attack stat there. Horn Leech is a really nice coverage move as well on Ogerpon, because of course you're able to heal up. You might be taking a lot of damage one turn, but then you might be able to just heal it all back the next.
Yeah, and that is probably the most common grass move that we've been seeing on Ogerpon, but Maxime's Ogerpon individually actually has the Power Whip, which is a really cool option. It just kind of really boosts that damage up. So if you're not running Sword Stance, but you still want a little bit of extra power, Power Whip is a really good option. And especially if you're a bulkier Ogerpon, it doesn't matter as much if your Power Whip does end up missing, because you're probably going to be on the field for a little bit longer until you'll have much more opportunity to be able to hit those Power Whips eventually.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and I want to give a little shout out to Diplin here as well, because of course that is a Pokemon that would be able to make something like a Power Whip more accurate with the Super Sweet Syrup ability, lowering the evasiveness of all the Pokemon on the field as these two trainers lock in their teams to get into Game 2 here in our second streamed top 8 match at the Lille Regional Championships.
Charlie, I don't know how much like the Diplin selling is going to like be effective here.
Yeah. I'm doing what I can to fly the flag.
And a fine job of it, sir, to be honest. Like, yeah, like Diplin's a cool Pokemon. Like, it's bulky, and you can go for Syrup Bombs, which is a cool move.
Yeah.
But yeah, like versus what we've got up here in the top 8, I'm going to go with what I think these people here, I think they know what's good right now.
Yeah, for sure.
But who knows, Charlie? I may be eating out of my hat right now if I see a Diplin later on in the year, and I'll be like bowing down to you, sir.
No, it's a fair enough point. Just nice to include another Pokemon introduced in that teal mask, and with that brand new ability as well. I'm sure it will find its niche at some point in certain matchups, but these two trainers here nearly ready to get into their games, and looking at the matchup here, it seems like the only repeated Pokemon between these two teams is that Rillaboom.
Yeah, the Rillaboom is the only thing in common, and it makes a lot of sense. Like, it's the main grass type for Aurelion, but Maxime has dual grass types here. And when you consider you want Rillaboom for fake out, you want it for bulk, you want it for grass offense, and it also sets the grassy terrain too. And when Baxcalibur has that ice body as well, which can heal up every turn, adding in that grassy surge as well is really nice, because as soon as you leave Baxcalibur alone for a turn, suddenly it's gained like 1/8 of its health again. You've got something you've got to really whittle at a lot of the time, and then okay, so you turn on the offense again, go for a big double up into it, but then Baxcalibur can just protect, and then you can deal with it, do whatever you like with your other Pokemon as well. So you can see how Maxime's team has been really good here. Now, Charlie, when you're looking at both of these teams at the moment, like, what are the 4 do you think Maxime is going to bring? Like, I think last time we saw the Ogerpon, we saw the Ninetales, we saw the Rillaboom and the Excalibur. Any sort of switch up, do you think?
Well, right now we're seeing the crowd in the tournament hall for Lille. So Oliver Eskel in there, give a lovely little wave to the camera. Everyone having a good time waiting for this match to get going. I think in terms of the 4 Pokemon that Maxime should be bringing, it's whether he has the boldness to veer away from the Baxcalibur in that matchup. And if you're not bringing the Baxcalibur, is there an argument to be bringing the Ninetales at all? Landorus, of course, that would be fantastic into the Heatran over on Aurelian's side of the field. Dragonite was proving really useful for Aurelian in that previous game. And to be honest, in most matchups, that Terra Normal extreme speed, especially with the choice band, is really threatening, and it's not like Maxime has any kind of priority stoppage of his own on the field in the form of a Farigiraf or indeed an Indeedee with the Psychic Terrain. So I think, as we've been saying, is the Heatran that's the crucial issue. That's not necessarily a reason not to bring the Baxcalibur in the Ninetales at all, but it certainly is a reason to preserve it in the back and go in hard on that Heatran to try and remove it from the field as quickly as you can. But of course, then Aurelian can play more defensively, and his Heatran is running that Assault Vest in order to try and stall that out. So, I mean, it just goes to show the mind games at play in a game like Pokemon.
Yeah, there's plenty to go on at the moment. So I'm trying to think about the leads that we're going to go into here, because Dragonite was obviously very effective in just pressurizing that Ogerpon slot. But in the front of a Ninetales, you kind of want to Terra every single time. So I'd like to maybe see something led like alongside that can support it a little bit more. So let's have a look at Aurelian's team one more time here before we head into the match again. So you can kind of see how like, Dragonite is going to be really strong here, right, with that choice band and that extreme speed. Ninetales is a little bit of a problem. Heatran is great into that at the moment, which makes sense. But with the Ogerpon led from Maxime last time, something needs to be able to counter that a little bit better, because Dragonite probably can't get a one-hit KO on it, but a switch into the Chien-Pao that we did see from Aurelion can really like affect that and get, and maybe probably take a knockout depending on the bulk training. So overall, it's a really solid lead, but Rillaboom could be another switch up there, because if you can fake out into the Ninetales, which could be really effective here, especially if the Ninetales is not Ghost Terra, it's the Water Terra, so fake out is always safe into that slot, and then you can kind of pick it off before an Aurora Veil even goes up.
Potentially, David, but then if that Ninetales survives, the Rillaboom is left in the face of some really threatening Ice-type damage that could be coming out as we take a look over again once more at Maxime's team. Ogerpon with a Wellspring Mask, there's Baxcalibur again with that Fire Terra type. Rillaboom also with Fire Terra type, King Gambit, Ninetales, and Landorus. It's that classic set on the Landorus with the Terra Flying, Terra Blast, Stomping Rock Slide, and U-Turn, providing some useful pivoting here, but meaning that the Aurora Veil doesn't go up on Maxime's side of the field, David. I mean, that obviously makes it a much faster game there for Aurelian. And I think in game one, what we saw was the Aurora Veil being set up, but all that meant was that Aurelian was running out, that Maxime was running out of his resources slower than he would have done otherwise. It's not like he was able to capitalize on that Aurora Veil, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. Like, yes, the damage was reduced, but yeah, there was still nothing more coming out or no opportunity there for anything to kind of set up or make the most of it. I think that's a really good point, Charlie, because the Baxcalibur never kind of got that opportunity, and there was no King Gambit there to do that either. But yeah, here is everybody in the crowd right now supporting either one of these trainers or both, indeed, as we all are here today in this top 8 match of the Lille Regional Championships. Who are you rooting for? Let us know on the socials, on X, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube as well, using the hashtag #PlayPokemon to let us know who you are supporting here this weekend.
Absolutely, and especially because these two trainers are, of course, both from the France region, the showdown of this country. So going to be a tough call for French fans to make the prediction here, but we are going to see these leads hitting the field here in game 2 with Alolan Ninetales and Ogerpon with the Wellspring Mask, and another disconnect, unfortunately, on stage here. So there's clearly, while these trainers get set up ready to go into game 2, why don't we talk about those leads that we saw with Alolan Ninetales and Ogerpon Wellspring Mask for Maxime?
Yeah, so those were the exact same leads actually as in game one there, which, like, as we kind of talked about a little bit before, it leads a lot of options for Aurelion in particular, because you definitely want a Heatran to threaten down those two ice types, which are the main things that threaten the Dragonite.
Yeah.
But then, as soon as you see an Ogerpon, Heatran is definitely wanting to go on the defensive, either go for a protect or switch out. And switching out makes perfect sense, not only to preserve the Heatran, but also to get in a Chien-Pao and then threaten the one-hit KO on the Ogerpon with a normal type boosted extreme speed. But we saw how Maxime in that first game called that entirely and went for a spiky shield. But with that play, there's still not a lot of downside. That's the thing. Because Ninetales is probably going to get up the Aurora Veil either way because of that. Because it's going to be faster. And unless it somehow allows itself to be faked out, it's always going to be able to get that up. So you can kind of accept it's going to happen there. Go for a Terror out of the Ice-type weakness and be able to take those hits. And at least then your Heatran is still nice and safe. And you can kind of work out what Maxime's brought for it then.
Yeah, exactly. The Ninetales would be nice and safe, but then again, you know, committing a Terror so early on in the game, is that going to be something that benefits you in the late game? These are the sorts of mind games that go on in the game of Pokemon, and especially considering that Terror mechanic, which can be so crucial to see early from your opponent to decide how you're going to play that late game. Water Terror type, really interesting on that Ninetales there, and perhaps speaks to the lack of fake outs that have been running around. You could choose to run something like a Covert Cloak on the Ninetales, so that even if you are faked out, you can still get the Aurora Veil up, but then you're not holding the Light Clay to increase the longevity of the Aurora Veil there. So yeah, it certainly seems to be a bulkier pick, for bulkier Ninetales that Maxime is running, especially with the defense boost that Snow provides.
Yeah, and it's a really nice option. Like, you have to bring it, I think, if you're Maxime. There's so much damage potential from Aurelion's end in, like, the, probably very physically offensive Rillaboom with the Miracle Seed and the Grassy Glide. That can do a ton of damage to everything. Dragonite, Choice Band, normal Terror Extreme Speed. That can do a ton of damage to everything. Chien-Pao, one of the strongest physical attackers in this game, thanks to that Sword of Ruin ability that it has. And then we haven't even talked about Urshifu yet, which was such an offensive presence in Regulation Set D. That's here as well, with like a Choice Scarf on it, so it's always going first. So there's so much offense here. So unless Maxime has an Aurora Veil up, it's going to be very hard to kind of pivot in and out of that.
Yeah, really hard. And speaking of extreme speed, David, we're going to extreme speed over to a short video that we watch while these trainers get themselves sorted out on stage. So don't go anywhere.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2015 Pokemon World Championships in Boston, Massachusetts. This classic moment happened in the Seniors Division Championship match between Mark McQuillan from Great Britain and Koki Honda from Japan. VGC 2015 was a season most remembered for two things: Mega Kangaskhan and Japanese trainers dominating the metagame.
Japan this year came in full force. I mean,
they really did.
Yeah, they just took the junior division championships in the Masters division. They're pretty much guaranteed. I mean, 7 out of 8 top cut players in the Masters division were Japanese. So Japan's here to play, and you know, I'm pretty sure Koki wants to be able to try to set up a clean sweep.
This will be what decides the clean sweep. Oh my goodness.
Mega Kangaskhan was the queen of VGC in this era, as nearly 67% of all top cut teams across all 3 age divisions had Mega Kangaskhan on their team. Mark was the last trainer who could stand in the way of Japan claiming all 3 VGC titles in Boston. Mark was also aging up into the Masters division for the 2016 season, so this would be his final match in seniors and his final chance at redemption. Mark had been on the world stage before. At the 2014 World Championships, he fought through the tournament only to lose in the seniors finals match. So with the weight of the world on his shoulders and the fear of finishing second 2 years in a row, Mark had to find a solution for Kangaskhan, and his answer was Machamp. But before game 1 could start, the casters had one simple question.
Mark M, does that M stand for Machamp? Question.
Mark felt incredibly confident in this matchup. He even winked at the camera when he correctly predicted a Landorus switch-in. Cresselia disrupted much of Koki's game plan by setting up Trick Room and skill swapping away key abilities. When it was finally knocked out, it was time for the crowd favorite to join the fray.
There's the Machamp! The crowd is going wild right now!
Machamp's ability is No Guard, which disregards accuracy and ensures that all attacks hit without fail. Mark used Dynamic Punch as the main attack because without its dubious 50% accuracy, it is now 100% a problem for Kangaskhan.
That's a no-guard Dynamic Punch, a move that normally has 50% accuracy, but thanks to that ability, never gonna miss.
Mark finished up Game 1 in convincing fashion and was now one win away from fulfilling his dream of becoming world champion. The crowd was captivated by Cresselia and Machamp, realizing they were the ideal brains and brawn combination that was capable of defeating Kangaskhan in a format ultimately warped by its success.
Did you ever think that you'd see a parental bond Cresselia and a Machamp in the senior division final championships here?
I don't think that ever crossed my mind once.
As Game 2 progressed, Mark built up momentum by making all the right plays. The will of the crowd had been determined, and Mark was eager to give them the Machamp sweep they so desperately wanted.
We're gonna see Dynamic Punch into that same slot. Ladies and gentlemen, will it pick up the knockout? It picks up the knockout. It's a crit. That is a critical hit on an incoming Mega Kangaskhan. Lost its parental bond and now lost its will to fight. Dynamic Punch is just gonna punch this Heatran right in the dome. Is it gonna pick up the knockout? It picks up another knockout.
Mark breathed new hope into VGC by showing that no Pokemon can exist without counters.
The match was forfeited. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello and congratulate, applaud, give a huge hand to your new Seniors Division World Champion, Mark Machampion McQuillan.
Mark and his Machamp played a flawless set in the finals and brought a title back home to Great Britain. He also redeemed himself from his 2014 loss and gave VGC trainers around the world one of the most dominant and memorable Pokemon matches of all time. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
This entire season had led to this. Trainers from around the world gathered in Yokohama, Japan for the 2023 Pokémon World Championships after earning their invites through fierce competition. In Day 1, trainers battled over 7 rounds of Swiss. Players with 5 wins qualified to compete in Day 2, where the Day 2 invited players were added into the mix to compete over 7 more rounds of Swiss to determine the asymmetrical top cut. Most of the meta was as expected. Fluttermane dominated the usage charts with over 70%, but Iron Hands, Rillaboom, and Urshifu Rapid Strike weren't too far behind. Despite the fact that Pokemon were familiar, trainers pulled out all the stops to make sure their teams were unique enough to stand out and beat their competition. Ahead of the event, Japan was favored to win the whole thing, having shown unique techs leading up to the event. The top cut was no different. We had things like Curse Dondozo and Taunt Urshifu, which surprised many and saw major success. In juniors, we had Kohei Ukai and Sora Ibisawa, each bringing similar styles of teams leading into the Tailwind offense with a touch of bulk. Sora got the upper hand, getting KO after KO to take the title. In seniors, it was Tomoya Ogawa versus Robbie Scry. Tomoya used more creative Pokemon like Sylveon and Zapdos to grab versus standard team of 6 with seats, board position.
He leo kono keia, ia oko e hele mai I Hawaii, I Honolulu, I ka makahiki, I Wakalua kumaha. We want to invite you to Honolulu, Hawaii in 2024. We look forward to seeing you here. Ahui ho aku no.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. No Lechonk or Sprigatito coming out in the match that we're featuring here. It's Maxime Lebrun versus Aurelian Sulu. We had a couple of issues on stage, but they seem to be about to be resolved, so we'll very shortly be rejoining that match.
Yes, we will. Getting into basically game 2 of our top 8. Aurelian Sulu versus Maxime Lebrun. The French showdown, as you put it, Charlie, very masterfully.
Well, yes, which of these trainers is going to come out on top? Maxime Lebrun, of course, a relative newcomer to the scene. Aurelian Sulu could not be the opposite. He was the world champion in the senior division, I believe, as well as having some fantastic results in the 2023 season.
Yeah, with plenty of regional championships that they have achieved here. And there they are, ready to battle it out as well. There's been a lot of time for these players to really think about their matchup, though. And how, like, their Pokemon are going to match up against each other, what they should be bringing, how game 1 went, etc. So if you're just joining us now, the game 1 was kind of quite dominant from Aurelian's end, being able to kind of swiftly dispatch of that the Wellspring Ogerpon, which kind of was the only answer for Aurelian's Heatran, which they were bringing in.
Yeah, exactly. Heatran was a really key player there. Yesterday in Swiss Round 7 of day 1, Maxime Lebrun did fantastically well with the Baxcalibur he was bringing, able to set up a few swords dances, but Aurelian was just not allowing him that luxury in this particular game. As we get right into game 2, here we go, trainers. It's going to be that Ogerpon with the Wellspring Mask being led for Maxime, and Dragonite and Heatran for Aurelian.
Okay, these are the same leads as game 1 here, which leads to a lot of options for both trainers at the moment. Ogerpon is the main answer to that Heatran that Maxime has brought so far. They did not bring the Landorus last time either, so we'll see if that's been a switch up as well. But so far, it's the same play as game 1.
Chien-Pao hitting the field, reducing the physical defense of every Pokemon on the field. Heatran going to keep itself nice and safe in case perhaps it's that Baxcalibur in the back. An immediate terrestrialization from one of these trainers, and it's going to be Aurelian into his Dragonite again with that Terra Normal, able to threaten some really big extreme speeds, holding that Choice Band item. It worked so well for him in game 1, and that's what he's going for here as well. Spiky Shield coming out from the Ogerpon on Maxime's side. So Dragonite would be taking a little bit of chip damage there if it goes into that slot, which indeed it does. So Dragonite taking that chip damage as a result of the Spiky Shield here. It's going to be the Ninetales setting up Aurora Veil over on Maxime's side of the field. Meanwhile, it was the Chien-Pao coming in for that Dragonite. So if that extreme speed had gone down into the Ogerpon, then that would have been a huge hit.
Yeah, so actually the exact same turn 1 as in game 1 here, but like Ogerpon literally is going to switch straight out here, but not into the Rillaboom like last time. It's the King Gambit.
King Gambit hitting the field as a massive extreme speed is coming out. It's going into that slot, and even though it's a resisted hit, dealing a respectable amount of damage, but Sacred Sword is targeted down into that slot. The King Gambit going down immediately as soon as it joined the field.
Wow, yeah, so a really good switch up there. That was one of the one differences, but Dazzling Gleam comes out as well, same as in turn 2 as well. So the only difference there, Chien-Pao going not for an Icicle Crash to catch the Rillaboom on the switch in, but for the Sacred Sword to catch the King Gambit on the switch in. Like, incredible read from Aurelian.
Yeah, fantastic read there, and such a heavy hitter for Maxime, already down and out for the count, taking doubly super effective damage as a joint Dark and Steel type from the Fighting type move that Sacred Sword is, as Maxime considers which of his Pokemon to send in to join the fray here. With that Snow set up on the field, if he has access to Baxcalibur in the back, then that would be receiving a defense boost, but there is another disconnect, unfortunately, trainers, on the stage. So how will that turn have played out? We can only speculate.
Yeah, it definitely depends on what is in the back for both trainers there. Whether it is the Heatran we know the Heatran's in the back from the Aurelion, but was it something that could really deal with the Heatran was a question. We know the Ogerpon was still there, and we know that the Landorus is an option for Maxime, but we don't know if it was actually brought yet or not. So it was definitely still anyone's game at that point, even though the King Gambit was kind of going down there. And Baxcalibur is, again, another Pokemon that Maxime had brought to the game 1. Wouldn't have been great into the Heatran there, but still on a really nice bring in front of, say, a Chien-Pao.
Yeah, exactly. It's a shame that King Gambit, that Maxime was not able to get more out of his King Gambit there. Such a fascinating pick to bring into this matchup, and a Pokemon that we've seen rising and rising in usage in this regulation set E, as the judges on stage will be determining what's going on the stage between these two trainers, but I'm sure it will be able to be resolved very quickly.
Yeah, exactly. And it does be able to create a little bit of a state, though, where these trainers have a lot to think about, though, when going into either kind of game at the moment, where, like, Aurelion seems to really have a line right now, you know? Dragonite Heatran seems to be the go-to lead, and you can see Aurelion really locking in really quickly as well. They know exactly what to do, and Maxime kind of has no hard way to kind of really respond to Maxime's options so far know about. They've called the extreme speed each time, but there isn't a lot that needs to be changed up if you're Aurelion, especially at winning the game 1 so convincingly.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's... As you say, David, I think these two players, they've had some time to think about their matchups here. They've also had a couple of opportunities to see the Pokemon that the trainers on both sides of the field are opting to bring. So perhaps getting a little bit of a glimpse into the play style of the opponent, which is so crucial in this game, you know, thinking tactically, and how is your opponent going to be thinking?
Yeah, like, it's a great question. I think Maxime is going to have to be, like, really calling a lot of Aurelion's turns at the moment. So already calling the Spiky Shield, which is really good here. But what's something that could kind of be switched up with? Instead of going for the Aurora Veil turn 1 on Ninetales, what if you said go for something like the Icy Wind? As something is... Because then you suddenly make a lot of everything slower. Particularly that Chien-Pao that's coming in at the same time. You break the Focus Sash, lower the speed of it. And then as soon as, like, Ogerpon is there, assuming you kind of, like... maybe survive an extreme speed a little bit if you're able to kind of stick around a little bit longer. You can then threaten a KO on the Chien-Pao without it actually having to go for an attack itself. However, you do have to watch out for the priority attacks that are on that side. Sucker Punch, extreme speed could definitely be very threatening options. But say if you then switch out the Ninetales into something like the Landorus and lower the attack of that Chien-Pao, then suddenly your Pokemon might be able to stick around a little bit longer.
Yeah, Intimidate is such a useful ability for providing longevity for the Pokemon on the field. So we just had confirmation, trainers, that match between Aurelion and Maxime Lebrun we will be skipping over, and the next match we'll be featuring will be the top 4 match. So we'll see how that matchup was resolved and which of those two trainers will be advancing to the top 4. But in the meantime, David, we've got plenty to unpack from this weekend. For example, some of the Pokemon that we had our eyes on going into the tournament, and how our caster predictions are faring in the face of those top 12 that we have there. So remind me, David, what were your caster predictions?
Okay, so number 1, Amoonguss. There it is.
Oh,
number 12 there, and it wasn't there before in the day 1 either, so I'm very happy to see it there. Ninetales Alolan Form is so far having a good showing, maybe not on there, but on stream especially. Number 3 was the Ursaluna Blood Moon, which we saw Marco Moras use at our round 9 in stream at the day 1, and then our 4th pick was Wo-Chien, which I'm still disappointed not to see.
Yeah, it's a shame that no one's been leaning into that Wo-Chien and those Tablets of Ruin dropping the attack of every Pokemon on the field, but congratulations, David. The Amoonguss there in the top 12. That's definitely something to be proud of, and it's a Pokemon that's had a really strong outing this weekend. Now, my predictions, my number 1 was that Tornadus. There it is, in the 7th position. Access to something like Taunt, so you can deny some status setup moves, as well as changing the weather with something like a Rain Dance, an early sunny day, boosted by Prankster as well. So, feeling good about Tornadus. Number 2, I had the Hisuian Arcanine. That's not there anymore, but it was for day 1. It was in that 12th position on day 1, the Hisuian Arcanine there, able to drop and Intimidate, doing what Landorus does, but also combining the role of a Dragonite, able to go for a Terra Normal Extreme Speed, for example. So that was my number 2 pick. Number 3 was Weezing, the Cantonian form. Now, we haven't seen too many of those at all this weekend, which I'm slightly surprised about. It's such an interesting Pokemon with that neutralizing gas ability. I expected to see more. I know that 1 or 2 trainers have brought it this weekend, but they're not there. Weezing is not there in the top 12. And then finally, it was that Ogerpon Cornerstone, getting a defense boost, of course, when it terastallizes. But also, if you set up the sand with something like a Tyranitar, then it gets a special defense boost as well. But Tyranitar, even after last weekend at the Sacramento Regional Championships, is not a Pokemon we've seen really at all this weekend here in Lille.
No, exactly. Maybe another tournament, Charlie. I think hold on to those dreams that you've got there of those 4 Pokemon, but because like you could definitely put them all in the same team as well. So who knows? Like maybe you should go to that event, bring all 4, and then show them what's for. You know?
Yeah, that's a good idea, David. Of course, I didn't think about any of those 4 Pokemon in terms of just building a team out of those 4 alone, but I could do that.
It would show them.
I don't know what it would show them, but it would show them something.
It definitely would.
For sure.
And there are our cast predictions as well, as we've mentioned. So let's have a look at Lou's and Ben's and see if we can like pick out those as well. Lou, very much with her water types as well. Gastron at the top there. Wellspring Oakmon, which we've seen a wealth of, to be honest. Urshifu, I believe that's probably the Rapid Strike. And the Iron Bundle, actually, which won Sacramento last week on the Komodo team, but I've not seen too much of it actually at all this weekend.
No, it's been fairly rare this weekend. I'm just still stunned by that Gastrodon in #1 spot for Lou. It's almost like she likes that Pokemon or something. The Oakmon Wellspring, that's a fantastic pick there for Lou. That's a Pokemon that's been doing fantastically well in the Day 2 usage stats. But yes, Lou likes her water types. It is such a useful defensive typing as well as offensive typing, so no surprises there.
No, none at all. So kudos to Lou. Like fair play. Got some water types coming in. Ben, on the other hand, Landorus there in form. Yeah, okay, very standard. Good call. Fluttermane, yeah, also top 3 usage. Iron Hands top 3 usage. Yeah, okay, so yeah, Ben is obviously looking very smug here, but let's keep in mind those were the top 3 here. Come on, Ben.
Yeah, he didn't have to dig too deep to come up with those predictions there, and they're Pokemon that continue to assert their dominance over the format here. What is quite nice about these predictions is we've got all 3 of those mask form Ogerpon on there, but not the teal mask itself. So I'd be fascinated to see if trainers can find a niche for that heading into the future weeks of Regulation Set E.
Yeah, that's a good question. It does have the Defiant ability, which is great into all the Intimidators going on at the moment. I mean, you've got Kingambit as another option with the Defiant. You've got Milotic as another option, but there's no obvious grass type with that sort of ability. So especially a niche, and especially when you can go for the embody aspect on the teal mask form and get a speed boost as well. So you can suddenly just get the jump on something, as well as having really sky-high attack that can't be lowered by Intimidate, and then you can get a grass-type Terra boost from it too, and start dishing out a lot of damage with grass offense.
Yeah, exactly. All of a sudden, you could have a real threat on your hands using the teal mask form Ogerpon. Very fast and heavy offense that could come out from that Pokemon. So, Pokemon I'm intrigued to see how well it does, and especially because Ogerpon has access to Grassy Glide, pair it with something like a Rillaboom, or if the Grassy Terrain is already on the field, and then, yes, you're threatening some really fast grass-type damage there.
So we have been notified, unfortunately, that we're not going to go forward with Aurelion versus Maxime due to the technical issues, but we will certainly be aiming to stream the top 4 matches as well, which we'll be working out shortly as well. So we're just going to stick with these cast predictions at the moment, and then we might jump to those top 12 usage stats as well, because we do need to talk about the teams that are going to be eventually getting into that top 4 particularly as well, because it's defining the meta right now in terms of, this is like, we're at the upper scale of this regional right now. The very final 4 players going into the rest of this tournament, they're going to be looked back on for many months or many years to come potentially as to what was really good right now in the Regulation Set E. And it looks like it's Firewater Grass Core going on. Obviously Landorus and Iron Hands is still really popular as well. But of these 4, I'm really interested to see, if a Gothitelle makes it forward, thanks to Miguel's team.
Yeah, Gothitelle is a really interesting pick that's been coming out this weekend, and I'd be fascinated to see how that performs over the season. It's so interesting talking about the Firewater Grass Core, and yet the top 3 Pokemon, Fluttermane, Landorus, Iron Hands, not in that order, they are not those types. So Firewater Grass is such an important core, and yet beyond that, it seems that trainers are indexing on those really high usage Pokemon, the good stuffs, as people keep talking about, that provide such fantastic utility for the team, and relying on, there's a wealth of Firewater and Grass Pokemon, and Ogerpon might be skewing the format a little bit in favor of itself because it has access to all of those types. So using Ogerpon and those other 3, perhaps that's a decent team in itself. You've got the special offense coming out from Fluttermane, more physical from the Landorus. But going ahead in the format, will trainers still rely on the Ogerpon as much?
Yeah, that's a great question, but it's something that we'll have to see as the rest of the tournament goes on. We are going to cut to a bit of a break before we get into the rest of our matches, so stick with us before we'll be back with some more hype action from the Lille Regional Championships here at Day 2.
Behind the teal mask is a Pokemon with an adorable complexion, but one with immense power. The DLC's flagship Pokemon is one you need to prepare for or even use in Regulation Set E. At a glance, Ogerpon has high attack and speed stats, and a powerful signature move called Ivy Cudgel. But the really interesting part is its masks. Each mask gives Ogerpon a different ability and changes its type and Terra type. Which one you choose for your team will make a big impact. Because when Ogerpon terrestrializes, it takes on a brand new ability called Embody Aspect, which boosts a particular stat depending on the mask worn every time it joins the field. Ogerpon's default form is the teal mask, making it a pure grass type. Its defiant ability makes it a huge deterrent to intimidate users like Landorus Therian form. The teal mask is also the only form that can hold an item as well, making it highly versatile. And when you're on the back foot, you can Terra and get a speed boost to turn a match on its head. Holding the Half Flame mask makes Ogerpon a grass and fire type, and gives an attack boost when Terra'd. Ivy Cudgel now becomes a fire move, complementing the grass coverage very well. And with Mold Breaker as the ability, you can crucially hit Heatran with fire moves right through its flash fire ability. With the Wellspring mask equipped, Ogerpon becomes a grass and water type. It has Water Absorb to heal up from water moves, and makes great use of Follow Me thanks to the special defense boost it gets when Terra'd. Finally, the Cornerstone mask adds the rock typing. With this mask, it has the sturdy ability, so it can survive any one move. Plus, it gains a defense boost when it goes for the Terra to be able to take on even more attacks. Thanks to the vast array of abilities, types, and free stat boosts on offer, Ogerpon will find its home on any team. So trainers, which mask will you choose for your next tournament?
Hello, Pokemon trainers, and welcome to Master of Choice, the game where I, Charlie Merriman, as the Master of Choice, ask our two wonderful contestants, Ben Kiriakou and David Partington, to present me with two alternatives for me to choose from. And today, we're going to be debating between Ursaluna and Blood Moon Ursaluna. So, who's going to be representing who?
Well, I'll be taking Ursaluna, Charlie. I'm definitely a fan of the originals.
Okay, and David, that means?
Well, it's got to be Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Okay, then.
It's very potent in its ability to do so much damage at the moment, and especially on the special attacking side as well. As opposed to Ursaluna, which is more on the physical side, which is very prone to intimidate and reflex and all the physically bulky Pokemon in the format. Ursaluna Blood Moon doesn't care about all of that. Pushes straight past it.
Yes, interesting. Ben, what do you have to say?
Having the ability Guts is really my response to that, David, because, yeah, okay, it can be intimidated, but it's got its own way to power itself up with the Flame Orb and Guts ability. That gives it so much power, but also boosts the power of its Facade, which is a double boost to its offenses. And, you know, you can intimidate it as many times as you like, but eventually it's going to knock out that Pokemon doing the Intimidate, and it's going to be able to break through any team.
Question is, David, do you have the guts to come back to that?
Well, Charlie, yes, I do. Using my little insight that I've got and Ursaluna Blood Moon's Mind's Eye, it's very useful, particularly to be able to hit ghost types with its normal moves, which is something that Ursaluna cannot do. So Flutter Mane comes in, which is on a lot of teams at the moment. Use the move Blood Moon, it's gone.
What is your mind's eye saying there, Ben? What do you have to say to that?
Well, certainly, you know, the Flutter Mane can be switching in on something like a Facade, but because of its physical prowess and the Flutter Mane's inability to take physical attacks, you know, it doesn't need all of that power. It doesn't need the big Blood Moon, which you can only use once in a row. You know, you can use Facade or Headlong Rush as many times in a row as you like, and that's still going to be able to knock out a Flutter Mane very easily. Probably the most prevalent ghost type we have.
You can use Headlong Rush multiple times in a row, but then you are lowering your defensive stats, whereas Blood Moon Ursaluna doesn't so much have that problem.
Well, indeed. And speaking of stats as well, that is something Ursaluna Blood Moon can do very well, is boost them. So Calm Mind is a set actually we've seen a lot of with Blood Moon Ursaluna as well, that does boost up its already very high special attack, and its slightly lower special defense, which is on the lower side, but it can patch it up with that said Calm Mind move, which is really effective. So suddenly, its slightly lower defenses are just astronomical on both sides, and with all the damage behind it on top of that.
Ben, I'm giving you the final word here. Anything you want to respond to?
Well, you know, I would prefer to just have the special bulk in the first place, to be able to switch it in, because, you know, when you've switched it in, it's still going to take those moves before you get those boosts. And Ursaluna can really tank those hits and be able to do that, but it can also raise up its stats with the Sword Stance, which is much faster at putting offensive pressure on an opposing team.
Okay, well, there you have it, Pokemon trainers. Ursaluna versus Blood Moon Ursaluna. Ben and David have done all they can to convince me, and now it's down to me to make a decision. So, David very well argued with Ursaluna a range of items that it can use, and of course being a special attacker as well that can hit ghost types, that's really nice. Ben, very well argued for you as well. You know, Flame Orb, Guts, Facade is no joke, and so many Pokemon in the meta still have to fear it. So, it's tough. I'm gonna crown the winner as David with Blood Moon Ursaluna. Its Mind's Eye is such a fantastic ability, and the move Blood Moon as well, such a powerful tool. How do you feel?
Ugh, incredible. Well, I mean, Charlie, I think I knew I was going to win anyway. It was Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Ben, what do you have to say to that?
I'm going to keep on with Ursaluna. It's the Pokemon that I prefer to use, and you know, David put a great point together. It is a very viable Pokemon, but for me, tried and tested always wins.
Commiserations to Ben there, and congratulations to David. Well, trainers, thank you for joining us for Master of Choice. Now let's get back to the action.
Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the video game side of the broadcast. I think we've been running away a couple of pesky iron hands that are getting involved with some of the cables on our stage, but we'll be able to bring you some top 4 Pokemon action very soon. We thank you for your patience, and we hope you're still enjoying the show. I'm Lou Agdrich-Chromie, and I'm joined by Ben Kiriakou.
Thank you so much, Lou, and thank you for fishing that Tatsugiri out of my throat from the last round as well. Yeah, we're deep into the tournament, and as a little recap of where we are right now, top 8 is concluding as we speak, and we're going to be bringing you the top 4 of this tournament. We're in a single elimination bracket, so some of our trainers in the top 8 that have made it all the way here have already been knocked out, and we're getting closer and closer to crowning our champion.
That's the thing with these knockout rounds. It's only advancing if you are able to get that win. And we had our top 8, we're now getting it down to our top 4, and very soon we will have our 2 finalists, and one of them will be crowned the Lille Regional Champion. I think at this point of the competition as well, you know, it has been an incredibly long weekend for these players. They've had to stay on top of their game, intensely focused, ready for each match and every opportunity that their opponents are going to throw their way. And to be able to have that resilience and strength coming through, I think it's always something you have to credit.
Absolutely. You've got to keep on top of your game until the very end. It's not over until that last Pokemon is knocked out, and until that point, it's anyone's game to play for. So these players are really challenging their mental resilience. They've already been through 9 rounds of Swiss in day 1, 5 more rounds, in fact, of Swiss in day 2 just this morning. 1 match in top 8 to make it to top 4, 1 match to go to make it into finals, and another to be crowned champion.
I mean, there's another thing that comes in 4s other than top 4, and that's one of our new Pokemon faces of Ogerpon, having multiple different forms. And we can take a closer look at how they have been shaping up in the competition and how they operate as well. Out of the 4 forms possible for Ogerpon, we've definitely had a dominant 2, this being one of them.
Absolutely, the half-flame Ogerpon there. Signature move of all of the forms being Ivy Cudgel, changing its type depending on which mask that it happens to be carrying. In this case, would be a fire attack here. And with that Mold Breaker ability, has been shaking up the metagame. We've been talking a lot on the broadcast about Heatran being able to block that fire type Ivy Cudgel if the Ogerpon half flame goes for its Terra type, gets in body aspect, and loses that Mold Breaker.
Exactly. This is the form I like to affectionately call Grumpy Face Ogerpon. And you're right, though, it is that kind of intimidating presence when it comes to the abilities. Abilities have been such a key part of the Pokemon metagame at the minute, to the point that we have Pokemon like Tatsugiri running the ability shields so that they can try and find a way to work around anything that is going to stop the ability from being activated. So having a move like Mold Breaker in play that can go through all of those different abilities as well, I think is a really nice shake-up to the meta.
And of course, there is another form of Ogerpon that's been really coming to the fore in the Lille Regional Championships. That is not the Gastrodon. Actually, I was going to be going to the Water-type Ogerpon, but hey, Lou, I think you're going to be pretty happy here. I'll let you take this one away.
Do you know what? I love this, because we're about to, like you say, dive into the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, but a Pokemon that can put a spanner in the works when it comes to that Ogerpon shining is the Gastrodon. Now, this Pokemon, I think, is one of the niche picks that has a lot of potential to counter many things. Taking a look at the common moves, Muddy Water to lower the accuracy, and Earth Power as well to hit all of those pesky grounded Pokemon that are often running the Fire Terra type as well. We saw that earlier on the Iron Hands being run by, for example, Barish to be able to stop being burned. Well, you're not going to be able to stop a Gastrodon from coming your way, whether it's going to be with something like a Muddy Water or an Earth Power. It's going to be able to hit all those pesky fire types. The key thing, though, is abilities, and I think that's really the topic of conversation that we're linking into here, Ben. Storm Drain is able to draw in all of those single target water type attacks to protect your partner while giving the Gastrodon a cheeky special attack boost. In fact, it was thanks to a Gastrodon that I was able to relieve you of Tatsugiri earlier. I was just able to pull it out.
Yeah. I mean, you say it all perfectly, and it's a real surprise to me that more trainers aren't opting for Gastrodon in a format where Water-type Ogerpon is so prevalent. You know, there is that Grass-type threat on the field, but with the Terra mechanic, Gastrodon has a little bit more extra dimensionality for it. It's going to be able to, you know, protect itself from those Horn Leeches and Wood Hammers and Grassy Glides and any other threat that's kind of coming Gastrodon's way right now.
I always loved a Ghost-type Gastrodon. I don't know why, I just think it's great. And I do appreciate production giving us that little surprise of Gastrodon. But jumping back onto the Ogerpon train, this is the Pokemon that Gastrodon does like to try and stop. But it has been almost unstoppable during this weekend as it is. Again, Ivy Cudgel being able to be a Water-type move with this particular mask. Again, the one that I affectionately call Sad Face Ogerpon. And it is running that amazing ability Water Absorb. So not like Storm Drain that draws in attacks. However, if it is hit with a Water-type move, it's going to regain a little bit of HP.
And that HP is really valuable for such a defensively orientated Ogerpon form, where it's able to boost up its special defense with that embody aspect if it wants to do that, as well as take away that grass typing against Pokemon like Landorus that like to go for their Terra flying attacks. And it gives it a little bit, again, a little bit more dimensionality in the way that it plays. I really like the way that the interaction between Follow Me and Swords Dance, and we saw Focus Energy as well on stream with this Pokemon. It's the form of Ogerpon that has the most flexibility in how trainers use it, and it's so much easier to weave into your team rather than having to commit to all of that damage coming from a Hearthstone mask.
Yes, the Cornerstone mask, though, is the one that I'm sad to not see as much of. It was in the competition, however, Alex Soto, who unfortunately I think went X3 in day one, only just missed out on an X2 record to be able to advance into day two, was running a Cornerstone Ogerpon. So it does exist, it is out there, but maybe just hasn't quite found its place in the meta yet.
I think it's a difficult Pokemon to be able to use there because, you know, rock typing is a good offensive type, but it struggles a little bit defensively in this particular format, especially with Landorus running around and, you know, launching out those big stomping tantrums, as well as being able to go for the U-turns where rock doesn't resist the bug type, and so U-turn does a little bit more damage. It does have access to sturdy, but these trainers are staying sturdy here. They're getting set up ready for their match. Taran Birdie on your left, Simone Sanvito on your right in the top 4 of the Lille Regional Championships.
And while we're talking about rock-type Pokemon, one of the standouts that I have seen whenever I've watched Simone Sanvito play most recently is that Hisuian Arcanine. Running that Choice Band, it can hit incredibly hard ground. And with something like the Rock Slide, it's going to be able to get that same type attack bonus and also a potential flint chance. We saw that in his earlier game as well, and it just has so much utility combined with the Intimidate that is so important in a meta that is so dominated by these physical attackers. So I really love to see that Pokemon choice. However, on the opposing side, on Terran's side as well, we have that key Pokemon of the Ogerpon Wellspring Mask.
Wellspring Mask is really a Pokemon that the Hisuian Arcanine is not will not want to be staring down in any position, being 4 times weak to that water type Ivy Cudgel coming out there. But that Intimidate is going to put a lot of work in. Really looking at these 2 teams facing off against each other. Once we'll have a little bit more of a look in detail at those 2 Pokemon. Once we've broken down the teams that they're running, and the Hisuian Arcanine leading the desk there.
I'll say it's running a little bit risky with the water type on its back. However, you know, it is 4 times super effective. So let's hope that Arcanine's able to carry the Mudkip safely in whatever crossing it is making at the moment. Of course, these 2 players we've been able to feature before, but for those who maybe have missed part of the broadcast, let's recap the amazing accolades that they have. Terran, no stranger to being a regional champion, was able to win the Perth Regionals in 2023, as well as getting a top 8 finish in Malmo. In the previous year, in 2022, at the International Championships in North America, was able to get a top 8 finish, as well as the European International Championships, finishing top 16.
And an European International Championship on Simone's side of the field as well back in the 2018 season, getting a great set of finishes in the regional championships. 2nd place at Turin not long after Malmo last year, as well as a previous finalist result. I remember speaking to Simone in that match before his or after his top. Do you know what, Lou? You may have pushed the Tatsugiri out here, but I think I'm still feeling the effects of it there. Let's have a look at Terran's team.
Yeah, diving a little bit more into this Ogerpon team. Again, it is going to be running that Ivy Cudgel Spiky Shield for that nice defensive capability as well. And I like the way the Spiky Field operates, being able to do a little bit of chip damage to any, you know, contact move that's made into it. So often when we see Fake Out on the field, for example, and potentially Ogerpon being an easy target, being able to go for that Spiky Shield can be critical. But some key Pokemon that we've talked about before that I want to highlight once again are that Tornadus and the Urshifu, because this Urshifu is the single strike variant. It is going to be running those dark types and able to go for a critical hit guaranteed through any Protect, Wicked Blow. And we've seen the way that the momentum can be built up for Terran when he's able to capitalize on that, particularly with a Tailwind by the partner Tornadus.
Yeah, getting that Tailwind up and the Wicked Blows onto the field is always devastating for any opponent to have to deal with. Even Pokemon like Fluttermane that go for their Terra Fairy are still taking incredible amounts of damage there. As we move over to Simone's side of the field, we've got that Chien-Pao, Fluttermane, Rillaboom, Urshifu. That's in fact going to be a Rapid Strike variant. So Rapid Strike facing up against Single Strike here. Tornadus as well facing up against each other, and that Arcanine that's finishing off Simone's team.
You know, I like to see the battle of the Urshifus here, which one is going to come out on top and get all the way to the grand finals here in Lille. As well, I like the differences in the Tornaduses. On Terran's side, you know, you are running that Tailwind, Bleak Wind, Storm Protect, but also Sunny Day in order to potentially boost the photosynthesis of Pokemon like the Fluttermane. Whereas Simone's gone for that more prankster orientate in the sense of Taunt, being able to shut down any potential Amoonguses or any setup that the opposing team wants to be able to go for. You know, taking a look at Terran's side, you have the Urshifu that goes for Swords Dance, but because the Urshifu is a dark type, Prankster isn't going to be able to do anything to it. So that's a little bit of frustration for the Tornadus on Simone's side.
Yeah, but a little bit of a frustration for Tornadus on Terran's side of the field. It will really come down to the training of these Tornadus on each side of the field. You see that Terran's has the Mental Herb, though, is going to be able to go through that Taunt. And so, you know, in that sort of situation, both trainers are going to be able to get up speed control, but if you maybe get a Taunt into that Mental Herb on the Tornadus on the early game, maybe set up Tailwind a bit later, and both Tornadus survive till the end game, maybe that will come into play there with Simone having an extra sort of layer of option to play into that Tornadus.
You're right, Ben, because if you've got a Tornadus mirror, the temptation is just to click Tailwind so that at least it's level pegging out on the field. However, if you have access to Taunt, you can shut down the opposing Pokemon potentially. You know, it all depends on the speeds that these Pokemon are operating on as well. well. But if you're able to manipulate into that situation, you can then set the tailwind up the next time. So ensuring that, you know, Tornadus is hanging around to be able to capitalize on that. And that can give you that advantage going forward. But I think at this point, the trainers won't necessarily be aware of how their opponents have trained their Pokemon in terms of their speed, their attack, and their defenses. And that's one of the key things in a best-of-3 set you have to determine from game one. Yes, we're in an open team sheet format. We've got access to moves and items and abilities, Terra types, but we don't have access to those key training that they've been doing in the gym with their Pokemon.
That makes all the difference here, Lou. And one difference that I'd like to highlight here is the Heatran versus the Hisuian Arcanine. Heatran has that ground type coverage to be able to threaten that, but the Hisuian Arcanine has Rock Slide and it has that choice band.
And when there's a Rock Slide, there's a way, and Hisuian Arcanine is here to play. It's out on the field paired up with the Tornadus. On the opposing side, it is that Heatran you've just mentioned, but paired up with the Ogerpon.
And it's going to be an Intimidate going down onto the Ogerpon on Terran's side of the field, so immediately slowing that down. But Ogerpon doesn't need any help to be able to knock out this Arcanine in one, unless the Arcanine goes for its Terra type here. One thing to note in this situation is that the Tornadus is out on the field for Simone, but not for Terran. I think wondering whether Terran's game plan here is to, you know, do a little bit of damage and maybe bring the Tornadus in the end game to get that speed control, rather than going for it for the damage up front, playing a little bit more of a defensive game.
I can see that, and I can also see the Arcanine maybe switching out. It's got the Intimidate down onto the physical attacker of the Ogerpon, but it's actually going to stay here. Ogerpon instead going for a redirection as the Bleak Wind Storm comes out, does huge damage into the Ogerpon, negligible damage onto the Heatran. But again, Heatran has the opportunity to go for something like an Earth Power into that opposing Arcanine. Ogerpon going to dodge that Rock Slide. Heatran not so lucky, but the Earth Power is also going to connect into Arcanine. That is a one-hit KO. The Arcanine really needed the flinch there.
Wow, the Arcanine going down that turn is a really big deal for Terran. No speed control coming out onto the field, just that extra little bit of damage. And Simone, a little bit unfortunate there to be missing the Rock Slide onto the Ogerpon. With that choice band and no Intimidates on Terran's side of the field, certainly would have been enough to pick up a knockout there. But this is a little bit of a momentum game here. If the Ogerpon goes down, Terran also gets a free switch in here, and maybe with two Pokemon that are slower than the Chen Pao that's just come in on the field for Simone's side of the field, and that Tornadus, Terran's got to play a little bit more defensively before he can sort of pick things up and start getting the speed control going.
You know, losing the Arcanine I don't think was a bad thing for Simone here. You've got the Chien-Pao out on the field, and you know that Bleak Wind Storm's going to be able to pick up the knockout on the Ogerpon. I think it's a wise double protect here from Terran, maybe trying to see what this Chien-Pao is going to be going for. Maybe it's trying to target into that Ogerpon, and then you could break a potential Focus Sash with the spiky shield. But of course, the protects here, we're going to see Tornadus just going straight for the Bleak Wind Storm. No damage going to be thrown out on the field, but the momentum is still on Simone's side. He has the speed advantage. You don't need a Tailwind. If that Bleak Wind Storm can connect onto the Ogerpon, it's going to be out of here, and you can then use the Chien-Pao to help get the KO on Heatran.
I think the really key part of this position is that, yeah, and I really like this protect on Chien-Pao. The Chien-Pao is faster, and the Ogerpon has that ability to go for that follow me again. That would redirect Chien-Pao's attack, being naturally faster than that Tornadus. So now, because of the double protect, Simone gets the opportunity to knock out that Ogerpon, do a little bit more damage to Heatran while not falling afoul of that Heat Wave.
That's a great observation, and Heatran now in a position where it obviously can't do anything to protecting Chien-Pao, and it doesn't really have a lot of oomph against a Tornadus. Yes, it's going to be able to go for the Heat Wave here and connect, but it is nowhere near getting it in a knockout position.
That's a really good amount of damage there from the Heatran onto that Tornadus, though. With the Life Orb, it's going to be really an offensive variant there. But Tornadus coming out on the field for Terran, and now it's the question of how does Terran take advantage of the speed control on his side of the field, where Simone is able to match it.
The issue as well is that Heatran, one more Life Orb recoil, and it's going to KO itself. So it is kind of on a little bit of a timer here, and whether Terran wants to sacrifice it at this point or maybe put it in the back so that it can get some big damage to clean out the game. Doesn't matter if it KOs itself in recoil, if it's taken out all the other Pokemon is yet to be determined. Looks like Heatran's going to stay in this turn, however. It's going to be a protect for the Tornadus on Terran, maybe seeing what the opposing Tornadus is going to do, and that is setting the Tailwind ablaze on Simone's side of the field. Sacred Sword will come down and KO the Heatran before it's able to move, and I really like that play by Simone, targeting the perfect Pokemon on the opposing side.
Both players is making a fantastic call there, thinking that Taran thinking that the Tornadus was going to go for that tailwind and the Chien-Pao was going to attack into the Tornadus on Taran's side of the field. But Simone kind of seeing right through that, just going for the knockout onto that Heatran, being the Pokemon that was actually threatening the damage on the field. So really like that from Simone, being just focused in what he needed to knock out there. The Heatran, it's got the Life Orb, it's doing all the damage. Let's just knock that out.
Exactly, yes, it will KO itself to the Life Orb, but you're right, Ben, it doesn't necessarily, if you're Simone's Pokemon, want to have to take that damage beforehand, right? We're going to see the Fluttermane go for the Fairy Terror as well in order to give even more oomph to its Fairy-type moves here. It's finally going to be the Tailwind on Taran's side and matching that here, making sure the speeds are aligned across the field. But the Chien-Pao is still the faster. Going to go for this Icicle Crash into the Fluttermane, not enough to be able to get the knockout, but it does get the flinch!
Wow, that Fluttermane flinching on the Icicle Crash is huge, but the Bleak Wind Storm follow-up doesn't connect with that Fluttermane. Fluttermane would have been able to get an attack off their next turn, but with the speed interactions between this Fluttermane and Simone's Chien-Pao, yeah, it's not looking great as a position here for Taran.
Honestly, Tornadus could afford to make the miss there. There is so much speed, offensive pressure that Simone has with that Chien-Pao, right? It's going to be able to pick up the KO against the Fluttermane on the next turn anyway. It is Choice Specs. It has no way to protect, and I think Taran is aware of that. Almost trying to lock in the forfeit here, but I think wisely actually using the time to look at the matchup and think, hey, how could I have adjusted better? I have to go into a game 2 now, and there's a utility for me to be able to try and pull it back. So just letting the clock run down, I like this. It's a nice way to use that time to actually, you know, have a blank space going into it, shake things off, and just make focus for the rest of the set.
Simone, though, not taking any risks, going for that Sucker Punch into the Fluttermane that was locked into an offensive move, easily enough to pick up the knockout, even though it's a resisted hit here. Tornadus going for its Bleak Wind Storm, not enough to pick up the knockout on Taran's Tornadus, but getting at cheeky speed drop there. It's going to be a Bleak Wind Storm in reply, though, for Tornadus on Taran's side of the field. The writing's on the wall here. We are going for a game 2, but as you rightly called out there, Lou, a lot of time for these trainers to think about what their adjustments are going to be.
Yeah, and Chien-Pao getting through completely unscathed in this game 1 is a really nice position for Simone to be in. You just know that you're able to close out this game. As we look towards game 2, Ben, what adjustments could be made? Looking at Taran's lead, you know, the Heatran and the Ogerpon, it had a nice little redirectional support, but the Heatran, as much as it was able to deal out a lot of damage, wasn't able to get the KOs that Simone was able to get.
I think the real key in this matchup is the Arcanine. Even though it went down on turn 1, what it did do was put on so much pressure onto Taran's side of the field, and I think that's where the Ogerpon and Heatran idea came from Taran, because both of these teams are trying to get their tailwind up. They're both trying to set the offensive pressure onto the field. But Simone's Arcanine is carrying a Choice Band. That does a little bit more of a boost than a Life Orb does. And so with those sort of big spread attacks that Arcanine can lead out with, it's really difficult for Taran, say, Fluttermane, for example, to be able to feel comfortable to start going for attacks.
You're right, it's definitely a powerful puppy, particularly when you've got Tornadus next to it. Going for something like a Tailwind with Taran having the Heatran and the Ogerpon out on the field means that you are potentially going to be at a speed disadvantage very early on. And like you said, the moves coming out from that Arcanine are going to pack a punch. Even something like the Rock Slide still did a significant chunk to that opposing Heatran. Yes, the Heatran's able to fire back with a 4x super effective move, but the damage had already been done. You put the Intimidate down on the Ogerpon as well as putting a significant chunk of damage onto Taran's side of the field.
I think looking at the matchup between these two trainers, I'm wondering if the Iron Hand is a viable solution to the Arcanine and Tornadus leads. Maybe you have to take a little bit of damage in the form of something like a Flare Blitz coming out from the Arcanine, but it might be quite effective here to be able to still knock out the Arcanine in 1. Maybe 2, depending on the Intimidate, but you can get a Drain Punch onto the field. Maybe you can knock out that Tornadus on Simone's side of the field with a Wild Charge and start sort of picking off the pieces that make Simone's team such a threat.
Exactly, and there we see the Tornadus finally go down, felled by the opposing Chien-Pao. So Simone Sanvito will be taking game 1 in this best-of-3 set. That trusty Hisuian Arcanine that's his mascot on the table there is actually the one piloting him to victory at the moment.
This is such a strong core that Simone has available to him. The Tornadus with the Fluttermane and the Chien-Pao and the Urshifu and the Arcanine, they're all such powerful, powerful threats, boosted up by that Tailwind that they can attack first. And I really wonder whether we're actually going to even see a switch up here coming from Simone's side of the field, because that Arcanine did so much work to be able to chip down Taran's Heatran. But looking at the Pokemon that he has access to, I'm wondering if that Urshifu is ready to come to the fore.
That's a very good point. Urshifu didn't really play a role, of course, in this particular game one. So possibly bringing it in something like the Wicked Blow to be able to apply a lot of pressure with that critical hit could give Taran a bit more of an offensive pressure edge. Also, having that priority Sucker Punch can kind of take away the mind game stress a little bit from the tailwinds that are happening.
Right, exactly. And, you know, Urshifu being able to break through those protects where Taran in the early game was sort of playing a little bit more defensively,
Definitely.
could actually come in clutch there for Simone, where, you know, even if the Ogerpon was in the lead, you can go for a Bleak Wind Storm, you can go for a close combat into that. Regardless of whether it terrors or not, that's going to be doing a lot of damage there. And because the Heatran isn't going to be able to put on as much offensive pressure onto that Urshifu as probably it would like to do, you can kind of follow up a little bit later in the game with those surging strikes once that Ogerpon with that Water Absorb is knocked out.
You're right, both Urshifus have a place to potentially come into this game too. I think the issue for the Urshifu, obviously on Simone's side, like you've identified, is the Ogerpon on Taran's side. And to be honest, I would like to see the Ogerpon threaten that Arcanine a little bit more. It has the potential with something like an Ivy Cudgel, even if it is intimidated. But we're going to see how things are shaking up. It is indeed going to be the Urshifu paired up with the Iron Hands on Taran's side. These Pokemon do not want to be taking an Intimidate. The Urshifu is going to be wanting to try and get those critical hits with the Wicked Blow against the opposing Arcanine and Tornadus.
And this is a really nice position for Taran to be in here, bringing that Fake Out onto the field. A common item that's missing from both of these trainers, Tornadus, is that Covert Cloak. So both of these Tornadus on either player's side of the field will be susceptible to that Fake Out coming out from the Iron Hands on Taran's side of the field. And now, when you have the opportunity to go for that Terra Dark Wicked Blow, that's going to be doing lots of damage. There's not a lot Simone can do about this.
Yeah, you're right. Covert Cloak stopping any secondary effects of move, but neither Tornadus are wearing it on this occasion. The Fake Out instead going down into the Arcanine, going to stop it from going for any Choice Band. Mischief at this point. The Bleak Wind Storm is going to land on both the opposing Pokemon, not dealing too much damage. Urshifu having dropped its fighting type to be a mono Dark type instead, getting an extra boost from the Terra Dark, and it's going into the Arcanine for a solid one-hit KO, followed up by that Fake Out. So really nice synergy from Taran and the Iron Hands here, being able to together get that knockout.
Yeah, it's like a great position to be getting started in this game, but the Intimidates come down onto the field, and the Sucker Punch on Urshifu has been sort of weakened a little bit, with Taran committing the Terror there, which he needed to do to be able to have that Urshifu maybe even pick up the knockout, but also take less damage from Tornadus' Bleak Wind Storm. Where this Flutter Maiden comes in now, there's no opportunity for Taran to go for, say, a Terra Fire on the Iron Hands to be able to defend himself from that dazzling gleam coming out from Simone's side of the field. So, you know, you take the early KO, you don't take any damage in return, but then Simone gets an opportunity to just bring in his own damage-dealing Pokemon and steal all of the momentum.
Oh, this looks very painful for both of Taran's Pokemon at this stage. Simone has the capability to even go for a Tailwind here to boost up the speed, but it doesn't need it. Fluttermane able to go straight for a Dazzling Gleam with that extra damage from the Fairy Terror, able to get the knockout on the Urshifu. Significant damage onto the opposing Iron Hands. I don't think the critical hit mattered at all at this point. However, that Tornadus has still got the potential to follow up with a Bleak Wind Storm and deal damage into the Iron Hands, but Iron Hands dodges out the way. That's just what it needed to do.
It was a single target Bleak Wind Storm that would have done extra damage, but Simone training his Fluttermane very, very well. Even when the Iron Hands has had an Intimidate, that Heavy Slam is still most of the time able to knock out the Fluttermane, but clearly Simone was doing some great training with the Fluttermane, able to survive that hit.
Also, Arcanine putting in the work, giving that Intimidate right out the doors in this game too, helping out that Fluttermane a little bit later on. Of course, Fluttermane, I'm sure, has got a little bit of defensive bulk there as well, but the Intimidate really coming through in that situation. The Tornadus is going to go for a protect on Taran's side as Fluttermane just once again goes straight for a Dazzling Gleam, trying to pick up the KO onto this Iron Hands. And unfortunately, I don't know what the Tornadus can really do going forward to support. Of course, we don't know what the fourth Pokemon is on Taran's side, or at least Simone doesn't at this point. So that's where maybe he will have to start making some adjustments.
Yeah, I like this protect from the Tornadus on Taran's side because, you know, you get the opportunity to have the Iron Hands, which has pretty much done its job at this point in the match, get knocked out, you get that positive momentum swing, bring the Fluttermane in, and of course, both of these Tornaduses can contest Tailwind. Now, the Fluttermane on Simone's side of the field has taken a heavy hit here. So Dazzling Gleam on Simone's from Simone's Fluttermane into Taran's Fluttermane is probably not going to pick up the KO, but Taran certainly will be able to do so.
Yeah, Taran getting that Tailwind up here. Fluttermane able to go for the Dazzling Gleam. It gets the knockout on the opposing Fluttermane and a little bit of damage onto the Tornadus. I almost would have quite liked to have seen a taunt come out here from Simone's Tornadus, just trying to shut down the potential Tailwind onto the opposing one. But even so, it is running that Mental Herb, so it would have to go for a second one in order to be able to shut down all those status afflictions.
Bleak Windstorm connecting on both targets here. Taran taking a little bit of damage, but that pesky Chen Pao coming out onto the field. Pesky for Taran anyway, because it was doing so much work in the last game with Fluttermane on Taran's side locked into an offensive option because of those choice specs. Chen Pao on Simone's side of the field is really in a good spot here, and I think Simone being able to preserve that until the end game in both games 1 and 2 is really, really good for him.
I mean, look at that. Sucker Punch just takes down the Fluttermane in one shot here. So Fluttermane has left the field. It's now just down to this Tornadus that was trying to go for the Sunny Day. I understand this play. It would have given a Protosynthesis boost to the Fluttermane, but the Chen Pao was a little bit of a quicker cat on the field at this point, able to get the knockout, and now there really isn't anything that Taran can do to come through this match. Locks in the forfeit, and Simone Sanvito will be advancing to the grand finals here at the Lille Regional Championships.
It's so nice to be able for Simone to progress in the sunlight there. He's played that match so well, and I think showing the strength of this team composition with all of the offensive prowess supported by those Tailwind options. It's all about how you can use those different offensive presences to your advantage.
Exactly, and again, I have to credit this Arcanine on Simone's team. In Game 1, it had such great offensive pressure, again, throwing down the Intimidate, and in Game 2, again, even though it didn't get to stay on the field too long, Taran had rightly identified, it's a threat, let's double into it, get it off the field. The Intimidate still then proved problematic for the Iron Hands, unable to get that Heavy Slam KO onto the opposing Fluttermane.
That's why this choice band on the Hisuian Arcanine has been so effective for Simone, and the reason that he's been running it since the World Championships in Yokohama just gone, because you do have to deal with it as a threat, and in response, it usually puts out a lot of damage onto the field. Taran managed to deal with that turn 1, game 2, but Simone showing why the Pokemon next to Tornadus was always in the driving seat.
And I like when you have this Tornadus mirror in the sense that, yes, it is a 4v4 Pokemon match, but it almost becomes a 3v3 because you know that you've got those Tornaduses on the field and they're going to have to try and match each other. So they're kind of, I want to say, a neutral bystander at some point, unless they're going on the Bleakwind Storm Trail. But when they are just going for things like the Tailwind, it then becomes responsible for the partner Pokemon to be able to start dealing out that damage. And in the situations where you've got that Tornadus with the Fluttermane as well, I think is a really nice situation because Fluttermane can just start steamrolling through with some real big damage, particularly if it's aided by the speed control.
Yeah, and that's such a nice position for it to be in. It always wants to be kind of going first and making sure that it's dealing the damage because, as we know, in such a physically dominated format where it's not so good at taking physical hits, it's definitely the Pokemon that wants to be knocking out its opponents so it can't take a hit. The best defense is sometimes a good offense.
That it truly is. And of course, we now have our first finalist, but the rest of the bracket is still shaping up. We will be able to bring you the next top 4 game as well to find out who will be facing Simone Sanvito in the final. That incredible top 8 match that we were unable to show you fully on the broadcast was won by Aurelian Sula in a 2-0 victory. So now Aurelian is going to face against Miguel Marti in order to try and get into that grand final.
And of course, facing whichever trainer is going to be victorious in this match. Of course, Simone Sanvito, if you just tuned in here, has won 2-0 in both of his sets in the top cut, playing against Maurice Uteg in the top 8 bracket and winning 2-0. Maurice was our 9-0 player from day one.
Number 1 seed.
And number 1 seed coming into day 2, so and into the top 8 as well.
Exactly.
So definitely a strong victory from Simone there. A 2-0 victory against Taran Birdie. Is Simone going to be able to get another 2-0 victory? We'll have to see. Miguel and Aurelian, both such strong trainers in their own right.
I mean, Maurice as well, a player, like you said, was the number 1 seed at the end of day 1. At the end of the day 2 Swiss. Swiss was his kingdom, let's say. But then coming into top 8, that's where he faced off against Simone. He was on an absolute story at the moment, being able to get these 2-0 victories. And having spoken to him earlier today, he's just so chill and relaxed when it comes to the way he approaches these matches.
Yeah.
He's been playing for an incredibly long time. He knows what he's doing. This is also a team he's incredibly well versed with. The same 6 Pokemon what he brought to the World Championships, which shows not only has he got a lot of experience with them, but he trusts in them as well. He believes that they are worthy of the world stage, so they must also be worthy of the regional stage.
One of the things I really noticed about Simone when watching at Worlds on the broadcast, as well as the games that we've been able to feature him in this weekend, is just how much he relies on that Hisui and Arcanine, and just how comfortable he is with the lead of Tornadus and Arcanine, knowing when to switch Pokemon out, knowing when to go for that Tailwind, knowing when he needs to taunt an opponent that he needs to get a little bit of chip damage off with the Bleak Wind Storm, or which move to lock into for that Arcanine as well, because you want to be maximizing the offensive capability of that Pokemon. And having used it for so many months already, it's clear to see how comfortable he is in bringing it to any match that he's playing up against.
Yes, he's incredibly well versed with Arcanine, whether it is the Cantonian form or the Hisuian form. He's used Arcanine multiple times at multiple events over the years. I have to say, though, he's one of these players who will change up his Pokemon choices from time to time, but when he finds something that he really wants to stick with, like the Arcanine, for example, that's what he locks in with. I remember his European International victory was won with this Alolan Ninetales, which was really great to see. And it's a Pokemon that's been doing so well in the current format at the moment, but it's not on his team at the moment.
No, it's not on the team. It's a slightly different composition, but I'm glad you brought up the European Internationals win that he had way back in 2018. Simone was a player at the time that was known for using pretty much the standard team that we saw in the format and in the metagame at the time, but playing it so much better than his opponents. Is like, sometimes it's not about using the most creative team, although, personally speaking, I quite like the creative teams coming out there.
Not according to your caster predictions, Ben.
My caster predictions are not related to what I play, Lou.
Okay, so there's caster Ben and then competitive Ben.
There's caster Ben and competitive Ben,
okay.
Yeah, two completely different people and trainers. But yeah, he was a player that was known for using, the same Pokemon or the same compositions most of the year long, really honing it and refining it in the same way that he's done in this season, but using the best Pokemon that he has access to and using them so well. Accurate play is part of the game.
Well, let's hear from our first finalist himself. Let's go over to the couch for a winner's interview.
Thanks very much, Lou. I'm here with the winner of our semi-final here, Simone Sanvito. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
How are you feeling?
Pretty well, considering I didn't think I would even make top cut, given how my resistance looked at the end of round, last round, I don't remember which one it was. I got in as 8th place, as I said, so making finals honestly feels pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
Now, you've obviously been in a finals before, being an EUIC champion in the past. How does it feel now, kind of compared to back then?
Back then, it was my first final. I was also a lot younger. It was 6 years ago, which makes me feel really old. It's still something, because making finals nowadays is even more difficult, given that the level of the average player you meet in tournaments is so much higher than it was back then, given how many resources people have at their disposal all the time. So yeah, it feels honestly pretty good.
Awesome. Now, just focusing on the game for a second versus Taron there. What were you thinking in terms of the matchup? Obviously, you both had a Tornadus and things. What was your game plan going in?
So basically, there were a couple of things I wanted to know for sure. For example, if my Tornadus was faster or slower than his. I thought mine would have been faster because usually Sunny Day Tornadus are slower because most Tornadus run rain dance. So the slower Tornadus with Mental Herb can set up Sunny Day after the rain dance. So that was something I gambled going in. Also, I wanted to know if his Urshifu was Adamant or Jolly. That was also very important to me. And I felt pretty good about the matchup. I didn't like dealing with the Hitran, but thank goodness that wasn't very much of an issue. Because Hitran in Tailwind with Sunny Day can just whack my team. He can KO my Flatterman with Flash Cannon, deal a lot of damage in general with Heatwave, especially if Life Orb and especially if it's in Sand. Can KO my Cannon with Earth Power. So I'm glad he didn't bring it game 2. That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah, okay, yeah. It sounded like you positioned everything really perfectly. It seemed like you were in the driver's seat that entire game. So congrats on that game, of course.
Thank you.
Now, how are you feeling going into the final?
I hope I can win this time. I already made finals in a regional event in Turin in the past season. I think it was at the beginning of June or at the end of May.
Yeah.
So I hope I can win this time.
Yeah, well, best of luck to you, Simone. And any final shout-outs you want to give before you heading over there?
Yeah, of course, to every people who watched me, support me. Especially, I said it before, but thanks to Andrew Ding, because he helped me with the team preparing for this weekend. Also, everyone who told me to use this team, basically, because I was struggling with 2 teams, and everyone told me, use this team. Okay, and trusting you. And so here I am in finals, and also thanks to you.
Well, not a problem. Thank you so much for having us here, Simone, and for all your wise words, of course. We will probably hear from you more shortly too. So we're going to cut to a very short break, and we'll be back for our second semi-final.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. Just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking.
Andrew Ford, and I'm from Raleigh, North Carolina. When I was on stage and I won, I was just like really hyped up because it was like a super close game, and I didn't think I was going to win. I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best, player in North America. This weekend, I never really doubted myself because I wasn't playing to win, so I had nothing to doubt. I mean, this game consumes a lot of my life, but it was like honestly changed my life. Winning Worlds, I'd probably like be considered the best player in the world, so it would be like what I've always wanted.
My name is Cyrus Davis. I'm from Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada, and I just won the North American International Championship 2023. Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something. It's the journey, it's the friends, it's going to other parts of the world. I will be at the World Championships. I think I'm definitely going to make day 2, and I'm sure with a little bit of luck, I can roll my way all the way to the top.
My name is Alex Gomez. I'm from Spain, and I'm the new North American International Champion. It feels great to win a tournament again. I actually cried. I was really emotional. I was happy, of course, but so long since I won an event. I thought I couldn't do it anymore. My advice to other trainers is keep trying, never give up. You gotta trust yourself and believe that you can do it. If a tournament goes badly, you can still try. You're gonna bounce back. Then I'm gonna try to win at Worlds.
Pokemon trainers, hello and welcome. My name is Charlie Merriman. I'm here with David Partington, and very shortly we'll be getting into our second semi-final here at the Lille Regional Championships of the 2024 season. David, things are really getting serious now.
Very serious, Charlie. I cannot contain my excitement, unfortunately, because this is a really hype match. Like, oh my goodness. So we're in the semi-final, the second one as well. We already have one finalist, Simone Sanvito, who won very convincingly versus Taryn Birdie in the last set. Do go and watch it if you haven't already.
Absolutely. And commiserations to Taryn Birdie there. He's had a fantastic weekend, rocking that single strike Urshifu. Really cool Pokemon to bring in the competition. But what a fantastic finish. Top 4 is.
Yeah, like we're down to the last very best players right now here in the Lille Regional Championships, and we've had no shortage of like absolutely veteran players who we know so well and who've got so many great accolades behind them already as well, wanting to add the Lille Regional Champion feather to their cap.
Yeah, let's take a look at our bracket now, our journey through Top Cut to get to this position. So that will be our match on the bottom there that we'll be featuring to determine our other finalist, Miguel Marti versus Aurelian Sula. And in the semi-finals, as we were just talking about, Simone Sanvito beat Taryn Birdie to claim his spot there, with other fantastic names there like Maurice Uteg, Miguel Paquete, Marco Silva, and Maxime Lebrun. And I want to call out Miguel Paquete and Maxime Lebrun, players who are fairly new to the scene but achieving such fantastic results here in Lille. That is no mean feat.
Yeah, absolutely no mean feat. And both with actually really interesting teams as well.
Yeah.
Like Baxcalibur, Ninetales on Maxime's end, and Miguel with like a Dondozo Tatsuguri, but with a kind of unique spin on it as well, with kind of like an Urshifu single strike and like a Tornado stuff going on too. Loved it.
Yeah, some Pokemon who we haven't seen so commonly for a little bit in regulation set. You like that Dondozo and Tatsugiri, and indeed the Glimora. And yeah, Maxime Lebrun, an absolutely fantastic Swiss round 7 in day 1 that we casted yesterday with Ninetales and a Swords Dance Terrafire Baxcalibur. But the match we'll be featuring here, our second semi-final between Aurelian Sula and Miguel Marti. And of course, Miguel is rocking that Gothitelle.
Yeah, Gothitelle once again. We've seen it a few times over the course of the stream as well, but here we have it again, but this time in top 4. Really showing that maybe Shadow Tag is really back at the moment, and it's maybe something that people are going to have to go ahead forward into a future events and really kind of think about their matchup in terms of like, can I actually get my Pokemon out of the situation?
Exactly. Being trapped by Shadow Tag is no joke. Of course, you can switch out a Ghost-type Pokemon in the face of Shadow Tag, but that's about it. Otherwise, your Pokemon Pokemon are trapped on the field. And for Miguel, it gives him such useful information. As long as Gothitelle is there, nothing on Aurelian's side of the field, given he isn't rocking any ghost types there, will be able to switch out so he can go for safer targeting into the Pokemon on Aurelian's side of the field, and especially with something like his Urshifu there, which would hit through a Protect as well. So very threatening team that Miguel is running.
Yeah, so in terms of the matchup here, we've seen both these players before, Miguel on our day one stream and Aurelion multiple times so far too. But in terms of Aurelion's end, like you mentioned, Charlie, there's no ghost types there to be had. But pivoting moves can still get out of a shadow tag, on which there is it on this Urshifu, as it's a choice scarf. But actually on this Rillaboom, there is no U-turn, because this is, as we've kind of talked about before, heavy hitting grass type moves with Miracle Seed as the further boosting item. And so there's Protect there over what was normally a U-turn for a Rillaboom.
Yeah, not only that Miracle Seed, but that Grass Terra type as well. So Aurelian going all in on the offense of his Rillaboom there. And looking at the other Pokemon that we have available here, Aurelian has Heatran, the premier special attacker of this weekend, behind perhaps that Fluttermane. It's a Pokemon we've seen ubiquitously. Frigoroth, as well as the Rillaboom Urshifu that we've been talking about, and that Chien-Pao Dragonite core, that reliable core from Regulation Set C, able to apply that sort of ruin drop to the physical defense of all the Pokemon on the field, while Dragonite is left free to go for something like a Terra Normal Extreme Speed.
Yeah, the Chien-Pao Dragonite mirror actually here is really going to be interesting, because Aurelion's chosen for the Choice Band Dragonite, and that obviously the focus stats Chien-Pao, which is oh so common. And on Miguel's end is actually the Assault Vest Dragonite instead, with a very similar Chien-Pao as well. However, Miguel's side does not have the Outrage on the Dragonite, whereas there is that Outrage on Aurelion's end. So in terms of like a true proper mirror there, that Outrage is always an option there for Aurelion, where it is not for Miguel. So maybe that won't be his kind of go-to lead here, at least for maybe the first game. But Gothitelle is certainly a new unique pick here. And in terms of the average team, Aurelion's team is definitely one that can get trapped in a little bit more easily.
Yeah, and looking at Miguel's side of the field, there are no fairy-type Pokemon there, so Outrage will be... It's not a move that you can control the target of, but at least it won't be... won't have any immunities to be found over on Miguel's side of the field either, so could be a really useful and clutch move for Aurelion coming into this semi-final here, as very shortly we'll be able to look at their team lists in a bit more detail.
Yeah, we certainly will, but let's just talk about these players for a second. Like, they've done obviously like so well throughout the course of their tournament lives, and Miguel in particular actually very successful like earlier on, like kind of pre-COVID kind of days, like 2016, 2017, 2018 sort of days, where he's been really consistently successful at a lot of big major events, and not really done much recently, but he's kind of like come out of like the darkness right now and just kind of hit the Lille scene like with storm.
Yeah, coming out of the darkness like that lovely little Luxray on the table there, shining bright from his tail. Yeah, it's fantastic to see a trainer coming back into the fray, having had a bit of time out to reflect, regroup, and then come in with a completely fresh mindset. And I don't know if you saw his interview yesterday, trainers, with Lou after his round 8, I believe, win on stream. But he was talking about the people who have enabled him to be here in this position today. And it just goes to show that it's about the people around us who get us into the fantastic positions like these trainers, as their accomplishments are now on screen.
So yeah, there it is, Aurelion Sula on the left there. Utrecht Special Event finalist, just missing out versus Eric Rios there. Bochum Regional top 4 in 2023, OCIC top 16 2023, and World's top 8 in the Seniors Division in 2022. So yeah, as we're in 2023, Aurelion is so very new to the Masters Division, if anything. And oh my goodness, they're doing so well, so consistently with those like other results there. There's probably even more.
Oh, there will be, doubtless. The list will go on, but then look across the screen to Miguel's accomplishments. 2017 EUIC champion. He did make the top 8 of Worlds in 2014. Lovely little smile he's giving to the camera there as he focuses on this game. A little hard there too, the screen showing the support for the people who have in turn supported him. And an Italy national finalist in 2012. So, you know, this is a trainer with so much legacy experience of the game in Miguel.
Yeah, so we've got the newer player versus the veteran here. Who is going to take this and face Simone in the final? But first, let's have a look at Aurelion's team here for the viewers at home for that little bit of a reminder. Firewater Grass Core, Urshifu, Rillaboom, Heatran, but that very offensive Rillaboom there. Choice Scarf on the Urshifu and the Assault Vest with the Terra Fairy Blast.
There we go.
Almost.
Got Fairy Terra Blast. There we go.
I need to stay away from that whole move, Charlie. It's been so consistent. Oh my goodness. As well as the Farigiraf and the Chien-Pao Dragonite.
Yeah, leave the Fairy Terrace to me, David. It's interesting seeing that Farigiraf there as well as the Chien-Pao Dragonite core. Of course, Miguel is also rocking the Chien-Pao Dragonite core, and on his side of the field, it's going to be that Gothitelle, which is there to also set up something like a Trick Room, like the Farigiraf. So a bit of a comparison between those two Pokemon on the field as we do cast our eye over Miguel's team coming up. With that Shadow Tag ability, that Gothitelle is not a threat to be ignored, but Miguel is also going to be rocking that Ogerpon with the Hearth Flame mask there, and look at that, got that Sword Stance. Nothing is escaping the massive damage that could be coming out of that, and with the Rillaboom on the same team, able to set up the grassy terrain, and then both of those Pokemon are able to go for grassy glides into the opponents. So really fast and effective damage there.
Yeah, plenty of like really nice options here. Yeah, especially with that Miracle Seed still over there on that Rillaboom. Like, he still's got that as an option, as well as being able to pivot out with that U-turn. Fake Out, Protect is a great Aqua-Jet there. Lots and lots of priority moves, Charlie, but Aurelion does have a Farigiraf. Yes. So kind of looking at this matchup here, Farigiraf I think is going to be really big for Aurelion, especially that Dragonite as well. Because as you mentioned earlier, Charlie, there's no Fairy type that's kind of present on Miguel's end, like that Fluttermane, which is a big thorn in Dragonite's side. That's not there at all. Chien-Pao is going to be the main thing that is going to be threatening to the Dragonite. So basically, I'm thinking from Aurelion's point of view, you definitely want to start making a game around your Dragonite, where you can kind of support it from the priority moves that can be affected from it. Probably go for those outrages, start spraying them as much as you can, and bring partners that can really effectively deal with this Chien-Pao, particularly the Farigiraf to block priority moves, maybe your own Chien-Pao as well to threaten with Sacred Swords, and Heatran particularly too. But Choice Scarf Urshifu is also a really nice option. Be able to Searching Strikes before the Chien-Pao can move and get straight through its Focus Sash.
One thing I would say though, David, is that Gothitelle has access to that Fairy Terra type on Miguel's side of the field. So even though it can't deal a great deal of damage back to the Dragonite on Aurelion's end, as long as it's on the field in the Fairy Terra type, Aurelion has to be careful about clicking that Outrage button, because if the game randomly decides that it's going to go into the Gothitelle slot, that is a turn wasted for the Dragonite and potentially a free turn that Miguel would get in its place. But fascinating to see a full Pokemon mirror match going into this game, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see these trainers leaning into the differences between their two teams, the strategies that their opponent won't necessarily be expecting so much in order to try and claim the victory here.
Yeah, I really like that, Charlie, actually. Like, you can see that even with the similarities there, they're also very similar in themselves as well. Like, both the Urshifus are Choice Scarf, both the Rillabooms are Miracle Seed as well. Yeah. The Chien-Paos are very similar as well. Both Terra Ghost with Focus Sash as well. All looking very, very similar. So yeah, like the Farigiraf will be big versus some of all of that priority, and then obviously the Gothitelle will be able to trap in most of what Aurelion has had. So a very unique matchup, I think, compared to some of the other matches that we've had today as well. The trapping versus the kind of the priority blocking going on here versus a hugely powerful Terra normal Dragonite.
Exactly, and that is what is hitting the field here, David. It's going to be Dragonite and Chien-Pao, that reliable core back from the days of Regulation Set C for Miguel, and Farigiraf and Urshifu on the side of Aurelion. So Farigiraf is blocking any extreme speeds or sucker punches that could be coming out from Miguel's side. It doesn't need to go for a Trick Room in order to be a threatening presence on the field.
I really like this lead from Aurelion here. You can tell that they've kind of prepped a little bit for the Gothitelle lead, being able to U-turn out on it and get super effective damage, block any priority that would affect it from going out as well, and leading with the Farigiraf, you can kind of imprison and block anything that's kind of been coming out, including the Psychic that could come out from the Gothitelle, and that also protects your own Urshifu at the same time. So this Dragonite has to really think about what it wants to go for here. Honestly, it is Assault Vest, so it is able to switch around if the Farigiraf were to then switch out at a later time, but it's actually the helping hand straight out of the gate.
Yeah, really nice. Helping hoof coming out from Frigroff there as Urshifu is able to launch off some surging strikes into the Chien Pao. The Chien Pao is going to be going down on this very turn. The focus slash is, of course, automatically broken by that multi-strike move. And Chien Pao is going down before Miguel has been able to get any usage out of it with that one-hit KO. Yes, let that bell sound true and clear as Chien Pao goes down. This Dragonite is able to go for an aerial ace, of course, holding the Assault Vest rather than the Choice Band, so won't be dealing as much damage as we might otherwise see from a move like that. Dragonite is going to take that Rocky Helmet chip damage. It is the inner focus variant, though, so it's not like any multi-scale is broken as Rillaboom joins the field.
Yeah, okay, so like a really great call from Aurelion there, honestly, to go just straight in for the threat in that Chien Pao. And so if there's any Dragonite in the back for Aurelion, it's looking really nice now if they wanted to bring it in a little bit later. Miguel, as we can see, had the Rillaboom, so they could have switched it in to be able to take that Surging Strikes a little bit more safely, and looks quite good into both of these Pokemon. So Aurelion kind of going for the straightforward, straight-up play has really seemed to pay off here, as the Choice Band lacking on this Miguel instead of the Assault Vest really seems to show. As Aerial Ace, a reliable flying move, but really low damaging, and into Farigiraf is a massive bulk. You can see how Aurelion's kind of might be able to weather the storm here. However, Urshifu is now locked in to the Surging Strikes. And looking at the opponents it's got, it's definitely going to want to be wanting to switch out here. Question is, can it switch in safely? Let's see.
Well, what will be taking the place of Urshifu, it will be Aurelion's own Dragonite hitting the field, hovering above that there, staring down its own Dragonite on Miguel's side of the field. That is a knockout onto Aurelion's Farigiraf. Rillaboom taking that Rocket Helmet chip damage. Farigiraf is now down and out for the count. It won't be able to go for any kind of imprisons there. It's provided a good usage for Aurelion, but he won't be able to use it heading into the future turns of this game. Another aerial ace coming out from the Dragonite on Miguel's side of the field, but it bears repeating, being the Assault Vest variant, he would have been able to change up the move he was going for there, but in this position, that same type attack bonus is exactly what Miguel's Dragonite wanted as Aurelion's own Chien Pao comes in.
But now the Dragonite on Aurelion's end is looking really scary right now. Outrage can hit everything at the moment. However, on Miguel's end, they may be able to go for the extreme speed here, and especially with the Sword of Ruin being up, it does also affect Aurelion's own, the Dragonite on their own side as well. So it is not kind of out just yet as to whether this one Dragonite might be able to KO the other here, especially with the switch in damage it's taken.
Yeah, Rillaboom gets on out of there as Urshifu joins the field for Miguel. It's going to be a Terrestrialization coming out for Aurelion into his Dragonite, into that normal type, threatening really big extreme speeds down onto the field. Dragonite feeling very happy about its gleaming diamond Terra Crown, and it's going to be a responding Terrestrialization coming out from Miguel, and this will be going into his Dragonite as well. Is that a reveal of a speed tier there, or is it going to be a speed tie? Currently, it's looking like Aurelion's is the faster Dragonite, as Miguel is playing Aurelion's at its own game, but which of these Bejeweled Dragons is going to be getting more usage out of it, as it's going to be Aurelion's Dragonite going for the extreme speed into Urshifu. It's not enough for the knockout. Here comes the response extreme speed into Aurelion's own Dragonite. That's not enough for the knockout either. A big survival on 10 HP. Icicle Crash, no longer a super effective hit into Miguel's Dragonite, but a huge amount of damage, and the Sword of Ruin really crucial in that turn, lowering the defense of everything present. What an explosive turn, David.
Yeah, explosive turn indeed, and really massive survival for Aurelion there. As we know now, the Dragonite is most likely faster than Miguel's Dragonite as well, so there's nothing stopping them from just going for another extreme speed and picking off either of these targets. Neither of them can protect. They can switch into Rillaboom, but that's going to go down as well. And then Aurelion can still go for another attack with the Chien Pao here, looking like in a really dominant position right now. Miguel's end is going to probably have to take a trade at some point and work out what they want to keep around. Looking at the Rillaboom, it's probably not going to be the greatest in what Aurelion's got right now, but for the Urshifu in the back for Aurelion, you really want to keep that around to be able to go for a particular grassy glide, especially now that the terrors have all been revealed. There's no kind of defensive terrors that can happen either. So here comes the extreme speed. What is it targeting?
Here is another massive extreme speed. It's going to go into Miguel's Urshifu. That's, of course, going to be more than enough for the knockout onto that Pokemon. Miguel down to his final two Pokemon, but can Miguel even the board here with another big extreme speed coming out from his own Dragonite into Aurelion's own? Yes, that is Dragonite down and out for Aurelion, and that goes with it the Terrestrialization option for Aurelion there. He's down to his Urshifu and his Chien Pao. His physical attacks on the field. Sacred Sword is going to be a super effective hit, though, into Miguel's Dragonite, so that's down, and so is the Terra. Those shards going all over the battlefield, as Rillaboom is going to have to come in here in the face of this Chien Pao on full health. Its slash still not broken, and the Urshifu.
Yeah, okay, so definitely another really explosive turn here as the Rillaboom now does come in. However, the grassy terrain is starting to run out now, and this Rillaboom can only target one Pokemon at a time. Chien-Pao does have an Ice Core Crash, which is nice and super effective, but is not 100% accurate, so we can see him going for the reliable Sucker Punch, which is not quite enough.
Not enough for the KO. Grassy Glide is going to come out into the Urshifu. It is enough for the one-hit knockout, so Urshifu will not be picking the KO onto Miguel's Rillaboom this turn, but Chien-Pao, as long as it has access to that Sucker Punch, it's going to be enough to break through this Rillaboom, especially because its sash is still intact. So, you know, the board state suggests both these Pokemon down to one, both these trainers down to one Pokemon each. It's very close indeed, but what a fast game.
Yeah, a hugely fast game there, but yeah, with the Focus Sash on that Chien-Pao, it's guaranteed win for Aurelion, and they take the game 1.
Congratulations to Aurelion. They're taking game 1. How is Miguel going to adapt coming into game 2? Now, he didn't lean into that Gothitelle strategy that he has up his sleeve, something that's been working really well for him this weekend. But in the face of what Aurelion tried to do there, David, what are you thinking?
Yeah, so Miguel obviously took like a decently early KO on that Farigiraf, like thanks to that really big wood hammer from the Rillaboom. But it wasn't actually offering a lot of offense right there and then. Like, it went down like really quickly without, kind of gave a helping hand out, which may not have even been needed from that Surging Strikes as well. Particularly as Aurelion's Urshifu is Terra Water as well. So there is always that option to go for the Terra if you feel like you need that extra damage rather than a helping hand. But it was still good to get out of the way because then you can start going for extreme speeds and grassy glides in the later game. But at that point, Aurelion was just making like really decent trades the entire game. So to be honest though, if Miguel just switched to Rillaboom that turn 1 instead of just letting Chien-Pao go down instantly, suddenly we're looking at a very different game, because then you can start making trades still, but then Miguel is definitely in the driver's seat at that point too. So Aurelion made a really good call, but they're unlikely to get away with it again in a second game, because Miguel can definitely go for that much safer switch into the Rillaboom. There's not a lot of downsides to doing that either. I think Miguel was just basically thinking that Aurelion may not go for the obvious play. We're in top 4, you know, maybe I'll go for a little bit of a read, but it just didn't pay off.
Yeah, unfortunately not. And this is it for Miguel. He has to win this game to stay in this semi-final. So he'll be thinking very much how to adapt at this point. As we saw in that game, David, it's such fast pace between these two trainers that he needs to get in his thinking time now, really. He's able to think in between turns, but there's so much offensive pressure on the field from being exerted from Aurelion's Pokemon that, you know, in the heat of the moment, he might not have his wits about him. So trying to reflect on that previous game and heading into this next game, what he's going to be able to do. I wonder even if, you know, it might benefit one of these trainers to go for something completely unexpected, set up something like a Trick Room.
Yeah, indeed. Like, if Aurelion does decide to go for that Trick Room, that could be pretty huge versus some of the faster options that Miguel does have in that Ogerpon, Urshifu, and the Dragonite as well. But as we saw, Aurelion's Dragonite is a little bit faster, so it definitely makes sense for them to lean into that a little bit more. But there is the Gothitelle you mentioned, Charlie. Here it is on the field.
There it is. It's going to be these two Trick Room setters facing each other now, Gothitelle and Farigiraf, as well as Urshifu for Aurelion and Urshifu for Miguel. So in a way, a very similar board position right now for both of these trainers. We have some Trick Room mind games going on, but crucially, Aurelion's Urshifu can switch out as it has access to that U-turn, but otherwise he really has to respect that shadow tag that Gothitelle is exerting.
Yeah, absolutely respect it too. But assuming the Farigiraf is possibly faster than this Gothitelle, which it might not be, it can go for an Imprison, just kind of shut down the Psychic, which is kind of nice.
Yeah.
And we haven't also seen the difference in speed, if at all, on either of these Choice Scarf Urshifus. Which one might be faster might be really key, especially if both are considering a U-turn. Because actually, if you're the slower Urshifu and you're going for a U-turn second, you've got more information because your opponent has already switched.
Yeah, exactly. Helping Hand is going to be Gothitelle playing the Farigiraf at his own game from game 1, going for that Helping Hand strategy. Urshifu is going to make use of the U-turn to be able to pivot out. Of course, you're not normally able to do that in the face of a Shadow Tag ability unless you have a Ghost type in your team. It's going to be Dragonite joining the field. Pokemon that put in so much work for Aurelion in that previous game. Close combat, even though it's not very effective, takes Dragonite down to about 50% of its health as it takes a defense and special defense drop. Psychic coming in from Farigiraf. This is going to be much bigger damage than it would have been previously. Whoa. It is enough for that one-hit knockout. Urshifu going down here in this semi-final, and it's not every day you see a Farigiraf of this variety, of this build, picking up a one-hit knockout.
Yeah, definitely not. So turn 1, game 2, and game 1, Aurelion takes a knockout, both in a really kind of creative and interesting way both times. So like, it was kind of perfect for Aurelion there, even if they didn't even call the close combat coming out, as it likely would have lived just a normal psychic without those defense drops. That's still an amazing position for Aurelion right now. But Dragonite, obviously not the bulkiest of Pokemon right now, taking over half from that is pretty big. And with this Gem Power coming in, it definitely starts to threaten it a little bit more. Aurelion does have the option for the Trick Room, as you said, Charlie, which could definitely be a little bit more useful versus this Gem Power. But it does depend on what Miguel has in the back as well, as we've seen the Rillaboom come before too, and that kind of works quite nicely in Trick Room and out of Trick Room really nicely. And as we've seen, even though the Frigidraff blocks the Glassy Glides, if it brings it in and is able to go for a Wood Hammer, that can dispatch of it very quickly too. So a very useful Pokemon, especially now the Dragonite even has lost a lot of its health.
A lot of its health. Gothitelle is not going to be angling for that Trick Room as it switches out immediately from the field in favor of Miguel's own Dragonite joining the fray. So there's that classic Chien-Pao Dragonite core threatening heavy pressure on the field. But here we go, trainers. It's our first terrestrialization here in Game 2 in the semi-finals in Lille. It's going to be the Chien-Pao into the Ghost type for Miguel. So keeping himself safe from any fighting moves that something like that Urshifu could provide later on in the game. Ice Core Crash coming down into the Dragonite on Aurelion's side. That's going to be enough for the knockout. Not a move that Dragonite resists at all. Indeed, it's doubly super effective against that Pokemon. Crucially, the Ice Core Crash being able to hit. Dazzling Gleam is going to come out into Dragonite and Chien-Pao on Miguel's side of the field. It's super effective against the Dragonite, but no longer the Chien-Pao after that Ghost-type terrestrialization, with Urshifu rejoining the field here. So again, Farigiraf, even though it wasn't able to pick up a one-hit knockout on this turn, still able to provide ample, good chip damage onto the Pokemon on Miguel's side of the field.
Yeah, fantastic good chip damage, really. And now we've seen Aurelion kind of already lock in their moves there, but yeah, Miguel needs to decide what they're going to go for here too. So yeah, a Terra Water on the Urshifu makes a lot of sense to kind of get out of that flying type weakness so you can take that aerial ace that might be coming away from that Dragonite. And you're knowing you're faster than this Urshifu, it's a really safe target right now into that Chien-Pao slot. So something has to take this damage, and it looks like it's going to be Gothitelle.
Going to be Gothitelle coming into the field saying, huh, what's going on, in the face of a massive threat of in the form of Urshifu on Aurelion's side of the field. So this Urshifu is going to go for that terrestrialization into the water type, boosting the power of its water type moves even further here on the field. Urshifu letting out that battle cry, ready to go with Helping Hand coming out into Aurelion's Urshifu. This is going to be a massive attack, whatever it is that's coming out, and it will be that Surging Strikes targeting down the Gothitelle, and that's going to be easily enough for the KO. So Miguel is down, will be down to his final two Pokemon, assuming that this Berry activation is not going to mitigate the knockout of this Surging Strikes. And no, it looks like it will not be, even though Gothitelle is such a bulky Pokemon.
Yeah, that's a huge KO there, so great call for Aurelion to realize that you actually do need that Helping Hand's extra damage as well, because a Dazzling Gleam or something from the Frigidraff would likely not have helped as much as a Helping Hand does. But the Thunder Punch, so calling the Terror there, but it's still not enough, and no paralysis it looks like either.
That's right, Chien-Pao is going to rejoin the field for Miguel. He's down to his final two Pokemon. Aurelion has an as of yet unrevealed Pokemon in the back. So both Terra options are committed on the field here. This Urshifu looking incredibly threatening with that Choice Scarf item. As these players lock in their moves, it's going to be another Surging Strikes, of course, with that Choice Scarf coming out into Miguel's Chien-Pao. And Chien-Pao looks like it's not going to be sticking around for another turn. So Miguel is down to just his Dragonite now.
Yeah, it's Chien-Pao absolutely going down there. Unseen Fist breaking through all protects makes these plays so safe and so consistent for Aurelion here. Dragonite is going to be coming up next after that Chien-Pao has just fainted. What is going to be locked into? It's another Thunder Punch. So Urshifu, that pesky bear, is just out of there. But I think we've seen this Frigidraff coming up with a Psychic very soon, Charlie.
Yeah, Frigidraff will be threatening a Psychic down onto this Dragonite. It was so useful against the Urshifu earlier on in the game, and able to provide a little bit of chip there to the Dragonite, but crucially getting that special defense drop, which I imagine is why Aurelion wanted to go for the Psychic over something like that super effective Dazzling Gleam, as his own Chien-Pao is revealed from the back.
Yeah, like a really nice Pokemon to bring in here. As we know, Aurelion's Chien-Pao is that focus attack who can take any one hit right now. So it's looking pretty dire for this Dragonite. It's going to need to get a lot of damage off and take a lot of hits. If the Icicle Crash is locked into for Aurelion here, it still could miss, and there could be a window of opportunity, especially with that Thunder Punch being able to get some paralyses. We could get some full paralyses beyond there as well. But Sucker Punch is doing a huge chunk of damage.
A huge chunk of damage as Dragonite goes for that aerial ace. It's not going to be enough, and this will be it, trainers. This is Ferregaroth going for the Dazzling Gleam onto Miguel's Dragonite. Incredibly well played by both trainers. Aurelion is advancing to the final.
Congratulations to Aurelion Sula of France there, getting into the final yet again. A finalist in Utrecht earlier this year and a finalist now here in Lille in their home turf. An excellently played game as well, Charlie. Like, what a pleasure to watch these players play.
Yeah, it really is. You know, Aurelion really had his thinking cap on there for the whole game. He was able to call the turns that Miguel was going for. Miguel really tried to adapt as best he could. But, you know, if you take that Gothitelle out of Miguel's team, it's incredibly fast-paced. It's incredibly offensive. So there's not much longevity able to be provided there. The Gothitelle could have gone for something like a Trick Room, but, you know, at the end of the day, it probably wouldn't have been able to get that up very safely.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like, there's not a whole lot that can really do that in terms of, like, speed control, really. Like, and Aurelion just had masterful, like, control of this game, knowing exactly what to lead and exactly what to switch around as well. Like, especially when on Miguel's side, you've got a lot of choice items or items that reduce your ability to kind of respond to what your opponent's doing. So, for instance, the Dragonite without a Protect, Urshifu without a Protect, the Rillaboom without a Protect, the Gothitelle with a Protect, and the Chien-Pao with a Protect, but then that was also then counteracted by the fact that Aurelion had put a lot of, like, eggs into the basket of the Urshifu. And thanks to that Unseen Fist goes through all of those options as well. So, and Miguel didn't actually bring the Rillaboom in the end there. So we saw the Urshifu just do so much work in that game too. And I think if Rillaboom had come there, it would have been a little bit harder for that to happen.
Yeah, exactly. Urshifu proving that it's not just confined to Regulation D. It's saying, look, I'm still here. Still give some attention to me here in Regulation Set E, because it's providing such useful offense on the field. And not being able to protect in front of it, that is absolutely game-changing for so many trainers in this matchup. And so Aurelion will be advancing to the final against Simone Sanvito of Italy. And what I immediately think of, David, is that Simone has been rocking, if you will, that Hisuian Arcanine to such brilliant effect. But obviously, it doesn't love to be in the face of a Rapid Strike Urshifu.
No, it doesn't. Absolutely not. So we may not even see Simone bring that. But Aurelion actually did defeat Simone earlier on today in round 14, just before Top Cut. So Simone was very glad to get an eke into Top Cut, having talked to him a little bit earlier. So they've actually already played this match. So going into the final, like, it's going to be really interesting to see if this kind of best of 6, in a way, it can be a little bit different for the two players.
Yeah, exactly. You know, Simone would have had time to go away and digest that loss and reconsider how he might be able to adapt coming into another match with Aurelion, who, of course, was the finalist at the Utrecht special event in the 2023 season. So will Aurelion be able to go that one step further and be able to claim the regional championships here in Lille? Only time will tell.
Exactly, only time will tell. And to be honest, like, I think Aurelion has a lot of time as well, just getting into Masters Division as well and doing still so well. Like, Aurelion's got like bags of time to be able to kind of build up that strength and those results that they're really consistently getting. And this is just the regional level. I can't imagine if they were like in the international standings and how well they'd be doing there, because they've been facing against so many great players across the entire weekend as well. And honestly, like, a very well-played team and by such a great player.
Yeah, Aurelion is a trainer who's here to stay. We were hearing about Thomas Gravui earlier when you talked to him, David, retiring from the scene. But Aurelion, having just reached the Masters Division from Seniors, you know, he sort of used Seniors as his training ground, and now he's here with a vengeance in the Masters Division, bringing everything that he's learned from those years and years of experience to the fray. We've got to congratulate Miguel Marti, though, after a little break from the scene, coming back in, and to achieve a top 4 placement here in Lille is no mean feat.
No, exactly. Like, honestly, so terrific. And when you kind of look back at previous results from like previous regionals, like the top cut is definitely something people look to. Like, because whilst you're in the top cut there, you know you've made it. You know you've done very well there. All these players in the top cut now have already earned their prize money, those championship points, a lot of that already. So, like, when players look back, they definitely want to take a lot of inspiration from there. And Miguel is going to be there as one of those players who people will want to take inspiration from, try and play like them, and use Gothitelle to trap people in and stuff.
Exactly, because it's fun. Yeah. I mean, the fact that Miguel is able to come into a completely new regulation set as well, and a completely new video game in the Pokemon Scarlet era and Scarlet and Violet era, and do so well is absolutely stunning. And I take my hat off to him, and I'm sure trainers watching this broadcast will be able to learn a lot from that and know that it's okay to take a step back if you want to, just reflect and come in knowing how you're going to approach going forward in your competitive play.
Yeah, exactly. And Miguel has a great deal of Pokemon experience to be able to put that into play as well. So even if you've been out of the game for a while, like, you can kind of, you've got those kind of initial like pathways laid down in your brain for Pokemon, like you know how you should be switching and how you should be managing with types and things like that, even if you're not that familiar with like some of the newer Pokemon. But Miguel obviously has used those expertly with that, like especially the new Ogerpon as well. Yeah. So not brought to this matchup, unfortunately, but has been very useful, we've heard, across the matches across the weekend.
Yeah, exactly, David. Well, why don't we go ahead and hear from Aurelian Sula himself, themselves, our winner of the semi-final.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, where I am here with our second finalist of the Lille Regional Championships, Aurelian Sula. Aurelian, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling great. It feels really surreal to be back in another finals after having like a period when I didn't have that many results. It feels really good to be back in the finals.
It's definitely a great place to be in. So I'm sure you'll be the envy of many trainers here watching along with us today. And that game was such a commanding victory over Miguel. You really navigated around that Gothitelle so well. What was your thought process about the match?
So I could almost mirror, but his Dragonite has the Assault Vest instead of the Choice Band, and he has like Ogerpon and Goth instead of Etran and Giraffe.
Yeah.
That's like the main difference between your teams. So I thought with Giraffe versus lead, I didn't really have to worry about like Goth's fake outs. I could basically ignore it and just like, and with U-turn, I could pivot out in case the other one was something Urshifu wasn't threatening. So yeah, I thought that was my general approach going into the matchup.
Yeah, especially in that game too, where like you turned out and then brought in the Dragonite to that close combat. How were you feeling at that moment?
Yeah, I felt pretty good, seeing that my Urshifu was faster. So then, yeah, when Dragonite I was thinking about like which one will come out. I was thinking it should be Chinpao. So yeah, I was thinking about like the player I was going to click if Chinpao came in and did come in. So
yeah, I mean, it's really worked out for you. Now, we were talking just before we went live, and this is going to be your third match going into the finals against Simone Sanvito, and you've had the wins so far, 2 wins against Simone. Are you feeling confident going into the finals?
I mean, I think my matchup is pretty good, but like, going up against like a very good player in finals, like I know it could make like adjustments that could make it much harder for me.
Definitely will be, and certainly those mind games are going to be a big part of it. Before we let you go away and get rested up and ready for the finals, do you have any shout-outs for people back at home that have been helping you along?
Yes, I do. So yeah, shout-outs like all the people who supported me throughout the years, and especially my parents for bringing me to events, Kyle for prepping matchups a lot with me, and Renia for building the team.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Aurelian. Congratulations again for making it to our finals. Trainers, we're going to be letting Aurelian get ready and prepared for the final match against against Simone Sanvito. Aurelian, you're sitting on the couch with me right now. So we're going to be kicking it to a short break, but stay tuned. It's the finals of the Lille Regional Championships coming up.
Anna Prosser here in Yokohama for Pokemon World Championships 2023, and we're here in the Play Lounge. We're here with Judge Kaza to talk about first steps. What's first step?
ここは、ティーチングエリアです。カードゲームを最初にやる場所です。
If a player is just learning about Pokemon for the first time, what would you tell them when they come here?
まずは楽しんでください。
What games can players learn here in the Play Lounge?
すべてのゲームできます。
Do they need to know anything before they come here, or can they start brand new?
Nothing. 初心者でも大丈夫です。
What is your favorite thing about the Play Lounge?
ティーチングが大好きです。
It looks like you're having a great time. We'll let you get back to it.
めっちゃ楽しいです。
ありがとうございます。
I'm so excited about this WCS in Japan.
And that's it from the Play Lounge. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships. I'm your host, Anna Prosser. We are here in Yokohama at the Pokemon World Championships 2023, and I'm at the prize wall with Travis. Travis, what's the prize wall?
The prize wall is a wonderful wall of prizes we have this weekend for players participating in our side events. We've got, again, Go, TCG, and VG side events to sign up for. Players can have a great time this weekend and come redeem even more fun prizes.
So tell us exactly how it works. Someone plays, then they get what, and then they...
So a player will go, they'll sign up for one of our many side events. After they've completed the side event, they'll receive prize wall tickets, and once they've accumulated however many they're wanting to save up for, they can come back to the prize wall and claim one of their fun prizes.
There are so many things here that I already am like, I want that, I want that. There are a few exclusive world things here, right? What are those?
Just a couple things this time, but we have the World's Playmat exclusive to the Yokohama tournament, as well as a few copies of the World's Promo available for players to get as well. But a lot of fun, mainly Japanese Pokemon Center prizes this time, so that's a lot of fun for a lot of international players.
Which one's your favorite?
This time I'm going to go with the Butterfree Umbrella. It's so cool. It comes with a Metapod carrying case. Gotta love it.
It's so cute. It made me squeal. I'm going to go squeal over some more things. Thank you so much, Travis. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships. And welcome to Yokohama, where we are at the Pokemon World Championships 2023. I'm Anna Prosser, and I'm standing in front of the Poke Center. I have some amazing models with me today. Please introduce yourself, sir.
Hi, Spraggles, content cowboy and aspiring magician.
Can you top that?
Dupe Snacks, the eye on the sky on Eos Island.
Now, we are going to find some clothing, some accessories. What are you looking for in there?
I'm looking for Pokemon-themed things.
I've heard there are some of those in there. What about you? Looking for anything in particular?
Heard there was a jean jacket. I'm fitting a sporting that.
We are super excited to do some shopping. Let's go.
Trainers, it's the moment that we've all been waiting for, the grand finals in the Lille Regional Championships. My name's Ben Kiriakou, joined here on the desk by the wonderful Lou at Josh Cromie. And Lou, we've had a fantastic tournament so far.
It's honestly been amazing, and the fact that we've whittled it down from hundreds of competitors to just 2 is an incredible feat for this weekend. And now only one more match stands between either Aurélien or Simone from that grand title.
Going to be a fantastic showdown here. Both of these trainers have previous international results and regional results as well. Simone's go a little bit further back than Aurélien, but Aurélien has been so consistent over the last few seasons that they're definitely one of the contenders that we've all been watching out for coming into this regional championships.
I know that Aurélien is so ready to take the #1 spot, to be able to take a champion title home. But Simone Sanvito, again, a very formidable competitor, a previous international champion, and someone who I think on the outside appears so calm, cool, and collected, but actually inside is this mastermind of Pokemon play, able to just either go for those very safe, obvious options that might make your opponent overpredict, or also has the utility to go for something a little more rogue and completely throw your opponent off guard.
I remember we talked a little bit about Simone the last couple of days, and I remember, Lou, you saying, like, hey, I can't really work out whether Simone is going to be going for those simple, straightforward, obvious plays, or doing something completely crazy and completely shaking up a match. I think that's one of the things that makes him such a strong competitor, being able to adapt on the fly to the various situations that he finds himself in.
And I find Aurélien on the counter side, Aurelien's very much a chess player in that regard. I always see Aurélien making these key moves and counter moves and really calculating what it's going to take in order to get to an end game that is in their favor.
Absolutely. I mean, we see so much of that from Aurélien. The history of Aurélien's play has been a case of those sort of more balanced team archetypes and being able to, again, make those adaptations on the fly, make sure that, you know, you can pivot and switch and do lots of work. I mean, we saw in the top 4 with Aurélien versus Miguel, where in that second game, that U-turn with the Urshifu into the Dragonite to take a close combat, these are the sort of plays that make Aurélien such a fantastic player to be watching.
It almost reminds me a little bit of Pokemon Go, where you make an amazing swap to catch in a charged attack, and that's almost a little bit what we got to see with the pivoting of these Pokemon in and out. Obviously in VGC we can also make hard switches to be able to put a Pokemon in a position that is better suited to take an attack than its predecessor.
Absolutely. So it's going to be a fantastic match between these two players, but why don't we just take a little bit of a look at the bracket and both of these players' journeys up to the finals.
It's definitely been a difficult journey for them, but to be able to make it all the way to these grand finals, I think is an incredible achievement. Both of them doing so well throughout day 1 Swiss into day 2 to then battle it out in this very stacked top 8. Aurélien being able to take 2-0 victories the whole way to get to that final, and would you look at that, Simone Sanvito has done the exact same thing.
I'm so glad you called that out, Lou, because both of these trainers are now undefeated in their top 8 matches. They didn't go in with a perfect Swiss record either. Neither player was able to accomplish that, but still very, very strong records there. Simone was the 8th seed going against our top seed coming into the top 8 bracket, Maurice Uteg, nearly undefeated in the Swiss rounds, but Simone beating them 2-0 is a fantastic achievement before knocking out Taron Birdie in the top 4 in a fantastic match.
And both Taron and Miguel, the top 4 opponents of both our finalists, had such incredible runs coming into this. We saw them in day 1 as well, got to showcase a little bit about their story throughout Lille, that then got ended in top 4, while Simone and Aurélien were able to advance into these finals. But I think all of these competitors, and particularly I want to highlight our top 4, have been able to have phenomenal on-stream matches, being able to show a little bit of team creativity. But for me, again, and I talked about this earlier, it's that joy of Pokemon that really comes through. As the Go broadcast was just wrapping up, one of the commentators there, Adelian, was really talking about that joy of Pokemon and the team team spirit and camaraderie that we do get from this game. And that's something I think that has been a key part of the event experience here in Lille.
Definitely, you go out on the floor at any point across the weekend, there's players, competing, players having a little bit of a chat, comparing notes about, what they faced in the last round, sharing team ideas, watching behind the scenes on the broadcast there, supporting players as well that are on their stream matches too. So there's no shortage of community in this fantastic game, and it's really what makes Pokemon such a fantastic game to be experiencing.
Exactly, the community makes the experience phenomenal, but also the community helps make champions, and it is that team spirit and camaraderie that can really help a trainer gain the advantage that they need, that extra experience or preparation coming into an event. This is the second regional that we have on the European circuit. Our previous event in Barcelona crowned Eduardo Cunha the winner, and now we're going to be able to crown a second one on that roster.
Fill in one of those all-important player pictures on our graphics showing all of the regional champion winners. One of these players, Aurelian or Simone, will be taking that crown.
And Simone here with its trusty Arcanine. I love to see the Hisuian Arcanine here. It has done so well for Simone throughout all of the tournament, but particularly in these top cut games. I think coming and applying the pressure with something like the Intimidate onto the physical attackers, but also the sheer power it can dish out with that choice band, make it really, truly man's best friend.
And it matches up really well against Pokemon like Heatran that we saw in the top 8 match of Simone versus Taron Birdie, where it was able to do over half HP damage with a Choice Band Rock Slide. And seeing Heatran on Aurelian's side of the field, I'm wondering if that matchup is going to be anywhere similar at all. Of course, on Aurelian's side of the field, the standout Pokemon for me, other than that Chien-Pao Dragonite combination, is, of course, that Farigiraf.
There's the little superstar staring down the camera lens. It's ready for action, trying to intimidate the competition, and you guys at home as well joining the broadcast. Hopefully you are sitting up to attention as Arcanine is going to be trying to get Simone all the way to that champion title. But it is going to be a difficult match. Aurelian, a seasoned competitor, and as you've already mentioned the Heatran, I want to talk about a slightly different Pokemon, one that maybe Heatran has an advantage against, but it's on the same team. It's that Rillaboom. I think Rillaboom's been a key Pokemon throughout this tournament, and knowing that Aurelian is running that more offensive variant could be an interesting turn of events.
It could be, and we've got a little bit of a recap on the screen now of the achievements of both of these players. Of course, Utrecht special event finalist, Bochum Regional top 4 back in the 2023 season, so very much not long ago at all. Consistent performances here. Oceania International Championship top 16 in the same season back in February last year, and a top 8 finish in the World Championships 2022.
The critical thing I'm spotting here is no champion title, and that's something Aurelian wants to add to that roster. On the opposing side against Simone, to recap for the user of you just tuning in now, Turin special event finalist in 2023, I think it was Nico de Viconetta was able to win that event. A good rivalry between those two trainers. As well in 2018, a top 16 finish, and in the same year was able to take the European International Champion title. 2017 was also a finalist. So again, a lot of finalists here when it comes to these special events and regional level. Simone also wants to be able to add regional champion to those accolades.
I think Simone's got a little bit of a curse on that front, really struggles to convert that into a win. But Aurelian, of course, in the same position. One of these two trainers is going to be able to break that streak there. Now, a little bit of extra information for all of you back home. Aurelian and Simone have played twice already in this tournament, both in day 1 and day 2. We'll talk about that in just a moment, as Aurelian's team will be able to take a little bit of a deeper dive into.
Wow, that's not something that happens every tournament, that you get to face the same opponent 3 times. But let's take a closer look at the teams. Chien-Pao, Dragonite, Urshifu, Rillaboom, Heatran, and Farigiraf for Aurelian. A really nice combination here, I think, of supportive players, where you've got the Farigiraf being able to provide the helping hand support and even Trick Room if the situation calls for it, as well as the big heavy hitters of Urshifu, Dragonite, and Chien-Pao as well.
Yeah, that Choice Band Dragonite doing what exactly it's been doing since its inception alongside Chien-Pao. That classic combination, putting lots and lots of damage on the board. But speaking about putting damage on the board, we saw in Aurelian's match versus Marco way back in day 1 now, where that Rillaboom did so much damage, boosted up by that Miracle Seed. It's a really offensive powerhouse. So I really like how Aurelian's team is really focused on being able to do that big priority damage, the extreme speed on the Dragonite, the Grassy Glide on the Rillaboom, and the Sucker Punch on the Chien-Pao.
And it's a very solid core. You've got that Fire, Water, Grass core with the Heatran, the Rillaboom, and the Urshifu as well, being able to apply a lot of pressure depending on what Pokemon are going to come out on Simone's side of the field. And it gives Aurelion a lot of flexibility to pivot Pokemon in and out in order to gain a board position advantage. On the opposing side, however, the other finalist team is Chien-Pao, Fluttermane, Rillaboom, Urshifu, Tornadus, and Arcanine. That trusty Arcanine has been a standout MVP Pokemon for Simone. But one Pokemon that I really am interested to see again is that Tornadus.
That Tornadus has been doing so much work, I'm sure, for Simone across the tournament, being able to just set up that Tailwind, launch out some Bleak Wind Storms, maybe get a little bit chip damage on the field, and combined with that Fluttermane and the Arcanine and the Urshifu, all carrying attack boosting items or special attack boosting items in the case of that Fluttermane, it's able to just bring Pokemon in range of being knocked out. That makes them so much more threatening as teammates.
Exactly, and taking a look at the actual matchup, I suppose, between the two trainers, Aurelion's Fridruff has an interesting ability here. It has the Armor Tail ability that can obviously stop any priority on the field. And when you look at Simone's side, there is a lot of priority across the board. Arcanine with something like the Extreme Speed, Urshifu with the Aqua Jet, Rillaboom with the Grassy Glide, Tornadus with potential Prankster Taunt, for example, Chien-Pao with the Sucker Punch. It's really just the Fluttermane that isn't going to be affected by the Armor Tail. So although the Fridruff isn't able to deal out a huge amount of damage, potentially stopping Simone from going for those priority attacks could give Aurelion's partner Pokemon some room to maneuver.
Tricky Pokemon to be able to deal with, and especially with team compositions like this where maybe a fake out from the Rillaboom on either side of the field could be a really impactful thing for either of these trainers to go to get this sort of their matchup in a good place early on in the tournament, get themselves on the front foot. That's going to be disabled by Armor Tail if Aurelion chooses to bring it into the leads. But also it's one of those Pokemon that can switch in on the back, and with that Rocky Helmet item, not only can it switch in to block any sort of priority moves that Simone is going for, but also catch a Surging Strikes.
Yes, and we've seen how detrimental a Rocky Helmet and, say, an Amoonguss has been on the switch into a Surging Strikes, and Fridruff can play that exact same role. Well identified that the item there could come into effect to be able to do a little bit of chip damage and even to break potential Focus Ashes on something like the Chien-Pao. Pokemon trainers, this is really it, the end stage for the video game side at the Lille Regional Championships. It's just between Aurelion and Simone to be able to determine first and second place. One of these trainers will be going for gold and taking home that medal.
But also taking home a World Championship invitation. One of these trainers will have already qualified by the end of today for the World Championships in Honolulu. It's all to play for as we get into the first game of this match between these two fantastic trainers.
Exactly, and you can see the crowd here as well, soaking up all of the excitement, the adrenaline, the atmosphere. Honestly, if it weren't for these trainers supporting them on stage as well, the atmosphere would be as half electric. Hopefully it's transferring to you back at home. Let's get into it, trainers. The Fridruff and the Urshifu are out on the field for Aurelion against the Urshifu and the Tornadus for Simone.
A common lead here, I think, for Aurelion, getting that Fridruff onto the field. It's going to be putting on a lot of pressure here. The Urshifu on Aurelion's side of the field is able to get those U-turns going and be able to switch on out of there if it wants to do so. But looking at this position, it's the Urshifu on Simone's side of the field that looks really pressured.
Yes, it has left the field, doesn't want to go for a potential Surging Strikes here and potentially get that Rocky Helmet recoil. We are going to see the Fluttermane join the field. Photosynthesis, thanks to the booster energy, is going to be activated, and the special attack is going to be the formidable threat on the field. Fridruff actually going for a helping hand here to boost up the offensive pressure of the Urshifu on Aurelion's side. That goes for the close combat, but it goes into the Ghost Pokemon. A fantastic switch by Simone, allowing Tornadus to go for the Bleak Wind Storm. Huge damage onto the Urshifu, nearly gets the knockout on it, but critically lowers the speed as well on both Pokemon.
What a brilliant switch in there for the Fluttermane, coming in, being able to get that Bleak Wind Storm off without taking any damage whatsoever. This Tornadus is put itself into a great position. Urshifu going to be switching itself out to just make sure that it's not getting KO'd this turn. Heatran, a very good switching in this position, but Tornadus is able to go on the offensive alongside that Moonblast, nearly picking up the KO.
Fridruff not able to avoid, though. It is going to be felled by the double up into that that slot for Giraffe goes down. I agree with Aurelian retreating that Urshifu. It is choice scarfed, and when you're facing down against a Pokemon that could potentially go for the Tailwind, and then anything with the Flutter Mane, it could easily have been felled. But unfortunately, that board position for Aurelian is still the same. Yes, the Rillaboom can now join, keeping the Urshifu safe and toasty in the back, and you have the potential to now go for a fake out onto that opposing Tornadus and stop a Tailwind, but there's not really a way to leave the the Flutter Mane in check.
Yeah, you got to go for maybe that Terra Grass, Grassy Glide that we saw in previous matches that Aurelian used to knock out that Flutter Mane in one. But if you do that, especially because the Rillaboom is a Terra Grass, you're leaving it open to another Bleak Wind Storm. This Tornadus is taking this game by storm.
Yes, no fake out coming through here. Instead, going to go onto the Protect of the Rillaboom. The Heatran going to take a little bit of damage from the Flutter Mane as Tornadus does go for that Bleak Wind Storm. Of course, not going to find its target on the Rillaboom here, but Heatran going to have to take a little bit of damage, but generally more of a lackluster turn from Simone here. Instead, we are going to see the damage go down into it and gets the special defense drop from this Heatran.
I do wonder in this position if that damage on the Tornadus is enough to enable Grassy Glide to be a one-hit knockout from this HP range. I think that's what Aurelian Sula is thinking about right now, because if you're able to knock out that Tornadus, suddenly the Rillaboom is a lot more comfortable. It's not going to enjoy taking a Moonblast nor a Dazzling Gleam, but it'll give some freedom for it to maybe attack in the next couple of turns.
Do really have to bank on the Rillaboom here, and you can see Aurelian going for the Grass Terra. We know it's holding the Miracle Seed. Grassy Surge is activated, so the Grassy Terrain is also going to further boost the Grass type moves coming out from this Pokemon, and it is going to go for that priority Grassy Glide. Is it going to be enough to fell the opposing Pokemon? It goes into the Flutter Mane. It's not enough to be able to get the knockout. That is one bulky Flutter Mane, able to retaliate with the Moonblast, but again, not securing a knockout. Tornadus might be able to do it though. There we go. Rillaboom goes down.
Wow, what a survival there from that Flutter Mane. We saw earlier in the tournament, Simone's Flutter Mane was trained to be very defensively capable. It's coming out right here and doing the same thing that it's doing, allowing it to get off that Moonblast. Heat Wave is a follow-up, is a double knockout there for Aurelian, but there are two Pokemon in the back for Simone, and only that Urshifu and Heatran on Aurelian's side.
Yes, Heatran really trying to get a little bit of redemption there, and does get the double KO that's very nice, forcing Simone down to the last two remaining Pokemon. But we know one of them is that Urshifu Rapid Strike. That can apply a lot of pressure with the Surging Strikes into the Heatran that we know can no longer terrestrialize because that went onto the Rillaboom. And when you pair up Urshifu with a Chi-Impale, that's where the Sword of Ruin ability really comes into fruition.
And if I'm not mistaken, Lou, Simone is still in Tailwind right now. That makes if that's the case, and we'll have to double check this as the turn plays out, the Sucker Punch could be going first in front of that Urshifu and any Aqua Jets that it's trying to land onto Simone's side of the field. That gives Urshifu on Simone's side the space to be able to go for that Surging Strikes, and it's the Sucker Punch going to be coming out into the Urshifu, picking up the knockout.
Exactly, Chi-Impale being able to foul the opposing Urshifu here as it keeps its Focus Sash nicely intact. We're going to see 1 and 2 Surging Strikes from Simone's Urshifu to be able to clean up game 1 and take him one game closer from that champion title.
What an exciting game 1, and so well played from Simone. We had to cut with the teams coming out, but the results of the match were in favor of Aurelian in day 1 and day 2 Swiss. Aurelian is 2 games to 1, but you know, you've got to win this one. This is the one that really counts.
It certainly does. I mean, the Master defeat me, but is this like a best of 9 situation, technically, that we're seeing?
It's a best of lots, Lou.
Best of lots of numbers.
Best of lots.
But I think that's an incredible observation. If they've faced twice already in this competition with these exact teams, and Aurelian came out the victor on both occasions, that's got to be kind of a mental game for Simone to come into as well. Knowing you faced this competitor in this tournament and lost twice, to then come into the grand finals, you have to really absorb all the knowledge that you've been able to glean, not only of the Pokemon themselves, but the play style that Aurelian is adapting when facing your team, and come up with a plan C or plan D at this point.
And that's exactly what I see when you see the Flutter Mane coming in on that close combat on turn 1, where these trainers have played up against each other, and now both of them are playing those mind games. Simone definitely getting the better end of that in game 1, but there's still 2 games to go. And speaking of that, Lou, what are you thinking for Aurelian's adjustments?
To be honest, it can be a difficult one. I do like the idea of the Urshifu coming forward. Something like the rapid strike style with the surging strikes, getting those critical hits, can be a nice way to deal with something like the opposing Fluttermane. But then you would have to kind of, I would say, commit to maybe your Water Terror there to be able to deal even more damage. It's a nice way to then play around the Arcanine or even the Chi and Pow to be able to use those 3 critical hits. You are running the Choice Scarf on that Urshifu, so I do like to see that from Aurelion. It just unfortunately got a little bit pinned at the beginning of that game 1 and forced the early switch out. But I would still like to see it in play. For me, the Pokemon I would definitely drop would be the Farigiraf.
That's an interesting one, actually. I think the Farigiraf is doing a little bit of work. We'll have to see if Aurelion is thinking the same here, because, you know, it's putting a little bit of pressure onto the field. I suppose it did take a lot of damage from that Moonblast, from that Fluttermane, so we'll have to see if that's the adaptation here. But a switch up there in the leads. No switch up from Aurelion, only from Simone, bringing that Fluttermane that was present in turn 1, game 1, turn 2.
Well, this was your call that the draft would be here to stay, and I agree. It is applying a lot of pressure in terms of priority on the field, but I feel like it's too easily fouled by the power of this Fluttermane. Fluttermane in a great position to try and get a knockout on that opposing Urshifu. Of course, Aurelion can go for the Terra Water in order to drop the fighting. That is the fairy weakness on that Pokemon. You can start committing some big damage with something like a Surging Strikes.
And I think this is really key. We've got a little bit of a sneak peek of what Aurelion is going for. If Simone is going to be able to get that Tailwind up on this turn to make sure that that Fluttermane gets an attack, Aurelion is taking real advantage there by going for that Trick Room. But we're going to be starting with a Terra on that Urshifu, going for that Water Terrestrialization, boosting up its damage, making sure that Fluttermane slot is taking as much as possible.
This is a big call, but look at that, the Tailwinds on the field from the Tornadus. Now you have the Fluttermane going for the Moonblast. It is going to go down into the Farigiraf. We know it's going to be able to survive one of these powerful Moonblasts. Urshifu, however, is going to go for the Surging Strikes, and this could be a different story. Look at that, almost 50% on the Fluttermane. By the time the third one connects, Fluttermane will be out of here. But potentially, the speed is now going to be a detrimental thing for Simone, with the Farigiraf able to lock in that Trick Room.
It's a really tough spot, and Aurelion's played this so well. You kind of force the position there with the way that Simone has decided to lead in this game, where you have to click the Tailwind in order for your Fluttermane to be able to do anything whatsoever, or you just have to switch it out and maybe take a lot of damage with either your own Urshifu or whatever else Simone has in the back. But that kind of pins the position here, where Aurelion can just switch those dimensions and make sure that even though the Urshifu on Aurelion's side is carrying that Choice Scarf, it's probably still going to be faster than most of the team while Simone is in Tailwind.
And the Farigiraf has a little bit of utility here. It can go for something like the Dazzling Gleam, do some decent damage, obviously, to the opposing Urshifu, but get a little bit of chip on the Tornadus as well. We're going to see just straight away the Detect onto that opposing Urshifu, to the Psychic that was coming out, just trying to get maximum damage onto the opposing Pokemon. But the Urshifu on Aurelion's side is able to go for these Surging Strikes, breaking through that Detect thanks to its Unseen Fist ability. Yes, it's not going to be dealing massive amounts of damage, but every little bit is going to be able to stack up as these Trick Room turns go through. And of course, another Detect is going to have a chance of failing, so therefore the Psychic can do more damage in that following turn.
It's not every day that you see a Choice Scarf Pokemon going first under Trick Room.
That is true.
But today is that day. Bleak Windstorm is going to be enough to knock out the Farigiraf in this turn. Get a speed drop as well onto that Urshifu. So even the slower Pokemon on Simone's side of the field may be able to be undersped now or outsped in Trick Room by this Choice Scarf Urshifu.
That's the thing, you don't normally want to get a speed drop, but when Trick Room's up on the field, that is a welcome reward for your efforts. I like the way the Rillaboom's coming in here as well. You don't have to even worry about speed control. You can go for those priority Glassy Guides into the opposing Water Urshifu here, which I think applies a lot of strong pressure. You do, of course, have to worry about the Bleak Wind Storms, but the Urshifu has the potential to be able to get the KO there. Of course, the Tornadus on Simone's side is running that Rocky Helmet, so any contact moves are going to do a little bit of recoil, but it might be worth it for the trade-off here to get the potential double knockout and pin your opponent down to their last Pokemon.
It's the Arcanine coming in for Simone, his trusty companion across the entirety of this tournament, getting an Intimidate down onto that Rillaboom. Grassy Glide nearly doing 50% to that Arcanine. What fantastic damage to still be doing after an Intimidate. But that Surging Strike's not going to be affected by the Intimidate whatsoever. Is going to be landing down into that Tornadus, and it looks like enough to pick up a KO.
Oh, it's going to be close. Of course, the Rocky Helmet recoil as well, stacking up on the Urshifu, but it is enough to be able to get the knockout. Powers through, says it is worth taking this additional damage to get the knockout and put Tornadus right back into its Pokeball.
It is indeed, and I didn't see the HP numbers there, Lou. It's going to be the Urshifu hanging on after all of that Rocky helmet damage. The thing that I'm wondering about now is with that Farigarath down and out for the count, whether or not the Arcanine on Simone's side of the field is going to have to take advantage of that extreme speed that it's able to lock into.
That's true. You can always go for the extreme speed, try and get some good damage onto the opposing Urshifu before it can go for any priority. Of course, again, the Urshifu on Aurelian's side is locked into those surging strikes. You don't have to worry about a potential priority Aqua Jet in this stage, but the issue is going to be the fact that thanks to the Trick Room, it is going to have that slower pace, so it's going to be able to hit hard and hit fast.
It certainly is. Maybe not as fast as an extreme
That's
speed.
true, but without the priority, it's difficult, right?
It's extremely fast, Lou. But we're going to see the terrestrialization coming out there from Simone's side of the field. It is going to be that Arcanine going for its Terra normal. That gem on its head is going to be boosting up the damage of those extreme speeds.
Arcanine means business. It's been the hero Pokemon for Simone throughout this tournament. Urshifu going for a Detect here. Simone, I think, really trying to slow down the pace of these Trick Room turns as Arcanine does indeed go for this extreme speed. Choice Band, it is going to be able to obviously get the knockout onto the Urshifu, but whether Arcanine's going to be able to hang around and start picking off the rest of Aurelian's Pokemon is yet to be determined because the Rillaboom is still able to get a move off here. It's going to go for the Wood Hammer, but it goes into the Detect of the Urshifu, so no damage. A sad opportunity there for the Rillaboom.
A really good call there to make by Simone, just making sure that no damage came into either Pokemon this turn. The Tailwind ending now gives a little bit more flexibility to Simone in the last turn of the Trick Room there, but with Heatran coming out onto the field and both Rillaboom and Heatran on full health, it's really down to whether or not the Urshifu on Simone's side of the field is able to protect itself again, maybe get another extreme speed off onto the Rillaboom. 2 extreme speeds with the Terra Normal and the Choice Band is probably enough to pick up the KO on this Rillaboom, and then once Trick Room ends, the Urshifu on Simone's side of the field would be able to do it. The double Detect is coming in. It's going to be an extreme speed coming out into that Rillaboom.
This is what Simone needed to keep the dream alive. Able to go for the extreme speed into the Rillaboom. One more of those, like you said, Ben, will be able to get the KO. Flash Cannon into the normal Arcanine is not able to get the knockout, and Rillaboom did go into that Urshifu. You could see Aurelian's reactions when they saw the double Detect coming through. That was not what Aurelian wanted.
That is a clutch double Detect there, really needed by Simone to have this game locked up. We've got the Trick Room now ending here. It's likely that the Urshifu is going to be able to get a Surging Strikes into the Heatran on Aurelian's side of the field. The Rillaboom will not be able to get a Grassy Glide off before this extreme speed. Protect on Rillaboom, just one more turn there. Extreme speed launching out into that Protect.
It's easily mapped out here for the Arcanine, trying to finish off the Rillaboom as the Urshifu does what it does best, goes for the Surging Strikes, 1 critical hit followed by a Nulla, and a third one is going to be able to KO the Heatran, and in the following turn, that trusty Psychic of the Arcanine is going to be able to go for that extreme speed for Simone.
What a game this has been. Aurelian playing this so well, but Simone just going for the reads that he needs to get through that Trick Room turn and turn the game in his favor in this position. I mean, at the end of the day, it's one of those situations where, you know, it wouldn't happen in many games, but it's that Arcanine going for the extreme speed, picking up the KO onto that Rillaboom. Simone Sanvito will be your Lille Regional Champion.
Huge congratulations to Simone. What a commanding victory, and I think the cherry on top was being able to do it with his trusty Arcanine getting that final KO. Amazing to be able to see Arcanine in such dominant style for its trainer. A true story between Pokemon and trainer.
Absolutely. Trainer's best friend there in Arcanine, doing what it does best, and Simone playing that finals so well, especially considering that in Day 1 Swiss and Day 2 Swiss, Simone was unable to defeat Aurelian, coming out with a 2-0 victory. You know, things were a little bit in Simone's favor as the game turned out, but still clicking all of the right buttons in all of the right order.
I would have loved to have been able to get a sneak peek into what went down in those Swiss rounds, actually, and to see how Aurelian was able to throw Simone off his game a little bit, but it really came through in the end. Like you said, the way that Simone was able to do the moves and counter moves and just put the Pokemon in the right positions. Yes, that double detect was critical to swing the momentum back into his favor, but to be able to identify that in the first place, not give up hope, and still spot a win condition in that is testament to the experience that Simone has as a trainer.
When you're in the grand finals, no matter how slight the chance is, you have to take that opportunity to be taking the crown there. And fantastic now to see that Simone has broken the streak and become a regional finalist here, earning both championship points, a bit of prize money as well to boot, but also that coveted invitation to the World Championships.
Simone is our second champion on the European circuit for this season. Amazing to be able to see him get that world invite. And of course, commiserations to Aurelian, who played incredibly well to get to another finalist position. I know that Aurelian will be able to take this, reflect, and who knows, in the future, Aurelian could be also one of those champions too.
Absolutely, and we're going to have a little bit of a look back at the journey our trainers have made. If you've only just joined us on the broadcast, joined us for just the finals, here's the path that our champion Simone has been able to overcome to be able to be crowned champion, beating our 9-0 player from day one, Maurice Uteg, top seed going into day 2 and top seed going into our top 8 bracket, winning 2-0 against Taran Birdie, winning 2-0 as well, and another 2-0 victory against Aurelian Sula.
Yes, undefeated through games in Top Cut as well, a formidable feat to behold. And I think, again, Simone, a player who has so much experience, has been able to win international championships, now is able to finally add that regional title as well in recent seasons, having come so close previously. A lot of Top Cut places, a lot of very consistent plays, but actually getting all the way to that champion title, I think, is an incredible achievement. Congratulations, Simone.
Absolutely. And let's talk a little bit about Aurelian's journey through the tournament as well, defeating another French player in the top 8. It's always a tough one to be able to do. Friends in the local community, I'm sure, but coming up against each other in the top 8, and then playing a veteran player in Miguel Marti in the top 4 as well. Also both 2-0 victories, so a worthy finalist, playing so well across the whole tournament, but of course as well in that finals.
And I have to credit the game 2 play Aurelian made right at the beginning with that Trick Room, calling the Tailwind perfectly, not thinking there was going to be the Bleak Windstorm coming out, and instead trying to take control of the speed of the match. That did give Aurelian a lot of momentum going forward with the Pokemon, particularly seeing a Choice Scarf Urshifu moving first in Trick Room is something I didn't expect to see ever, in all honesty, in Pokemon play, and particularly with the speed drop that it got from the Bleak Windstorm. Everything seemed to be aligning in Aurelian's favor, but that's where, again, Simone identifying the win condition with the Detect really did, pull that out of the hat.
And I think pulling it out of the hat is really how Simone played that match as well. Looking back at game 1, where you look at what Aurelian decided to go for in turn 1, going straight for that close combat into Simone's side of the field and it turning into a Flutter Mane. Again, as we said before, these trainers have played each other multiple times already in this tournament, and so these are the sort of reads that you have to make at this top level. Aurelian, though, still going for it. All the nerves are there, all the pressure is on. You're in the grand finals. Aurelian making a call to go for a move that could be immune to a Pokemon in the back for Simone. Still going for it. That has to be given the credit it's due.
And I really liked as well the fact the Arcanine was chilling out in the back for most of that game too, ready to go on the offense with those extreme speeds, particularly with the normal Terra, but you had to wait until the Farigiraf had gone, and that's exactly what Simone was able to do. You can take a closer look at the way that this final has matched up between these 12 Pokemon and their trainers. Again, one of the key things that really came down to this match was the ball positioning, making sure that you had the offensive pressure on the field, because there is a similarity in some of these Pokemon, the Chi-Pao, Urshifu, and Rillaboom, for example, really being key components in this match. But the deciding factors, to me, were the differences. Pokemon like the Tornadus and the Arcanine, and then again, for Aurelian, the Heatran and the Farigiraf really were key components to make this game a little bit more unique and a little bit, I want to say, testament to how the game was going to be played.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, looking at the team composition of Simone, like wanting to go really, really fast and on the offensive, where Aurelian's wants to go on the offensive, but wants to do it in a slightly different way with, the Choice Scarf on the Urshifu, maybe the extreme speeds on the Dragonite as well. And when that matches up alongside Pokemon like the Farigiraf, that gives Aurelian's team a really nice opportunity to sort of counteract the Tailwind and speed control on Simone's side of the field, especially, as you called out earlier, Lou, blocking the taunt from that Tornadus on Simone's side of the field. So, yeah, being able to navigate that for Simone and really use all of the tools in his disposal to be able to, you know, knock out, say, the Farigiraf, bring in that Arcanine in the end game and go for those extreme speeds once the Armor Tail was off the field is really testament to this match.
I think some of the lessons we've been able to learn as trainers throughout this regional championships as well is about which Pokemon are coming out on top. If we actually take a look at the two finalist teams, we've spoken a lot over the weekend about Fluttermane being knocked off the #1 spot, right? There's either the Landorus or the Iron Hands fighting their way to get that #1 spot, but I don't see either of those physical attackers in these finalist teams. So Fluttermane really has indeed come out on top.
It absolutely has, yeah. At least one of my caster predictions was true there. You know, you guys have all been saying that, you know, I've not picked the most imaginative caster predictions for this weekend. But actually, maybe I should start doing that because, you know, clearly Fluttermane, one of the Pokemon that everybody's always watching out for. But Iron Hands and Landorus, two of the top used Pokemon across this weekend as a whole, really weren't present in the finals whatsoever.
That's the thing, it was really just the Fluttermane from those podium places that was able to not only be in the finals, but then take it all the way as well, which I think is testament to the fact that, yes, it may not be #1 in the usage stats all the time, but it is still, I think, pretty much the best out there. Whether it's in second or third place for whatever reason, it's still going to be an absolute powerhouse to be reckoned with. Some of the other lessons I think we've taken away is the conversation about the Urshifu, because at the beginning of, you know, day one and throughout day one, to be honest, we were speaking a lot about the Rapid Strike variant, you know, hitting hard with those surging strikes. And then as day 2 shaped up, and particularly coming into Top Cut, things started to change. There were these whispers of the Dark-type Urshifu coming through, and we could actually see how dominant and amazing they were in their particular matchups. But ultimately, at the end of the day, the more consistent, I suppose, and reliable in the current meta, thanks to the Fire, Water, Grass core piece of the puzzle that it's able to provide, that's where the Rapid Strike variant really did come back into fruition.
I think that's a really good point there, because Urshifu was a Pokemon that's really dropped off in usage in favor of Pokemon like Ogerpon, which are also missing from both of the top teams here in Lille. Something, again, that we were really not expecting, especially seeing their usage across the whole event. But yeah, I mean, you know, Urshifu is a Pokemon that really stops all of those protecting mechanics working so effectively, and especially seeing both of these trainers really opting to use that, and especially a lot of them using it in day 2, really speaks volumes for, you know, its strength as a Pokemon, even with all of these new threats coming into the fore.
I've really enjoyed the usage of the Heatran in this particular tournament as well. Seeing it go from a Grass Terra type to a Fairy Terra type has been an interesting development, and I think critically as well, seeing and then understanding from the matches why that change has taken place has been a really nice learning curve for our trainers here, and also at home watching the broadcast. One of the key Pokemon I think is really going to pick up in usage, however, is going to be that Tornadus. I think seeing how flexible it can be with the different variations, you know, is it going to be Icy Wind, Tailwind, Sunny Day, Rain Dance? It has so much utility to be that perfect puzzle piece to maybe the missing link on your team, that it has so much flexibility that I think a lot of trainers are going to pick it up and see how it is going to work best for their other 5 Pokemon.
I think a lot of trainers that I've spoken to certainly don't like the ability for Bleak Windstorm to not hit its mark, and it kind of turns off trainers from being able to use it. You know, you don't want to miss that crucial Bleak Windstorm whenever it really counts, but the pressure that it puts on, the ability for it to support its team with moves like Tailwind, and actually I really liked the weather options that it has at its disposal as well. We saw, say, Taron Birdie in the top 4 using that Sunny Day right at the end of the match, being able to lose in style there, unfortunately, for Taron. But, you know, it's a really good option, activating, say, a Fluttermane Protosynthesis or powering up that Hearthstone Ogerpon's Ivy Cudgels. But also, at the same time, it's a little bit of a defensive play. You see a Pokemon like Urshifu on the field, you want to get that Sunny Day up so that Surging Strike isn't going to be doing as much damage.
Exactly. Exactly, it has a lot of synergy with other Pokemon. Like you said, it can be for abilities, or it can be for move types, or it could be to add some defenses to your team. The option of having something like a Sunny Day is very strong, and the same can be said for something like Rain Dance as well, bringing the rain onto the field, boosting up those water type moves, making sure that the fire type moves aren't going to be dealing as much damage as well. And it's nice to see these synergies coming through. One Pokemon, again, that has incredible synergy with any physical attacker that it's paired with is that Chi-Pao. And I think that's why out of the Treasure of Ruin Pokemon, it is the most dominant at the moment. In day one, we saw Chi-Yu side by side with it here in the usage stats, but it really has been the Chi-Pao that's come to the forefront. I think, again, by all the physical attackers that are running around, there's just so many Pokemon that it can be paired with beautifully in order to allow additional damage to go down onto the field.
And damage is always a relevant thing in VGC. They're making sure that you're picking up the knockouts. And yeah, like, you know, looking at the other Treasures of the Ruin Pokemon, Woshen, sorry. Unfortunately,
sorry,
even though you reduce those physical attacks, unfortunately not seeing too much play whatsoever. But looking back at Regulation Set C, I mean, there was Ting Lu's all over the place in much of that format, where Pokemon like Fluttermane were even higher in usage. But Regulation Set D, when that Urshifu comes in, it makes it really difficult for a lot of Treasures of Ruin Pokemon to be able to be affected, because yeah, something like a Ting Lu is really impacted by the advent of surging strikes and close combat coming out from these really strong threats. Chi-Pao, though, both supports that, as you were mentioning earlier, Lou, and it also adds a lot of coverage to a team.
I think as well with Ting Lu, the typing was a little bit difficult for her, having that dark and ground typing, and the issue is you now have Landorus in the format, right? And so when you want a ground type, one of the trustiest ones you can have is that Landorus. So that's where I think Ting Lu maybe got benched a little bit, because a lot of the time when I saw that Pokemon on the field, it was forced to go for the terrestrialization, often something like a Poison Terror, for example. And that means your other Pokemon aren't as free or flexible to go for their own Terror type. Whereas when you kind of drop it for a Pokemon like Landorus, maybe you've got the Urshifu coming back in as well that can hit really hard, even if it is particularly that single strike that can take the dark typing away from Ting Lu. Both those Pokemon, the Landorus and the Urshifu, have the capability to not need to be terrestrialized, and that can free up the rest of your team.
It's a very articulate description there, Lou, and I agree with absolutely everything you've said, but unfortunately, as a veteran of VGC, all I look for is Landorus in the format? Yes. I'm going to put it on my team.
So what are the other 5 Pokemon going to be? We'll sign up Landorus straight away. But honestly, I think you have so much validity in what you've just said. There's a reason why whenever it comes into the format, it is everywhere to behold.
It absolutely is. It's such a flexible Pokemon in its ability to use really good coverage like that ground type Stomping Tantrum. I mean, how long did we have to wait, Lou, for Landorus to get a single target ground type move? Quite a while. But it's so powerful in doing so. Rock Slide, where there's a Rock Slide, there's a way, and being able to carry a Choice Scarf allows you to clutch out those victories in a place where maybe you weren't expecting to be able to get a win.
I don't think it is the key Rock Slide user anymore, though. For me, it's the Hisui and Arcanine. It gets that same type attack bonus and can just deal devastating damage with the Choice Band. So I think it is maybe challenging Landorus for being the #1 Rock Slide user at the moment.
Hey, Lou, are you telling me the Rock Slide can do damage?
It can do damage. It can also flinch, but when there's an Arcanine, you're almost happy to see it. It's adorable. Let's take a look at our cluster predictions as well, because we've kind of been talking a little bit behind the desk between ourselves, and when we look at how they've shaped up, obviously, I'll walk through mine first of all. The only one there that was able to get all the way was that Urshifu. And I think that was a very consistent pick. Seeing the way that Urshifu has dominated throughout this weekend, it was definitely a safe option. But I am honestly surprised that we didn't see more of the Wellspring Ogerpon making it through into those grand finals.
I think the Wellspring Ogerpon was a great call there, actually, Lou, because, you know, a lot of water types, and water types are always really relevant in the video game championships, where, you know, this one is a particularly useful Pokemon, being able to follow me away attacks from other water type Pokemon threats like that Gastrodon and the Urshifu single strike. What I am surprised for in your caster predictions was that we didn't see more Iron Bundle joining the field. It's such a good Pokemon right now with its booster energy speed, being able to attack into Pokemon like Choice Scarf Landorus that we were just talking about. It's in a really good position right now. I guess the question is if you're bringing the Iron Bundle into your team, of which great water type are you dropping for it?
That's the thing, and for me, the Iron Bundle's less about the water typing, but about the ice typing. When you've got Pokemon like the Landorus running around, you want to be able to hit it hard with an ice type move, as well as having access to freeze dry for all the water types that are clearly running rampant at the moment. Maybe you don't need your own strong water type, you can just get rid of all the others with freeze dry. Taking a look right to the end, I'm actually going to throw over to Charlie, because Charlie, when you look at all of our cast predictions, has been victorious with the Tornadus and the Hisuian Arcanine predictions there.
That is a fantastic call there from Charlie. Maybe
well done, Charlie.
Seeing that Simone was playing this tournament, thinking, hey, there's a good little prediction there, but it's been so effective in this tournament. The one thing that is really strange for me in Charlie's predictions is the wheezing. Now, we didn't see it too much on the broadcast, if at all, this weekend, but every time I went out to chat to players backstage and, watching matches or just between rounds in this tournament, everyone's like, hey, yeah, I played a wheezing. Oh, I played a wheezing last round. I was like, where are all these wheezings, Lou?
It is here, there, and everywhere, but I think as much as it is a really cool Pokemon to bring in and you're like, yeah, it can shut down abilities or it can Will-O-Wisp something, that's great. It is actually quite a frail Pokemon in many regards, and it's quite hard to be able to pilot it correctly in order to keep it on the field, because as soon as it has been KO'd, it's not like the neutralizing gas hangs around. It does get retreated with that Pokemon when it has been retreated into its Pokeball, so therefore it doesn't always have that longevity on the field. You have to keep it active in order to keep the ability in flow as well, and that's possibly where it has been a little bit more difficult for our players to pilot. No Cornerstone Ogerpon either for Charlie there, but I'm going to keep my fingers crossed for that one.
Maybe we'll see it in later on in Regulation Set E, or whatever the rule set is that we have later in the year. I'm going to say, though, Lou, that I'm disappointed that only one of my 4 managed to make it to the finals and was in the winning team. I'll take the Fluttermane. That's a pretty good prediction, I think. It's pretty on the money here in Lille. But I am surprised not to see Landorus. I am surprised, as we were talking about earlier, not to see that Iron Hands. But it's the Hearthstone Ogerpon that I'm really interested in as my 4th prediction, where we haven't seen nearly as much of it as we saw in the US regionals in Sacramento or Peoria. They were very, very prevalent in those 2 competitions, but they haven't been seen nearly as much in Lille.
I think, though, when a new Pokemon comes into the fray, everyone's quite eager to try it out and to maybe see a way that it works on a team. And that's all well and good, but isn't necessarily the best way to utilize it. You need more time in order to enable that knowledge to come through. So possibly in those first couple of regionals that we get to see, in Sacramento, Peoria, for example, yes, you're able to see the Ogerpon in action, but it's not necessarily going to be in its best light yet because it hasn't had the time to develop. We haven't been able to really carve out the meta. Possibly by the time we get to this point, people are realizing, yes, it has good potential, it's good here, but maybe it isn't the most reliable, and that's where we do see the shift back to more reliable, tried and tested Pokemon until the more new, unique choices have actually found their coveted spot, as it were.
Definitely difficult to really figure those things out right from the start, and certainly an advantage for our players here this weekend to have been able to look at those results and craft their teams appropriately with the few weeks that they've had to prepare for this regional championships, practice with their friends, talk amongst the community and make sure that they're bringing the most refined version of their teams that they can, and it's really, really nice to see. Unfortunately, David's predictions didn't quite come off there. I love the Amoonguss, but the Alolan Ninetales didn't quite make it.
I mean, Alolan Ninetales did do a lot of work throughout this tournament. It's definitely making a statement in Regulation E and bringing all of that snow to the field, but it doesn't seem to have been able to take it all the way necessarily. But I do think it has a key point, particularly with that Aurora Veil being able to set up the defenses and what is turning out to be quite an offensive meta. There are a lot of one-hit KOs coming through, a lot of critical hits being rolled in trainers' favor. And I think just making sure that you have the defensive to, when the critical hits are not in play, able to have that defensive capability can help you out a little bit in a match.
Aurora Veil is a very, very powerful move of combining both reflect and light screen. It's both physical and special power control at the same time. But Alolan Ninetales has a lot of tools at its disposal. Not only that Blizzard doing a little bit of damage, it's got the ability to go for that Icy Wind. Freeze Dry, a move that it shares with Iron Bundle, is fantastic in this format as well, doing 4 times super effective damage to that Ogerpon Wellspring mask. and Gastrodon. It's a really good move to be using in VGC, but also it has the ability to go for moves like Encore.
That is true, and hey, even Achilles had a weakness. Gastrodon as well is going to be felled by something, but generally is a sturdy slug that you can depend on.
You may be able to depend on it, Lou. Unfortunately, our trainers didn't have to worry about that too much. But these Pokemon are all really exciting to be able to be seeing and talking about here. We'll have to see what the next events that are going to be coming up in our season are going to be able to unfold.
And of course, another way that we've been able to enjoy this experience is through all of our different social medias as well, interacting with trainers all around the world and seeing what they're getting up to and what they're rooting for when it comes to the Lille Regional Championships. Using the hashtag #PlayPokemon, you can share posts on X that we like to engage with as well and see who you're rooting for, what surprises there are, and also just the viewing parties that are going on as well, that community aspect at home where players get together to be able to watch and enjoy the stream from home, even if they couldn't be at the event themselves. There's also all of the amazing Pokemon action on YouTube. If maybe you're across the pond and only really just waking up and think, oh, I've slept in on the Pokemon action, you can recap it on YouTube as well. And there's also on Facebook and Instagram more amazing Pokemon fun to be had.
Definitely get involved in the conversation. There's lots to unpack after this tournament and so many trainers that we've been able to feature across the broadcast. If you missed it, go back and have a look for sure. But without further ado, we have our winners ceremony ready to go, and Charlie will be taking it away as we crown our champion in the Lille Regional Championships.
Pokemon trainers, hello and welcome to the winner ceremony here at the Lille Regional Championships of the 2024 season. My name is Charlie Merriman, and what a fantastic weekend we have had, full of Pokemon action, and two trainers have been able to see it through all the way to the end. So please give it up, first of all, for your finalist, Aurelian Sula. Aurelian, huge congratulations on finishing in second place in this tournament. It's not a win, but are you feeling proud of how you've done?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty proud. As I said in the interview, I had like stretch of events in which I didn't do super well, so I'm glad to have matched my best results as a regional. Obviously, I would have wanted to take it all the way, but that's how it is.
Yeah, of course. And you've had such fantastic results all season and last season as well. So, you know, the day is young for you, Aurelian, I'm sure. Do you want to give any shout-outs at this point?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's going to be basically the same shout-outs, but yeah, shout-outs all the people who supported me, especially my parents for bringing me to events, Kyle for testing matchups with me, and Rinia for building the team.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Aurelian. There you go, trainers. It takes a village to raise a Pokemon trainer. Congratulations once again, Aurelian. Thank you. And now, trainers, without further ado, please give a huge round of applause to your winner of the Lille Regional Championships 2024, Simone Sanvito. Simone, huge congratulations on your victory. How are you feeling?
Amazing, obviously.
Absolutely fantastic. Is this what you expected coming into this weekend?
No, I didn't expect this at all. I mean, a little bit, yeah. I have an ego too, but I wasn't expecting to win. This win was a build-up because, first of all, I didn't really expect to make day 2. Then I didn't really expect to make top cut. Then I didn't really expect to make finals. Then I didn't really expect to win finals. So, a huge plot twist for me, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. I mean, what a performance you've put in this weekend. Now, in that second game, when Trick Room went up, how were you feeling then? Did you think you had the resources to manage the game?
When Trick Room was set up, I was considering it. That was like the worst case scenario, but I had no other option. That turn was a trade, and it had to be a very bad trade for me because it was gonna tearing is Urshifu to kill my Fluttermane. Only way I have to avoid that to get something out of my Fluttermane is to Tailwind and Moonblast. I needed to KO the Farigiraf fast enough so that I could click priority because I played against Aurelian 2 times this weekend already, and both of the times the Giraffe has been a pain to deal with. So that turn, it went how it went. I think I also got really lucky with the double attack. Shoutouts to that mechanic.
Yeah, absolutely. The double detect did come in clutch. And keep an eye on that for Igorov heading into future tournaments, trainers. Of course, Simone, you've also just locked up your Worlds invite. So how does that feel?
Honestly, it feels pretty good. I don't know how to say more than that. I'm happy with myself. I'm happy to have been one of the first people in the world to have qualified for Worlds.
Yeah, that is no mean feat at all. So, Simone, finally, any shout-outs you want to give?
Of course. First shout-outs to my big friend Arasho Mati, because he helped me so much with my Top Cut and also my tournament preparations. Also, yeah, my friends, my family, whoever supported me. Thank you very much. And I'm happy I've made you proud.
You absolutely have, Simone. What a fantastic performance. Give it out one more time for your winner of the Lille Regional Championship 2024, Simone Sanvito. Congratulations once more to Simone Sanvito, your winner here in Lille. And it's nearly time to wrap up our stream, trainers, but don't go anywhere. We're going to a very short video, and then we'll be wrapping up all the action we saw this weekend.
Trainers, it is the next stop on the European Tour. It is the Lille Regional Championships. We are here in sunny France.
Hello trainers, welcome back to the Lille Regional Champion, where we've just crowned our champion Simone Sanvito in an absolutely phenomenal top cut, undefeated in the top 8. What a way to win an event. My name's Ben Kiriakou, joined here on the couch by David and Charlie.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Honestly, that was such an incredible final. And seeing how Aurelion and Simone have made it there, beating so many incredible players along the way, and with their awesome teams as well, a thrill to watch.
I've got to say, I'm absolutely thrilled to have seen my top 2 caster predictions there on Simone's team in that Tornadus and Hisuian Arcanine. Overheard you and Lou having a little chat about that, Ben, so thank you very much.
You are a worthy victor in this one, Charlie. Let's just take a little bit of a recap, though. David, at the final standings, of course, here in the Lille Regional Championships, Simone Sanvito coming on top, Aurelion Sula, a worthy runner up there. David, take us through.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of variety here, which is what the kind of the top 12 Pokemon kind of tended to show us, where everything generally had a lot lower usage because there were some really unique picks here, like the Dondozo Tatsugiri team from Miguel, from a relatively newcomer too. The Snow was brought this weekend too from Maxime as well there, and the Gothitelle from Miguel Marti there too. So lots of interesting picks. So for anybody looking for a little bit of spice to add for the next tournament, look no further than this top 8 here.
Absolutely, lots of really great picks in the top 8. Charlie, what's sticking out to you there?
What was sticking out to me there, Ben, was actually the lack of Ogerpon.
We had 2 Halflay Mask Ogre-Bomb, we had 2 Wellspring Mask Ogre-Bomb, but neither of them in the final. An Ogre-Bomb-free final. Indeed, in that final match, there weren't any new Pokemon from the regulation set E that are newly available there. So it's really fascinating going into future weeks of the tournament to see how that develops. And maybe players now are veering away from Ogre-Bomb, going back to some more old faithfuls.
Tried and tested sometimes is the most effective, and a really nice call out there, Charlie, from the Pokemon that our trainers decided to pick and were most successful within this championships. Of course, we have just crowned another regional champion here in Lille. We're going to be able to fill up another slot of that graphic where we see all of our successful trainers. We've only had one event so far in this season at the regional level. Eduardo Cunha taking the victory in Barcelona. Simone Sanvito joining his place alongside.
Yeah, like Simone is such a great winner as well, like previous EUIC champion as well. So this is just like another feather in the cap, as it were, for Simone, to be honest. Like he looked pretty chill up there, to be honest with you. Like he's definitely done this before, and we'll probably see him do even further than this.
Yeah, he certainly did look chill. I loved when I asked him if he was expecting this result. He said, well, a little bit. I've got a bit of an ego on my hands. But, you know, sometimes you need that confidence. You need that mental fortitude to be able to get through such long rounds of Swiss. You know, Saturday is a long day, and then see it all the way through in Top Cut as well. But certainly what he did say is that he wasn't expecting to make it to the finals, let alone 2 wins. So you never know. It could be you.
Absolutely. And, of course, all of our trainers are going to be playing a long season. We've got so many regional level events, and of course our internationals coming up very soon as well. The first one in the Latin America region. We're going to be able to have just a quick recap for those tuning in at the events that we've got coming up in the European region here, with going to be the next event at the regional level in Europe being in Gdansk.
Yeah, Gdansk is definitely next for us at the moment, which I'm very excited for. We haven't had an event in Poland for a while, so it'd be good to kind of bring the action to there as well. And you can have a quick look at the kind of graphic there. What stands out for you, Charlie?
Well, the thing is, David, how much is the metagame going to develop over the next few weeks in the run-up to Gdansk? We've got Latin American International Championship right there in the middle for players to look forward to first. So, you know, I'm just excited to see what will be coming out of that, and heading into the final European Regional of 2023 in Stuttgart. You know, between now and then, there are so many weeks, and just in this past week since Sacramento, the metagame has already changed so much. So who knows what we'll have on our hands in just a few weeks' time.
And of course, you may be noticing, if you hadn't seen it before, that Stockholm was recently announced this weekend as one of the other regional championships, of course, in the later stage of this season in 2024. It's going to be really exciting to be seeing what trainers are going to be doing going through this season, what new Pokemon we're going to be seeing, what returning Pokemon we're going to be seeing as well. But of course, if you've been enjoying the broadcast, there is also more of a broadcast in the next week. We're going to have a little look at the schedule coming up on the Pokemon channel as well. Lots of things to be excited for this week as we lead up to the Toronto Regional Championships.
Yeah, we're looking over here at the Pokemon Thrills and Chills on Tuesday as we approach to the end of October there. Wednesday and Thursday looking pretty good. A little bit of a throwback maybe on that Wednesday to some previous championships as well. And if you've been catching some of the videos within our break recently, you've kind of seen probably some mega moments from like the Machamp, for instance, as well, that has won many a tournament, especially from that senior many years back.
Yeah, just a little note there, trainers. All times shown there are in Pacific time. Just something to bear in mind. If you're tuning into the Twitch channel, then of course next weekend, there's no let up, Ben and David. It's the Toronto Regional Championships over in the NA region. So I can't wait to see how things develop even between now and then.
Absolutely, and it's going to be more changes in the teams that trainers are going to be opting for. Definitely one to look out for this weekend. It almost feels like there's no shortage of Pokemon. If you look back a few years, you know, we had regional championships on the same day in so many different places, but now we get to enjoy watching all of them and really take the time to see these trainers in all of the different parts of the world competing against each other. what are you looking out for going back to the NA region there, David, in terms of the players and the Pokemon that are going to be coming out on top?
Well, I think it would definitely be wise for a lot of the North American players to really look at this weekend particularly. As Charlie, I think you pointed out actually that Ogerpon is a lot less common at the moment. And actually we had technically 2 regulation set D teams kind of end up coming into the final here, really showing how like the Firewater Grass core tends to be really good at the moment. Speed control in general through kind of Tornadus is generally good as well. So it's kind of going back to the old favorites of what has already been good. People have tried out that new stuff and now stick with what people know.
Absolutely, and sticking with what people know could be something that would be a very good idea as we come up as our next event after Toronto will be that Latin America International Championships. And the International Championships is something that I always look out for in the season as the event where everybody from across the different communities all over the world come together and are able to compete against each other. Certainly for me, watching the Latin American players is also something of a joy as well. They always bring very interesting picks and different team archetypes. Charlie, what are you looking forward to on that front?
Oh, you know, Ben, I think people may well be bringing some more spice to that championship. We've seen it this weekend, featuring a lot of snow on stream, for example. As you said earlier, Ben, we didn't have too many Weezings featured on stream, but we know they were around in the venue. I'd love to see people experimenting with everything that the Teal Mask has to offer, but I remember some wise advice you gave me, Grandpa Ben, just yesterday, which was you spoke to a trainer many years ago who said to you, at the end of the day, no matter what you're competing in, it's another game of Pokemon. And I hope that trainers who are going to that Latin American International Championships, yes, it's a bigger event, but I hope that they just bear in mind that at the end of the day, what you need to do is knock out the Pokemon on your opponent's side of the field. Don't let the pressure get to you.
And only a week after the Latin America International Championships, we're going to be going to our next European regional event in Gdansk in Poland. As you said, David, it's a place that we haven't been to for a little while, but really good to be going back there. And I'm really excited to see what our European trainers are going to be taking away from both Toronto and the Latin America International Championships. Of course, you guys at home can follow along with all of the action here, where we're going to be talking non-stop Pokemon all the way through.
Just the way I like it.
Oh, absolutely, Charlie. Getting involved with that hashtag Play Pokemon there. We love interacting with all of you trainers back at home, seeing what you're thinking, watching you supporting all of these trainers as we crown our champions across every region across the world there. Of course, if you missed any of the action this weekend, you can always go and have a look on the YouTube channel where all of our matches will be there waiting for you to go and have a little bit of a recap. But of course, get involved on social media as well, Facebook and Instagram /Pokemon and hashtag Play Pokemon. That's all we've got time for this weekend, trainers. We've had a phenomenal ride along the way. Simone Sanvito, a fantastic champion and a worthy winner in Lille here. We'll be looking forward to seeing you yet again on the European stage. But for now, take care of yourselves and we'll see you very, very soon.